From capital city to Dong County, the journey is long, and there is a desolate stretch of the Imperial Road that spans dozens of miles without a single soul. Chi Country has established a station along this part of the road. Adjacent to the endless mountains, and over 100 miles from Yunqian County, many high-ranking officials from capital city would enter the endless mountains here due to Chi Country's craze of seeking out extraordinary figures. Therefore, choosing to briefly stay at the station, and for this reason the station increased its staff to serve these distinguished guests. But on this day, a figure flew out of the endless mountains and landed directly in the middle of the station. You are a minor official at the station. Upon seeing Zhu Wuxin descending from the sky, was first shocked, then overwhelmed with ecstasy. Has my opportunity arrived? Thud, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Exalted one above, Ma Zire pays his respects to you and earnestly requests you to accept me as your disciple. Zhu Wuxin was startled. Are people from the border wilderness always this direct? To kneel and kowtow, asking to take him as a master upon first sight. He. With a sinister laugh he said, you who feed on blood are not worthy to be my disciple. The minor official was startled. Feed on blood. Thud. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a fine thread had pierced his heart, and his blood seemed to be drawn out. Help! Filled with horror and just about to call for help, he fell to the ground and turned into a dried-up corpse. Zhu Wuxin frowned. The blood essence is too poor. In the wasteland, the heavenly earth Lingji fades away, and even the people's blood essence becomes muddled. From his body, strands spread out, instantly piercing the hearts of the other minor officials in the station. Thud. Dried-up corpses fell to the ground. Not a single living soul was left in the station. The blood essence is impure, and every time it needs to be purified before use. Thus the needed quantity of blood is vast, and blood sacrifices of tens or hundreds of millions of people might not even be enough to break through a minor realm. Zhu Wuxin knitted his brow slightly. As of now, I must endure. If 1 million is not enough, then 10 million. The border wilderness has no shortage of people. What difference would it make if they were all sacrificed in a blood ritual? Zhu Wuxin's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. However, to sacrifice so many people and then purify them, it would take quite some time. First, I'll slaughter an entire city to heal my wounds, and then I'll find some suitable candidates, train them as blood disciples, so they can perform blood sacrifices and purify the blood essence for me. 10 years. Within 10 years, I must break through the great Grandmaster realm. Zhu Wuxin looked back towards the endless mountains, his eyes revealing a cruel and ruthless color. Within 10 years, I shall return to the inner domain. Walking out of the station, he headed towards the nearest city to perform a blood sacrifice and purify blood essence to recover from his injuries. Su Yan left capital city filled with doubts, eager to find his master for answers. He utilized his movement technique, heading straight from capital city toward Dong County. With his current strength, even a 1,000-mile horse couldn't match his speed, so Su Yan didn't opt for horseback. With his chi and blood circulating, he moved like the wind, heading directly to Yunqian County. If it's not a corpse fiend, what kind of monster could it be? Su Yan continued to ponder what could have sucked a corpse dry. I'm almost at Yunqian County. Up ahead was a station, with Yunqian County only 100 miles beyond. Take a break, calm down a bit. Su Yan slowed down, planning to rest at the station, and casually inquire with the officials whether they had heard of any blood-sucking creatures. The station, neighboring the endless mountains and staffed by well-informed officials, undoubtedly knew more about the legends of the endless mountains than outsiders. Having traveled non-stop from capital city, his chi and blood had been depleted somewhat, and he didn't want to meet his master in such a state, in case his master thought he was being rash and impetuous. One mustn't rush in the face of problems. That's what Su Yan thought to himself. As he ceased using his movement technique, his depleted chi and blood rapidly recovered. His jade-like bones seemed to shine, showcasing the strength of his foundational physique. By the time Su Yan stepped into the station, his chi and blood had nearly returned to their peak. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Su Yan's expression became solemn. The keen senses of a martial artist allowed him to detect something was amiss right away. His chi and blood circulated instantaneously, ready for action, and he entered a state of alert. He felt a lurking danger nearby. Since practicing martial arts and becoming a martial artist, it was the first time he had this kind of feeling. Su Yan immediately realized there was danger inside the station, and that this danger could threaten even him. What on earth is it? Su Yan's chi and blood boiled. His heart swelled with an eager anticipation to face unknown dangers in battle. He stepped into the station one step at a time. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he saw a dried-out corpse, the body of the station's minor official. The shriveled corpse was exactly like those of the sons of the Minister of War. Is it that monster? Su Yan's heart tightened, his sharp senses on high alert as he gradually pinpointed the source of danger. It was someone standing behind a door within the station. It's not a monster, it seems to be human. In that instant, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a martial artist like himself? Someone from the martial Dao realm? Where did they come from? Why would they kill a minor official at the station? and moreover drain the minor official's blood. What kind of martial artist was this? Thud. Suddenly, a chill and nearly transparent thread shot through the door toward him, aimed squarely at his heart. The attack was incredibly swift and immensely powerful. In the room of the post house, Zhu Wuxin's heart was struck with shock. How can there be martial artists in the wasteland? Moreover, this young martial artist seemed somewhat off. He had been preparing to leave the post house to go to a nearby city to kill and offer sacrifices of blood to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura rushing towards the official road. The vigor of that blood energy was so strong that it alarmed him. A martial artist from the inner domain pursuing me. No. That's not right. Why does he have such terrifying blood energy? Zhu Wuxin was exceedingly shocked, and with a move, he hid back inside the post house. That powerful aura was too unrestrained, too tumultuous, and the strength of the blood energy was terrifying. How could there be someone with such terrifying blood energy in the world? If I could devour his blood energy, wouldn't I instantly recover from my injuries and even become stronger? The more Zhu Wuxin thought about it, the more excited he became. In the wasteland, the Tian Dai Lingji dissipates, making it impossible for martial artists to exist. But there are also no such martial artists with terrifying blood energy in the inner domain. Not even a great grandmaster would possess such vigorous blood energy. The more Zhu Wuxin thought, the more puzzled he became. Could it be that it has become possible to cultivate martial arts in the wasteland? No, that's absolutely impossible. As Su Yan entered the post house, even though Su Yan stopped using his movement technique and reined in his blood energy, Zhu Wuxin's keen sensitivity towards blood energy still allowed him to sense the vast blood energy within Su Yan. The more he sensed it, the more shocked he became. Is this blood energy? Why does it feel different, and why is there a sensation of being as fierce as fire? It feels as boundless as the ocean. This can't be blood energy, right? Zhu Wuxin's mind was full of questions. To kill him, I can sense that if I could devour his blood energy, not only would I recover from my injuries, but my foundation would also be firmer and I might even make a breakthrough. In Zhu Wuxin's eyes, a bloodthirsty light emerged. With a flick of his finger, the devouring blood silk suddenly shot out, aiming straight for Su Yan's heart. The moment he made his move, he saw the youth palm strike, and with a rumbling sound, a crimson dragon, carrying a terrifying might, surged forward with a roar. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Zhu Wuxin lost his color in fright. Rumbling, the room collapsed, debris flew, and Su Yan raised his hand and pushed out another palm. The crimson dragon swept across the sky. The fierce and domineering power of the descending dragon palm instantly evaporated the devouring blood silk. Su Yan, however, had a solemn expression on his face, and his eyes also held some confusion. Looking at Zhu Wuxin, who had risen into the air to avoid the attack, he was immensely shocked. A martial artist of the innate realm. Is that true qi? That cold thread seemed to be condensed from true qi. No, something's not right. True qi isn't this weak. Even the innate realm isn't this weak. What's going on with him? Su Yan was full of questions. Zhu Wuxin stared at Su Yan. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. A martial artist. He really is a martial artist. Chased here from the inner domain. No, that's not right. If he were a martial artist from the inner domain, he would have recognized me by now. Zhu Wuxin dismissed the idea that this was a martial artist from the inner domain. Clearly, this youth was a martial artist from the wasteland. Is he a third-grade martial artist? No, stronger than a third grade, second grade. That's not right either. Not even second-grade martial artists are this powerful. A first-grade martial artist. Such a young first-grade martial artist. Something's fishy. What kind of martial artist is this? Even a first-grade martial artist shouldn't be this strong. While Zhu Wuxin's heart was shocked, he was also full of doubts. Blood energy as firm as gang. What kind of martial artist is this? What kind of martial arts? What kind of cultivation technique? A first-grade martial artist cultivating gang strength doesn't have such vast and domineering power, nor such might. Why does it feel like the aura of a qi cultivation grandmaster? However, this doesn't seem to be the inner qi of a grandmaster either. It seems to be just blood energy. Why is the blood energy so incredibly powerful? Zhu Wuxin felt his brain was in chaos. What in the world was going on? Su Yan was also confused. Zhu Wuxin's body exuded a cold aura, and that powerful force seemed like true qi, yet it was weaker than true qi and didn't have the strength of innate true qi. Still, the other party was actually soaring through the sky, which was clearly something only those of the innate realm could manage. If he was of the innate realm, why was he so weak? Could it be that the cultivation technique I practice is too powerful? Su Yan was deep in thought. That's not right either. Why do I feel that his physical body isn't strong? It seems like his martial arts foundation isn't solid, and it's as if he hasn't cultivated blood energy at all. How strange, is he really a martial artist of the innate realm? Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem like a good person. Be careful. His life force surged as a giant dragon coiled around his body, another circled above his head, and yet another dragon raised its head on either side, ready to strike at any moment. Facing a formidable enemy, Su Yan dared not be the slightest bit careless. Zhu Wuxin's pupils contracted. That terrifying life force as fierce as fire posed a strong threat and sparked a yearning within him. Intuition told him that if he devoured the other's life force, not only could he recover from his injuries, but he could also achieve a breakthrough in strength. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. His already pale complexion became even more ghastly as a cold aura enveloped him. A narrow, cold gleaming blade was drawn from beneath his robes. Su Yan's gaze sharpened. He felt a threat emanating from the other's blade. It's a precious blade. The blade bore resemblances to the sword and blade he had obtained from Qi Country's royal treasure vault, neither of which were made of steel. I didn't bring a sword with me. Su Yan's heart tightened slightly. After I return, I want to learn swordsmanship. He made up his mind upon his return. He would find his master and learn a set of sword techniques. Hum. The long blade in Zhu Wuxin's hand buzzed with a somber hum, its light blossoming as the cold blade's qi spread out, and around the blade floated thread like fine lines resembling long needles. Strike first to gain the upper hand. At the sight of this, Su Yan pushed forward his hands, and with a thunderous boom, his descending dragon palm struck out. Zhu Wuxin's gaze was cold as he slashed downward with his blade. The chilling blade qi, entwined with fine threads, displayed extreme ferocity and directly shattered the force of the descending dragon palm. Boom, the blade qi dominated, its chilling aura pervading the surroundings as the temperature plummeted in that moment. Su Yan swung his hands, unleashing the descending dragon palm, and in an instant 9 dragons roared forth from all directions towards Zhu Wuxin, with his terrifying life force blazing like intense flames. The chilling aura was vaporized under his fierce life force. This boy must not be left alive. Zhu Wuxin's intent to kill was chilling the other's intense life force actually had a restraining effect on his inner qi, causing his strength to drop by more than 20%. Had it not been for his higher realm, he would have been utterly crushed if they were at the same level. In that instant, the blade light swept across. The fine threads, like spider silk, kept twisting around as if solidifying into a giant web. Thunder roared. 9 dragons rampaged, striking at Zhu Wuxin from all directions, their domineering palm force like endless layers. Yet Zhu Wuxin's blade light seemed even more sinister and sharp. Slash after slash, he shattered the dragons, closing in on Su Yan with nimble shifts of position. The inn was already reduced to ruins in the midst of the fierce battle. So strong, Su Yan's heart tensed. The other's swordplay was brutal and the blade qi overwhelming, capable of shattering his descending dragon palm. However, he did not shrink back. Instead, he was all the more invigorated. Finally, a worthy opponent. He could fight to his heart's content. He had still been unable to fully enjoy the battle against the war god's mighty army, but now he could. Martial artists live to fight. His life force was surging. The descending dragon palm force grew stronger, and with a thunderous noise, a 10th dragon burst forth. 10 dragons roared and coiled, their might further intensifying. Why do I feel like he isn't that strong? An innate realm martial artist shouldn't be this weak. Though the other momentarily held the upper hand, Su Yan wasn't panicking at all but began to feel puzzled. The other was too weak, lacking the power an innate realm martial artist should have. If his life force were full, he would certainly be able to defeat the other. The more Zhu Wuxin fought, the more alarmed he became. Even though he seemingly had the upper hand, defeating his opponent was proving to be extremely difficult. The dragon-shaped palm force was overbearingly domineering and fiercely intense. Moreover, the dragon-shaped palm force was actually changing its attacks. A dragon's head would strike, but then in mid-air it would swirl around, turning into a tail swipe. What kind of palm technique could achieve this? Something's off. What cultivation technique is he practicing? Based on my judgment, he seems to be a rank 1 martial artist. But which rank 1 martial artist possesses such strength and such formidable power? Zhu Wuxin took a deep breath. He must end the battle quickly. With a slash of his blade, countless bloodthirsty ghostly threads kept winding around the dragon, hindering its transformation and agility, slowing down the dragon's striking speed. As he moved, he suddenly caught the moment Su Yan's descending dragon palm struck, revealing a gap above, and leaped into the air. From mid-air, he thrust his blade downward. Su Yan's strength was indeed formidable, and his descending dragon palm technique was unmatched in fierceness, but when it came to combat experience, he naturally fell short of Zhu Wuxin. At the moment his descending dragon palm descended, a flaw suddenly appeared above his head. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, realizing what the problem was. However, this fleeting opportunity was sufficient for Zhu Wuxin, who had rich combat experience and had survived through life and death battles, to determine the outcome of life and death. Hovering in the air, his long blade emanated a cold chill, slashing down from above. In an instant, Su Yan felt his scalp tingle and his hairs stand on end, as an intense sense of crisis descended upon him. In that moment, it was already too late to retract his palm for protection. An 8 diagrams pattern involuntarily appeared in his mind. In this moment of crisis, as though struck by sudden enlightenment, his footsteps staggered and his figure shimmered, vanishing from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared a good 10 feet away. Boom! A ravine appeared on the ground where Zhu Wuxin's blade had fiercely struck. His heart sank. In such a critical moment, his opponent had actually dodged it, but what kind of movement technique was that? At this moment, Su Yan's heart was racing, his blood boiling, and a giant dragon seemed to coil around him, its presence growing ever more powerful. Just then, he had nearly died. If not for the 8 diagrams pattern that had emerged in his mind during the crisis, granting him sudden enlightenment and a newfound movement technique, he would have certainly been unable to evade that strike. Now, he was both shocked and furious. With a movement, he disappeared from his spot, as if teleporting, and in an instant was beside Zhu Wuxin, unleashing his descending dragon palm with a thunderous impact, shifting forms and exchanging positions. Boom! Zhu Wuxin's gaze turned sharp as he wielded his blade, its cold energy crisscrossing as he unfolded his blade technique, relentlessly pressing forward as his formidable strength shattered the strikes of the descending dragon palms one after another. This forced Su Yan to constantly use the tactic of shifting forms and exchanging positions to dodge and change his stance. Strands of blood demon chi seeped out from Zhu Wuxin with each attack, spreading from his body and covering the surroundings as if weaving a huge net. Su Yan's gaze grew solemn, for his opponent was slightly stronger than him. Especially that ruthless blade technique with its cold and eerie aura was extraordinarily strange. If it weren't for his profound and fiery blood energy, capable of ignoring the invasion of the cold aura, he would have likely been stiff and weak in battle by now. Su Yan furrowed his brows. The more intense the battle grew, the clearer his mind became, devoid of any distracting thoughts, fully immersing himself in the combat. In his mind, the 8 diagrams pattern emerged, and with each step he crossed, he shifted to another position. His mastery of shifting forms and exchanging positions grew more proficient with the battle. Boom! The tyrannical force of his descending dragon palm was once again shattered by the opponent's blade. As the fierce blade light came at him, Su Yan shifted form and exchanged position again, dodging away. At that moment, the mantra of the descending dragon palm emerged in his mind. His blood energy boiled even more, as he seemed to be in an excited state. Suddenly, with a roar, he pushed out with interchanging palms, a massive force of the descending dragon palm exploding forward, and midway, it split into 18 giant dragons, enveloping Zhu Wuxin in an instant. Descending dragon palm full mastery. The more Zhu Wuxin fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's realm should be inferior to his, and so should his strength. Nevertheless, that domineering palm force with its astonishing momentum was indeed challenging for him to annihilate, even feeling somewhat strenuous. Moreover, among the variations of the dragon-shaped palm forces, each time it converged, it formed a combined attack against him. This kid is somewhat tricky, actually not the least bit afraid of my blood demon chi, even able to counter it. That blazing hot blood energy constantly evaporated his cold aura. The stronger his craving became, the more he believed that by consuming his opponent, his strength could advance even further. He had never seen a martial artist with such potent blood energy. Such pure and refined essence blood contained an immense spiritual essence. Among the martial artists of the inner domain, none possessed such pure essence blood. Not even a grandmaster did. As the 18 dragons converged in attack, Zhu Wuxin's blade energy surged, sweeping through like a wild storm, blasting apart the force of the descending dragon palm, increasing his speed to the extreme as he suddenly charged at Su Yan. One blade strike after another, and with his vigorous assault, Su Yan once again found himself at a disadvantage. Even as he used shifting forms and exchanging positions more frequently to dodge, he showed no panic, his gaze firm, staring fixedly at Zhu Wuxin. His crystalline bones glowed brightly, his blood energy seeming inexhaustible. His might shocks the world, his anger startles heaven and earth. Suddenly, the mantra of the descending dragon palm emerged in his mind. In the midst of battle, he had a revelation. My descending dragon palm, though powerful and seemingly domineering, lacks true might and cannot shock the world. His might shocks the world, his anger startles heaven and earth. How can it startle without anger? My descending dragon palm lacks might and anger, but only with anger can it startle heaven and earth. Su Yan's mind became crystal clear. A realization emerged, and in that moment, it was as if he had a deeper enlightenment of the descending dragon palm, breaking through a certain boundary. All of a sudden, he paused his movements and pushed out with a palm. This palm was significantly different from the previous ones. As the palm force was released, it seemed as if a roaring could be heard, a formidable might raging forth. This dragon-shaped palm force was more solidified, more imbued with divine essence. And its speed increased drastically in that instant. Roar! The giant dragon opened its mouth as if letting out a roar, fiercely bombarding Zhu Wuxin. Slash! Zhu Wuxin's heart chilled and he struck with his blade, but this time his strike did not shatter the palm force, and with an overwhelming might, like a huge mountain charging towards him, its force undiminished, the dragon's tail swept fiercely across. Not good. Zhu Wuxin's expression changed slightly as he leaped up to avoid the strike. Boom, another dragon came roaring over. One after another, dragons continued to howl towards him, each one radiating an awe-inspiring might. Zhu Wuxin's heart tightened as he looked towards Su Yan in alarm. Has he made a breakthrough? What kind of monster is this? Su Yan exhaled the foul air in his chest, his eyes gleaming with an icy radiance. He had achieved enlightenment. The descending dragon palm had broken through its bottleneck, stepping into a new level. Its anger shakes Tiandai. I am not yet able to make the dragon-formed palm energy truly angry, to truly have the momentum of anger, but I can show this anger in another way. Su Yan looked towards Zhu Wuxin, who was caught in the combined attack of the descending dragon palm. He had been on the defensive throughout, but now it was his turn. Let this martial artist, who seemed to be of the innate realm, experience the power of the descending dragon palm. My current descending dragon palm should be at the second level, right? I have broken through the realm of the descending dragon palm, entering the second level of the descending dragon palm. Unfortunately, I am only at the Qi blood realm and completely unable to display the full power that the second level should have. But to deal with this guy, it's enough. Su Yan's mind was clear. He had cultivated the descending dragon palm to the second level. Thunderous boom. 18 dragons combined their attacks on Zhu Wuxin. Just as Zhu Wuxin unleashed a fierce blade light, intending to slash through and kill the incoming palm energy, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Danger. A strong sense of crisis emerged in an instant. His combat experience forged in life and death situations made him decisively take to the air as the blade light swept upwards, attempting to break out from the combined attack. But he was already one step too late, with a thunderous explosion. The 18 descending dragon palm strikes combined together, and in the instant when they collided, they all burst forth suddenly. The dragons exploded, the explosive power striking Zhu Wuxin in an instant. Zhu Wuxin's face changed, a light shout escaped him, and a rolling chill wrapped around his body. His long blade whipped up layers of blade energy to resist the violent explosive force. How could he have expected the 18 dragons could explode in an instant, condensing a powerful and unrivaled force? Something's off. This isn't a normal martial artist. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Even among the grandmasters of the inner domain, it was impossible to make the released palm energy suddenly explode at a critical moment. Once the palm energy is released, how could it be controlled at will? It's simply impossible. This wasteland youth is abnormal. What the hell is this cultivation technique? Thunderous boom. The blade energy shattered, and the overbearing force of the descending dragon palm, along with its scorching aura, seemed to evaporate the chilly aura from his body. This made Zhu Wuxin feel extraordinarily uncomfortable. I shall extinguish you. Zhu Wuxin, looking bedraggled, said bitterly. However, what greeted him was another 18 dragons, forming a combined attack once again. Thunderous boom. Thinking of extinguishing me. Are you worthy? Su Yan looked exhilarated, paying no heed to Zhu Wuxin's threat. He sent out palm strike after palm strike. Each time 18 dragons combined their attacks, exploding in an instant to form a boundless destructive force that besieged Zhu Wuxin. He was essentially condensing the power of 18 dragons into a moment of explosive force. This moment of explosion was the anger that Su Yan had come to understand. Because his strength was not yet sufficient to embody it, he could only present the power of anger in this manner. The effect was extremely good. My enlightenment was correct. Su Yan was inwardly ecstatic. This intense battle yielded a rich harvest. With a change in position, he had achieved enlightenment. After perfecting the descending dragon palm, he had broken through and understood the second level of the descending dragon palm. Thunderous boom. Su Yan's energy seemed inexhaustible, sending out palm strike after palm strike, continuously bombarding Zhu Wuxin. At this moment, Zhu Wuxin was in a passive state, getting struck. Several times he tried to break out, but was sent back by the combined force of the 18 dragons. What frightened him even more was that the opponent's palm energy was getting stronger and stronger. Even he felt a sense of anger from within the palm energy. Ridiculous. It was really too ridiculous. Yet such a preposterous scene was truly happening before him. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Zhu Wuxin felt a sense of emptiness. His injuries seemed to have flared up again. The consumption was too great. Damn it, doesn't he ever run out of steam? Zhu Wuxin was seething with fury and astonishment. To think that he, a grandmaster martial artist, would be in such a sorry state in the wasteland, unable to deal with a mere youth and instead getting beaten into a sorry state. In the inner domain, he, Zhu Wuxin, was also a famously formidable demonic grandmaster. Who would believe it if it were to get out? I can't keep fighting like this. Zhu Wuxin knew that if he continued to take hits passively, he would end up being exhausted to death. Even being killed by the opponent was a possibility. He could sense that the opponent's palm force was getting wilder and more tyrannical, the might increasingly stronger. The dragon-shaped palm forces were becoming more solidified, and with every explosion, the savage power vaguely carried a sense of fury. Bind. Zhu Wuxin's long saber whipped up a blade aura, and a cold aura suddenly intensified around him. The dense, cobweb-like blood ghost silk covering the vicinity of the battlefield suddenly constricted, binding towards Su Yan. What is this trick? Su Yan was startled, those dense strands carrying a cold aura, melting under his intense chi blood, but there were simply too many of them. Only now did he realize that he was within the enemy's woven net of silk. Careless, a lack of experience. Su Yan sighed inwardly. However, he was not panicked. The silken threads looked sinister, and although they were potent, they should not be able to withstand his strong chi blood. Boom! 100 yards of chi blood swept out. A giant dragon coiled around, sweeping towards the enveloping giant net with terrifying force. One by one, the strands began to break and disappear. Eventually, the entire giant net melted away into the chi blood. Zhu Wuxin took the opportunity to escape. He didn't expect the blood ghost silk to threaten Su Yan. It was just to distract Su Yan's power and facilitate his escape. At this moment, he was soaring 100 yards in the air. Looking down at Su Yan, he swept down with his saber light. Su Yan leaped up, launching a palm strike. However, being of the Chi blood realm, he could not soar through the air, and though leaping 100 yards was no problem, Zhu Wuxin could always maintain the distance, preventing him from getting closer. Hopping and leaping around, he was at a disadvantage. The descending dragon palm's attack range was merely 100 yards. Zhu Wuxin stayed beyond this range, attacking him with frigid saber chi relentlessly pouring down. Su Yan could only defend passively, striking out descending dragon palm forces to block the attacks. Occasionally leaping up, trying to get close to Zhu Wuxin, the experienced and crafty Zhu Wuxin would not let his advantage slip away and immediately soared away to a distance. Thus Su Yan fell into a passive situation. In midair, streaks of saber light poured down, chillingly sinister, carving out trenches on the ground. On the ground, trails of scarlet dragons rose into the air, striking towards the saber light in the sky where they clashed and the sound of their collision thundered throughout. The battle continued. The post station had already been completely destroyed, not a trace remaining. This stretch of the official road also collapsed in the great battle, rendering it impassable for travelers. The ground was crisscrossed with trenches, followed by giant pits one after another. The forests nearby had also been destroyed. I, Zhu Wuxin, am a grandmaster martial artist. I refuse to believe I can't wear you down to death. Zhu Wuxin's eyes revealed a ruthless color. Regardless of the cost, he had to annihilate this man. Devouring his essence blood, every sacrifice would be worth it. Boom. HMPH, we shall see what you can do to me. Su Yan raised his head to look at Zhu Wuxin in the sky. His eyes still blazed with fighting spirit. If he could soar through the air, he would certainly slap the opponent to death. At this moment, the foundation of the martial arts at the Jade Bone Realm displayed its power. The chi blood surged, relentlessly churning, and despite such a fierce battle, Su Yan's chi blood remained undiminished, showing no signs of the excessive consumption. Cough, cough. Zhu Wuxin started coughing. The feeling of emptiness inside him grew stronger, and his injuries seemed to be resurging. The consumption was too great. Looking down at Su Yan below, who still had a high fighting spirit and energy, not showing the slightest hint of exhaustion or weakness, Zhu Wuxin's face showed a look of helplessness. It turned out that it was he, the grandmaster fighter, who could not afford this attrition. Although he was injured, he was still a grandmaster. In this wasteland, why was there such a monstrous existence? Zhu Wuxin was filled with frustration, unwillingness, and a sense of suffocation, but he knew he couldn't continue fighting. Otherwise, the one who would surely be worn to death was himself. Recover from the injuries, restore all my strength, and then I'll take that little life of his. Zhu Wuxin glared venomously at Su Yan below him. The expenditure was too great. I'll have to perform a blood sacrifice on the nearby cities to recover a bit. Such were Zhu Wuxin's thoughts. After slashing down with his sword, he immediately flew away from the battlefield. Don't go, keep on fighting. Su Yan hurriedly pursued on the ground. He hadn't had enough of the fight yet. The more he fought, the more insight he gained. He suddenly realized that a martial artist must engage in combat. A martial artist who doesn't know how to fight has no future. That's Yunshan County. Why is he going to Yunshan County? My master is in Yunshan County. Su Yan watched as Zhu Wuxin's figure disappeared at the edge of his vision, feeling somewhat puzzled. The direction the other party was heading was indeed Yunshan County. Li Xuan watched as Meng Chang's strength grew stronger day by day, extremely pleased, looking forward to the gains his second disciple would bring by starting his path. It must be said that Meng Chang's talent was indeed strong, especially in the physical body martial path. In such a short time, he had already refined his bones to bronze level, and it was not far off from the golden level. However, there was a bottleneck between the bronze and gold level of bone refinement that needed to be broken through. Li Xuan believed that the golden bone bottleneck should be nothing for Meng Chang. The only difficult part, perhaps, would be the diamond indestructible bones. I am now in the innate realm, and the second disciple has just started on his path in the chi blood realm. Can his progress really affect the enhancement of my own strength? Li Xuan pondered. The diamond indestructible bones are definitely useful, and the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield should also allow me to further improve my physical body. Merging both the traditional martial arts and the physical body martial path, how strong will my own power become? Li Xuan was filled with anticipation. Xier had recently made a slight progress in his cultivation and had even started skin refinement. And while he was an absolute master in the pugilistic world, the process of skin refinement was not difficult for him, only that his cultivation speed was much slower than Su Yan's and Meng Chang's. Xier isn't very old, only in his 30s, and to be an absolute master in the pugilistic world at this age shows that he still has certain talent. Li Xuan was quite satisfied with this servant. Efficient in handling affairs and excellent in cooking skills, even though he could abstain from food due to his cultivation, he still had his desires for delicious food. Xier had gone out to buy chicken. Meng Chang was diligently cultivating, while Li Xuan sat leisurely in his chair. Suddenly, your disciple Su Yan has had an epiphany of the movement technique to swap positions mid-battle. You have now mastered the 8 diagrams shift to a great extent. A golden light emerged. In an instant, images of the 8 diagrams surfaced in Li Xuan's mind. The movement technique was mastered, and he had cultivated it to a great extent. Li Xuan, however, abruptly stood up. What's going on? Su Yan had an epiphany of the movement technique while in the midst of a fierce battle. Where was this battle taking place? Giving Su Yan strength, he should be unrivaled in Qi country, and even 1,000 troops would not be enough to force him into such fierce combat. This meant Su Yan had encountered a formidable enemy. Was it a martial artist from this world, or a ferocious beast like the fireman wolf? Li Xuan furrowed his brows in thought. Su Yan wouldn't be in danger, would he? An epiphany of the movement technique usually emerged when one was at a disadvantage or in danger during a battle. This movement technique was ingenious, based on the 8 diagrams, and allowed for instantaneous shifting of positions to dodge attacks and strike back at the enemy. In combat, it was more ingenious than the light crane movement technique. This was, in essence, a combat movement technique, and it had already transcended the category of simple movement techniques. As his cultivation progressed and his realm increased, the 8 diagrams shift would continue to become more powerful. Your disciple Su Yan has improved his descending dragon palm to a great extent in the heat of battle. You have now perfected the descending dragon palm. The golden finger continued to provide feedback on the gains. The descending dragon palm was perfected. Li Xuan became somewhat restless. What kind of formidable enemy had Su Yan encountered to have these successive breakthroughs in the midst of combat? I must go and see for myself. He was somewhat worried about Su Yan's safety, but also marveled at Su Yan's talent to break through successively in combat. Indeed, martial artists need to fight. A martial artist who doesn't know how to fight is not a true martial artist. Your disciple is battling a strong foe. His combat experience is continuously improving. Your combat experience has greatly increased. The golden finger continued to provide feedback. As if awakened by a battle consciousness in his mind, his combat experience suddenly saw a substantial improvement. To Dong Prefecture. Without hesitation, Li Xuan's figure soared into the air and instantly vanished into the sky. Meng Chang, who was in the midst of his practice, was thoroughly shocked his master had soared into the sky and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared. The speed was incredibly fast. The innate realm can control energy to soar through the sky, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. Is my master an innate realm powerhouse? No, that's not right. My master's realm must far surpass the innate realm. My brother once said that our master is a hermit expert, whose cultivation level has probably transcended all the realms of martial arts, nearing the existence of the way. Meng Chang felt a surge of excitement, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. I must strive to get started on my path as soon as possible. He became even more diligent in his practice. The great sun atmosphere emerged around him, and his bronze bones gradually approached perfection. Li Xuan flew through the air. This was his first time soaring after breaking through to the innate realm. Being a martial arts powerhouse is truly wonderful. This is my first time flying in both lives. Li Xuan thought with a feeling of wonder. With his current strength, flying at full speed, he quickly arrived above Dong Prefecture. They did not sense any signs of battle. A glance swept over Su family's residence, where Su Yan's parents were cultivating. Half of the family's guards were on duty, while the other half were also cultivating, all safe and sound. Is Su Yan in the capital city? Li Xuan's brow furrowed. The capital city was too far from Dong County. Even if he rushed there with all his might, the battle would be over by the time he arrived, with the outcome already decided. Should I go to the capital city? Li Xuan hesitated. Su Yan was his prized disciple, and with his current strength, he could wipe out Su Yan's formidable enemies with a wave of his hand. But the capital city was distant, and if Su Yan were to be defeated, he'd be too late to come to the rescue even if he wanted to. Your disciple Su Yan, in the midst of a fierce battle, has broken through to the second level of the descending dragon palm, reaching great proficiency with the second level of your descending dragon palm. The Golden Finger's feedback came again. Li Xuan was stunned. The second level of descending dragon palm. He immediately rejoiced his disciple was commendable, managing to forcefully elevate the stage of the descending dragon palm. Now that there was a second level, could there also be a third, fourth, fifth level? The second level of the descending dragon palm has begun to embody some of dragon's might intent, igniting the fury within the palm force, greatly augmenting the power of the descending dragon palm. Moreover, the dragon-shaped palm force of the descending dragon palm also became more solidified and took on more of a dragon's likeness. If Su Yan can have such an epiphany amid fierce battle, doesn't it mean he is not incapable of facing the enemy? Having grasped the second level of descending dragon palm, he should not be defeated, right? Li Xuan pondered. Is Su Yan really in the capital city, or has he gone somewhere else? Are his opponents from this world's martial artists or creatures like flame-mane wolves? Li Xuan leaned toward the former. Did Emperor Qi find the martial artist, or did Su Yan get involved with the mortal world, hence someone from the martial Dao realm came targeting Su Yan? Li Xuan's brows tightened in thought. With my current strength, what level of martial artist do I belong to in the martial Dao realm? What is the martial Dao of this world like? Li Xuan stared down at the Su family residence below, silently waiting. Up to now, there was still no commotion within the Su family estate. That meant no urgent news had come from the capital city. I'll return and have Sheer use the Tianmu sect's intelligence network to find out what's happening in the capital city. Li Xuan made up his mind. He then turned and went back to Yunshan County. As Zhu Wuxin hastened toward Yunshan County, the 100 miles seemed to empty him even further, even causing him to breathe heavily. But he dared not stop. Su Yan was pursuing him from behind. Once he descended from the sky and slowed down, he would be in danger if he were caught. His injuries were relapsing. Damn it all, I've reached the border wilderness, yet still so wretched. No, even more wretched than when I was in the inner realm. Zhu Wuxin was filled with anger and frustration, his eyes flickering with bloodthirsty light. Once I perform a blood sacrifice of the city and devour the vital blood to recover my strength, I will take your life for sure. Zhu Wuxin thought viciously to himself. A small city appeared in his field of vision ahead. This city isn't large, only about tens of thousands of people. Sacrificing it should restore about 80 to 90% of my strength. A bloodthirsty gleam grew in Zhu Wuxin's eyes. There shouldn't be any strong warriors in such a small city. He was also puzzled. On his escape route from the inner realm, he had encountered a troop in the mountains, one of whom was a son of Minister of War from Qi country. Given his status, there surely should have been protectors who were strong warriors. Why was there not a single martial artist among that troop? And how soon after emerging from the mountains had he encountered an incredibly powerful individual? Was it merely coincidence? Perhaps there were no martial artists in the border wilderness, and that individual was an exception. Zhu Wuxin was puzzled. Now was not the time for probing recovering from his injuries, and restoring his strength was the priority. He flew directly over Yunshan County. His sharp senses immediately detected many vigorous individuals in the county, their vitality matching those he had devoured in the mountains. What is that place? Suddenly, Zhu Wuxin sensed a robust vitality. Within this county, this single vitality seemed more vigorous than all the people in the entire county, stirring a strong craving in him. A martial artist. He was shocked in his heart. There actually was a martial artist in this small county. In the border wilderness, where the heavenly earth Lingji had faded, there shouldn't exist any martial artists. He concentrated, trying to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but he couldn't sense anything. The heavenly earth Lingji had not recovered and was still in a state of dissipation. Why would there be a martial artist? Zhu Wuxin thought of the young man he had fought with, whose cultivation technique was extremely special and different from those in the inner domain. No matter, once I devour this martial artist's vitality, I will recover. Once I've regained my grandmaster strength, I won't believe that this wasteland can still have a warrior on par with a grandmaster. A grandmaster-level martial artist is also among the top powerhouses in the inner domain. It is absolutely impossible for a grandmaster powerhouse to appear in the wasteland. This martial artist is much weaker and shouldn't be difficult to deal with. Zhu Wuxin was exceedingly excited. With a movement, he arrived above the small courtyard and saw Meng Chang. Looking at the bald, shiny head and the muscular, robust Meng Chang, Zhu Wuxin's eyes revealed a greedy and pleasant surprise. Such vigorous vitality, although not as good as that boy's, my injuries will definitely recover after devouring his essence blood, and my strength will return to its peak. After killing that boy and devouring his essence blood, I won't be too far from breaking through to the great grandmaster. The more Zhu Wuxin thought about it, the more excited he became. Once he broke through to become a great grandmaster, let alone the wasteland, even in the inner domain, he wouldn't fear anyone. Great grandmaster, that is the pinnacle of the inner realm martial arts. Devour his essence blood. To avoid any long night filled with dreams, Zhu Wuxin immediately made his move. He hadn't forgotten that Su Yan was chasing him in this direction, and he needed to devour the boy before the other party arrived. As long as he refined the boy's essence blood and his injuries recovered, he would let that boy know what Grandmaster's might was. With a flick of his finger, a strand of blood-devouring ghost silk shot out, heading straight for the heart. Meng Chang was cultivating, and he had already perfected his bronze bone. The strength of his golden bell body was growing even stronger, and he was only a step away from reaching gold bone. However, Meng Chang felt a bottleneck in this step and seemed unable to break through to gold bone for a while. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. A sense of danger. Where did this danger come from? Before Meng Chang could detect the source of the danger, something suddenly pricked his chest, and an extremely cold breath penetrated into his heart. With this cold breath entering, his heartbeat violently accelerated, blood rushing out hastily, creating a storm of vitality within his body. It was like a drop of water in a hot oil pan. As the storm of blood swept through, the previously stagnant bronze bone, unable to continue tempering, suddenly loosened under the intense impact of blood force. What is this? Meng Chang was shocked. What on earth was this cold thread? Following the thread, he saw Zhu Wuxin standing in the air. This instant, Meng Chang's scalp tingled and his heart tightened, an innate realm martial artist. Where did this innate realm martial artist come from? Isn't Qi country devoid of martial artists? Didn't my senior brother alone sweep through the Divine Might army and stomp over the Qi royal family? This mysterious warrior clearly bore malicious intent. The thread at his chest was a fatal attack, and only because he practiced the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, which was incredibly strong defensively, did it not penetrate his heart. It just pierced a little bit of skin. Meng Chang threw a punch and directly shattered the thread. Where did Master go? Meng Chang was sweating profusely with anxiety. He hadn't even entered the door yet. How could he possibly be a match for that guy in midair? Where is Master? Master had just left and had not returned yet. Did the opponent take advantage of Master's absence to come and kill him? Could it be a killer sent by the Emperor of Wu? In an instant, Meng Chang thought of the Emperor of Wu. He was on Wu country's most wanted list, with a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold on his head. Zhu Wuxin in midair, however, was utterly shocked. Although the previously shot blood-devouring ghost silk was not his full power, it could penetrate even stone. Yet the blood-devouring ghost silk failed to enter the heart of the bald-headed young man below. It had merely pierced his skin a bit. He began to find this wasteland extremely odd and even somewhat terrifying. Random encounters here were with bizarrely powerful individuals. This one had a physical constitution so strong, it was truly unfathomable. I must finish this quickly. Zhu Wuxin's fingers flicked continuously, and 2 blood-devouring ghost silks burst out. 2 strands of blood-devouring ghost silk, each faster and more powerful than the last, could easily penetrate a slab of steel. At this moment, Meng Chang felt an intense sense of crisis dawning on him. With a low growl, his muscles bulged, and with a dong sound, his body turned as tough as a golden bell, even emitting a faint golden light. He crossed his fists in front of his chest to protect his vitals. Thud. The blood-devouring ghost silk instantly pierced his fists, its cold presence traveling from his fists up his arms and entering his body. Boom! His blood chi burst forth wildly within him, sweeping through his body and shattering the bottleneck had broken through the limit of copper bones. However, the danger had not subsided. Even with the imminent completion of his golden bones, he was no match. A stabbing pain came from his fists, the cold aura seeming ready to freeze them solid. With another low growl, the blood chi storm within him surged to his fists under his control. Thud, he threw both fists forward, shattering the blood-devouring ghost silks that had pierced them. Zhu Wuxin's heart filled with shock. What kind of flesh was this, that it could block his blood-devouring ghost silk? I refuse to believe that you can block this strike. Zhu Wuxin took the matter seriously now. As a grandmaster martial artist, although he had hardly exerted any force, the 2 previous assaults would have easily pierced through a third-rank martial artist in the inner domain. Even grandmaster-level fighters, relying solely on their physical bodies, couldn't have withstood it. And this bald youth, although not as strong as a third-rank or higher martial artist, had an extraordinarily resilient body. Zai. Zhu Wuxin flicked his finger, shooting out a slightly thicker strand of blood-devouring ghost silk, heading straight for Meng Chang's heart. This strike, he truly used the strength a grandmaster martial artist should possess. I can't block it. Meng Chang was horrified. He couldn't block this strike no matter what. He hadn't even entered the threshold of the martial arts, and as powerful as the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield was, it couldn't possibly block the attack of a martial artist who was presumably at the innate realm. Even if he were to cultivate golden bones, or even diamond-like lustrous bones, he could not withstand it. The difference in realms was too vast. As the crisis of death loomed, Meng Chang was powerless, too weak in the face of Zhu Wuxin. Boom. Just at the brink of mortal peril, suddenly, a golden dragon descended from the heavens, instantly shattering the blood-devouring ghost silk. The golden giant dragon coiled up and restrained Zhu Wuxin mid-air, pulling him down from the sky. Meng Chang was overjoyed, feeling a sense of relief as if he had just survived a catastrophe. Master, Li Xuan had returned from Dong County, intending to let Xier, using information from the Tian Mu sect, explore the happenings in the capital city. Yet as soon as he reached Yunqian County, he sensed a cold presence. Martial artist, moreover, right in his own courtyard. He was startled at once. Where did this martial artist come from? With a teleportation move, he appeared above the courtyard. He arrived just in time to see Meng Chong in crisis and immediately took action, saving Meng Chong and simultaneously binding Zhu Wuxin in midair. Good thing I arrived one step ahead, or my second disciple would have been gone. Li Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. To see his second disciple about to enter the door of martial arts and then lose him would have been a colossal loss. Where else could he find another disciple suitable for cultivating the great Sun Golden Bell shield? With that thought, his anger surged. He glared fiercely at Zhu Wuxin, who was bound by the descending Dragon Palm's force, his gaze growing dark. This was a martial artist, and not a weak one at that. It seemed he was in an injured state. Moreover, what the other cultivated in his body was not blood qi, but a cold and sinister energy with a hint of bloodlust. Clearly no good person. True qi. Li Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. No, it's somewhat like true qi, but of lower quality. The true qi within the other's body was nowhere near as pure as his own innate true qi, and it was also lacking in power and quality. Master, who is he? He came to kill your disciple right away. Could he be sent by the Emperor of Wu? Meng Chong, having narrowly escaped death, looked at Zhu Wuxin and showed a face filled with anger. Li Xuan sat down in a chair, a mysterious aura emerging that made him appear even more unfathomable. How's the injury? Li Xuan glanced at the wound on Meng Chong's fists, which was surrounded by a cold aura. But it was not a big problem and was only a minor injury. With Meng Chong's current physical recuperative ability, it would fully heal in 2 or 3 days. Moreover, stimulated by this cold aura, Meng Chong's blood qi became violent, breaking through the bottleneck and exceeding the limit of copper bones, entering the stage of refining golden bones. Was it a blessing in disguise? Zhu Wuxin lay on the ground, his heart filled with terror. A golden dragon coiled around him, its fearsome pressure holding him down firmly, rendering him unable to move. His inner qi was so suppressed it felt as if it would collapse at any moment. Great Grandmaster. How could there be a great Grandmaster in the wasteland? No, that's not right. This terrifying presence, perhaps not even a great Grandmaster would possess it. Who is this person? He looked so mysterious and profound. Zhu Wuxin's heart sank. Because in the wasteland, the spirit mechanism of heaven and earth dissipated, the nature's spiritual energy was violent, and since the heavenly earth Lingji did not exist, it was impossible to channel spiritual energy into the body. The human body also couldn't refine or withstand the violent spiritual energy. Therefore, it was impossible for martial artists to exist. It was precisely for this reason he fled to the wasteland when being pursued relentlessly in the inner domain. Yet he had never expected to encounter such a powerful being in the wasteland. Is this their master? The mysterious strong man had appeared with a golden dragon, unstoppable in power, belonging to the same source as that young man's palm techniques. This person must undoubtedly be that young man's master. What on earth is going on in the wasteland? Zhu Wuxin felt unbearably oppressed, as if he had traveled a great distance to the wasteland just to meet his death. Li Xuan gazed at Zhu Wuxin lying on the ground, his brows slightly furrowed. Where did this martial artist come from? Why did he strike at Meng Chong? Could it really be, as Meng Chong had said, that the Emperor of Wu had sent him? If the Emperor of Wu had sent a martial artist, Qi country, which was no weaker than Wu country, should also have its own martial artists. Otherwise, it would have been annexed by Wu country long ago. However, after all the trouble Su Yan caused in Qi country for so long, there was no sign of any martial artist appearing. Not right. Su Yan was in fierce battle. Could it be that Emperor Qi took a breath and went to invite a martial artist to participate? The martial potency of Qi country had always been very low. From various indications, there seemed to be no martial artists otherwise. Su Yan would not have been mocked as someone with a troubled mind for believing in the legends and roaming everywhere seeking a master, desiring to practice the true martial arts. Li Xuan was about to have Meng Chong interrogate Zhu Wuxin about his origins and which level his strength was in the martial Dao realm when he saw Su Yan flying over. He raised his eyebrows slightly, instantly understanding. Could it be that the martial artist who had fought fiercely with Su Yan was the same person in front of them? Su Yan, following the direction in which Zhu Wuxin had fled, pursued him all the way and saw a golden dragon flash by outside the Cloud Mountain County, which gave him a start. Was it his master intervening? Rushing over in haste, he indeed found Zhu Wuxin lying on the ground, with a golden dragon coiling around him, binding him tightly. Master, Su Yan bowed respectfully. Then seeing the injury on Meng Chong's hand, he was shocked and asked, "Junior brother, is it he who hurt you?" "Yes, senior brother. If not for master returning in time, I would have died," Meng Chong said with lingering fear. "This guy, he might be sent by the Emperor of Wu to kill me," Meng Chong said angrily through gritted teeth. Probably not, Su Yan was puzzled. Meng Chong had misunderstood. You fought with him, speak, Li Xuan said, looking at Su Yan. Yes, master. Su Yan nodded and then recounted the events in full detail. He described going to the capital city to investigate the cause of the mummified corpses, initially suspecting the legendary corpse fiends, and upon finding that was not the case, he planned to return and ask his master what kind of monster was harming people. However, at a station 100 miles away, he found that all the station officials had been killed, each drained of blood. That was when he encountered Zhu Wuxin's attack, and after a fierce battle, Zhu Wuxin, unable to continue, fled. Li Xuan was inwardly shocked to hear this. This is demonic cultivation. Absorbing other people's blood, if not demonic cultivation, then what? What kind of demonic cultivator was he? Now he finally understood why the attacker had targeted Meng Chong, who undoubtedly had vigorous blood qi and rich essence blood, containing immense power of essence blood. It could have helped him recover from his injuries and enhance his strength. But he had misjudged Meng Chong's physically strong body by being careless in his first and second attacks. It was fortunate that he was careless, otherwise by the time he returned, Meng Chong would have been dead. Speak, where are you from, and what are your intentions? Li Xuan slightly loosened the golden dragon binding Zhu Wuxin, allowing him to speak. This was the perfect opportunity to learn more about the martial Dao realm of this world. What was the level of martial power within the martial Dao realm, and at what level his own strength currently stood? Speak quickly. Meng Chong clenched his fists and glared at Zhu Wuxin angrily. Speak honestly, or I'll kill you. He almost had killed already, and now Meng Chong was fuming with anger. Zhu Wuxin's heart sank as he looked at Li Xuan, sensing the mysteriousness and unfathomable depth of his strength, clearly beyond comparison with a great grandmaster. Escape was no longer an option. The only thing left was to find a way to save his own life. Elder, please forgive me. My name is Zhu Wuxin. I come from the inner domain and have been pursued by enemies, which is why I fled to the wasteland. Zhu Wuxin cautiously chose his words. The inner domain, the wasteland. Li Xuan had already realized that Qi country and Wu country were part of the wasteland, and crossing the endless mountains would lead to the inner domain. There were martial artists in the inner domain. Zhu Wuxin must have been a demonic martial artist from the inner domain who was surrounded and injured, and thus fled to the wasteland. At what level was his strength in the inner domain, and what was the state of martial arts in the inner domain? Zhu Wuxin's body was permeated with true qi, which was somewhat lacking in quality. Was it due to the cultivation technique he practiced, or was it caused by a difference in the martial arts system? These questions Li Xuan, as a reclusive expert, naturally would not ask outright. As an expert, he must understand this world as though it were the back of his hand. If he were to ask openly like this, wouldn't it appear as though he, the esteemed expert, knew nothing about the martial Dao realm? Moreover, there was no need for him to ask. Su Yan was already excitedly inquiring. Where is the inner domain? Is it where the martial Dao realm is located? The master always responded with that enigmatic smile, never discussing the martial Dao realm, saying only that when one's strength reached a certain level, they would naturally understand. This was precisely the opportunity to learn about the martial Dao realm. Where is the inner domain? Is it the martial Dao realm? Why is our place called the wasteland? Su Yan's eyes burned with fervor as he asked. Zhu Wuxin was taken aback, looking at Su Yan with surprise and doubt. He didn't know about the inner domain. He didn't know about the wasteland. Then, turning towards Li Xuan, that mysterious and powerful figure sitting leisurely in his chair, he seemed unconcerned. This is a revered figure. Could he be a recluse from the inner domain, hiding in the wasteland? Is it to avoid enemies or for some other reason? He has taken in 2 disciples here, yet he never mentions anything about the inner domain, so Zhu Wuxin had a bold guess. The inner domain lies beyond the great mountains. This place is called the wasteland because here the heavenly earth Lingji is extinguished, the spiritual energy violent and unrefined, impossible to sense or absorb, rendering the birth of martial artists impossible. Su Yan and Meng Chong listened with furrowed brows. The wasteland where heavenly earth Lingji is extinguished and no martial artists can be born. How can this be possible? Li Xuan was also bewildered. I can absorb Tiandai's spiritual energy and cultivate. It must be because of the martial arts system I created. No wonder I found the spiritual energy here to be so harsh. He finally understood why the spiritual energy was not gentle. It was due to the extinction of the heavenly earth Lingji. It's because of the Tian Dai Bridge, which serves as a connector between heaven and earth, allowing cultivation even without the heavenly earth Lingji. Enlightenment dawned in Li Xuan's heart. Continue. Spill everything you know. How strong is the inner realm martial arts community? Are you from the innate realm? What level are you at? Su Yan pressed on with his questions. The innate realm. Zhu Wuxin was somewhat dumbfounded. What level was the innate realm? This youth is from the innate realm. Martial arts are divided into 9th grades. Breaking through each grade, one becomes a Qi refining grandmaster, a great Qi refining grandmaster. I am a grandmaster realm martial artist. This is internal Qi. I sense the heavenly earth Lingji and draw in spiritual energy into my body, transforming it into martial Dao internal Qi. Su Yan and Meng Chang listened, baffled. What were these ninth grade level, these Qi refining grandmasters, these great Qi refining grandmasters? The other party turned out to be a grandmaster level martial artist, and a great grandmaster is already the most eminent expert in the inner domain. Li Xuan listened silently. According to what Zhu Wuxin said, in terms of cultivation levels, the innate realm was only a measure of strength within the inner domain's grandmasters, and was significantly weaker than the innate realm, and his own strength was comparable to a great grandmaster, even stronger, perhaps. Upon realizing this, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With his current strength in the inner domain, he was among the top echelons. It wouldn't be long before Su Yan broke through to the innate realm. His own strength would definitely surpass that of a great grandmaster. I've told you all that I know. Zhu Wuxin finished sharing all of his knowledge, then earnestly pleaded, I was only fleeing from a pursuit with no intention to kill. I implore you, senior. It was time to beg for mercy. However, Li Xuan's hand moved ever so slightly, and the golden giant dragon burst forth with an imposing presence. Bang! Zhu Wuxin immediately shattered into dozens of pieces, which were then ground to dust by the rolling energy of the golden giant dragon. A gust of wind blew and dispersed the ash completely. Not a trace was left behind. Only a pouch and a knife dropped to the ground. With a sweep of the golden dragon, both the knife and pouch fell into Li Xuan's hand. Su Yan and Meng Chang were dumbfounded. He had just killed a man. Master, what is? Su Yan started, puzzled. Li Xuan stood up, his expression stern. It was time to teach his disciples a lesson. Disciples, remember this, when facing those of unknown origins who harbor malice or hostility, do not show any mercy. Crush their bones, scatter their ashes, extinguish their souls, leaving no trace behind so they can't be pursued. It saves a lot of unnecessary trouble, such as Avengers seeking retribution or sects coming after you for revenge and so on. Crush, scatter, extinguish without leaving a trace. As long as no one knows who did it, it has nothing to do with you. Su Yan and Meng Chang listened intently. This was their master imparting his experience in the martial Dao realm. Crush bones, scatter ashes, extinguish souls. As long as no one knows I did it, it has nothing to do with me. Su Yan murmured to himself, feeling as if he had just had an epiphany. Master, I understand, Su Yan said with a look of enlightenment. If they're enemies, we should crush their bones into dust and obliterate their souls, showing no mercy. And if they have a powerful background or a strong backer, then after eliminating them, erase all traces and disassociate ourselves from the incident. As long as no one knows, it's unrelated to us. These were the experiences of navigating the martial Dao realm. Although the master was unfathomably powerful, clearly, he couldn't protect his disciple everywhere. A true powerhouse must rely on his own strength to solve all enemies and troubles. Li Xuan silently nodded. His senior disciple always understood the hidden message in his words, which was very good. Master, I understand too. Meng Chang also had a look of sudden realization. He felt he also gained some insight by combining his own experiences in the Jianghu. He now knew how to deal with these enemies. If he couldn't handle it himself, find someone else to take the blame. As long as one could crush the enemy's bones into dust and obliterate their soul, that's enough. Like when he took revenge, it was the Emperor of Wu he sought. It was done swiftly, everyone was executed. Li Xuan was gratified. His second disciple also had an epiphany. Both disciples were individuals with exceptional talents as a master. He felt very content. Master Zhu Wuxin mentioned that inner realm martial arts are divided into 9 grades, with the Grandmaster above 9th grade cultivating martial inner Qi, and even above the Grandmaster is the Great Grandmaster. Why are they different? Su Yan expressed the doubt in his heart. The martial arts taught by the master consisted of skin refinement, bone refinement, and viscera refinement, which were just the foundational realms of martial arts, not even considered the entry level, with the entry level being the Qi blood realm. Above the Qi blood realm was the innate realm. The Grandmaster realm of inner realm martial arts was similar to the innate realm, as one could also fly by controlling the Qi, but it didn't involve cultivating innate true Qi, rather, it was martial inner Qi. Master, we are in the wasteland, where the heavenly earth Lingji has dissipated, making it impossible to cultivate martial artists. What's that all about? According to Zhu Wuxin, in the wasteland, the heavenly earth Lingji has dissipated, the spiritual energy is violent, and beings in the wilderness, due to being in a world without Lingji, cannot sense the existence of spiritual energy. It's also impossible to cultivate martial arts using spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the world has become violent due to the loss of the spirit mechanism and cannot be guided into the body. All these aspects differed significantly from the martial arts taught by the master. Meng Chang nodded from the side, his face also filled with curiosity. Li Xuan sat on a chair, his gaze deep, not answering directly, but instead asked, Disciple, when you fought with Zhu Wuxin, how did you find his strength? He's quite formidable. I barely managed to match him, chiefly due to my lack of experience. Of course, he was wounded too. After pondering for a moment and assessing Zhu Wuxin's strength, Su Yan added, if I were at the peak of the Qi blood realm and Zhu Wuxin wasn't injured at his prime, I am confident I wouldn't lose to him, perhaps even defeat him. Li Xuan smiled and said, you are merely at the beginner's stage of martial arts in the Qi blood realm, and he is already a grandmaster. Su Yan was startled. Yes, Zhu Wuxin is at the grandmaster level, a contender among the strong in the inner domain, while I am just at the threshold of martial arts in the Qi blood realm. A mere martial arts beginner facing a grandmaster, who the true martial artist was, became self-evident. In that instant, Su Yan had an epiphany. These ranks, 9th grade, 8th grade, 5th grade, 3rd grade, 1st gradathi didn't sound profound at all. What I cultivate, though, is skin refinement, bone refinement, viscera refinement with thunderous tendons and bones and firm Qi blood. It truly sounds more powerful than 1st and 3rd grades. Master, I get it now. What they practice is pseudo-martial arts. Su Yan exclaimed as if having a great realization. So that's it. Meng Chang also understood, saying with a look of realization, so it's pseudo-martial arts. That means the so-called grandmasters are actually pseudo-innates, and their strength is far inferior to the real innate realm. No wonder he couldn't kill me in one strike. Now everything became clear. Zhu Wuxin wasn't practicing true martial arts, hence his inferior strength, which is why he couldn't finish him with a single move. Li Xuan smiled without saying a word. This was all the disciple's own realization. He hadn't said anything about pseudo-martial arts. Of course, the martial arts he created was definitely not just a sham or a pretense whoever was stronger. That was the true martial arts. For the time being, the martial arts he had created seemed superior. As for future disputes over the authenticity of martial arts, that was not a concern for Li Xuan. The Qi blood realm should actually correspond to 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade, yet the Qi blood realm is stronger than the upper 3rd grade martial artists of the inner domain. Su Yan, after all, has the Jade Bone Foundation, and his strength is much stronger than any ordinary Qi blood realm cultivator, which is why he can fight beyond his realm against grandmasters of the inner domain. If it were the Gold Bone Foundation, one might also be able to fight a grandmaster of the inner domain. As for those with copper bone or iron bone foundations in the Qi blood realm, they could not fight against a grandmaster. However, they are still stronger than the upper 3rd grade in the inner domain. Li Xuan internally evaluated, drawing a rough comparison of the strengths of the two. In the inner domain, a grandmaster who cultivates inner Qi is undoubtedly far stronger than a 1st grade martial artist. Grandmasters cultivating martial inner Qi is just called differently. It could also be referred to as true Qi. It's just that the method of cultivation is different. The true Qi they cultivate, in terms of power, purity, and quality, does not compare to the innate realm. Even though I am only at the beginner's stage of the innate realm, I am as strong as a great grandmaster of the inner domain. Li Xuan internally compared and assessed the two martial art systems. The Qi blood realm corresponds to the upper 3 grades of the inner domain, but a Qi blood realm cultivator is stronger than the upper 3 grades of martial artists in the inner domain. Innate realm, in fact, corresponds to the Qi cultivators of the inner realm grandmasters, all practicing true Qi. However, the innate true Qi of the innate realm is stronger than the inner Qi of the inner realm grandmasters, and in terms of strength, naturally those in the innate realm are stronger. For martial artists who enter the innate realm with an iron bone foundation, the strength gap with the inner realm grandmasters will be a bit smaller, generally between 30 to 50% stronger than inner realm grandmasters. As for those with copper bones, gold bones, jade bones, they would be much stronger. Of course, inner realm grandmasters also vary in strength, but overall, martial artists of the innate realm are still a notch stronger. The stronger the foundation of the innate realm, the greater the gap in strength between the two. In the inner domain, the great grandmaster is already at the pinnacle, but is there something even stronger beyond the great grandmaster? Zhu Wuxin is a martial artist at the grandmaster realm and a strong figure within the inner domain's demonic sects, so he should have a good understanding of the inner realm martial arts. Regardless of whether there are stronger martial artists above the great grandmaster, for the moment, they pose no threat to me, as Su Yan is not far from reaching the completion of the Qi blood realm. Once Su Yan breaks through to the innate realm, my strength will be even greater. It's about time to come up with the realms beyond the innate realm. The rank is provisionally set, and once Su Yan breaks through the innate, I'll pass on the cultivation techniques above the innate realm to him. Li Xuan pondered in his heart. The martial Dao realm of the inner domain posed little threat to him. After Meng Chang entered the realm of martial arts, the feedback from the golden finger would also strengthen him further. Master, the heavenly earth Lingji in the border wilderness has been depleted, making it impossible to cultivate martial artists here. What can be done about this? Since there was already an answer to the differences in martial arts, the problem of not being able to cultivate martial artists in the border wilderness was now laid out before them. Must one go to the inner domain to cultivate? Although he was eager to make his way in the inner domain, the time had not yet come. His parents and family were too weak to suppress the border wilderness. You are already a martial artist, Li Xuan said with a smile. Su Yan was startled, then smacked his forehead, saying, "Right, I am already a martial artist. But why did Zhu Wuxin say that in the border wilderness, with the heavenly earth Lingji depleted, martial artists can't emerge? He had already entered the path of martial arts and was a martial artist of the Qi blood realm. The subsequent cultivation involved nature's spiritual energy, as one must assimilate nature's spiritual energy to break through to the innate realm. Master, according to Zhu Wuxin, with the heavenly earth Lingji depleted and unable to take in spiritual energy, does that mean I can't break through to the innate realm in the border wilderness?" Su Yan wore a look of concern. That's Zhu Wuxin's statement. That's their way of cultivation. The martial arts you cultivate are not the inner realm martial arts. Li Xuan looked at Su Yan, who was somewhat worried and couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood, saying, "I see, so that's how it is. Heaven-Earth Bridge. Why does one need to connect the Heaven-Earth Bridge to break through to the innate realm? It's indeed about using oneself as a bridge to communicate with heaven and earth and to breathe in and out nature's spiritual energy. That is the true martial arts. There's no need to rely on the external heavenly earth Lingji to cultivate. Therefore, what the martial artists of the inner domain practice must surely be a false path of martial arts. Glad you understand." Li Xuan nodded his head, looking up towards the endless mountains. What kind of world was the inner domain? The inner domain should make it easier to find exceptional disciples, right? Li Xuan thought to himself. Zhu Wuxin had fled to the border wilderness. It wouldn't be long before the inner domain would discover his whereabouts, and perhaps someone would come to the border wilderness to hunt him down. Although the border wilderness was special, which was why Zhu Wuxin had fled here, he could rely on devouring essence blood for his cultivation. Other martial artists coming to the border wilderness would recover very slowly once they exhausted their strength. For other martial artists, they would not rashly come here to hunt him down. However, Li Xuan believed that inevitably someone would come in pursuit. Therefore, he said, "Zhu Wuxin has come from the inner domain, so surely other martial artists will come here too." Su Yan and Meng Chang were both startled. "I want to enter the realm of martial arts within a month," Meng Chang said firmly as he clenched his fists. The frustration of nearly being killed by Zhu Wuxin, he didn't want to experience that again. Meng Chang went off to cultivate. He had already broken through the copper bone bottleneck and could now temper his golden bones, and after golden bones, there was still the diamond glazed bones to achieve. Su Yan looked at his master with a resolute gaze, saying, "Master, I would like to learn swordsmanship." The descending dragon palm was indeed powerful, but he felt it was not enough. Zhu Wuxin's swordsmanship was actually very strong, and at the beginning of their battle, it posed quite the threat to him. If he knew swordsmanship, how could he have been at a disadvantage? Li Xuan was not surprised by this, as from the first time he saw Su Yan, he had a sword hanging at his waist. Even after practicing martial arts and learning the descending dragon palm, he often still wore a sword on his waist. This showed that he liked the sword. And from the Emperor Qi's treasury, he had found a precious sword. It was just because of the rush to the capital city that he hadn't brought it with him. Li Xuan had been prepared all along. He had long had a plan for how his two disciples should cultivate and which martial skills and cultivation techniques to impart to them. Su Yan would practice both palm and sword, unmatched in hand and blade, and Meng Chang, knife and fist, unparalleled with both. As for the other martial skills and cultivation techniques, it would be up to the disciples themselves to comprehend during their cultivation. He provided his disciples with a framework to fill in as they wished. Eventually, when the time came for the disciples to venture into the inner domain, they could absorb the essence of the inner domain martial arts and fit it into this framework, and then it would become their own. Moreover, having obtained the inner realm martial arts cultivation techniques, he now had a reference, which made it much easier to develop subsequent techniques. He wouldn't be completely directionless. But one thing he must take seriously was that any realm techniques he developed from now on must be stronger than those of the inner realm martial arts, no matter what. Only by doing so could he firmly establish that what he was teaching was the true essence of martial arts. If my martial arts were to spread, SSSHHH, Li Xuan suddenly felt alarmed. If it spread, it would inevitably eliminate the existing inner realm martial arts. This would trigger a contest of doctrines. I must not rush this, I need to be cautious. At least until my disciples grow stronger, he thought. Li Xuan felt that he needed to play a steady hand. Rushing into a dispute over authenticity with a storm this big was something his current strength could not withstand. Besides, his goal was to create cultivation techniques, to gather exceptional disciples, to grow stronger himself, to become invincible. He could not afford to get embroiled in conflicts that might hinder his progress. I can start from the border wilderness. A plan began to form in Li Xuan's mind. He would begin promoting his martial arts in the border wilderness. Once the strength of the region improved, people from the border wilderness venturing into the inner domain would gradually spread his martial arts. Even if this triggered a dispute over authenticity, he could stay in the background, observing the situation unfold. The martial artists of the border wilderness would naturally defend their own version of martial arts. Of course, this was just a rough idea. Whether to implement it, how to implement it, and whether it could be implemented were all uncertainties. What mattered now was to strengthen himself and to ensure his disciples grew stronger as quickly as possible. Only when his disciples were strong and successfully cultivated the techniques he developed would he reap greater benefits. Glancing at Su Yan, who looked full of anticipation, Li Xuan nodded and said, "Yes, you may. Digest your gains from the fierce battle with Zhu Wuxin today and come find me tomorrow." "Yes, master." Su Yan nodded excitedly. "Master, I will return to Dong County for a moment." The precious sword was at his home in Dong County. He had not brought it with him. Li Xuan nodded. Su Yan hurried away. Watching Meng Chang, who was immersed in harsh training, Li Xuan spoke to Shir, who had just returned and was unaware of recent events. "Just prepare Meng Chang's meal." "Yes, my lord." Shir responded respectfully. Li Xuan rose from his chair, with Zhu Wuxin's long knife in one hand and the bag left behind from Zhu Wuxin's person in the other, and entered the room. This bag was something he had intentionally kept. Upon entering the room, he placed the long knife to one side. This knife was no ordinary steel weapon. It was a precious blade capable of channeling true qi. He opened the bag, which contained a small booklet that exuded a blood-red color, clearly no item of righteous origin. The cultivation technique practiced by Zhu Wuxin. Li Xuan's heart leapt with joy. There indeed was a find. He took out the small booklet. Inside the bag there were also 2 lustrous white spirit crystals, which Li Xuan picked up, sensing the spiritual energy contained within them. These must be the spirit stones or spirit crystals of the inner domain. With the presence of the heavenly earth Lingji in the inner domain and its gentle spiritual energy, it was only natural for there to be stones imbued with spiritual energy. And such stones imbued with spiritual energy were none other than spirit stones or spirit crystals. However, clearly, these were extremely rare items. Zhu Wuxin, being a Grandmaster realm martial artist himself, only had 2 spirit crystals on him. He relied on his vital essence for healing, not spirit crystals, so there was no issue of using up spirit crystals for healing. Ultimately, it was because spirit crystals were so rare that even a Grandmaster like him didn't have many. The bag only contained a small booklet and 2 spirit crystals and nothing else. Li Xuan's face was filled with disappointment. Zhu Wuxin was a pauper indeed. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You're a demon cultivator, aren't you? Isn't it normal for you to kill people and seize their treasures? You're fleeing to the border wilderness, so why didn't you gather some treasures to use here? You're truly useless. Scattering your ashes wouldn't be unjust in the least." He looked at the bag again, finding it to be just an ordinary one, not something like a storage bag. He casually tossed it aside. "I wonder if there are such things as storage bags in the inner realm." He sighed inwardly. Should he find a disciple with a talent for artifact refining and craft a set of methods for them, letting them comprehend them and refine items such as storage bags. I'm not skilled in artifact refining either. Creating from scratch would be rather difficult. It seems I'll need to head to the inner realm to find some artifact refining techniques to reference for perfection. Only in the inner realm could such a prodigy in artifact refining possibly exist, right? Li Xuan pondered to himself. Nonetheless, refining artifacts ultimately does not strengthen oneself, so it wasn't urgent. He decided to wait until he might find such a prodigy later on. He stored the spirit crystals away. He then turned his attention to the blood-red booklet. As he flipped it open, 4 characters caught his eye. Blood Demon Scripture. At a glance, it was clearly a demonic cultivation technique. However, Li Xuan was unconcerned. He wasn't planning to cultivate these techniques, but to reference them in order to understand the martial arts of the inner realm. Is this actually an incomplete scripture? Li Xuan was surprised. The Blood Demon Scripture was incomplete, with parts missing, leaving only fragments. And yet, even as fragments, they had allowed Zhu Wuxin to cultivate to the Grandmaster realm, and even advance towards the Great Grandmaster realm. Thus, could the complete Blood Demon Scripture allow for cultivation beyond the Great Grandmaster? Li Xuan flipped through the Blood Demon Scripture, which indeed was a demonic cultivation technique, primarily focused on devouring and refining essence blood to strengthen oneself. The purer and more vigorous the essence blood, the greater the enhancement. This also explained why Zhu Wuxin had targeted Meng Chang. The scripture also recorded a special secret technique, the blood-eating ghost threads, used to devour essence blood. There are some tricks to it. Li Xuan marveled at what he read. The Blood Demon Scripture gave him some inspiration. For instance, the technique of devouring essence blood and the blood-eating ghost threads. Naturally, he would not create a technique that devours essence blood, but he could reference it to design more exquisite and righteous cultivation techniques. A new martial arts system is almost taking shape. After going through the Blood Demon scripture, Li Xuan had some ideas. Beyond the physical body martial path, there was now a new system of martial arts cultivation, although still imperfect and just a concept at the moment. Besides, he needed to find the right person for enlightenment. The Blood Demon scripture in the inner realm is considered a powerful demonic cultivation technique. Zhu Wuxin was not weak among the grandmasters. However, the Blood Demon scripture, being a yin and sinister technique, is indeed vulnerable to Qi blood suppression. The Qi blood realm burns fiercely like fire, perfectly countering the yin and sinister nature of the Blood Demon scripture. If at the same level of cultivation, a martial artist practicing the Blood Demon scripture would be suppressed at every turn. However, Qi blood also holds a great temptation for them. Why did Zhu Wuxin crave Meng Chang's essence blood? Why did he desire Su Yan's essence blood? It was precisely because of this. The essence blood of martial artists in the Qi blood realm is more vigorous and pure than those in the inner realm, making it like a great elixir for those who cultivate the Blood Demon scripture. Having looked over the Blood Demon scripture, Li Xuan remembered its contents down to the last word. With a thought, the Blood Demon scripture turned to dust and disappeared. This demonic cultivation technique certainly couldn't be left behind. What if he became careless one day or forgot about it after leaving, and someone else picked it up? That could potentially give rise to a new demon cultivator. Although the border wilderness couldn't produce martial artists, by devouring essence blood with the Blood Demon scripture, strength could still be increased. Of course, due to the diminished heavenly earth Lingji, one couldn't break through limits in the border wilderness, but it would still be possible to reach the power level of 5th or 6th grade martial artists from the inner realm. Such an outcome would certainly not be beneficial for the border wilderness. Having memorized the technique, it was certainly more reassuring to destroy it. In the hills outside Yunqian County City, Li Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, gazing into the distant sky. Su Yan stood respectfully behind him with a precious sword in hand. Disciple, remember, I only impart the Tao, not techniques, so what I'm passing on is the sword Tao, not swordsmanship. Li Xuan plucked a twig from a tree and said solemnly, as I've repeatedly stressed, cultivation is about enlightenment, about comprehending the true meaning. The same goes for sword Tao. Watch closely now. Yes, master, Su Yan was excited. Li Xuan pointed out with the twig in his hand, and whoosh, a burst of true qi shot out, creating a hole in a large tree. Su Yan's eyes widened with shock. Master's sword Tao. No, his swordsmanship is indeed powerful, holding a mere twig and making such a powerful strike, far stronger than Zhu Wuxin's blade energy. After testing the feel of the twig, Li Xuan began to swing it around, with innate true qi enhancing the twig, making it appear extraordinarily sharp, though he was just making random movements. It was only because of his incredibly powerful innate true qi that it seemed so forceful. Of course, his random motions weren't entirely without form. There were standard sword moves like slashing, stabbing, flicking, cutting across, and wiping that he performed convincingly. After a series of movements, Li Xuan put the twig away and asked with a deep voice, disciple, have you memorized everything? Su Yan nodded excitedly, saying, Master, I've memorized everything. Everything, that's not right. Li Xuan raised the tree branch once again, his voice grave, disciple, look again and remember. What I am imparting is sword Tao, not swordsmanship. Grasp its true meaning. Saying this, his hand began to shape the tree branch again, but this time much slower. This time he was shaping it according to the style of Tai Kai sword from his past life. The difference was that he augmented it with innate true qi. It seemed slow in motion, yet seemed to form a current of sword qi revolving around him. With his rotation, it carried quite a shocking momentum. Su Yan stared unblinkingly, but he was a little puzzled. Why so slow? How could such slowness attack the enemy? After Li Xuan finished shaping the branch, he asked again, disciple, have you memorized it? Master, I have memorized it all, and the previous one also remembered. This disciple really has a good memory, memorizing everything in one go. Disciple, look again. Li Xuan once again swung the branch. This time the branch moved extremely quickly, swiftly waving and then retracting. Remembered, Su Yan was somewhat bewildered at this moment. Why is the sword movement different every time? Remembered, Su Yan nodded. And the previous one, remembered about 90%. Su Yan was taken aback. He had completely memorized the unwieldy sword moves from earlier. But the first sword sequence, he only remembered 90%. He had actually forgotten a few moves. Why did I forget? Su Yan was deeply vexed. However, Li Xuan was delighted. Good, disciple, look again. And with that, he was off to illustrate once again. Su Yan was already confused in his mind. I forgot. I didn't memorize everything, and yet Master said, good. Disciple, have you memorized? Li Xuan asked after storing the branch. I didn't remember them all. Su Yan confessed, looking shamefaced. He had been distracted and failed to remember the sword moves Master demonstrated earlier. Good, good, disciple, you've taken a step further in comprehending the sword Dao, Li Xuan said with satisfaction. What? Su Yan was at a loss. He couldn't remember the sword moves. How could he have got closer to understanding the sword Dao? That's not right. I must not have understood the profound meaning of Master's words. Lost in thought, Su Yan was applying his impressive reasoning skills. Master repeatedly emphasized that he is only imparting the Dao, not the method. He is teaching me sword Dao, not swordsmanship. He wants me to grasp its true meaning, understand the Dao, not memorize the swordsmanship. Therefore, what I need to do is not to remember the sword moves, but to forget the sword moves, not to be bound by the sword moves, not to remain fixed within the form, to blend everything together and follow my heart. In that instant, Su Yan felt he had understood the profound meaning of Master's words. In his mind, he began to recall the sword moves Master had just demonstrated: fast, slow, fierce, tricky. Gradually, the former and latter sword moves overlapped in his mind, blending together. Slowly, it seemed as though a new set of swordsmanship was forming in his mind. I need to learn to forget, Su Yan admonished himself internally. Master, I've already forgotten half of it. Su Yan spoke up. Good, good. Li Xuan was overjoyed. This disciple had entered a state of enlightenment, a good sign indeed. It indicated he had taken a solid step towards grasping sword Dao. Su Yan truly had a talent for sword Dao, and a monstrously exceptional one at that. Disciple, continue to observe. Li Xuan started demonstrating again. What he was showing this time was naturally different from the previous ones. In fact, every move he demonstrated was well thought out. The first time he demonstrated a rough swordsmanship, then came Tai Kai sword, moving slow yet stepping on the rhythm of Tai Kai. The third time was swift, the fourth time was tricky, and this fifth time was completely messy. He had presented everything from slow to swift, from regular to tricky, and naturally it was up to Su Yan to comprehend it all. Master, I've forgotten half of it. Su Yan spoke up after watching. Good, watch again. Li Xuan continued his demonstration. He performed several times in succession. Su Yan watched with a mix of confusion, contemplation, and realization. In his mind, all the sword moves were shuffled once again, overlapping and blending together, reshuffling and repeating. A set of swordsmanship seemed to emerge in his mind. Li Xuan stood by, watching his disciple gain insights. The time was almost right. The devised sword Dao realm should be explained to his disciple so he could better comprehend the sword Dao from it. If successful, this would be another great accomplishment. Su Yan opened his eyes, slightly bewildered. He felt as if he was in chaos. A jumbled mess of sword moves swirled in his mind, unable to find a direction. The incomplete swordsmanship made him feel like he might be on the wrong path. The sword techniques passed down from his master had been forgot. He could not remember how the original sword techniques were performed. Master, I've forgot everything. Li Xuan spoke with satisfaction. Good, very good, my boy. You're not far from grasping the sword Dao. A jolt of inspiration. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Yan's spirits revived and his eyes lit up. My boy, what I have taught you is the sword Dao. There are countless martial artists in the world, but only a few can comprehend the sword Dao. To understand sword Dao, you first need to get rid of the limitation of mere sword moves. Don't let swordsmanship or sword moves shackle you. Li Xuan turned his body sideways, gazing upwards. With an enhanced aura of enigma, he looked even more like a profound master. Su Yan's body trembled slightly, and he respectfully said, Master, please enlighten me. To be able to forget the sword techniques and moves I demonstrated, it shows you have the potential for sword Dao, not allowing yourself to be contained by mere sword techniques and sword moves. But that's far from enough. If you want to comprehend the sword Dao, only those with a clear understanding of what is sword heart can step into the realm of sword Dao. Li Xuan said in a deep voice, sword heart. Su Yan was taken aback and respectfully asked, Master, what is sword heart? Sword heart is the foundation of sword Dao. Those who have achieved sword heart can transcend the restrictions of the techniques and moves to have a clear heart of sword Dao. Sword heart means a clear heart of sword Dao. Once you can see through any sword techniques and sword movements just at a glance, seeing their strengths and weaknesses. At a glance, you should be able to freely make use of the sword techniques and moves, making them your own. Li Xuan explained his tailored strategy of cultivation based on sword Dao, sword heart's clarity, to Su Yan. Su Yan was deeply moved. Sword heart's clarity, a clear heart of sword Dao. Understand at a glance the weaknesses and strengths of a move. Select any move at will and apply it freely to my advantage. In his mind, he visualized the sword techniques that his master had demonstrated. Gradually, he saw himself extracting moves from his master's techniques, overlapping, integrating, interconnecting, and yet not really forming a complete set of swordsmanship. If he could master the techniques, combine them perfectly, and form a set of swordsmanship that would be his, drawing upon any move whenever he wanted, would that be achieving sword heart's clarity? He seemed to have a bit of understanding, and said, Master, sword heart's clarity means that even though I don't have any sword skills or moves, the sword techniques of others are mine, other people's sword moves are my sword moves. My adversary's swordsmanship is transparent in my eyes. I can easily see through their weaknesses and anticipate the moves they will make. Li Xuan was overjoyed. Su Yan was not far from understanding Sword Heart's clarity. Sword Dao realm he had devised was finally taking shape. In layman's terms, it's like that. Being able to do this means you have entered the basics of Sword Heart's clarity. Li Xuan nodded with a relieved tone. Master, I understand some of it, but I don't quite understand. Su Yan was sinking into deep thought. My boy, Sword Heart's clarity is something that can only be comprehended. Once you get it, you have entered the basics. If you don't get it, that's all there is, Li Xuan said solemnly. He had never achieved Sword Heart's clarity. It was just something he made up. How to master it, what the method is, how would he know? His disciple must rely on his own exceptional ability to fill gaps and his exceptional understanding to comprehend on his own. My boy, first you need to clear your sword heart. Only when your sword heart is clear can you achieve clarity and not be confined by sword techniques and moves. You should ponder on this. I believe you can comprehend it. After saying this, Li Xuan left the forest, leaving Su Yan alone to deepen his understanding. In the mountain forest, Su Yan was left alone. He stood amidst the trees, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, where streaks of sword marks crisscrossed, piercing through tree after tree, leaving behind one small hole after another. Trees that were neatly severed lay on the ground, each chopped into over a dozen pieces. One could faintly discern the remnants of swordsmanship and techniques. The more Su Yan observed, the more he felt a sense of enlightenment, though it was nebulous, as a messy cluster of sword techniques all previously demonstrated by his master surfaced in his mind, but he had forgotten them. No, not forgotten, rather. He had lost the sequence of the moves, forgetting which stroke corresponded to which execution. The chaotic sword techniques in his mind were verified against the traces around him, and suddenly, a particular technique overlapped with a sword mark on the ground. This sword mark was made by this technique, Su Yan murmured to himself. For a sword heart to be crystal clear, first and foremost it must be unobstructed, unconfined by techniques and forms, and then comes transparency. Su Yan felt he was grasping something. But the state of a crystal-clear sword heart was still too far out of reach. At this moment, he felt as if he was back in the small village, just beginning his martial arts training, understanding little yet grasping some insights, to forget the techniques and forms, not to be restricted by appearances. The first thing to do is to have a clear sword heart, and for this first step, I should completely forget the swordsmanship my master performed. No. To forget doesn't really mean to wipe away the memory. It means to shed the form, to break free from the framework of swordsmanship. Next, what I need to do is to straighten out the traces of sword techniques, to replicate each and every one of them, and then forget the framework, to freely select sword moves and forms, to ultimately create my own swordsmanship. This is the first step. Once I complete this step, I should be not far from achieving a crystal-clear sword heart. Su Yan felt a spark of inspiration, understanding how to comprehend and step into the realm of a crystal-clear sword heart. He jumped onto a large tree and sat on a horizontal branch, quietly overlapping the sword marks below with the techniques in his mind, mutually verifying them. This sword mark has covered the previous one, and the previous mark is almost invisible now. How should I verify it? Why am I being caught up in the sword techniques again? Though that mark has been covered, its essence still exists. It must be this technique. It wasn't until darkness fell that Su Yan returned to Cloud Mountain County. However, his mind was full of sword techniques and forms. Li Xuan observed his disciple returning and watched him in silence, letting the disciple comprehend on his own. Saying too much could create interference. He was reminded of the time when Su Yan had practiced in the small village now. It was simply the process of re-experiencing the past realizations. Li Xuan believed that Su Yan could perceive it on his own. The sword Dao he had developed was much more refined than the previous haphazard creation, and he had even personally demonstrated the sword moves for Su Yan. A crystal-clear sword heart is the foundation for cultivating the sword Dao. The starting point of my sword Dao has raised the bar for talent required. Once someone steps into the sword Dao, its power will naturally be stronger. It's a framework into which any sword moves and forms can be fitted. When Su Yan goes to the inner domain, no matter what swordsmanship he learns, once fit into this framework, it will become his own. Moreover, it could outshine the original and form a new swordsmanship. Li Xuan pondered silently. He transmitted the sword Dao to Su Yan, while for Meng Chang, a muscular man, his talent was not in the sword Dao, but in the saber Dao. He should also finish developing the related saber Dao to transmit to Meng Chang. Su Yan remembered my swordsmanship after just one view, indicating an extremely strong memory, which is also a foundation for achieving a crystal-clear sword heart. With this foundation, his comprehension should be much easier. Li Xuan also marveled internally at Su Yan's impressive memory, remembering after just one view, and the speed of his demonstration was not slow. In the following days, Su Yan immersed himself in comprehending the sword Dao, striving for the crystal-clear sword heart. He would rise early to seek understanding in the mountain forest, and didn't return until nightfall. Meng Chong, spurred by Zhu Wuxin's provocation, trained even more diligently, accelerating his progress in refining his golden bones. Sheer had also begun the skin refinement process and was making fair progress. Qi country remained without turmoil. In the capital city, Qi King Yu Rongshan was still the foremost among the court officials. The third prince paid daily visits to show his respect. The eldest prince had already gone out to seek masters. The other high-ranking officials' children were also immersed in the craze of seeking masters. Although the Minister of War's son and others had turned into mummies, and no one knew why Su Yan didn't provide an answer, and no one dared to inquire further. They speculated that they might have encountered unknown monsters, leading to their deaths. Thus, those who ventured into the endless mountains proceeded with utmost caution, not daring to delve too deep. With countless peaks in the endless mountains, a thorough search would take an indeterminate amount of time, as teams navigated through the mountain ranges. But they tacitly avoided the direction the Minister of War's son and his group had explored. It was too dangerous there. A month had passed. Meng Chong's golden bones were nearly perfected, soon to encounter the bottleneck where he could no longer refine them further. Sheer had completed skin refinement. Having taken such a long time to complete skin refinement, despite his prowess as a top martial artist in the Jianghu, his talent ultimately fell far short of Su Yan and Meng Chong's. Furthermore, Li Xuan found that after Sheer completed skin refinement, the strength of his skin and vigor were not on par with Su Yan and Meng Chong. Similarly, completing skin refinement, however, the strength of the skin membrane had considerable differences. Skin refinement is also graded. It's not the same for everyone who completes it. This was due to the disparity in martial arts talent. After completing skin refinement, Sheer's strength had increased. Li Xuan then taught him the bone refinement technique. According to what Su Yan said, his father had already begun bone refinement, and his mother had just completed skin refinement, which also showed him the disparity in martial arts talent, and that the results of cultivation would vary. Pharmacist Pan had also entered the bone refinement stage. As for the rest of his trusted guards, a small part had entered bone refinement, and some had completed skin refinement. Yu Rongshan, due to his age and the decline of his vitality and qi blood, had missed the optimal phase for cultivation. By relying on precious medicines, he barely entered the phase of skin refinement. Yu Yunkai was more talented, having already completed skin refinement and was about to start bone refinement. His two cousins, one had completed skin refinement and the other had started bone refinement. Still a long way from entering the threshold of martial arts in the short term, it's not possible to verify and receive any feedback. Li Xuan reflected inwardly. Among these people, some would likely get stuck at the entrance to the martial arts. He had noticed that the medicines pharmacist Pan concocted to nourish qi blood and assist in cultivation were quite effective. Should I get some pills out? But how to formulate them? I don't understand that. Li Xuan fell into deep thought. The young lady taught by Heavenly Mother, skilled in medicine, perhaps it would be possible to start from her to try and perceive something. Li Xuan was then reminded of the current Heavenly Mother of Heavenly Mother's sect, that young lady. The wrongdoers she persuaded ended up never committing evil again, truly a great skill. Last time he made Sheer pass on a message, asking the Heavenly Mother's young lady to come over, but she was still in Wu country, not yet in Qi country. No rush, Meng Chong hasn't started yet. As for the third disciple, I'll evaluate him further. Li Xuan temporarily put the matter aside. Su Yan went out yesterday and didn't come back at night. It seemed he had made some progress and was likely about to comprehend the Sword Heart's clarity. He was full of anticipation. Outside the Yunshan County city on a hillside, Su Yan sat cross-legged, quietly watching the sunset on the horizon. He hadn't been looking at the sword marks in the mountains anymore. Instead, he had destroyed them all. At this moment, as he watched the sunset, his mind was clear, and the sword techniques in his brain were continuously evolving. The sword technique taught by his master he had long forgotten. Now in his mind, a new set of sword techniques was about to take shape. His state of mind was becoming increasingly clear, as if he had understood all sword techniques and moves. At a certain moment, it was as if a flash of inspiration struck his mind. The evolving sword technique had come into being, and at this moment he entered a mysterious state. A heart clear and bright. The precious sword laying across his knees trembled at this moment, as if it wanted to leave its sheath. Sword Heart's clarity. Su Yan had comprehended the Sword Heart's clarity. At the moment he comprehended the Sword Heart's clarity, the door to Sword Dao had opened. In his heart there was now a sword technique, traces of the Sword Dao. He had already escaped the shackles of swordsmanship. Even the Descending Dragon Palm had gained a new understanding and improved. Descending Dragon Palm, the second level, reached minor completion. Su Yan opened his eyes, his finger lightly touched the precious sword across his knees, and with a clang the sword leapt from its sheath. With one grasp and a lift of his hand, he struck out with his sword. The sword light was like a long rainbow, sweeping across the sky, striking hundreds of feet away. When the sword light touched the ground, there was silence. If one looked closely, on the ground there would be a thin crack, extending dozens of feet long, its depth unknown. Today I, Su Yan, have comprehended the sword heart's clarity and finally entered the threshold of sword Dao. This shall be called Clarity Sword. Su Yan, with 2 fingers pressed against the blade, said, Clarity Sword. This was his first sword, as well as the one that witnessed him stepping through the door of sword Dao. Now that I've comprehended the sword heart's clarity and entered the door of sword Dao, next is to achieve perfection in Qi blood and break through to the innate realm. Su Yan had a look of excitement on his face. If he had comprehended the sword heart's clarity and stepped into the sword Dao from the beginning, how could Zhu Wuxin have been his opponent? Inner region. Su Yan looked in the direction of the boundless mountains. His heart surged with excitement. The inner region had martial artists, and the inner realm martial arts he'd long yearned for it. He wanted to venture into the martial Dao realm for quite some time now. Just wait a bit longer. After reaching the innate realm, I'll head to the inner region. His parents' strength hadn't risen yet, and he hadn't broken through to the innate realm. Therefore, he could only suppress the excitement in his heart, in the small courtyard. Li Xuan, as always, sat on a chair, organizing the martial arts he had created in his mind, especially the subsequent martial Dao techniques, how to construct them, how to perfect them. He'd already determined the realms that came after the innate realm. The direction of cultivation had been set, but he also needed an outline for the future realms and directions of martial arts. My martial arts from the start is stronger than the martial arts of this world, so the subsequent realms of martial arts must also become increasingly strong. The transition between realms must be well connected. If there are gaps and the theoretical connection is missing, it will definitely be impossible to comprehend, he said. After days of continuous reflection and pondering, Li Xuan had basically sorted out the subsequent directions for martial cultivation. Still, it had to be done step by step. Only when successful cultivation had been achieved could he be sure it was feasible, and he could continue to perfect the next realm. Meng Chang's golden bone has reached perfection, but he's stuck at perfect golden bone, unable to refine the diamond Vajra bones. It's time to try and help my second disciple successfully refine the diamond Vajra bones. Li Xuan glanced at Meng Chang, who was still doggedly practicing. Once the diamond Vajra bones were formed, he could break through to the Qi blood realm. After all, his cultivation involved simultaneously refining the skin, bones, and viscera. Suddenly, golden light emerged. Your disciple Su Yan has realized the essence of the sword heart, entering the gateway of sword Dao. Your comprehension of the sword heart has been fully actualized, and you've achieved great mastery in sword Dao. That instant, Li Xuan felt his sword heart become crystalline clear, transparent to myriad swords, and his understanding of sword Dao also kept emerging. Sword Dao mastery was only the foundation of sword Dao. Li Xuan was overjoyed. My disciple has the makings of a sword god. I was not mistaken in him, he thought proudly. Well done, Su Yan. You've indeed realized the essence of the sword heart and entered the gateway of sword Dao. His future advancement in sword Dao would depend on himself. However, Li Xuan believed that once Su Yan went to the inner region, there would be no worries about advancing in sword Dao. And as the disciple's sword Dao advanced, his own sword Dao would improve even more. Now that sword heart transparency has been achieved, I should pass on the subsequent sword Dao concepts to Su Yan, striving for him to comprehend sword intent as soon as possible. Li Xuan thought contentedly. Your disciple Su Yan, Descending Dragon Palm's second layer, has reached minor accomplishment, and you have perfected the second layer of Descending Dragon Palm. Another gain. The second layer of Descending Dragon Palm had been perfected. As Su Yan realized the essence of Sword Heart, his comprehension of Descending Dragon Palm also advanced. This was within expectations. This indicated that Su Yan's talent and insight had improved with the realization of Sword Heart. Li Xuan lifted a finger, and a streak of sword qi emerged. With a flick, the sword qi soared into the sky, silent and unnoticeable, with no trace of its sharp edge. In the air, a streak of sword qi crisscrossed. The sword Dao I've created is truly powerful. Li Xuan was excited. It must be much stronger than the sword techniques of the inner region, right? The strength of sword Dao in the inner realm, martial Dao realm, for the time being, remained unknown. However, it could be roughly inferred that it was still in a stage of powerful sword techniques, yet to touch the level of sword Dao, naturally incomparable to the sword Dao he had created. In the eyes of one who has realized sword heart transparency, the sword techniques of the inner region martial artists could be transparently read, their flaws discernible, their truth and falsity seen through, allowing their sword moves to be taken and used at will. With my current strength, even a great grandmaster could be slain with a single sword strike. Li Xuan flicked his finger, and the sword qi in the sky disappeared. His strength had once again seen a huge increase, and not even a great grandmaster from the inner region would be his match. With this, he was truly stable. He needn't worry about the inner region powerhouses posing a threat to him. Master, I'm back. Su Yan came back excitedly. Good, good, good. Li Xuan was greatly relieved and said, My disciple has the makings of a sword god. You truly have not disappointed me. Email hearing this, Su Yan felt a surge of energy as if he had been transformed. Master says I have the makings of a sword god. Patting his chest, he said, Master, your disciple will definitely carry on your sword Dao legacy and not disappoint you. I will certainly become a sword god. Good. With such ambition as your master, I believe you can do it. Li Xuan was overjoyed. His disciple was destined to become a sword god, and as for himself, he might as well start wearing the title, the ancestor of sword Dao, ahead of time. Li Xuan rose to his feet, his expression solemn, and said, Disciple, the understanding of sword intent is only the foundation of the sword Dao. You still have a long road ahead of you. The path of the sword Dao is endless and boundless. You must not be impatient. Su Yan's expression became serious. He took a deep breath and respectfully said, Yes, Master. The disciple will surely focus my mind and remain calm, and steadfastly advance along the path of the sword Dao. Good. Li Xuan nodded with an expression of satisfaction. Since you've gained clarity in your sword heart and entered the door of the sword Dao, today I will point out the direction for you on the path of the sword Dao. Su Yan listened intently, his heart surging with excitement. After clarity of the sword heart, the second realm of the sword Dao is the heart sword realm. When my heart contains a sword, all things in heaven and earth can be my sword. Upon encountering a mountain, that mountain is my sword. Upon encountering rivers and lakes, they too are my swords. Every blade of grass and tree is also my sword. Mountains have their own sword momentum. Water has its own sword momentum. All things in heaven and earth are swords of my heart. The second landscape of the sword Dao is the heart sword realm. Listening to this, Su Yan's heart pounded fiercely. Everything in heaven and earth could become a sword. Mountains could be my sword. Rivers could be my sword. It truly was too profound and mysterious. At this moment, he felt his own insignificance. The heart sword realm. It was far too distant from himself. What sort of sword Dao landscape was it? In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine lifting his hand and a mountain transforming into a sword, thundering forth to annihilate his enemy as a powerful scene. Disciple, to break through to the heart sword realm, first you need to comprehend sword intent, said Li Xuan as he looked at Su Yan, whose face was flushed with excitement and whose eyes were fervent and longing. Li Xuan spoke with a slight smile. Sounds quite mystical, doesn't it? Indeed, the more mystical it was, the more motivated Su Yan became. He never doubted whether such profound and mysterious things were false or whether they could be achieved. He would charge towards this goal with the fervor of someone who has been injected with a stimulant. Truly an excellent disciple. Li Xuan sighed. Taking Su Yan as a disciple was the most correct thing he had done in his 2 lifetimes. Yes, Master. Su Yan nodded respectfully. Sword intent, to comprehend sword intent. All things in heaven and earth can be used to comprehend sword intent, but you must remember, when it comes to the comprehension of realms, obsession is the greatest taboo. Being too obsessed can trap you in a cage, preventing you from truly understanding. And you mustn't blindly comprehend sword intent at the expense of your own cultivation. With your sword heart clear, comprehending sword intent is only a matter of time. Perhaps one day while practicing the descending dragon palm, you'll suddenly understand it. Sword intent is not only comprehended through practicing the sword Dao, instructed Li Xuan earnestly. You can't let the disciple neglect the practice of descending dragon palm for the cultivation of the sword Dao. Mastery in both palm and sword, that is the proper path for Su Yan. If you can grasp the essence of descending dragon palm, you might also learn by analogy and grasp sword intent. Similarly, if you can understand sword intent, you should also be able to comprehend the essence of descending dragon palm. How much you can comprehend is up to you, disciple, mused Li Xuan, feeling that it might also be time for Su Yan to try and sense the palm intent within descending dragon palm. If he truly comprehends it, his strength will surely soar. Master, I understand, Su Yan said respectfully. Good, continue your practice, said Li Xuan as he sat back down. The sword Dao realms beyond the heart sword realm would wait until Su Yan had comprehended the heart sword realm before being transmitted to him. Otherwise, giving him too much at once could affect his comprehension, which would be a miscalculation. One must still remain grounded and proceed step by step. Yes, Master, Su Yan nodded. Li Xuan glanced at Meng Chong and said, Your junior brother has encountered a bottleneck. Spar with him to stimulate his blood and qi, and help him break through the bottleneck. Su Yan was taken aback, then looked at Meng Chong and immediately understood. When he had broken through his own bottleneck and successfully refined his bones into jade bone, it was with the help of the fire mane wolf. His junior brother was practicing the physical body martial path and was stuck at the perfect gold bone stage, unable to further refine into the Vajra lucid bone. He needed external forces to temper his physical body, stimulate his blood and qi, and break through the bottleneck. Yes, Master, Su Yan nodded. Meng Chong was cultivating the physical body martial path, and the best way to break through the shackles was naturally through external tempering. It not only pressured him, but would also stimulate his potential and push through the bottleneck. The method was actually quite simple. Of course, it also depended on one's talent. If the talent was inadequate, no amount of tempering or pressure would do anything but harm the person's foundation and not lead to a breakthrough. Meng Chang's physical endowment was clearly high, so there was no risk of damaging his own foundations. It would only stimulate his potential through tempering and pressure, breaking through the bottleneck to refine the Vajra-lucid bone. When Meng Chang had broken through the copper bone bottleneck, it was due to the stimulation of Zhu Wuxin's chilly inner qi, which had triggered his potential and made his blood and qi boil, successfully breaking through in one fell swoop. "Junior brother, come on, let's have a spar," Su Yan called out to Meng Chang. "Okay," Meng Chang nodded. The two immediately left Yunqian County and went outside the city to spar. Officially, it was a spar, but in reality, it was to temper Meng Chang's physique, to rouse his potential so that he could break through his bottleneck. Outside Yunqian County, in the midst of the woods, a rumbling sound broke out. Su Yan's blood and qi surged as he struck out palm after palm, his hot blood continuously hammering against Meng Chang's body. As for Meng Chang, he ran the great sun golden bell shield, his body like a golden bell, resounding with a humming sound under the assault of blood qi, his muscles shaking with each impact. "Not enough, stronger," urged Meng Chang as he flexed his muscles. "All right." Su Yan's eyebrows shot up. His junior brother's body was truly formidable, rightly on the path of the physical body martial path. Boom, once again his blood and qi increased, encompassing Meng Chang within. After enduring for half a moment, Meng Chang finally couldn't keep up. He was huffing and puffing, his whole body's skin was burning red, his muscles were trembling, and his bones were making faint noises. To temper the body, to spur potential, to break through the bottleneck, it's not something that can be done once or twice. "Junior brother, let's end here today. We will continue tomorrow." Su Yan ceased his actions. Both of them returned to the courtyard. Li Xuan glanced at Meng Chang, quietly nodding. Even though Meng Chang's bottleneck hadn't been broken, advancing to the tempering stage of Vajra-lucid bone, there already had been some improvement. The bottleneck had loosened a bit. In the following days, Meng Chang was tempering his body under Su Yan's bombardment of qi and blood. However, he was still just a little bit away from breaking through the bottleneck. After thinking for a bit, Li Xuan believed that if they continued to temper like this, there was a chance to break through the bottleneck. However, it would take a significant amount of time. Thus, following another session of tempering, Meng Chang's bottleneck had loosened slightly. However, he was still a bit away from a complete breakthrough and needed a little catalyst to stimulate this. Li Xuan took out a spirit crystal. Reflecting on the technique in the Blood Demon Sutra, on how to absorb essence blood, he slightly adjusted the technique, using his true qi to absorb the spiritual energy within the spirit crystal. For Li Xuan right now, this wasn't much of a challenge. His strength was in clear sight. Extracting a strand of spiritual energy from the spirit crystal, Li Xuan guided it into Meng Chang's body with a casual wave of his hand. SHH. In that instant, Meng Chang's qi and blood boiled like it was being stimulated, and it felt like it was being replenished. A roaring sound resounded from within his body. Meng Chang was overjoyed. He hurriedly channeled his qi and blood, beginning to cultivate the great sun golden bell shield. Puff, a muffled sound echoed within his body. His bottleneck was broken. His qi and blood once again began to temper his bones. At this moment, a faint lucid brilliance appeared on his golden bones. Meng Chang gratefully bowed to Li Xuan. "Cultivate well and gain entry as soon as possible." Li Xuan nodded. He put away the spirit crystal. For him at his current stage, these two spirit crystals were precious. If Su Yan were to have a breakthrough to the innate realm and encounter some bottlenecks, he might also need to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit crystal to aid him in making a faster breakthrough. The faster his disciple enhanced his strength, the faster he could enhance his own. "Yes, master," Meng Chang nodded excitably. "Junior brother, when you've gained entry, let's spar again," Su Yan suggested expectantly. "All right," Meng Chang nodded. "Master, I need to go home." Su Yan thought for a while. He should try to achieve the complete realm of qi and blood in these few days. He should also go home and guide his family in cultivation. "Go on," Li Xuan nodded. Su Yan wasn't far from achieving the perfection of the qi and blood realm. This was just a matter of a few days. However, achieving the perfect qi and blood realm did not imply that he could immediately achieve the innate realm. He needed to consolidate his cultivation for a while before he could start breaking through, and breaking through also required time. Meng Chang was cultivating Vajra-lucid bone. He was getting stronger every day, and in less than a month, he could probably complete the tempering of Vajra-lucid bone. Sheer was full of envy. He too had begun the bone refining process. Only after personally experiencing the bone refining process did he understand the difficulty of it. During the initial stage of bone refining, the pain of being gnawed by countless ants was really unbearable. Those with a weaker will would scream out loud. Once one screamed, the chi and blood would be interrupted, and the bone refining would stop. In this way, the completion of bone refining was extremely difficult. Sheer, with his strong will, barely managed to endure it several times. However, he finally gritted his teeth and pulled through the most difficult stage. At this point, he could feel the changes brought about by bone refining. His strength had significantly improved. I dare not hope for golden bones. Aiming for bronze bones is my goal. Sheer set a goal for himself. One's own family knows one's own situation best. The goal of golden bones was too lofty. He couldn't achieve it due to his lack of innate talent. Bronze bones were still achievable. Your disciple Su Yan has reached the perfect realm of chi and blood. Your true chi has improved. Su Yan had fully broken through the chi and blood realm, and the feedback from the golden finger had arrived. The feedback is somewhat less due to a realm difference, but the true chi has also increased by about twice. Li Xuan sighed lightly. Although his true chi had increased twice, he was still in the beginner stage of the innate realm. His power had improved for her. The clarity of my sword heart has reached its peak. The foundation of my sword Tao is complete. Should I try to understand the essence of sword intent? Li Xuan couldn't help but ponder. After a long while, unable to grasp the essence of sword intent, he cast it aside. Never mind, such strenuous tasks are better left to my apprentices. Now that Su Yan had fully broken through the chi and blood realm, he was on the cusp of reaching the innate realm. Li Xuan hoped that Meng Chang could enter the martial arts, striving to cross the chi and blood realm before Su Yan's breakthrough into the innate realm. What kind of feedback would the second apprentice get from practicing the newly revised cultivation technique? More importantly, under the assistance of the great solar golden bell, his defense would be enhanced. Can he stand motionlessly, with martial artists in the inner domain unable to break his defense? After Su Yan fully broke through the chi and blood realm, he returned to the small courtyard and started to consolidate his realm in preparation for breaking through to the innate realm. He would often go outside Yunqian County, sitting on the mountains, attempting to comprehend the sword intent and practice the descending dragon palm, trying to grasp its essence. However, there had been no significant progress yet. 10 days after Su Yan fully broke through the chi and blood realm, during a practice session, Meng Chang began to emit a faint, lustrous golden light, his aura undergoing a transformation. Li Xuan watched silently. His second apprenticeship was about to begin martial arts. Sheer watched from afar, full of envy. Meng Chang was about to begin his martial arts, but his own journey seemed indefinitely far away. No wonder the master accepted him as a disciple. His talent is too powerful. I'm also fortunate to have the opportunity to touch martial arts, practice it, and serve the master. Sheer couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, Meng Chang, enveloped in the lustrous golden light, gradually morphed into a golden bell encasing him. With time, Meng Chang seemed to have turned into a gold figure, with a majestic momentum and concentration. Li Xuan nodded in approval. This second disciple of mine, he has a resemblance to the Arhat Vajra. It truly fits him to pass down the great solar golden bell. Crack! Suddenly, a sound rang out, akin to the snapping of tendons and bones. The lustrous light on Meng Chang's body started to intensify. His muscles were trembling, and the sound of thunder began to emanate from within. The chi and blood turned into the lustrous light, condensed into the golden bell, merging with his flesh and blood. A rampant aura like a storm was emerging from Meng Chang. Boom. The thunder roared, the golden bell appeared. Thud. With the appearance of the golden bell, it seemed as if the sound of a bell was ringing. Blood chi turned golden bell, lustrous gold light, enveloping Meng Chang, the sound of thunder getting louder. Some neighbors were looking at the sky, puzzled. How come there was thunder on such a clear day? Could it be that the county magistrate has lost his morality, so there was thunder in clear weather? Or perhaps, does Yunqian County have any great grievances? Li Xuan frowned, flipping his palm, with true chi surging out, covering the courtyard, concealing the momentum of Meng Chang's breakthrough. Roar. With a loud roar from Meng Chang, the snapping sound of tendons and bones echoed. Blood chi solidified into a golden bell, his body emitting a lustrous golden light, his muscles becoming far more robust, his stature increasing slightly with the movement of his blood chi. His robust and stocky figure had grown even more muscular. Almost bursting out of his leather pants, I have begun martial arts, the great solar golden bell, I've entered it. Meng Chang was extremely excited. At this moment he could feel his own strength. Even steel couldn't compare to the strength of his own body. In an instant the golden bell was enveloped. Any attack could be ignored. No weakness existed within him. Other than violently breaking his own defense, there were no other methods to damage him. He had a feeling unmatched by others in the same realm, able to sweep everything aside. Sheer was shocked by Meng Chang's ferocious aura. This was just the beginning of martial arts. It was already so terrifying. He had a feeling that even if his own blood chi realm was accomplished, he wouldn't be a match for Meng Chang, who had just entered. The gap was too vast. Come on, use the precious blade to strike me. Meng Chang excitedly beckoned Sheer. Directly instructing Sheer to use the precious blade Su Yan had gifted. All right, Sheer did not hesitate this time. Wielding the precious blade, he rushed forward, using all his strength to swing a hefty blow towards Meng Chang. Finally, as the second disciple began his martial arts, Li Xuan revealed a radiant smile, ignoring Meng Chang testing the blade with his flesh. The long-awaited feedback from the golden finger had finally arrived. Meng Chang made a breakthrough, stepping into the door of martial arts. The familiar golden light emerged, brilliant and beautiful. Your disciple Meng Chang, practicing the cultivation technique you compiled, stepping into martial arts, your great sun golden bell cover has become successful. Boom! With the feedback of the golden finger, Li Xuan could see in his mind the full cultivation technique of the great sun golden bell cover. At this moment, his physical body became even stronger. Although he was in the innate realm, the great sun golden bell cover could still be used by him. Using true chi to activate the great sun golden bell cover, the defense is unparalleled, incredibly robust. The foundation of physical martial arts has been solidified. Jade bones emerged with the lustrous light of glaze, carrying a sense of Vajra. This was the fusion of the Vajra glazed bones with the jade bones, which seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. You've got an innate spirit bone with your jade bones plus Vajra glazed bones. Golden light emerged with the feedback from the golden finger. Innate spiritual bone. At this moment, Li Xuan felt his whole being had sublimated. His flawless jade bones shone with the gleam of glaze, and the spirit lingering around, as if it were a set of divine bones naturally bestowed on them. With the emergence of the innate spiritual bone, Li Xuan's innate true chi was actually purified, becoming stronger. The violent nature's spiritual energy, due to the loss of the heavenly earth Lingji, became gentle after entering his body. The jade bones plus Vajra glazed bones unexpectedly resulted in an innate spiritual bone. This is unexpected. Li Xuan's heart was filled with excitement. He had been pondering whether the stacking of jade bones with Vajra glazed bones would lead to a transformation, becoming stronger. He didn't expect to get feedback and acquire an innate spiritual bone. This instantly raised its level. Whether it's jade bones or Vajra glazed bones, after all, they were cultivated in the acquired days, and compared with the innate spiritual bones, they were somewhat inferior. Moreover, this innate spiritual bone that he possesses has been stacked with the features of both jade bones and Vajra glazed bones. I must take on disciples, I must take on disciples. I have jade bones, I have Vajra glazed bones. Next time, what kind of bones should I compile? Li Xuan's eyes shone, and he toyed with the idea of accepting new disciples again. After a good while, Li Xuan calmed down his excited mood. Accepting new disciples is not something that can be done easily, and a new cultivation method has to be compiled and a new kind of bone created. In the courtyard, Sheer was waving his treasured sword, slashing at Meng Chang one after another, making a thumping sound but couldn't cause any harm to Meng Chang. Even though what he held was a treasured sword, it was no exception. He was deeply shocked. With Meng Chang's current strength, even if he stood among thousands of soldiers, allowing the onslaught, they could not harm him in the slightest. His hands soft from slashing, Sheer stopped. Too strong, his face was full of envy. Meng Chang was extremely excited at this moment, clenching his fists, feeling the power within him, and this was just the entrance to martial arts. Senior brother, let's go, let's have a competition. Meng Chang couldn't wait to have a competition with Su Yan. All right, Su Yan nodded. The two directly left the city and arrived at a forest outside the county. Sheer excitedly followed to watch the battle. Li Xuan took a step and came to the top of the forest, watching his two disciples compete. Junior brother, you just entered martial arts, and my brother only uses the strength of the entrance level to compete with you. Su Yan spoke, suppressing his own blood chi, only revealing the blood chi realm of martial arts entry. He also wanted to see just how strong the body martial arts were, whether his own pure martial arts could suppress him in the same realm. Meng Chang practiced the Vajra glazed bones, while Su Yan practiced jade bones. Theoretically, they had the same foundation in martial arts. The difference in strength depends on the individual. Su Yan practiced Sword Dao and Descending Dragon Palm, while Meng Chang hadn't practiced any martial skills yet. But before he practiced the Great Sun Golden Bell Cover, he was already comparable to the top masters in the martial arts world. He was not a novice, he also knew fists and kick skills. Senior brother, bring it on. Meng Chang was surrounded by glazed golden light, and his whole person became stronger, his muscles bulging like a Vajra Arhat, with a strong aura undeniably radiating from him. Su Yan's expression was serious, with each outpouring of blood chi fiery as if it could incinerate. His blood chi was exceptionally pure, not like Meng Chang's, where his blood chi was like a bell, evolving into a glazed golden form. Boom! A palm strike slammed directly onto Meng Chang's chest. Thump. A deep sound rang out. Meng Chang's figure swayed a little, but he had no injuries at all. Senior brother, come again. Meng Chang, who seemed to have transformed into a glazed golden man, patted his chest and said, he had cultivated the Great Sun Golden Bell Cover. To defeat him, you had to break his defense and be able to hurt him, otherwise you couldn't defeat him. This was a prerequisite for defeating him. No matter how flexible the enemy's attack, no matter how much they tried to deplete him, as long as they could not break his golden bell cover, they would not be able to defeat him. In terms of a war of attrition, a martial artist like him who practiced body martial arts would not be afraid, would he? This competition did not need fierce fighting. Meng Chang's current stage did not match Su Yan's in terms of martial skills and speed. But if Su Yan could not break his defense, he could not defeat him. Even if he wanted to drain Meng Chang with exhaustion, that might not be possible because the martial arts foundation of the two men was about the same. All right, Su Yan's blood boiled and he became very excited. He was also a proud person. He naturally wouldn't use his own advantages to bully his junior brother. So he lowered his own level of strength and only revealed the strength of martial arts entry, and he didn't use the descending dragon palm and sword Dao either. Your chi attack. Boom. Su Yan took another shot. His true chi exploded, but this time he didn't hit Meng Chang with his true chi. Instead, his true chi gathered on his palm. He moved forward and hit Meng Chang's chest with a palm strike. Thud. Meng Chang stumbled back, his body shimmering with golden light, looking like it could collapse at any moment, but he finally stabilized. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. He didn't break through the defense. The Great Sun golden bell cover was indeed incredibly strong. He could feel the strength of Meng Chang's body, that palm strike on his chest. If it were any other martial artist, they would probably be numbed by the backlash. His jade-like bones were flawless, his martial arts foundation was solid, and his true chi was strong, so he wasn't affected by the backlash. Again, Meng Chang took a deep breath, took a horse stance, and the golden light on his body became stronger. A golden bell could be vaguely seen, covering his body. Then let's go again. Su Yan inhaled deeply, raised his hand. His true chi was concentrated but not dispersed. There was no true chi radiating from his body. He stepped forward and hit Meng Chang's chest with a palm strike. Li Xuan had been silently watching. As soon as Su Yan threw this palm strike, he knew the result. Meng Chang's Great Sun golden bell defense was to be breached. The golden bell shield was broken, but the power of Su Yan's palm strike had almost been completely nullified. It won't cause Meng Chang any harm. With Meng Chang's robust physique, he could naturally withstand it. In flesh artistry, it's not like you'll be seriously injured when the golden bell defense is broken. It's just a layer of defense for the body. The truly formidable thing still lies within the body. As expected, below the palm strike, the golden light on Meng Chang's body shattered with a cracking sound. Su Yan's palm struck Meng Chang's chest. Meng Chang stumbled, his true chi surged, and the golden light quickly recovered. Come on, junior brother, let's spar, Su Yan exclaimed excitedly. Although this palm shattered the golden bell defense, the power of the palm strike also be countered largely. It couldn't harm Meng Chang's strong body at all. This attack and defense can only be considered evenly matched. Okay, Meng Chang nodded, took a step forward, and threw a punch. He used the martial skills he had learned, although he couldn't bring out the power of his true chi fully, but the moves were still useful. Su Yan did not use the descending dragon palm either. He also used a palm technique he had learned before. The two began to spar. With booming sounds, trees fell one by one. The golden light and intense true chi clashed and collided. In less than a quarter of an hour, half of the forest turned into flying debris. Sheer was completely stunned. Even though his body was covered in debris, he couldn't care. Watching the fight becoming more and more intense, he felt if he moved slightly closer, the shockwaves might break his bones and kill him on the spot. I feel like an ant right now, Sheer thought helplessly. Li Xuan observed silently from this spar. He already knew who was strong and who was weak. Su Yan is really better, his martial arts are so pure, and the foundation of martial arts was from him. Meng Chang was indeed strong, his flesh artistry defense was unmatched, his golden bone was not weaker than the jade bone, but he still lost to Su Yan by a small margin. In terms of the purity of martial arts and the foundation of martial arts, Su Yan is stronger. In the end, the foundation of these martial arts was inspired from the methods Su Yan had concocted on a whim. Su Yan was superior in his talent. Li Xuan was not surprised at all. Looking at this world, it is absolutely impossible to find a disciple stronger than Su Yan. He didn't continue to watch the battle. As a senior brother, Su Yan's position was firm, and his strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Boom! Meng Chang was panting. There were several palm prints on his body, and it hurt all over. I can't hold on any longer. Meng Chang looked helpless. Su Yan stopped, with a look of admiration on his face. Junior brother, your flesh artistry is really strong. Only a bit weaker than him. In the same realm, except for him, no one could break through the junior brother's defense. Hee, not bad, I rank just below senior brother in the same realm. Meng Chang grinned. Although he was a little bit inferior, he was not disappointed. His talent lies in his body. If he were to practice the orthodox martial arts of his senior brother, he wouldn't be close to this strength. After their sparring session, the two apprentices returned to the courtyard. Su Yan continued to focus on self-improvement, preparing for his breakthrough into the innate realm. Meng Chang, on the other hand, made his way over to Li Xuan. Master, I have become a disciple, what do you think? As he spoke, he rubbed his shaven head, chuckling goofily. His fellow apprentice practiced descending dragon palm, a powerful martial technique. Should strive to learn such a powerful technique as well. Master, I don't want to learn palm techniques, I want to learn fist techniques. Meng Chang excitedly blurted, very well, I'll teach you tomorrow. Li Xuan nodded in agreement. He had prepared for this early on. Meng Chang nodded with glee. The next day, the forest where Meng Chang and Su Yan sparred was now an open field, bereft of trees and other vegetation. Li Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, an air of mystery surrounding him, his aura of a profound master imposingly elevated. Meng Chang respectfully stood adjacent to him. My apprentice, I can only pass on wisdom and not technique. The fist technique I'll teach you is not just a technique but the essence of the fist. Li Xuan spoke gravely. The essence lies in comprehension and understanding the meaning within. You must know that only by understanding the essence of this will one continually grow stronger. All techniques exist within this essence. As I teach you the essence of the fist, once you comprehend it, your aptitude will improve, your cultivation will elevate, and you will continually understand the essence within. The martial path is endless, hence, all along, I've emphasized you to comprehend and understand the true meaning rather than focusing on the form, focusing on the moves. Do you understand? Meng Chang respectfully replied, Master, your disciple understands. Li Xuan nodded, turned, and looked at his second apprentice. What I'm passing on to you is the Vajra fist of wind and thunder. Just focus on its essence, forget about the form. Yes, Master, Meng Chang nodded. He thought to himself, Master's martial arts is the true martial arts. Li Xuan clenched his fist and infused it with true qi, and then he punched out. This punch exerted mighty true qi. Naturally, its might was astonishing. Moreover, under his intentional control, the true qi thundered like a lightning bolt, producing a booming sound of thunder. It seemed like a streak of angry thunder had flashed by. Boom! Meng Chang was astonished, as if seeing a streak of lightning rush out, reducing the distant trees into dust in an instant. Too quick, too fierce. Li Xuan nodded contentedly. Now wasn't like before when he lacked strength. Since he had strength now, naturally he displayed it, giving his apprentice a shock with his overwhelming strength, which could help his apprentice achieve enlightenment. Anyway, his overwhelming power alone, without any martial skills applied, was horrifyingly potent. Boom! Then he swung his fists, this time without the furious might of a thunderstorm. It was as if a gust of wind, rapid punches seemingly piercing through all defenses. The spectacle dazzled Meng Chang, making him feel somewhat dizzy. Too strong. Just a demonstration from the master, and yet such might it is truly unbelievable. Meng Chang inwardly trembled with awe. After Li Xuan finished his sequence, he looked at the odd face of Meng Chang, feeling extremely satisfied, and adopting the demeanor of a strict teacher, he stated, Apprentice, this is the Vajra fist of wind and thunder, performed with the perfect blood and energy achievements. Nonchalantly bragging without blinking an eye, he started to blow his own trumpet. I am that formidable. With my perfect blood and energy achievements, my Vajra fist of wind and thunder is comparable to the innate realm. Cool, isn't it? He wanted his apprentice to know that his master is like a towering mountain, impossible to surpass. Meng Chang's eyes widened. Was it really the Vajra fist of wind and thunder, executed at the blood and energy perfection realm? This was absolutely terrifying. Even at his best blood and energy achievement, he could not generate such power. Master definitely is the true master. Li Xuan spoke in a low voice. The Vajra fist of wind and thunder. Its essence lies in the wind and thunder's rapid fury and the wind's formless penetration. What you need to comprehend is this wind and thunder, the swift and stormy, all-pervasive wind and thunder in the fist. Just now I demonstrated to you the Vajra fist of wind and thunder's swift and fierce thunder, an unblockable, all-pervasive wind. Comprehend it well. His punch, driven out with power far exceeding his apprentice's, naturally appeared swift and stormy, and all-pervasive to his apprentice. The rest was up to Meng Chang's own comprehension. Yes, Master, this disciple will surely comprehend it and will not let you down. Meng Chang fervently bowed in salute. I believe in you. Li Xuan nodded and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Meng Chang took a deep breath, looking at the remnants of his master's wind-thunder-diamond fist demonstration. He closed his eyes, the scene of his master unleashing the technique surfaced in his mind. An intensity that was violently rapid, just like the might of thunder. It was like a violent wind, leaving no stone unturned. The terrifying power that the master displayed amazed Meng Chang. Was this really a cultivation from the blood-chi realm? Master taught the way of the fist, not just the moves. This is the way of the wind-thunder-diamond fist. I should grasp its rapid and imposing manner like thunder and its invisible penetration like the wind, not just the movements of my master. Meng Chang repeatedly reminded himself in his heart. He caused himself to downgrade the movements his master used during the session and focus more on the violent natures of the wind and thunder. After teaching Meng Chang the customized wind-thunder-diamond fist, Li Xuan relaxed a bit, occasionally guiding Sheer in his practice. As for whether Meng Chang could comprehend it, he believed it shouldn't be a problem. As for how long it would take for him to comprehend, he couldn't predict that, but it probably wouldn't take too long. Every day, Meng Chang meditated in the mountains and forests to comprehend the Wind Thunder Diamond Fist, the resounding power of his master's demonstration playing continuously in his mind. Gradually, he imprinted this power into his memory, continuing to contemplate it. From then on, Meng Chang spent his days, early till late, training in the mountains and deepening the impression of his master's demonstration of the power of Wind Thunder Diamond Fist in his mind. Li Xuan, in the meantime, was waiting for Su Yan to step into the innate realm. Once Su Yan broke through, he could start teaching him the cultivation technique above the innate realm. The way of martial arts needed Su Yan to forge ahead. As for Meng Chang's future cultivation, the strategies and methods of training, and the forms of cultivation to follow after Great Sun Golden Bell, Li Xuan had already prepared. The physical martial arts were gradually being perfected. However, the physical martial arts cultivation techniques of the innate realm would have to wait until Meng Chang had comprehended the Wind Thunder Diamond Fist. It was best not to bother him too much, lest he become distracted and slow his progress. Endless mountains. The eldest prince of Qi country, under the protection of a group of experts, continued to explore the mountains, gradually penetrating deeper into them. Where is the expert? The crown prince's face was filled with desire. The struggle for the successor to the throne, the position that he was about to snatch, had suddenly disappeared. And it all happened because of Su Yan, the martial arts expert, which forced his royal father to bow, forcing the royal family of Qi country to bow. Even though Gu Rongshan seemed to be second only to the emperor, there was actually no one in the entire Qi country who dared to go against his will, even his own father. Up until now, Gu Rongshan had not done anything outrageous, mainly because he was bound by the reputation of being a sage, and he did not want to lose that reputation. Also, his eyes had opened up, and he was no longer interested in mundane power. The crown prince felt that his quest to find the expert was not just for his own sake, but also for the whole Qi country and its royal family. Who was it that suggested initially to start confiscating property from Gu Rongshan's son-in-law? The crown prince gritted his teeth and ground them together in secret. If they hadn't confiscated Su Yan's property in the first place, they wouldn't have gotten in this mess. Your Highness, we have already traveled more than 500 miles into these endless mountains. Should we continue to go further? The eunuch following the crown prince expressed his concern. The son of the Minister of War seemed to have met with an accident more than 500 miles into the endless mountains. Of course, it wasn't in these mountains, but 100 miles away at another entrance to the mountains. The crown prince surveyed his surroundings. Their options now were either to explore to the left or right, or to continue deeper, which carried risks. He looked at his team. All of them were experts, including several dozen high-ranking ones from the inner domain. The combat power of this group was far superior to that of the son of the Minister of War. Even if they were to encounter danger, they would not be helpless. Even if they had no means to resist, there were so many people, it would be impossible for a beast to attack them all. The crown prince gritted his teeth and said, "Keep going forward to explore. One needs to face danger to seek wealth, and so is the case with martial arts." "Yes, Your Highness." The eunuch nodded in compliance, relaying the commands that followed. However, he thought to himself, "I wonder whether martial arts can grow back my root. Or would losing it affect my cultivation?" Although he was physically incomplete, he still had a desire for the martial arts. The crown prince's group of more than 300 people was well equipped. Wherever they passed, fierce beasts fled, climbed mountains and crossed ridges, and they did not encounter any danger along the way. Occasionally, when poisonous snakes appeared, they were slashed before reaching the inner circle of the group. The bodyguards, wearing leather armor and smeared with snake insect repellent, made most of the poisonous snakes stay far away. Where on earth is the expert? The spirit of the crown prince was somewhat defeated. Deep within the endless mountains, two figures were leisurely walking, their feet not touching the ground, almost like they were strolling through the woods. Suddenly, a roar resounded, and a large, colorful tiger leaped out. The figure in front was a young man in his 20s. He glanced sidelong at the colorful tiger and laughed. "Is this a red-eyed tiger?" The middle-aged man following closely behind nodded and said, "Yes, young master." As the colorful tiger that had leaped out was about to show its might, it was made docile by the young man's glance and laid down on the ground, looking like a well-behaved big cat. The young man smiled, his gaze towards the exterior of the endless mountains. Zhu Wuxin really knows how to flee, to actually escape to the wasteland. Could it be that he believes no one would come to the wasteland to kill him? Others may not dare, but I Xiling Fang do. The middle-aged man spoke cautiously. "Young master, we must not be careless. Zhu Wuxin is a grandmaster of the Blood Demon cult, and he cultivates the rumored Blood Demon Devil Sutras, which absorb people's blood essence for cultivation, especially the blood essence of martial artists. Although the wasteland lacks the heavenly earth Lingji and one cannot cultivate there, many people still live there. Given Zhu Wuxin's ruthlessness, he will inevitably commit acts of massacring cities for blood sacrifices. His strength, I'm afraid, has already recovered and perhaps even grown stronger. Xiling Feng, however, proudly said, Hu Shan, you are also a grandmaster. Even if Zhu Wuxin's strength has increased, you and I together can surely kill him. Besides, I Xiling Feng alone am enough to slay him. Grandmaster martial artists are not something I haven't killed before. Hu Shan thought about it and felt there was reason in these words. His young master was one of the 3 youngest grandmasters in the inner domain and a famous prodigy of martial arts, with formidable strength that far surpasses ordinary martial artists. And he himself was also a grandmaster-level martial artist. Even if the young master alone could not kill Zhu Wuxin, with his addition, Zhu Wuxin was bound to die without a doubt. Hu Shan, it's precisely because there are people living in the wasteland that we must come to execute Zhu Wuxin, otherwise, the wasteland will turn into purgatory. Xiling Feng's expression became serious. His tone turned cold and solemn. Zhu Wuxin has fled to the wasteland for some time now. I'm afraid he's already committed atrocities. Hu Shan nodded. Without strong people in the wasteland, even a mighty army would be but a gift of heads to Zhu Wuxin. Let's go quickly make our way to the wasteland, Xiling Feng said as he rose into the air and flew beyond the endless mountains. Hu Shan closely followed behind him. Young master, look, there are people over there. Half a Shi-Chen later, Hu Shan suddenly pointed ahead to the left and said. Xiling Feng looked and saw a group of more than 300 people, arranged in a circle, vigilantly watching their surroundings, and protecting the young people inside while appearing somewhat ragged. The person being protected in the middle obviously had a distinguished status. Xiling Feng sighed and said, Zhu Wuxin has indeed already caused a massacre. These people have been forced to flee into the vast mountains. With their strength, even carrying bows and crossbows, if they continue further, upon encountering fierce beasts like the crimson-eyed tiger or the fireman wolf, they are likely to be wiped out. Hu Shan nodded. It was clear at a glance that this group had come to the mountains to seek refuge, and in conjunction with Zhu Wuxin fleeing to the wasteland, it was not difficult to guess that it was because of Zhu Wuxin's slaughter in the wasteland that these people had fled here. Let's go down and ask. Xiling Feng flew towards the Crown Prince and the others. The Crown Prince and his party, who had searched this far, were all extremely tired and began to rest on the spot. Where exactly is the expert? Su Yan, that lad, where did he encounter the expert? The Crown Prince was struggling to endure. Having always lived in comfort and luxury, he had never suffered like this before. Your Highness, look quickly, experts. The attending eunuch suddenly cried out excitedly. The Crown Prince's spirit was lifted, and as he looked up, he indeed saw 2 figures flying in from mid-air. In an instant, they landed in front. Experts. At that moment, the Crown Prince was excited, his face flushed, and his exhaustion swept away. He leaped up but felt it was improper. Barely rising to his feet, he knelt down with a thud. The Chi King pays his respects to the expert. When the Crown Prince knelt, all the guards around him, overwhelmed with excitement, also knelt down. We pay our respects to the expert. Xiling Feng inwardly sighed. The calamity Zhu Wuxin had wrought forced even the noble king of a country to seek experts in the vast mountains to settle a national crisis. Rise, Xiling Feng spoke in a deep voice. Yes, expert. The Crown Prince stood up excitedly, stealing glances at Xiling Feng and the other. Although Xiling Feng appeared a bit younger than him, he would never believe that Xiling Feng was younger. This was an expert possessing the secret of eternal youth. Xiling Feng spoke gravely. Has Qi country faced a disaster, a calamity upon you? The Crown Prince was startled. How could the expert know? Indeed, ever since Su Yan arrived, Qi country had undergone a great change. As for a calamity approaching, it was possible maybe one day Gu Rongshan would do something rash and rebel. Yes, the expert is almost divine. The Crown Prince nodded vigorously. Xiling Feng thought to himself. As expected, Zhu Wuxin had already started his massacres and blood sacrifices, devouring blood essence to enhance his own power. If he had not come, the tragedy of the wasteland was beyond imagining. Thinking of this, his face showed anger as he said, This is truly outrageous. Tell me, how many have died? How many have died? The Crown Prince was momentarily stunned. He really didn't know. But Su Yan had pushed through 10,000 of Qi country's elite Divine Might army, which was known to every court official in the capital city. As for how many of the Divine Might army had died because of this, he did not know. I don't know the exact number, only that he has pushed through my Qi country's elite 10,000 Divine Might army, the Crown Prince answered honestly. Xiling Feng's killing intent grew even denser, so a massacre of 10,000 had already occurred. Moreover, it was 10,000 elite troops of Qi country that had been slaughtered. What about before this incident? It must have been countless killings already. Even a blood sacrifice of an entire city has occurred, causing Qi country to dispatch its elite troops to encircle and suppress the culprits. Tell me, where is that person now? Xiling Feng asked solemnly. Perhaps in Dong County. The Crown Prince was not entirely sure. However, looking at the esteemed one's appearance, it seems there might be some grudge between him and Su Yan, or Su Yan's master. Having a grudge is good. That way he will not join forces with Su Yan. Esteemed one, please protect the royal family of Qi country. Qi country is willing to honor the esteemed one as the nation-protecting state preceptor. The crown prince bowed deeply and said, there's no need for the title of nation-protecting state preceptor. I will settle the disaster of your Qi country myself. Yes, yes, esteemed one. The crown prince was slightly disappointed. However, as long as the esteemed one arrives at the capital city of Qi country, there would still be a chance for a turnaround. The crown prince ordered, preparing to depart immediately to return to the capital city of Qi country. Zai Lingfeng saw that the group's pace was too slow. By the time they returned to the capital city of Qi country, Zhu Wuxin could have killed countless more people. Crown Prince was confused and gave a wry smile that, esteemed one, I'm not familiar with the directions, but my chief companion knows the way. The Crown Prince hastily pointed at his attendant eunuch and said, then let's go together. Zai Lingfeng nodded. Hu Shan raised his hand and pulled the attendant eunuch over, taking to the air together with Zai Lingfeng. They took to the skies. The Crown Prince was thrilled, but when he looked down, he trembled all over from fright. Su Yan couldn't even fly yet. The strength of this esteemed one surpassed Su Yan's. Now let's see how Su Yan can be arrogant. The glory of the Guo Rongshan family ends here. His father, Emperor Qi, has grown old. It was time for him to abdicate the throne. Just an old good-for-nothing, venting his frustration on his own son. The Crown Prince was seething inwardly. Lead the way. Zai Lingfeng looked at the attendant eunuch. Over there, the capital city is in that direction. The attendant eunuch's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed towards the direction of Qi country's capital city. At this moment, he really wanted to ask the esteemed one if the severed root could grow back by cultivating martial arts. However, he never mustered the courage to ask. Let's go. Zai Lingfeng's martial arts inner Qi surged, protecting the Crown Prince as they flew towards the direction of the capital city of Qi country. Hu Shan, carrying the attendant eunuch, followed closely behind. The capital city of Qi country was still bustling with life. The ministers had no desire to attend court, and the common people didn't care as long as no noble was disturbing their lives. What did it matter to them if court was in session? The Qi king lived up to his reputation as a virtuous and wise sage. Since he took control of the state affairs and assisted Emperor Qi, excessive levies and miscellaneous taxes have been reduced, and life has improved. Inside the palace, Emperor Qi was entertaining Guo Rongshan, affectionately calling him Brother Guo. Meanwhile, serving at their side was his favorite concubine, Princess Concubine Yun. Guo Rongshan felt uncomfortable throughout. Last time, Emperor Qi even considered gifting Princess Concubine Yun to him, frightening him into hastily refusing. Now, what did it mean to have Princess Concubine Yun serve at his side? Brother Guo, I see you're becoming more vigorous as you age. Wouldn't you like me to give? Emperor Qi said cheerfully. He was inwardly frustrated. To be an emperor who ended up like this, was he the first one ever? Where exactly is that expert? Why haven't they found him yet? Your Majesty, I am terrified. My wife at home is like a tigress. I dare not even consider it. Guo Rongshan hastily declined. What's going on with Emperor Qi? Has he developed some strange proclivity, contemplating gifting a concubine again? Father, the expert has arrived. Your son has found the expert. Suddenly, an excited voice came from above. Emperor Qi and Guo Rongshan looked upwards upon hearing the sound, as 4 figures descended from the sky. A young man with a precious sword hanging at his waist, carrying the Crown Prince, another persona, middle-aged man with a sword at his side as well, carrying the Crown Prince's attendant eunuch. Emperor Qi was instantly overjoyed and abruptly stood up. The highly anticipated masters had finally arrived. Greetings to the masters. Emperor Qi's demeanor was very humble, almost moved to tears with excitement. But Guo Rongshan's heart sank. The masters had actually flown here, yet his own grandson Su Yan was still unable to fly using his qi. However, his grandson's master was a peerless master. He ought to be no less capable, right? He also hurriedly stood up and followed with a salute. Zai Lingfeng's gaze was sharp. Without any nonsense, he directly asked, where is the troublemaker? Emperor Qi was taken aback. The troublemaker? Su Yan. Guo Rongshan's heart twitched. This master's tone was unfriendly. Could it be that there was some feud with Su Yan or Su Yan's master? His heart could not help but feel uneasy. Guo Rongshan, where is your grandson? At this moment, Emperor Qi straightened his back and no longer addressed him as brother, calling him by his name instead. Guo Rongshan thought for a moment. His grandson was in Dong County, practicing with his master. If these martial artists were to look there, perhaps Su Yan's master could deal with them. He's in Dong County. He did not conceal the fact, standing straight and even glancing sideways at Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi's heart skipped a beat. The outcome of this confrontation had yet to be determined. If in the end the 2 masters present were unable to prevail, wouldn't that be disastrous? He immediately put on a smile and said, Brother Guo, since the master is seeking your grandson, I dare not conceal the truth. Upon hearing that Zhu Wuxin was in Dong County, Zai Lingfeng immediately asked, in which direction is Dong County? The Crown Prince straightened his back and spoke, Master, there's no need for you to go in person. Just let someone send a message for him to come to the capital city and pay respects to the master. While speaking, he gestured towards Guo Rongshan and commanded, Lord Guo, will you not quickly send word to your grandson to have him hurry to the capital city to pay respects to the master? Guo Rongshan squinted at the crown prince, thinking the young man needed to be disciplined. Xiling Feng was somewhat baffled, looking at Guo Rongshan with a puzzled expression. Your grandson, Zhu Wuxin, is someone's grandson now. Indeed, may I know why the master is looking for my grandson? Guo Rongshan nodded and asked. Xiling Feng blinked, sensing that there was something amiss about the situation. Looking at Hu Shan, he communicated telepathically, how old is Zhu Wuxin? Could he be from the border wilderness? Hu Shan was also puzzled and replied, Zhu Wuxin should be no younger than me. As for the possibility of him moving from the border wilderness to the inner domain, it's absolutely impossible. The mountain range near the inner domain is infested with fierce beasts. Without the strength of at least a 4th or 5th rank, it's impossible to cross. So what's going on here? Xiling Feng had never imagined that a martial artist would emerge from the wasteland. Hu Shan pondered for a moment and said, perhaps Zhu Wuxin has changed his ways. On the surface, he is the grandson of this man, but in reality, he subtly controls him, helping him to maintain a grip on Qi country's imperial court while secretly consuming the essence and blood of others, avoiding creating greater chaos. To evade our pursuit, if it were someone else who came to the border wilderness and found no massacre or blood sacrifice, they wouldn't continue the investigation and would return to the inner domain. Hu Shan analyzed. Xiling Feng felt the reasoning was sound. Having suffered such a loss in the inner domain, Zhu Wuxin would want to keep a low profile upon first escaping to the border wilderness to avoid being pursued by inner realm martial artists. In order to hide his identity, he was actually willing to become someone's grandson. He had underestimated Zhu Wuxin's patience and forbearance. Thinking this, Xiling Feng narrowed his eyes and said to Guo Rongshan, send a message to your grandson, telling him to come to the capital city for a meeting and let him know he can't hide. Certainly, Guo Rongshan agreed without hesitation, nodding in response. This matter was no longer something he could influence or resolve. He would inform his grandson of the situation, and if truly no match, he would tell his grandson to flee. Your Majesty, I request to be excused. Guo Rongshan saluted Emperor Qi. My loyal subject, take care. Emperor Qi was quite pleased inside. As Guo Rongshan left, Emperor Qi commanded a grand feast to be prepared to entertain Xiling Feng and the other. But Xiling Feng refused, only requesting a quiet residence instead. Emperor Qi readily agreed. He personally escorted Xiling Feng and his companion to a secluded residence within the royal palace. Upon returning to his study, his entire demeanor changed. The imperial majesty was once again present. Order issued, keep the Qi King's residence under covert surveillance and prepare to take control of the Divine Might Army. Emperor Qi commanded. Father, just confiscate Guo Rongshan's property now, the crown prince said. Foolish. Emperor Qi glared at his eldest son and said, the outcome has not been decided. What's the rush? What if it ends in a draw? What if we lose? You need to be prudent, don't be impatient. Yes, father is right. His father was old and muddled. It was time for him to be pushed aside. In Yunshan County, Li Xuan was refining the cultivation technique beyond the innate realm. It would connect seamlessly with the innate realm, and the strength of this realm remained immensely powerful, surpassing the great grandmasters of the inner realm martial Dao. On this day, a message from the capital city reached Dong County. Martial artists had arrived in the capital. Su Yan was commanded to go to the capital to see them. It seemed the visitors bore ill intentions. The two arrivals descended from the sky. They must be grandmaster martial artists from the inner domain. Master, I will go to the capital city and meet with the martial artists of the inner domain. Su Yan exclaimed with excitement. Inner domain grandmaster, are you confident? Li Xuan pondered for a moment before asking. Su Yan had already reached the peak of the Qi blood realm and had a profound understanding of the sword Dao, having attained a clear heart toward swordsmanship. His strength had long since diverged from his past self. However, if the two of them joined forces, Su Yan would probably have difficulty coping. What's more, there are different levels of strength even among grandmasters. Master, rest assured, I have perceived the essence of the sword Dao, and my descending dragon palm has also made a breakthrough to the second layer. I do not fear the grandmasters of the inner domain. Even if the two of them join forces, I shall not fear, Su Yan declared confidently. If you have confidence, then go. Li Xuan gave his nod of approval. Do you need your teacher to accompany you? After thinking about it, Li Xuan spoke again. Master, please stay in Yunshan County to teach my fellow disciple. I alone am sufficient. They come for Zhu Wuxin and has not troubled my grandfather's family. They may not have any significant malice. This is a good opportunity to refine my sword Dao through their challenge. Perhaps this will help me perceive the sword intent. Su Yan thought for a moment and then shook his head. With such confidence, then go. Li Xuan nodded. Yes, master. Su Yan, full of excitement, immediately set off on his journey. inner domain grandmasters, and there are two of them. Have they come to hunt down Zhu Wuxin? From what Gu Rongshan conveyed, it seems they do bear ill will, yet they did not trouble the Gu family. Moreover, they did not display any attitude of superiority or arrogance. They are not bloodthirsty. Su Yan's trip shouldn't pose a problem, and with his strength he won't lose to the grandmasters. Li Xuan pondered to himself, I cannot allow anything to happen to my precious disciple. I shall go and see for myself. Ultimately, Li Xuan could not put his mind at ease. Disciple, the key to the wind and thunder Vajra fist lies within the momentum of wind and thunder. Reflect upon this more. Your teacher needs to leave for a bit. After Meng Chang returned, Li Xuan gave some instructions before soaring into the sky, making his way toward the capital city of Qi Country. At the Gu family in Qi Country's capital city, father, are those two experts here for Yanner? Gu Yunkai voiced his concerns anxiously. In this matter, we are helpless. We'll have to see how Yanner handles it, Gu Rongshan replied helplessly. Since the arrival of the grandmasters, the court officials were excited and eager to show their loyalty to Emperor Qi, all just to catch a glimpse of the grandmasters. The Qi King's residence became deserted in an instant. To the court officials, it seemed as if the Qi King's residence was doomed. One by one, they distanced themselves as if the Qi King's residence was plagued, afraid to be associated in the slightest. Emperor Qi had no interest in dealing with the court officials. He visited the grandmasters morning, noon, and night, presenting all kinds of precious medicines and rare jewels, bringing them to the grandmaster's residence. Although the grandmasters did not accept, he also refused to take them back. As the saying goes, receiving gifts makes you indebted. Being the sovereign of a nation, he showed great respect and generosity. Surely, the grandmasters ought to reciprocate in some way, right? Emperor Qi was quite content, simply waiting for the right moment to ask about martial Dao techniques, hoping to persuade the grandmasters to take a disciple or something of the sort. The crown prince was also diligently serving at their side, hoping to be taken as a disciple to learn powerful martial arts. Where are they? Have they gone into hiding? Zai Lingfeng was becoming impatient. Esteemed grandmasters, rest assured, he has already set off for the capital city. The crown prince fawned with a flattering expression. On this day, a figure darted towards the imperial palace. Emperor Qi, you old fart, Su Yan has arrived. Where is that so-called grandmaster? Su Yan had arrived. Just like last time, he came flying in with unrivaled arrogance. His imposing aura pressed in all directions, exuding unmatched dominance. What's this? Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan's expression changed. A martial artist? Where did this martial artist come from? In an instant, the two disappeared from their spot and soared into the sky, arriving in front of Su Yan in the blink of an eye. Su Yan's gaze sharpened indeed. They were grandmaster martial artists. His eyes focused on Zai Lingfeng. His instincts told him this person was the strongest, exuding an aura of sharpness. At his waist hung a longsword, a sword Dao martial artist. His eyes lit up instantly. Standing atop the palace roof, he rubbed his palms together, eager to test himself against the inner domain sword Dao martial artist. This inner domain martial artist was not much older than him, only in his mid-20s. About 10 or 12 years his senior, no. Yet his strength was even greater than Zhu Wuxin's. Are you the ones looking for me? Su Yan asked excitedly. Zai Lingfeng's brows were deeply furrowed. The young man before him seemed a bit off. He appeared to be a martial artist. Yet his aura was somewhat different, his qi blood extraordinarily vigorous. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a grave voice. You are not Zhu Wuxin. Where is Zhu Wuxin? Indeed, they were here looking for Zhu Wuxin. Zhu Wuxin is already dead. Su Yan did not hide the fact. Dead. Zai Lingfeng was startled, wondering how a grandmaster martial artist could have died in the wasteland. Who killed him? He did not believe that the young man before him could have killed Zhu Wuxin. My master. Who is your esteemed master? There is no need for you to know that. Since you've come looking for me, let's get started. I would also like to experience the strength of a grandmaster from the inner domain. Su Yan's qi and blood erupted with a thunderous roar. A crimson dragon coiled around him. Zai Lingfeng was shocked and said sternly, Who are you? Have you come from the inner domain? Su Yan stood proudly and replied, What do you mean, have I come from the inner domain? I am Su Yan from the Dong prefecture of Qi Country, a person of the wasteland. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zai Lingfeng's face filled with disbelief. It's impossible for a martial artist to emerge from the wasteland. Su Yan sneered and said, Then what do you think of me? Am I a martial artist or not? This. Zai Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Indeed, before him was a martial artist from the wasteland. Hu Shan too was greatly astounded. He tried to sense the spirit mechanism of heaven and earth but found nothing. This indicated that the spirit mechanism of heaven and earth still did not exist in the wasteland. Enough of the dithering, come on, let's fight. Su Yan, impatient, pointed at Zai Lingfeng and spoke. Fine. Zai Lingfeng took a deep breath and nodded. Let's take it outside the city. Su Yan spoke and then with a movement technique he soared out towards the outskirts. Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan exchanged a look, both seeing the disbelief in the other's eyes. They leapt into the air, flying towards the outskirts. The capital city was in an uproar. There was a battle between strong martial artists. People poured out of the city wanting to watch, but no one was to be seen. Several miles outside the capital city of Qi country, Xiling Feng strode through the air, longsword in hand, his aura fierce, his entire being like a sharp sword, his sword Qi locking onto Su Yan from a distance. Su Yan's Qi and blood boiled, his entire being becoming ecstatic. I hail from Sword Venerate Cliff, Xiling Feng. Xiling Feng saluted. Donk Prefecture, Su Yan. Su Yan returned the salute. Sensing Xiling Feng's sharpness, as sharp as a sword, he grew even more excited. He had just stepped through the gates of the sword Dao and his sword heart was clear, but he had not yet sensed the sword intent. Perhaps this very moment was an opportunity to have a battle with a sword Dao martial artist from the inner domain and test their mettle, Brother Su. Xiling Feng cupped his fist and asked curiously, "May I ask which realm Brother Su is in?" He was a bit unsure of Su Yan's realm. He was neither at the Grandmaster level, nor did he seem like he was at the 9th grade. No 9th grade could have such a powerful aura. What surprised him even more was the crimson dragon coiling around Su Yan. Its presence was quite astonishing, a cultivation technique he had never seen in the inner domain. Martial arts beginner, the Qi blood realm complete. Su Yan declared outright, Qi blood realm. Xiling Feng was baffled. What realm was that? He had never heard of it. Turning to glance at Hu Shan, who was watching the battle from behind, he saw that Hu Shan was also utterly confused. And only a beginner in martial arts. Brother Su, what are the Qi blood realm and martial arts beginner? Isn't that the 9th grade? Su Yan said impatiently, stop wasting words. Let's talk after we fight. All right. Xiling Feng's eyes narrowed with intensity. With a flick of his longsword, Sword Qi swirled at the tip, saying, Brother Su, please make a move. Well, I won't hold back then. Su Yan raised his hand and slapped downwards. Boom! The descending dragon palm transformed into a massive dragon, striking out with terrifying force. Xiling Feng pointed with his sword, and Sword Qi streaked like lightning, directly piercing the dragon's head, and with a ripping sound, cleanly bisected the dragon-shaped palm force. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, recognizing that Xiling Feng was stronger than Zhu Wuxin, and by more than just a little. He took a deep breath with the descending dragon palm. 18 massive dragons combined to strike out. Boom! Xiling Feng was shocked. What kind of palm technique was this? His longsword swept up, layers of Sword Qi surrounding him, warding off the attack. Then, with a flicker in midair, a flash of the sword, swift as a thunderbolt, he aimed a fierce thrust of his blade at Su Yan's throat. Su Yan's gaze sharpened. In that instant, he spotted the weakness in Xiling Feng's thrust, but the speed was too great and he couldn't attack the weak spot in time. Instantly, he shifted his position with a movement technique, narrowly evading the attack. Xiling Feng was startled yet again. What kind of movement technique was this, which allowed for such instant repositioning? Su Yan directed the flight of 18 giant dragons in an up-and-down motion, striking Xiling Feng from all directions, fully unleashing the furious power of the descending dragon palm. Xiling Feng's gaze grew intense, his aura increasingly fierce. The sword in his hand shone with a brilliant light. In a moment, he thrust out the sword, and the sword Qi was like a grand river. The sound of rushing water filled the atmosphere. Boom! The sword Qi swept across the giant dragons, causing roaring sounds and the collapse of the dragons. Although most of the sword Qi had dissipated, it remained intensely sharp. Whoosh! Xiling Feng's eyes were cold. A surge of sword Qi wrapped around him. The brilliant light of the sword in his hand fluctuated, and between the ebb and flow of the sword Qi, it was like the surge of countless rivers. Hu Shan, who was watching the battle at a distance, was shocked in his heart. What kind of palm technique is this young man using that even the young master has had to employ the 10,000 river swordsmanship? The 10,000 river swordsmanship. A single sword stroke as vast as thousands of rivers. It is one of the top swordsmanship techniques of Sword Master Cliff. It is with this swordsmanship that Xiling Feng was once able to slay a grandmaster martial artist. In the inner domain, it is renowned throughout. This is swordsmanship. Su Yan's heart tightened. He could feel intense pressure from Xiling Feng's swordsmanship. The sword Qi weaved in all directions, layer upon layer, vast and unstoppably crossing like a series of cascading rivers. There is no evasion, no resistance. The sword Qi can either be relentlessly fierce or gentle as water, yet there is no gap it cannot penetrate. Every strike of the descending dragon palm felt as if it was falling into a river, making it increasingly heavy and strenuous. Dragons should control the water. Now they are trapped in the water, showcasing the extraordinary aspect of this swordsmanship. However, Su Yan also understood that when he was at the realm of blood Qi, he was not able to bring out the true power of the descending dragon palm, hence why he was trapped in the long river. He felt no disheartenment. Instead, he was more excited than ever. Right now, his mind was clear, and the image of Xiling Feng's swordsmanship technique appeared in his mind. This is the weakness. Boom! A giant dragon broke through a sword Qi and launched an attack at Xiling Feng. This is the point of sharpness. Dodge it. a giant dragon suddenly dived upwards, avoiding a sword chi, then immediately dived down, destroying another sword chi. Zai Lingfeng's gaze was heavy. The 10,000 river swordsmanship was continuously executed. The sword chi transformed into tens of thousands of rivers, blocking Su Yan from all sides, making the sword chi increasingly denser and fiercer. Li Xuan, not too far away, silently watched the battle between Su Yan and Zai Lingfeng. At this moment, with his sword heart clear and complete, he had completely understood the 10,000 river swordsmanship. In his mind, he built, based on the foundation of the 10,000 river swordsmanship, a stronger version of the 10,000 river swordsmanship. This is the strength of having a clear sword heart. The enemy's swordsmanship is my swordsmanship. The enemy's sword play is my sword play. Improving on the strengths and discarding the weaknesses, the swordsmanship is on a higher level. His cultivation realm is higher, so he was able to see the 10,000 river swordsmanship clearly in such a short period of time, improving on its shortcomings. But Su Yan, after all, is of lower realm, just entering the realm of sword heart clarity. Although he recognized the weaknesses and sharp points of the swordsmanship, he is not able to fully grasp it all at once. After all, this is his first time executing sword heart clarity. It is normal to be a little stiff. He will become proficient later. The battle continued. The sword chi transformed into long rivers, crisscrossing each other, and the 18 giant dragons were rolling in the intertwined sword chi. However, the space for their attack was getting smaller and smaller. If it continues like this, the result is already set. But Li Xuan knew that this was just Su Yan learning the 10,000 river swordsmanship. He hadn't taken out his sword yet. Zai Lingfeng was also amazed at Su Yan's strength. At the borderland, there was such a young martial artist, it's truly beyond belief. And what he said about the entry level of martial arts, what is the realm of blood chi? He had many questions in his heart. Is he just entering the realm of martial arts? No, absolutely impossible. How can one who's just entered the realm of martial arts have such powerful strength? Hu Shan was watching the battle from a distance. At this moment, as the 10,000 river swordsmanship unfolded, there was only one scene in the battlefield. The sword chi was like a rushing river, and the powerful giant dragon's attack range was getting smaller. In not much longer, they would be crushed by the 10,000 river sword chi. Being able to fight with the young master to this extent, he is truly a heaven-born genius. Hu Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Su Yan's blood chi was surging. At this moment, he thrust out a palm, and the 18 giant dragons unexpectedly merged into one, transforming into an even more massive and solid giant dragon. Boom! The giant dragon burst out. Its power was astounding, bold, and ferocious. It directly shattered the crisscrossing sword chi, creating a wide opening. Su Yan moved a step forward. His palms struck out, and at this moment, his surging blood chi produced a giant dragon with each palm strike. No fancy tricks, only direct brute force. The utterly forceful and fiery power of the descending dragon palm shifted to its utmost, and as Su Yan drove the descending dragon palm to the peak of blood chi stage, a surge of blood chi rose above his head. With the utterly forceful and fiery palm techniques directly clashed with the 10,000 river sword chi, the power of descending dragon palm, aside from its flexible variations, its core lies in its utter strength, utterly hot and forceful. Only then can it possess the power to descend dragons. Su Yan had a sudden insight. Zai Lingfeng was taken aback. He quietly exclaimed to himself, what a domineering palm technique. As Su Yan withstood the 10,000 river sword chi with the utterly hot and forceful palm force of descending dragon palm, the originally compressed space began to expand continually. One after another, the 10,000 river sword chi started to collapse. Zai Lingfeng took a deep breath. His gaze grew more serious, and as he moved his body, the 10,000 river swordsmanship was continually executed. The 10,000 river sword chi intensified significantly, layered upon layer, to the point that it eventually echoed with the sound of flowing river water. As if a multitude of rivers were rushing by, the battlefield turned into a domain of water. With a focused gaze, Su Yan pushed his blood and energy to the limit and slammed down with a palm. With this palm strike, a whistling sound accompanied the force of the palm, resembling a dragon's roar. For a moment, the sound of the myriad rivers surged louder and louder until, in the end, it was like a waterfall cascading down, erupting in a deafening roar. Hu Shan, observing the battle, had a solemn face, a flash of shock passing through his eyes. The young master was forced to push the myriad river's swordsmanship to its limit. Even in the inner domain, the grandmasters who could force the young master to exert the myriad river's swordsmanship to its zenith were only those well-renowned veteran grandmasters. Could this youth's strength truly be comparable to those veteran grandmaster powerhouses? In the middle of the waterfall's thunderous roar, the whistling sound still couldn't be drowned out, sounding like a series of furious roars. All of a sudden, 18 giant dragons swept out again. Boom, the myriad rivers sword chi collapsed layer by layer, and the 18 giant dragons also continuously shattered. Su Yan's descending dragon palm's second level achieved a major breakthrough. Li Xuan couldn't help but marvel. With every intense battle, Su Yan had something to gain, something to realize. Truly worthy of being the pioneer of his own martial arts endeavor. Your disciple Su Yan, his descending dragon palm's second level has achieved a major breakthrough, and your descending dragon palm's second level is complete. The golden finger fed back the information. Li Xuan continued to watch the battle in the arena. The outcome had not been decided yet. The strength of Xiling Feng, it must be said, was much stronger than Zhu Wuxin's. His swordsmanship was also incredibly powerful. Martial arts prodigy, and moreover, his talent in sword Dao was exceedingly outstanding. But ultimately, he lacked the enlightened sword heart and had not stepped into the gateway of sword Dao. At that moment, Xiling Feng's gaze sharpened, and a sword light shot out from his hand. The sword was like a flying rainbow, fast as lightning. In that instant, the sword light had already neared Su Yan's throat. Flying rainbow swordsmanship. The young master was actually forced to use the flying rainbow swordsmanship. Hu Shan was astonished. Sword Venerate Cliff, one of the 3 peerless sword techniques. Su Yan's gaze sharpened, and his figure suddenly drifted away, light as a feather yet extremely fast. Whoosh, he was fast, but Xiling Feng's sword was faster, and another streak of flying rainbow sword light pierced towards him. Shifting form, changing position. Su Yan instantaneously shifted his location, yet his sleeve was still nicked by the sword's edge. The third sword light followed closely behind. With his enlightened sword heart, Su Yan could perceive the weakness of this sword attack, but the fleeting opportunity was not enough to grasp. This sword technique must be of no low level, Su Yan thought to himself. He shifted his form and changed positions again, dodging this sword attack. Then with a flick, he touched the precious sword at his waist. The sword was unsheathed. Xiling Feng paused his hand and did not continue to attack, but instead said, "You are also a sword Dao martial artist. Then let me see what your sword Dao is like. You won't be disappointed," Su Yan replied with a brilliant smile. He intended to use the myriad rivers swordsmanship to clash with the opponent. Xiling Feng made his move, and with a flash of his sword, the sword light pressed close to Su Yan in an instant. At that moment, a wave of sword chi surged forth, like a great river with a thunderous sound, and the sword light seemed to plunge into the raging river, dissipating without a trace. Xiling Feng was taken aback. The sword technique Su Yan exhibited felt familiar. A ludicrous thought crossed his mind, then he suppressed it. Impossible. He promptly utilized the flying rainbow swordsmanship, the sword light swift as a rainbow skimming the sky. Su Yan drew his sword, and the myriad rivers surged and roared, his sword chi crisscrossing with the flying rainbow sword light, constantly colliding. Hu Shan, watching from a distance, had widened his eyes, a look of shock across his face. Myriad rivers swordsmanship. How is that possible? This was one of Sword Venerate Cliff's top sword techniques. How could he know it? No, something's not right. It seems slightly different from the myriad rivers swordsmanship. Hu Shan felt more and more aghast the more he observed. This myriad rivers swordsmanship, while appearing identical to that of Sword Venerate Cliff, had some differences in certain sword moves. What was more terrifying was that the sword chi was even more continuous and had the grandeur of a myriad rivers surge, even embodying the soft flow of river water. It was as if it was an advanced version of myriad rivers swordsmanship. Xiling Feng was no longer just shocked, his heart was trembling. This was the myriad rivers swordsmanship. No one understood myriad rivers swordsmanship better than he did. Even though some of the sword moves Su Yan used were different from his, it was precisely because of these differences that he was trembling. Those sword moves, he vaguely felt, were the deficiencies of the myriad rivers swordsmanship. That failed to showcase the might of the myriad rivers surge. Now Su Yan had actually executed it, stronger than him, with a sword momentum like a myriad of rivers flowing, naturally flawless, without any weak point. His Feihong swordsmanship, once caught in it, seemed unable to fully display his skill. Wand swordsmanship. How could you know our sword Venerate Cliff's wand swordsmanship? Xiling Feng exclaimed in shock. Su Yan raised an eyebrow and said, "You just taught it to me." "What?" Xiling Feng was dumbfounded and then overwhelmed with shock. You learned it while we were sparring just now. How the hell is that possible?" He, Xiling Feng, proclaimed to be the first sword Dao prodigy in 1,000 years from Sword Venerate Cliff, couldn't even do that. Is there a problem? Su Yan asked with a puzzled face. Since I've entered the threshold of Sword Dao, aren't all sword techniques visible to me without barriers, to be picked and used as I wish? Don't tell me you haven't entered the threshold of Sword Dao. Entering the threshold of Sword Dao allows one to adopt another's sword techniques for their own use. Sword Venerate Cliff's martial artists, all of whom have entered the threshold of Sword Dao, who can freely adopt sword techniques for their own use. Xiling Feng's mind was a mess. Are you sure that entering the threshold of Sword Dao means you can freely adopt sword techniques for your own use? Xiling Feng's face was full of disbelief. It felt like the other person was insulting his intelligence. Not to mention entering the threshold, Even great grandmasters of sword Dao couldn't do it, of course. Su Yan affirmed with confidence and then looked at Zai Lingfeng with puzzlement. You couldn't possibly be, still not having entered the threshold of sword Dao, right? This person with his strong and extremely sharp swordsmanship would not be easy to defeat. Bullshit. Zai Lingfeng roared angrily. Zai Lingfeng entered the threshold of sword Dao at the age of 6. Really? Absolutely true. Zai Lingfeng spoke through clenched teeth. Su Yan lifted his hand for a strike, the sword light swift as a flying rainbow, as quick as lightning. In an instant, it was already upon Zai Lingfeng's chest. He was greatly startled and hurriedly dodged. SSS, his clothes were slashed with a tear, but at this moment he didn't care about that, his face full of terror. Fei Hong's swordsmanship. This was a move he had used himself. Su Yan struck with the sword again, once more using the Fei Hong swordsmanship. Zai Lingfeng countered with his sword, but his mind was already in chaos. The unique sword technique from Sword Venerate Cliff, Fei Hong's swordsmanship, he learned it after watching once. No, that's impossible. How did you practice the Fei Hong swordsmanship? As Su Yan executed another Fei Hong swordsmanship, he said, isn't this what you just displayed? Like I said, for those who have entered the threshold of sword Dao, all sword techniques are transparent and can be adopted and used at will. He then shook his head regretfully. It turns out, you haven't entered the threshold of sword Dao. I had thought I could find someone to discuss sword Dao with. Zai Lingfeng was furious. He was Sword Venerate Cliff's sword Dao prodigy for 1,000 years, having entered the threshold at 6, and to be insulted like this. You're spouting nonsense. Su Yan raised an eyebrow and said, then let me perform a few sword techniques. Let's see if you can adopt them for your own use. Saying this, he stabbed out with his sword, and with a tearing sound, a sword light stood in place, domineering beyond compare, sweeping through the sky. Zai Lingfeng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly used his sword to defend, while Su Yan continued his relentless attacks, one sword technique after another, all swift and ferocious, domineering beyond compare. What kind of swordsmanship is this, on par with wand swordsmanship? Zai Lingfeng felt a chill in his heart. Have you learned it yet? Su Yan asked. Zai Lingfeng, grinding his teeth in anger, shouted, you are mocking me. Who can learn the enemy's sword techniques and moves during a battle? No matter how talented, it was not possible. Those who have entered the threshold of sword Dao can certainly do it. Thus, the battle between sword Dao martial artists is never about the sword techniques, but the sword Dao itself, Su Yan stated matter-of-factly. Bullshit. Zai Lingfeng's face turned red with rage. Su Yan sheathed his sword and stepped back, a look of disappointment on his face. I understand now. You haven't actually entered the sword Dao. It's just that you don't know it yourself, thinking you have. I can't blame you. It's your limited vision that has bounded your understanding. Zai Lingfeng's face turned the color of liver, on the verge of exploding with anger. This was the 3rd or 4th time he was being humiliated. It was too outrageous. I, Zai Lingfeng, today with you. Before he could finish, Su Yan interrupted. I'm afraid you don't even know about the enlightened sword heart, do you? What? Zai Lingfeng's face was blank with confusion. What did he just say about being enlightened? What do you mean? Zai Lingfeng took a deep breath, trying to calm his raging heart. Clear mind in sword heart, the essence of sword Dao. Only with a clear mind can one step into sword Dao, don't you know? Su Yan asked, puzzled. Zai Lingfeng looked perplexed. Clear mind in sword heart. He had never heard of it. He turned to look at Hu Shan, who was watching the fight from a distance. Hu Shan was equally bewildered, shaking his head to indicate that he too had never heard of it. Are you making up a name to deceive me? Do you think Zai Lingfeng would fall for it? Zai Lingfeng drew a deep breath, glaring at Su Yan. He kept telling himself, don't be fooled. This is a lie. He's deceiving me. Su Yan looked as if he had expected this reaction, saying, you don't even know the clear mind in sword heart, yet you claim to have entered the gate of sword Dao. More than ever, he became certain that the inner realm martial arts were false martial arts. The real martial arts were the ones taught by his master. Why don't you explain what this clear mind in sword heart is? Zai Lingfeng sneered. He wasn't going to fall for it. Those who have clear mind in sword heart have a clear mind in sword Dao. They can see through swordsmanship and sword skills at a glance and use them at will. Only clear mind in sword heart can lead one into sword Dao. This is the foundation of sword Dao. Su Yan thought with pity that Zai Lingfeng didn't even know about the clear mind in sword heart. Despite having not yet entered the gate of sword Dao, he mistakenly believed that he was a sword Dao martial artist. Nonsense. How can there be someone with clear mind in sword heart in this world? Zai Lingfeng's mind was in a whirl, but he was convinced Su Yan was lying to him. If someone had clear mind in sword heart, wouldn't that make swordsmanship skills easy to learn? Where would the challenge be then? I have clear mind in sword heart, that's why I can see through your sword play and use it as I wish. Su Yan said arrogantly. No, that's impossible. Zai Lingfeng gritted his teeth and said, stop tricking me. You must have learned my sword Zuncliffe swordsmanship elsewhere. I only study sword Dao, not swordsmanship. As for your sword Zuncliffe swordsmanship, I look down on it. If you don't believe me, let's continue our duel. Su Yan raised his sword, indicating Zai Lingfeng could make his move. Zai Lingfeng gritted his teeth, but he didn't make a move. At this moment, he discovered that he didn't have the courage to draw his sword. As soon as he made a move, his sword skills would be used by the opponent the next moment. How could he fight this way? Hushan, who was watching from a distance, became worried and ran over, saying, "Young master, don't let him confuse you and shake your confidence." Zai Lingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "But his sword skills. He definitely stole them. I'll deal with him," Hushan said with a grim expression. He drew his longsword and turned to Su Yan. "Let's see how you borrow my sword skills for your own use." Su Yan raised an eyebrow, saying, "Go ahead, take this. Let's see how you borrow my sword tricks." Hushan sneered, his longsword sweeping out like a violent gale. Zai Lingfeng took a deep breath, watching the battle with a serious expression, and thought to himself, did he also learn Hushan's gale swordsmanship? When were the Sword Zuncliffe swordsmanship skills leaked? No, that's impossible. Top swordsmanship is not available for ordinary disciples to practice, and among the 3 top-level swordsmanships, not all core disciples qualify to practice them. Zai Lingfeng was haunted by an absurd thought. That was Su Yan's words might be true. He had clear mind and sword heart, and he could understand the swordsmanship at a glance, and use whatever he wanted at will. When he thought of this possibility, he felt a bit bewildered. How could he, who was hailed as the first Sword Dao genius of Sword Zuncliffe in a millennium, not even have entered the gate of Sword Dao? He found it hard to accept. Hushan sneered in his heart, thinking how ridiculous the idea of clear mind and sword heart was. This guy must have stolen Sword Zuncliffe's swordsmanship through some means or channels. Unleashing his gale swordsmanship, Hushan launched continuous fierce attacks. Suddenly, Su Yan drew his sword. His sword was like a gale, and it was Hushan's gale swordsmanship. Hushan's face displayed a cold smirk, but he didn't seem surprised. Suddenly, he changed his moves. Hiding behind the gale work sword chi, a ray of sword light whipped out, following by the second and the third. The ground-hugging sword light, concealed by the gale work sword chi, exploded all of a sudden. This was his unique kill move, created to kill enemies. It didn't belong to Sword Zuncliffe. Over the years, through numerous death battles, he created this ground-hugging sword-light move and achieved ultimate victories. Under the cover of the Gale Sword Chi, it produced an unexpected effect. Anyone who had seen his ground-hugging sword-light was dead. No one knew that he had such a hidden kill move. Zai Lingfeng, who was watching the duel, was impressive. Hushan actually had such a hidden move. This was not Sword Zuncliffe's swordsmanship. Let's see how the opponent borrowed it for his own use. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, pointed his sword, and swiftly moved his figure to dodge. Then he waved his sword, and among the Gale's sword chi, one after another ground-hugging sword light launched. It was stronger, faster, and more exquisite than Hushan's. At this moment, Hushan had not noticed the ground-hugging sword light launched by Su Yan. Zai Lingfeng, who was watching the battle, his pupils contracted and his heart was hit by a storm. Isn't this the kill move used by Hushan? Does clear mind and sword heart really exist? Careful. Zai Lingfeng hastily drew his sword. Rainbow-like sword light burst out, making a sharp whooshing sound, blocking Su Yan's ground-hugging sword light. Despite this, there was still a sword of light that burst out from the ground, shearing off a few strands of Hushan's hair and leaving a shallow sword mark on his cheek. Su Yan sheathed his sword, standing tall and proud. Hushan's lips quivered, his face pale as a sheet, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was his own original creation. How could the other party have learned it on the spot and employed it better than he ever did, stronger too? What kind of monster was this? With such a fiendish talent, who among the world's swordsmen could be his match? Who could draw a sword against him? Only if, by possessing a higher realm and crushing him with absolute power. Otherwise, among those of the same realm, he was invincible. No, he could even fight across different realms of power. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe that what Su Yan had said was true. He had learned the swordsmanship on the spot and picked it at will for his use. Zai Lingfeng felt utterly disheartened. This battle had dealt him such a blow that he even began to doubt his life. Doubts about his natural talent for the sword had begun to manifest. It took him a long while to calm his emotions slightly, sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and conceded with a cupped fist salute, "Brother Su, it is I who has lost." Although in fact he had not lost yet. However, Zai Lingfeng knew that he couldn't achieve victory. His swordsmanship was thoroughly understood by his opponent. He was merely maintaining an undefeated position by virtue of his higher realm. "You haven't lost. After all, I haven't beaten you yet." After thinking for a moment, Su Yan spoke the truth. Zai Lingfeng was strong, a master of the sword, lacking only a clear and enlightened heart of the sword. Even though Su Yan could see through the weaknesses in Zai Lingfeng's swordplay, he wasn't confident that he would be able to seize those fleeting opportunities with his current strength. Moreover, given Zai Lingfeng's extraordinary ability to adapt, even if Su Yan could strike at a weak point, it wouldn't necessarily mean he could defeat him. However, if the fight were to continue, Su Yan felt that he would be victorious. But seeing the other already so demoralized, he thought it best to leave some room for grace. Zai Lingfeng gave a bitter smile. His swordsmanship had been seen through. There was no chance of victory, only defeat awaited him. It was just a matter of time. Su Yan was merely consoling him. After a long silence, Zai Lingfeng spoke. I've been studying the sword since I was a child, entering the path at 6, and after 20 years I became the youngest Grandmaster martial artist at Sword Venerate Cliff in a millennium. I used to be confident that in the inner realm, among my peers, there was no one who could prevail over me. It was only after today's battle with Brother Su that I realized there are higher skies beyond my own. However, I have many questions in my heart, and I wonder if Brother Su would be willing to enlighten me. Su Yan pondered for a moment. Zai Lingfeng's attitude was acceptable, he wasn't overbearing. Besides, Su Yan also wanted to know more about the inner realm to prepare for his future journey there. So Su Yan nodded and said, I can. Zai Lingfeng stared intently at Su Yan and asked, Brother Su, are you from the wasteland? Su Yan smiled and said, I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, I'll tell you, I am indeed the person from the wasteland you speak of. You must be wondering how I could become a martial artist, right? In the wasteland, without the heavenly earth Lingji, it's impossible to cultivate into a martial artist, isn't that so? Zai Lingfeng nodded. Exactly. He was truly shocked. There existed martial artists in the wasteland, and their strength was formidable. The true martial arts isn't confined by the Tian Dai you're in. Even without the spirit mechanism, by making oneself a bridge, you can still connect with Tian Dai and become a martial artist, Su Yan said with a solemn expression. The true martial arts, Zai Lingfeng frowned. What was the true martial arts? Could it be that what he had been practicing was a false path? This absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Yes, the true martial arts, whereas what you practice in the inner realm is, in fact, a pseudo-martial arts, Su Yan affirmed with a nod. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, gibberish. Hu Shan roared as he jumped up. What nonsense. The martial arts practiced in the inner realm is false, and those of the wasteland are true. Such a statement contradicts everything known. I know it's hard for you to accept, but that's the truth. Su Yan was unsurprised by the reaction. Who would accept it after half a lifetime of cultivation, suddenly being told what you practiced was fake? Zai Lingfeng's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice, Brother Su, why would you say such a thing? How could my martial arts be a sham? There are merely differences between the two. It doesn't make one real and the other fake, does it? If the martial arts he cultivated were a sham, wouldn't the legacy of Sword Venerate Cliff also be sham martial arts? All the martial arts of the inner realm are sham martial arts. He couldn't accept such a result. If the word got out, how many martial artists would fly into a rage? How many lineages and powers would be seething with a murderous aura? This would be shaking the very foundation of the inner realm martial arts. Come on, let's discuss this martial arts, discuss it clearly, and you will understand why it is a sham martial arts. Su Yan was invigorated, with a face full of excitement. Discuss martial arts. Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan's spirits lifted to discuss martial arts. Good. Zai Lingfeng sat down cross-legged. Should you start or should I? Su Yan's face was still filled with excitement. Finally, someone could discuss martial arts with him. He wanted to tell Zai Lingfeng and the others what true martial arts really were. I'll begin. Zai Lingfeng spoke. All right, please do. Su Yan nodded. Martial arts begin from the 9th grade. First grade represents the powerhouses of martial arts. Breaking through the constraints of first grade, drawing nature's spiritual energy into the body, and condensing martial arts inner chi makes one a cultivation technique grandmaster, and this identifies one as a powerhouse among martial arts. Above the cultivation technique grandmasters, there are the great cultivation technique grandmasters. Great cultivation technique grandmasters have martial arts inner chi flowing like rivers, like blood coursing through the entire body. Zai Lingfeng started from the basics of martial arts, the 9th grade realm, and went all the way to the realm of the great cultivation technique grandmasters. That was the martial arts of the inner realm. Su Yan listened with rapt attention. Zai Lingfeng's explanation was more detailed and complete than Zhu Wuxin's. It gave him a true understanding of inner realm martial arts. Inner realm martial arts were not entirely worthless. However, Su Yan's belief that inner realm martial arts were sham martial arts did not waver. On the contrary, it became even more firm. Li Xuan, who had been observing quietly, couldn't help but sigh after hearing Zai Lingfeng's exposition. Inner realm martial arts are strong, but they still fall short of the martial arts I created. If my martial arts could be widely practiced, once the word spreads, I'm afraid the inner realm martial arts will be massively impacted. Every martial artist yearns for strength. Everyone wants to cultivate more powerful cultivation techniques, and his newly founded martial arts were stronger than the martial arts of the inner realm. Once it spread, inner realm martial arts would gradually be abandoned, and those martial arts forces with ancient legacies would certainly not take this lying down. And since the martial arts of the inner realm had been passed down for a long time and had countless believers, it would surely trigger a fierce debate on the true and false martial arts. Of course, all this was based on the premise that he would spread his martial arts, and that it would gain some scale and attract attention. There would be no danger for Su Yan in this trip. Zai Lingfeng and the others didn't put on airs because they came from the inner realm, so Li Xuan didn't continue to stay. The final result of the discussion on martial arts he could predict. Brother Su, it's your turn. After finishing his explanation, Zai Lingfeng looked solemnly at Su Yan. All right. Su Yan nodded and began. To cultivate martial arts, one must first have a solid foundation, and that foundation starts with skin refinement. Those who transform their bones into golden bones are considered prodigies of ancient times. Once someone has golden bones, even if they die and are buried for 10,000 years, their bones remain shiny and are even more durable than steel. Wait a moment, Zai Lingfeng interrupted. At this moment his head was buzzing. The foundation of martial arts is skin refinement. Achieving grand mastery in skin refinement makes it hard for regular swords and sabers to injure you. Following that is bone refinement, and it even divides into iron bone, bronze bone, and gold bone. Having refined gold bone, even if they die and are buried underground for 10,000 years, their bones remain shiny and are even more durable than steel. It sounded so mysterious and unrealistic. He felt as if his brain was not only buzzing but also in a state of burning, as if it was on fire. You're saying gold bone buried underground will still be shiny after 10,000 years. This is the foundational realm of martial arts. Yes. Su Yan nodded and said, a solid foundation is the essence of martial arts, and above golden bones are jade bones, flawless jade bones that remain unchanged for eternity. Zai Lingfeng scratched his head, feeling as if his brain was burning and his mind suffered a tremendous shock. Is martial arts like this, so mysterious? Could it be that what I've been practicing is indeed sham martial arts? Brother Zai, are you all right? Su Yan looked at Zai Lingfeng, who had messed up his hair and whose face was a mix of pale and flushed, seemingly in a quite abnormal state. Learning that what he's been practicing is sham martial arts, the blow is too deep. Ah, perhaps I shouldn't have been so blunt with him, Su Yan sighed in his heart. Zai Lingfeng took several deep breaths to calm himself down, then said in a deep voice, Brother Su, continue. Do you really want me to continue? Su Yan asked hesitantly. Continue. Zai Lingfeng clenched his teeth. All right. Su Yan nodded and continued. After bone refinement comes visceral refinement. When the sinews and bones thunder and the chi blood is vigorous, that is the entrance to martial arts, and I have already perfected the chi blood realm. By the time Su Yan had finished speaking, Zai Lingfeng felt his head was about to explode, buzzing sounds ringing in his ears, and he felt a burning sensation. It was as if his brain was on fire. He breathed heavily, his eyes gradually losing focus, beginning to question his life. He, who had started practicing martial arts at the age of 6 and entered the sword Dao at the same age, was praised by everyone as the sword venerate Cliff, the foremost prodigy in sword Dao in 1,000 years. He had thought so too. Around the inner domain, few of his peers could match him, and in the art of sword Dao, he was the best among his peers. As a result, coming to the border wilderness was like discovering the harsh truth he had never even entered the gates of sword Dao. Even worse, the martial arts he had been practicing was actually a false practice. Hu Shan panted heavily, his eyes red with rage, and he growled, Don't talk nonsense. Our sword venerate Cliff's legacy. How could it be a false practice? Su Yan was not angry, but instead looked at him with pity, thinking how truly pitiful it was to discover after a lifetime of practice that he had been following a false practice. His inability to accept it was understandable. He couldn't help but reflect on himself. Was I maybe too blunt? He asked aloud, Tell me this, I have perfected the Chi blood realm, which is just the entrance to martial arts, yet you are at the Grandmaster level, the pinnacle of martial arts, but your strength is not equal to mine. Isn't it obvious which is true and which is false? Hu Shan was at a loss for words. One just entering martial arts, the other supposedly at the pinnacle, yet the former is stronger than the latter. It goes without saying who's practicing the true and who the false. No worries, Brother Zai, please. Su Yan revealed a bright smile. Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan rose into the air and returned to the capital city of Qi country. This trip to the border wilderness was originally to slay Zhu Wuxin, but it turned out that someone else had already killed him. To think that the border wilderness actually had martial artists, and after a series of sparring matches, they discovered the practice they followed was false martial arts. Their worldview on martial arts had collapsed. The capital city was bustling. Emperor Qi and his ministers were all waiting for the outcome of the great battle. Finally, the two figures returned. They went straight back to their residence in the imperial palace. Emperor Qi was overjoyed. Quick, prepare grand gifts. We must thank the master. He shot a provocative glance at Guo Rongshan, as if to say, just you wait and see. Guo Rongshan's heart sank. When Emperor Qi left, the ministers scattered like they were avoiding the plague, staying far away from Guo Rongshan and his son, loudly proclaiming the emperor's wisdom and martial prowess as they hurriedly followed behind him. Father, Guo Yunkai looked worried. Yanner is back. Guo Rongshan suddenly spoke out, visibly relaxing. Su Yan arrived, flying over. Yanner, I'm relieved you're all right. What's the result? Guo Rongshan asked with a sigh of relief. Grandfather, don't worry. The practice Zai Lingfeng and the others have been following is just a false martial arts, nothing to worry about. He has already recognized his deficiencies, Su Yan said with a smile. Gyu Rongshan, shocked, looked back towards the palace and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yunkai, issue the order. We will hold a grand court meeting tomorrow. Yes, father. Gyu Yunkai was also overjoyed. Su Yan had won. At the Imperial Annex, in the residence of Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan, the two men sat on stone benches staring blankly at each other after their return, both feeling somewhat numb. Su Yan's discussion on martial arts had dealt them a huge blow. Their beliefs in martial arts had crumbled, and they began to doubt their lives. Especially Zai Lingfeng, who couldn't stop recalling what Su Yan had said about martial arts. The more he thought, the more unfathomable it seemed. It just didn't feel real. He thought so hard his head felt like it was burning, yet he couldn't understand how such a mysterious martial arts could be practiced. Master, the master, did you bring back Su Yan's head? Emperor Qi came running over excitedly. Behind him followed the eldest prince. As for the third prince, he had been neglected. Master, Emperor Qi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Why did it feel like the two masters were not quite right? They had no reaction despite him standing right before them. Master, you two masters. He reached out and waved his hand in front of Zai Lingfeng's eyes. Get lost. The master finally reacted, but it was only to grab Emperor Qi by the collar and toss him out. The eldest prince's face turned pale. He swallowed hard and scurried off, only to find outside the annex that the emperor was standing up with a livid face. Father Emperor. Emperor Qi, with an angered face, snapped, the person you brought. SHH. The eldest prince turned white with fear, quickly raised his finger, and motioned for Emperor Qi to be silent. Emperor Qi hastily closed his mouth, and with the eunuch's help he left with a darkened expression on his face. Your Majesty, the Grand Chancellor will hold a grand court meeting tomorrow. A eunuch rushed in to report. Emperor Qi, enraged, started that Guo. Your Majesty, Su Yan has returned. The eunuch hurriedly interrupted. Emperor Qi held his words back, his face turning red, and he gritted his teeth. Issue an imperial decree to the ministers. Grand court meeting tomorrow. It was truly humiliating. Inside, Emperor Qi felt an overwhelming frustration. Seeing the eldest prince beside him, he took a deep breath and kicked him to the ground. You wretch, where did you find such masters? They have enraged me to death. After kicking him several times and releasing some of his anger, he strode away. The crown prince was so frustrated he felt like puking blood. He cursed internally, old geezer, always taking his anger out on his son, good for nothing. Su Yan settled in the residence of the Qi King, waiting for a visit from Zai Lingfeng. He was absolutely thrilled. It was a worthwhile trip. He had exchanged techniques with the Grandmaster from the inner domain and gained new insights about Sword Dao, which was helpful for his comprehension of sword intent. And he'd shown the martial artists of the inner domain that they were practicing false martial arts. In the palace's side residence, Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan had been sitting still for a day, their minds in turmoil, feeling completely at a loss. The collapse of their martial arts viewpoint had dealt them a devastating blow. They wanted to refute the claim that they were practicing false martial arts, but every time they thought of Su Yan's explanation of martial arts, it was too profound and incredible, making their own martial arts pale in comparison. Su Yan, being only a beginner in martial arts, was already able to fight with them at a grandmaster level. It was apparent which was real and which was false. Emperor Qi, who had started the day on cloud 9, had his mood drop down, thinking he could re-establish his imperial prestige, yet it all came to naught. The grand court meeting began. Court officials fawned with smirky faces, greeting Gyu Rongshan before and after, acting even more respectful than they would towards Emperor Qi. In the current Qi country, it was common knowledge that Emperor Qi was merely a figurehead with no real power. All matters of state were decided by Gyu Rongshan. The crown prince entered the grand hall, only to be tripped up by the third prince as soon as he approached him, stumbling and almost falling over. He immediately glared at the third prince. Your Majesty, the crown prince is behaving improperly in the court meeting. Gyu Rongshan stood up solemnly and bowed to Emperor Qi. Before he could finish speaking, Emperor Qi had already lost his temper and shouted, "Bring that rebellious son of mine out, beat him with 30 wooden planks and beat him hard." The crown prince was instantly shocked. Another 30 wooden planks. He cursed inwardly, "You old fool, do you really know how to do anything other than vent your anger on your son?" Gyu Rongshan's mouth twitched as he quietly sat down. He had meant to use this opportunity to definitively disqualify the crown prince from the succession, perhaps by confining him to the palace for a month. He didn't expect Emperor Qi to announce such a severe punishment directly. As expected, the royal family is ruthless indeed. Gyu Rongshan sighed to himself. During the rest of the grand court meeting, several state affairs were discussed. Some officials were demoted, some were promoted, and Emperor Qi was not involved at all. All he needed to do was sit at the top, listen, and give his edict. After the grand court meeting, Gyu Rongshan had complete control over the affairs of Qi country. Emperor Qi returned to his bookroom, fuming. Unable to hold back, he once again visited the side residence seeking Zai Lingfeng and was once again tossed out. Emperor Qi was nearly enraged to death. What kind of great man is this? Intolerably arrogant. Bring someone to beat my rebellious son with 30 wooden planks again, Emperor Qi ordered. The chief eunuch felt sorry for the crown prince and said softly, Your Majesty, if you beat him with another 30 planks, I'm afraid the crown prince won't be able to take it. Emperor Qi was silent for a moment and said, Then wait until his injuries have healed a bit and then beat him. After 2 whole days of sitting still, Xiling Feng finally regained some spirit. He took a deep breath and said, Hu Shan, I'm going to visit Su Yan. Young master, go ahead, I need some more time to think. Hu Shan responded listlessly. Xiling Feng left him, emerged from the side residence, and went to visit Su Yan at Qi King's residence. Greetings to Elder Gu. Xiling Feng pays his respects to Gu Rongshan as he sees him. Although the man before him was not a martial artist, he was Su Yan's grandfather, so the respect that should be shown was not to be omitted. It's young Master Zai Yanner has been waiting for you. Please go in. Gu Rongshan greeted him with a smile. Today, Emperor Qi has invited him, his sworn brother, to visit the imperial garden. Brother Gu is here. Please have a seat, Emperor Qi said with a warm expression. Your Majesty is too kind. Gu Rongshan performed a bow. After some pleasantries, Emperor Qi said with a trace of anger, Brother Gu, those 2 so-called great sages have no sense of propriety, disrespect elders, and show contempt for the court of my Qi country. They should be punished severely. They have the audacity to throw me out directly. Even Su Yan did not do such a thing. Emperor Qi's anger grew as he thought. Since high-ranking people cannot deal with Su Yan, let Su Yan deal with these 2 high-ranking people and vent his anger. Yet Gu Rongshan showed a surprised expression and said, How could that be? Young Master Zai has always been very respectful to me and is not disrespecting his elders. Who's trying to slander young Master Zai? Emperor Qi, his composure was somewhat shattered. Everyone is belittling me, aren't they? He glanced silently at Gu Rongshan, then clenched his teeth and shouted, The dog slave dare to slander the high-ranking people and instigate troubles. He should be put to death. Emperor Qi was seething with rage. He pointed to one of the eunuchs standing on standby outside and commanded, Take that man down for me and chop him off. The eunuch, shocked, lifted his head pleading, Your Majesty, please spare me, I didn't. The chief eunuch covered his mouth abruptly, and several other eunuchs surrounding him hastily came forward, restraining and dragging him away. Gu Rongshan's mouth twitched a little. He felt that Emperor Qi seemed to have been too agitated, and it was taking a toll on his mental state. The emperor has aged. Perhaps it's time for the crown prince to ascend to the throne. Young people can better endure such stimulation, he thought to himself. Interjected Rongshan, Your Majesty, 30 lashes would suffice. Please refrain from causing unnecessary death. Emperor Qi grunted in response. Such royal duty is stifling. At Prince's mansion, the first prince had already given up on himself. He was lying on his bed, attended by 2 beautiful women, seemingly waiting aimlessly for death. The search for a great master is abandoned. Before seeking a great master, he was flogged 30 times. Having found a great master, he still was flogged 30 times. Seems like regardless of finding a great master or not, he would face punishment. So why bother searching for a great master? Therefore, the first prince had completely given up. In Yunqian County, Li Xuan had returned from the capital. He was waiting for a visit from Xiling Feng, the great master. Meng Chong, however, was still contemplating the Fist of Wind and Thunder. For the time being, there did not seem to be much progress. One day, Yunqian County was shrouded in dark clouds. Meng Chong was on a hillside outside the county town. Images of his master demonstrating the Fist of Wind and Thunder repeatedly surfaced in his mind, and he pondered over the intent of the wind and thunder in these movements. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across. Whoosh, rumble, lightning tore through the gloomy skies, flickering and disappearing into the clouds. A storm is coming. Meng Chong abruptly looked up at the sky. Rumble. In an instant, another blinding bolt of lightning tore through the thick clouds, illuminating the dark sky. A sudden gust of wind swept across. In that instant, something sparked in Meng Chong's mind. He faintly seized the momentum of the wind and thunder. Crash! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, instantly splitting a massive tree in the distance. A gust of wind suddenly arose, rustling the fallen leaves through the cracks of the trees. In an instant, the leaves were flying and dancing among the trees. I understand. In that moment, a flash of enlightenment crossed Meng Chong's mind. He felt like he had grasped the essence of the momentum of wind and thunder. With his blood chi surging, a golden light appeared and his blood chi golden bell shone brightly. Meng Chong launched a punch, a powerful force that resembled a thunderbolt, swift and fierce. Then one punch following another, like a raging wind that seemed to penetrate everything. Rumble. With a sudden punch like an abrupt flash of lightning, the fierce and unparalleled force of the fist knocked a large tree down. Fist of wind and thunder, I've understood. This is the momentum of wind and thunder. Meng Chong was extremely excited, his body moving nimbly as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Crackle, large raindrops began to fall. A storm was approaching. And amidst the rain, a burly, bald young man was practicing his punches. His fists carrying the momentum of thunderbolts and gusty winds, repelling the falling raindrops. Each punch seemed to carry a thunderbolt and whip up a gust of wind, scattering the falling raindrops and dissipating the incoming gusty wind. Around him was a glow of golden light, emitting the fierceness of a golden Vajra Arhat, each punch raising wind and thunder. Successful comprehension of the fist of wind and thunder, such a heavy rain. Under the eaves, Li Xuan was watching the downpour, the lightning and thunder amid the thick, dark clouds, the strong winds that seemed about to lift the eaves. My second disciple is practicing in the woods. He won't get struck by lightning, would he? A worry suddenly crossed Li Xuan's mind. It was uncertain if Meng Chang's current great solar golden bell could withstand a direct lightning strike. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, the sound of the thunder deafening. Li Xuan sighed to himself, the majesty of heaven and earth is truly extraordinary. Even with my current strength, it might be difficult to withstand the power of this lightning. Curiosity suddenly struck him, wondering whether the martial Tao of this world involved a concept of transcending tribulations. In the martial Tao I created, I won't include such a tribulation. Why trouble myself with a heavenly test for no reason? Wouldn't that be foolish? Li Xuan thought to himself. As for whether one's strength would be insufficient without the test of heavenly tribulations, that wasn't a problem at all. Who says that only those who transcend heavenly tribulations are strong? To directly control the power of heaven and earth, to master the force of heavenly tribulations without actually undergoing them, wouldn't that be possible? As long as the cultivation technique is well developed and the disciple is monstrous enough, anything is possible. Li Xuan wore a smile on his face. Your disciple Meng Chang has successfully cultivated the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist. Your Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist is complete. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Feedback from the golden finger arrived. Meng Chang had comprehended the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist and had already cultivated it. Good, since the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist has been comprehended, it's time to continue teaching Meng Chang new techniques. Li Xuan was overjoyed. In his mind, the technique of the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist was already so impressive it was truly powerful. When he threw a punch, a surge of lightning power followed. Against a demonic cultivator like Zhu Wuxin, the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist would utterly restrain him. If Zhu Wuxin hadn't died, facing the current Meng Chang, the outcome would be uncertain. The rain pattered down, but the wild wind had stopped. The flashes of lightning and thunder ceased as well. Meng Chang returned through the rain. Master, I have comprehended the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist. Meng Chang said excitedly. Good, you have not disappointed me, disciple. Settle these thoughts for now, for I shall teach you the 8 diagrams in the way of the saber. Li Xuan nodded approvingly. Yes, master. Meng Chang was ecstatic. Li Xuan decided to teach each disciple the 8 diagrams, leaving it to them to see what they could comprehend. Each disciple's insights would inevitably be different. Movement techniques were included within, and other mysteries as well. Perhaps, when the disciple reached a higher realm and their strength increased, they would have new insights. Take Su Yan, for example, who comprehended the light goose movement technique and during the battle with Zhu Wuxin, suddenly understood the art of shifting shape and position. One wonders what kind of movement technique Meng Chang will comprehend. Perhaps by chance, he might also understand the art of shifting shape and position. 3 days later, outside Yunqian County City, in the familiar forest. At this time, the forest had only trees around the perimeter. The interior was a level piece of land, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Li Xuan waved his hand, and amidst the surge of true qi, a pattern of the 8 diagrams appeared on the ground. This is the 8 diagrams, containing the profound principles of heaven and earth. One can attain insights into movement techniques from it. Now, I will impart to you the way of the 8 diagrams. Li Xuan shared the knowledge of the 8 diagrams along with his own profound and seemingly powerful theories, one by one, to Meng Chang. Have you remembered it all? Finally, Li Xuan asked in a deep voice. Master, your disciple has remembered it. Meng Chang nodded. Staring at the pattern of the 8 diagrams, he fell into deep contemplation. This way of the 8 diagrams is truly profound. It sounds powerful, containing the profound principles of heaven and earth, and is worth reflecting on continuously. Master said that at every stage, there will be different insights, and each person's insights are also distinct, allowing one to comprehend one's own martial Tao. He decided to spend the upcoming time pondering on the 8 diagrams. I have already comprehended the Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist. Now I wish to derive a stepping technique, or movement technique, from the 8 diagrams. The movement technique of my eldest senior brother is extremely profound, and he derived it from the 8 diagrams. I won't learn from my senior brother's technique. I want to comprehend my own movement technique. What I comprehend by myself is what's most suitable for me. As Meng Chang thought, he began to walk on the pattern of the 8 diagrams. Seeing this, Li Xuan cautioned, while you contemplate the 8 diagrams, do not neglect your own cultivation. Aim to achieve a state of perfect vitality and blood energy. Yes, master, Meng Chang respectfully replied, and cultivate well. Having said this, Li Xuan left. What comes next is up to Meng Chong, when he can comprehend his own movement technique from the 8 diagrams. As for mnemonics related to the movement technique, Li Xuan didn't create any, considering Meng Chong's talent didn't lay in comprehending mnemonics. Teaching him mnemonics might instead be counterproductive. Capital city of Qi country. The matter of searching for a master had gradually subsided, and the courtiers knew that even if a master was found, it would not shake the status of the Gu family. The frenzy of seeking a master also gradually faded away. The courtiers all wanted to acquire martial Dao techniques from the master, or have their descendants become disciples of such a master. Without exception, they were unable to even meet the master. At the back courtyard of the Qi king's residence, Su Yan's dwelling, Xiling Feng held a wooden stick, sparring with Su Yan, one not using martial Dao inner Qi, the other not using blood energy. Both were purely practicing their swordsmanship. This was not the first time. "Brother Su, are you sure this kind of sparring helps you to comprehend sword intent?" Xiling Feng asked curiously. After repeatedly discussing martial arts with Su Yan, especially the sword Dao, Xiling Feng realized that he had been practicing a false martial Dao. He had not even touched the threshold of the sword Dao. Having recognized his own mistakes, it was natural for him to correct them, so he asked Su Yan what the true martial Dao was and how to cultivate it. Reestablishing the martial arts path was now out of the question. One solution Su Yan proposed was to convert the cultivation of the Grandmaster realm to the cultivation of the innate realm, with the first step being the cultivation of innate true Qi. This was similar to martial arts inner Qi, but purer, more mystical, with greater potential, and stronger than martial arts inner Qi. According to Su Yan, the inner Qi of martial artists in the inner domain was actually true Qi, merely a false form of martial arts. Hence, it was also an imitation true Qi. Because of this, it lacked the purity and power of innate true Qi. Xiling Feng found this quite reasonable and believed it wholeheartedly. However, he didn't know how to convert his whole body's martial arts inner Qi into innate true Qi. Su Yan couldn't provide a method either, but told him that once he had broken through to the innate realm and understood its mysteries, he might know the method for transformation. Before breaking through to the innate realm, he wanted to grasp the sword intent. The earlier he grasped the sword intent, the more solid his foundation in sword Dao would be. If he could not grasp the sword intent within a month, Su Yan would not continue to suppress it, but choose to break through. Hence, Xiling Feng and Su Yan began to spar, to help Su Yan understand the sword intent. Yes, Su Yan nodded. The comprehension of sword intent lies in calming the mind and spirit, understanding the world, and in swordsmanship. I have an intuition that sparring constantly with you will be beneficial for comprehending the sword intent. It will be even more useful in understanding the sword intent. Xiling Feng thrusted his sword, curiously asking Brother Yan what exactly is sword intent. It sounded mysterious. When he first heard of it, he was utterly baffled. In the inner domain sword Dao, only the peerless swordsmanship, formidable invincible sword Qi, and chillingly sharp sword light were discussed. Even though there were occasional mentions of sword intent, it was a different concept from the sword intent Su Yan spoke of. Sword intent, that is the intent within the sword. It's my intent, the intent of heaven and earth, and also the intent of sword Dao. It's a kind of understanding, a kind of mood in line with heaven and earth, Su Yan slowly pondered and said. Xiling Feng opened his mouth slightly, looking somewhat baffled. He understood each word, but when put together he was confused. It was too mysterious, completely beyond his grasp. At this moment he sighed inwardly. I am known as the Sword Majesty Cliff, the top sword Dao prodigy in 1,000 years, but compared to Brother Yan, I'm just a joke. Suddenly, Xiling Feng was stunned. His eyes widened in amazement as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. In an instant, he felt the branch in his hand become heavier, as if it was not obeying his commands. What shocked him even more was that an inexplicable, unfathomable, yet clearly powerful and mystical force was emanating from Su Yan. Faintly, elusive, indescribable, but it carried a sharp intent with an eternal, indestructible charm. He no longer had control over his swordsmanship. His hand was trembling, and the branch in his hand began to crumble bit by bit. Alarmed, he quickly let go and stepped back. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Rounds and rounds of inexplicable aura emerged from him. Sword intent is the intent within the sword, and the sword in my hand that is my intent. What should be the intent of sword Dao? The sharpness of the sword is indispensable, while my bones are flawless, endless. The martial path is endless. Sword Dao is also endless and should be eternal. Su Yan self-examined in his mind. He recollected every word and action of his master, the carefree demeanor when seated, the casual steps when walking. These were all ordinary gestures in life. However, how extraordinary was his master? What kind of realm was that? It surfaced in Su Yan's mind how he practiced diligently in the small mountain village, fed chickens, cooked meals every day, and how carefree his master's life was. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how profound his master's realm was. This is what my master meant by the Tao follows nature. Recalling when his master was teaching, the 8 diagrams also surfaced, Kaian, Kun, Zhen, Dui. The more he recalled, the more realization Su Yan had, so my master, from the very beginning, laid the foundation for me to understand sword Tao, to feel sword intent. But I've been ignoring it. Looking back now, every word and action of my master was in line with the Tao, and I was close to the Tao. The realm of the master is so unfathomable that it is almost like the Tao. At this moment, Su Yan understood. His sword heart was clear and his sword intent transparent. A sword intent rose around him. He had made a small achievement in the clear sword heart. He had comprehended the sword intent. The mountains and rivers are immortal, enduring wind and rain, devoid of sentimentality, burying countless lives. My first sword intent shall be called Mountain and River Sword Intent. Su Yan opened his eyes. The mountain and river sword intent emerged, being thick, long-lasting, sharp, and merciless. Looking up at the shocked Xiling Feng, he laughed. Brother Zai, how about you face one of my sword intents? Don't worry, I won't go all out. He wanted to test the power of this mountain and river sword intent. Without Xiling Feng accompanying him in sword practice, he would not have grasped the sword intent so quickly, and finally comprehended the sword intent before breaking through to the innate realm. Xiling Feng's face was full of shock. Is this the sword intent? It was too profound to predict. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, all right. He also wanted to experience firsthand whether this so-called sword intent was really that powerful. Zing, he unsheathes his sword, his expression incredibly serious. With a twig in his hand, Su Yan says, Brother Zai, you take the first move. He's afraid that once he makes his move, Xiling Feng won't get the chance to do so. All right, Xiling Feng doesn't beat around the bush. He thrusts his sword immediately. The sword light morphs into a flying rainbow, darting across the sky, bridging the gap between them in a split second. A hum resounds in the universe as if for an instant. In his days, Xiling Feng seems to see the mountains and rivers molding together, continuous but harsh and cruel, as if it could bury all life. The rainbow sword light plunges into the mountains and rivers, leaving not a trace behind. But the reflection of the mountains and rivers looks like a landslip, and the roaring rivers seem as if they are going to bury all beings, and he is in there, amongst that life about to be buried. His heart is struck with terror. Is this what sword intent is? Shush, shush. Xiling Feng hastily engages his sword, one stroke after another. The twinkle of the rainbow sword light churns up layers of cold light, continuously pouring onto the mountain river sword intent. He had launched 100 strokes in a flash. Plop. Finally, the mountain river sword intent dissipates. The twig in Su Yan's hand has turned to dust. He feels his head going empty, as if he has greatly strained his mind and used up around 10 of his chi and blood in an instant. The jade bones are gleaming brightly, and his chi and blood are recovering rapidly. The drained spirit is also slowly replenishing. The sword intent is too powerful. It's too draining for me to utilize with my current strength. Su Yan sighs in his heart. After all, the level of sword intent is extremely high, and he is currently only at the chi and blood realm, the first realm of the martial arts. The consumption of actualizing sword intent is beyond imagination. I'm a jade bone foundation, so I'm able to handle it, but if I had a gold bone foundation, I would probably only manage to launch sword intent once or twice at the chi and blood realm. Su Yan thinks to himself in silence. His expenditure is significant, but he could still actualize sword intent again. He can manage to hold up if he had to summon it 5 or 6 times. While Su Yan is shocked by the consumption of sword intent, Xiling Feng is already stunned. It was just one sword intent. He gave all his might, launching 100 strokes just to put out this one sword intent. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the sword intent could drain the power of his swordsmanship. The rainbow sword light plunges into the sword intent like into a quagmire. Only around 30 of its power remains. He realizes a problem. A martial artist who has comprehended sword intent has the power to crush those who haven't. Once the sword intent is understood, it can beat the higher realm. Sword intent is indeed terrifying. No wonder it sounds so mysterious. After this incident, Xiling Feng even more sorrowfully believes that what he had been practicing was fake martial arts. The so-called martial arts inherited from Sword Lord Cliff since antiquity are all fake martial arts. And himself, he's no swordsmanship genius. He is just a common martial artist who has learned a bit of swordsmanship. I cannot sink any further. I have to comprehend swordsmanship. I also want to enter the door of swordsmanship. I want to become a real swordsmanship martial artist. Xiling Feng's eyes are resolute. This trip to the wastelands, quite possibly, is a stroke of fate. I want to ask Brother Su, how can I attain a clear understanding of swordsmanship? Only with clear comprehension of swordsmanship can one enter the basics of swordsmanship. And only with clear understanding can one comprehend sword intent. Congratulations to Brother Su for gaining an understanding of sword intent. With an envious expression, Xiling Feng clasps his hands in respect and congratulates him. Brother Zai is being too kind. If it weren't for your sparring with me, I wouldn't have been able to understand sword intent so quickly. Su Yan modestly replies, Brother Su is being modest. I played no part in it. Even without me, it would have taken Su Yan merely a day or two more to understand it, Zai Lingfeng says with a wry smile. It wouldn't have been the same without your company for practice. I would not have had a sudden realization, not have understood that my master's words and actions have all laid the groundwork for me to comprehend sword intent. Su Yan shook his head, speaking truthfully. Brother Su, may I meet your master? Zai Lingfeng asked, a look of reverence on his face. I have to ask my master first. Su Yan considered, then replied. Zai Lingfeng expressed his gratitude. He paused, then sighed. As Zai Lingfeng, I thought I was gifted in Sword Dao, but it turned out that I haven't even stepped through the door of Sword Dao. Brother Su, how can one attain clarity of the sword's intentions? The basis of entering Sword Dao is achieving clarity of the sword's intentions. Zai Lingfeng also wanted to comprehend clarity of the sword's intentions. As for the state beyond it, it was too distant for him right now. In this life, it would be an honor to achieve clarity of the sword's intentions and step into the gate of Sword Dao. How can one achieve clarity of the sword's intentions? Su Yan was stumped. He didn't know how to guide Zai Lingfeng since the methods they cultivated were different. After some thinking, Su Yan believed that before one can achieve clarity of the sword's intentions, it was most important to improve one's state of mind to a clear and bright state. My master once said, without women in mind, cultivating is like the presence of God. This deep state of mind breaks the shackles of one's own self, allowing for a solid foundation to then build on for the basis of a clear mind in swordsmen. So to achieve clarity of the sword's intentions, you must first reach the state of having no women in your mind, undisturbed by external things, and purify yourself to step into the realm of mind clarity in swordsmen. Thinking about this leads Su Yan to ask, Brother Zai, do you think about women? Although Zai Lingfeng was older, he was still in the boisterous stage of adolescence, the time when one is most easily attracted to women's charms. If he can resist the temptation of lust and act as his heart desires, then he would have laid the groundwork for clarity of the sword's intentions. However, Zai Lingfeng was left dumbfounded. I asked about Sword Dao, and you mention women. Your leaps in logic are too drastic. Maybe I think about it. For a moment, Zai Lingfeng didn't quite know how to respond. Brother Zai, to achieve clarity in swordsmanship, you must have a clear state of mind where you can control yourself and not be disturbed by external factors. To enter Sword Dao, one prerequisite is having no women in your mind. Only then can you have hope. Su Yan spoke with great gravity. Continuing to be confused, Zai Lingfeng looked vacantly at Su Yan and asked, having women out of my mind. Does that mean I have to? He glanced down at his lower abdomen. Brother Zai, you've misunderstood. Having no women in your mind is not to abandon women, it's a state of mind. In simpler terms, if I am not moved, even the charm of a woman is not enough to make me moved. It's a state of self-control and self-purification. Su Yan quickly clarified. He didn't want Zai Lingfeng to misunderstand and make a hasty decision that would harm himself. Zai Lingfeng continued to look lost, wondering what the heck this mindset was and how to comprehend it. It's so freaking bizarre. No women in your mind, yet not abandoning women, controlling myself. Perhaps I'm not suited for cultivating Sword Dao. Zai Lingfeng started to question himself. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, Brother Su, how can one attain the state of having no women in your mind like you mentioned? Su Yan thought for a moment. Initially, he had improved his state of mind greatly after going to Emperor Qi's harem to watch his beautiful concubines dance and carry themselves elegantly. So he replied frankly, in the beginning, I went to old Emperor Qi's harem to watch his beautiful concubines. Both their dance and their graceful demeanor helped me cultivate my state of mind, and eventually I found success. Zai Lingfeng's eyes brightened, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, Brother Zai. Su Yan felt that it was only right for him to point out how to cultivate and improve since Zai Lingfeng had helped him comprehend sword intent ahead of time. That day for Zai Lingfeng seemed to open up a skylight, allowing him to truly witness the world. The mysteries of Sword Dao he could now see some of, although not enough to attain complete mastery. It turns out the sword intent is so profound. If you do not comprehend sword intent, how can you claim to have stepped through the door of Sword Dao? After leaving Su Yan's place and returning to his palace, Zai Lingfeng saw Hu Shan, still looking a bit dejected. He said, Hu Shan, you should be happy. Knowing the truth about martial arts, you should pursue the true martial arts. Hu Shan sighed bitterly. Young master, it's easy for you to say, but it's hard for me to accept. There's nothing unacceptable. Zai Lingfeng said firmly, I want to cultivate the true martial arts. I want to truly enter the realm of Sword Dao. This seemed to stun Hu Shan, as if he was witnessing his young master in pursuit of the Sword Dao once again. Young master, what happened to you? Hu Shan, do you know sword intent? Today I finally understood what true Sword Dao is. Zai Lingfeng exhaled deeply. Sword intent, Hu Shan muttered to himself. Zai Lingfeng recounted today's events, speaking about how Su Yan had comprehended sword intent. Finally, he said, sword intent of mountains and rivers, truly powerful indeed. Hu Shan was stunned for a long time, unable to calm his emotions. Now that Su Yan had finally comprehended sword intent, he decided to return to Yun Shan County to break through to the innate realm. Before leaving, he provided some guidance for Gu Rongshan and the others on cultivation. On this day, Zai Lingfeng said farewell to Hu Shan. Brother Zai, if my master agrees to meet with you, I will send a message to my granddad asking him to notify you. Su Yan respectfully said. Zai Lingfeng gratefully said. He desired to visit Su Yan's master, a mysterious recluse. This was an opportunity, and it must be seized. I take my leave now. Su Yan respectfully took his leave and turned away. In Yunshan County, Meng Chong was contemplating the 8 diagrams. The more he dwelt on it, the more profound it seemed. He felt that he was on the verge of understanding it but couldn't grasp the essence. I can't rush. Meng Chong took a deep breath, calming his anxious heart. Li Xuan had paid attention to Meng Chong for a few days and felt no need to continue. With Meng Chong's talent, he would surely gain some insight. Suddenly, feedback from the golden finger emerged. Your disciple Su Yan has comprehended the sword intent of mountains and rivers. Your own mastery over it is now complete. A reverberating sound. Images of sword intent emerged in his mind. It was as if he was born with it. Sword intent of mountains and rivers. Li Xuan was overjoyed. What an excellent disciple. He has already comprehended sword intent even before breaking through the innate realm. Truly a budding sword deity. His martial journey took another significant step forward. In that moment, an indescribable aura shrouded the courtyard. It was as if mountains and rivers were all contained within the courtyard, relentless and insidiously ruthless. Sheer, who was in the middle of his practice, suddenly felt as if he had entered a world of mountains and rivers. He felt so insignificant. The mountains and rivers seemed ruthless, as if they could bury all life, including him. What's going on? Sheer was shocked. I must break free. He wanted to struggle, but he was unable to move. Finally, he clenched his teeth, continued his cultivation technique, and refined his bones. I need to become stronger. The faster I become stronger, the quicker I can escape from this place. With such conviction in his heart, Sheer fiercely refined his bones. In his days, it seemed as if he was being eroded by mountains and rivers, yet his unwavering resistance quickened his bone-refining pace, gradually slowing down the pace of erosion. Overjoyed, he redoubled his efforts in his training. Li Xuan silently glanced at Sheer. He had merely manifested the sword intent of mountains and rivers, and despite this slight pressure, Sheer's bone-refining speed had greatly increased. Sword intent can be used to refine oneself, from the physical body to the spirit. Li Xuan fell into deep thought. When Su Yan returned, he'd remind his disciple to continue appreciating the uses of sword intent. When Sheer snapped out from the state of being enveloped by mountains and rivers, he was astonished to find that his bones had been refined to the level of copper. Unconsciously, in such a short period of time, he had completed the iron bone refinement. In that moment, he understood something. My deepest gratitude to you, Master. In respect, he bowed to Li Xuan. Yes, keep up with your training and strive to reach higher. Li Xuan nodded in response. Su Yan returned. Master. Su Yan respectfully saluted. Good, very good. My boy, you have comprehended sword intent before your breakthrough. My efforts were not in vain. Li Xuan looked at him with a gratified expression. Indeed, Master has been setting the foundation for my understanding of sword intent from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was deeply moved. My boy, sword intent is mysterious and can refine oneself. It's not only used just to defeat the enemy. You should contemplate on it more, Li Xuan seriously advised. Yes, Master, Su Yan contemplated deeply, not yet fully understanding the essence of sword intent. Master is reminding him that sword intent is not just used for combat. It's time for you to break through to the innate realm, Master. I should be able to make the breakthrough in a few days. Go on, take some time to prepare. Only by breaking through to the innate realm can you truly be considered above the mundane world. Only then will you have truly embarked on the martial path. The Qi and Blood realm merely means you have pushed open the door to the martial path. Li Xuan spoke in a serious tone. I understand, Master. Su Yan bowed deeply. Outside Yunshan County, Meng Chong was still walking the 8 diagrams, seeking to comprehend the profound principles within, immersing himself in the understanding of the movement technique. The figure of Su Yan appeared, observing Meng Chong in the middle of practicing the 8 diagrams and feeling a sense of surprise. Disciple's understanding of the 8 diagrams seems different from mine. Could it be, has the disciple comprehended it wrongly? No, if the disciple's comprehension was incorrect, the master would have surely corrected it. Thinking like this, Su Yan could not help but fall into contemplation. The profound principles of the 8 diagrams vary for each individual. Perhaps we can verify with each other, leading to more insights. Meng Chong stopped in his tracks, happily saying, Brother, you're back. Disciple, are you in the middle of comprehending the movement technique? Yes, but the disciple is slow-witted. I have not yet fully understood. Meng Chong rubbed his bald head, showing a somewhat embarrassed look. There's no hurry in comprehending the cultivation technique. The essence of the 8 diagrams is diverse in its complexity. After I break through to the innate realm, let's discuss and share our insights. I am sure there will be unique gains for both of us. Su Yan patted Meng Chang's shoulder as he spoke these words. All right, Meng Chang nodded in approval. After exchanging some pleasantries with Meng Chang, Su Yan left the forest and arrived at a nearby hillside. He sat down cross-legged, calming his mind, preparing for the breakthrough to the innate realm. He had already comprehended the needed cultivation techniques of the innate realm. The breakthrough is not the issue. 3 days later, Su Yan took a deep breath, began to circulate qi and blood, continuously refining them. As the qi and blood are being refined, the jade bone started to shimmer. Qi and blood are refined into innate true qi, connecting the bridge between heaven and earth, articulating and pulling in nature's spiritual energy, developing the qi in the danshan. Su Yan mobilized his qi and blood. While refining them, he was also building the bridge between heaven and earth. The rumbling sound resonated within his body. A peculiar feeling emerged in his mind. Intuition told him that once the bridge between heaven and earth was established, he could then sense and cultivate nature's spiritual energy. Rumble. The celestial bridge was gradually being established by the assaulting qi and blood, and it seemed as if a grand avenue that was glowing from within was taking shape inside his body. Is this the celestial bridge, the connection between self and the universe? Su Yan was excited. Rumble. The qi and blood continued to assault the celestial bridge, slowly opening bit by bit. However, the process was not rapid. With the gradual establishment of the celestial bridge, the qi and blood continued to refine, starting to show signs of transformation. The whole body's jade bone was glowing at this moment. The master said, sword intent could refine self, not just for combating enemies. Su Yan suddenly remembered the master's words. As he moved his thoughts, sword intent surfaced. The sword intent integrates with qi and blood, penetrating the celestial bridge, fusing into the jade bone. In Su Yan's body, the riverside sword intent was flowing. As the sword intent entered the qi and blood, something seemed to be transforming in an instant. On the flawless jade bone, with the flowing of sword intent, intricate patterns were gradually emerging. The delicate and flawless patterns seemingly depicted a riverside landscape. Immersed in the breakthrough, Su Yan circulated the sword intent, refining the qi and blood, connecting the celestial bridge, not knowing about the particular transformation happening to his body. Rumble. After integrating the sword intent into qi and blood, the speed of opening the celestial bridge seemed to increase gradually. The celestial bridge was showing the illusion of a sword. At a certain moment, Su Yan had a flash of inspiration. The sword intent is combined with qi and blood. Then if I use qi and blood to refine the descending dragon palm in order to penetrate the celestial bridge, wouldn't it be faster? With the thought, he acted upon it. Rumble. The qi and blood suddenly transformed into a giant dragon. As it roared, it constantly attacked the celestial bridge. With the giant dragon penetrating the celestial bridge, slowly, a dragon shape seemed to appear on the celestial bridge. It's as if a giant dragon was coiled up on the celestial bridge. The sword intent fused with qi and blood, and the qi and blood transformed into a giant dragon. At this moment, it seemed that some kind of change occurred in descending dragon palm. Some enlightenment emerged in Su Yan's mind. Rumble. The celestial bridge was constantly penetrating, getting bigger and wider. The qi and blood gradually assumed the form of the innate true qi. In its purity, it contained a tremendous force, like the might of a true dragon. Also, it held a sharp and relentless edge, as enduring as rivers and mountains. The jade bone shined, and the rivers and mountains painted on the flawless jade bone exhibited the image of unblemished landscape. At a certain moment, it seemed like a dragon's chant echoed in his body. The giant dragon was coiled around his body, disappearing into his jade bone as if a true dragon were hiding between the rivers and mountains. The celestial bridge was completely connected at this moment. Rumble. The qi and blood underwent a sudden transformation and turned into the innate true qi. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that his sense had transformed, as if the heaven and earth had suddenly become clearer, as if he himself had integrated into the heaven and earth. He sensed the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. The vigorous spiritual energy, undulating under his influence, surged in through the celestial bridge, pouring into the danshan qi. Rumble. The danshan shook, as if exploding heaven and earth. Under the impact of spiritual energy, the nascent danshan qi began to take shape. Su Yan is currently breaking through to the innate realm, bridging heaven and earth, allowing nature's spiritual energy to enter his body and forming a danshan qi. His physical body is also transforming, seeming to completely cleanse the worldly impurities, to become innate and flawless, untouched by the mundane world. Streams of innate true qi are condensing into form. With a rumbling sound, the innate true qi forms a danshan qi, which circulates throughout his meridians. This is the danshan qi, drawing nature's spiritual energy into the body and transforming it into innate true qi. Under the impact of spiritual energy, the Danshin continuously expands, and innate true qi is also steadily increasing. All his massive energy and blood has been refined into innate true qi. Su Yan is still in the process of ascension. The transformation is still ongoing. The Danshin qi si is still expanding, with nature's spiritual energy continuously pouring into his body, and innate true qi is kept on increasing. However, it seems that it can never fill the Danshin qi si that has been formed. I have already comprehended a sword intent, but the descending dragon palm is far from understanding its true essence. Now is the time, Su Yan thought to himself. In his mind appeared the scenario of his master performing the descending dragon palm. The colossal golden giant dragon seemed to genuinely possess the might of a divine dragon. Roar. It seemed like the sound of a dragon chant resonated within his body. On the heaven and earth bridge, a giant dragon appeared, gradually changing from scarlet to gold as it rolled with spiritual energy. Golden giant dragon. At a certain moment, the mountain river sword intent emerged, showing the vicissitudes of mountains and rivers and the cycle of time within the sword intent. A mountain river appears with one sword, a mountain river perishes with one sword, the sword intent surges, the golden dragon roars. At a certain moment, the golden giant dragon seemed to open its eyes, becoming increasingly realistic. The awe-inspiring gaze overlooks the world and the mountains and rivers. Its might is unbearable to behold. At that moment, Su Yan felt that he had achieved enlightenment. Boom! Within the Danshin Qi Si, a shadow of the golden giant dragon emerged, circling in the Qi Si, its eyes radiating awe-inspiring power. The golden giant dragon seems to have only an outline, with no visible dragon scales, no whiskers, but a pair of imposing eyes seem to possess enormous divine might. Finally, I understand, this is dragon might, one of the meanings of descending dragon palm. Its imposing manner rules the world, that's exactly it. At that moment, Su Yan attained enlightenment. The meaning of dragon might and descending dragon palm has been comprehended. The intense surge of nature's spiritual energy constantly rushes in, pouring into his body. Like strong alcohol, Su Yan feels entirely transparent and comfortable. His entire being is in the process of sublimation. Outside the slope, Li Xuan stood in midair, silently watching Su Yan during his breakthrough. His breakthrough was feedback from the golden finger, which could be accomplished instantly, but Su Yan is truly cultivating steadily. Breaking through is not something that can be done in an instant, especially from the blood chi realm to the innate realm. This is truly a process of transcending the mundane world in all aspects. Mountain River Sword Intent. Is this Su Yan comprehending something during his breakthrough? Li Xuan was overjoyed. What was happening to Su Yan was not just a simple breakthrough to the innate realm. The moment the Mountain River Sword Intent emerged, Li Xuan sensed some change. Is Su Yan using the sword intent for his breakthrough? Li Xuan had a face full of anticipation. This is good. The more remarkable Su Yan is, the stronger the feedback of Golden Finger he will receive after this breakthrough. Su Yan's physical body is getting stronger, and the Mountain River Sword Intent seems to have been integrated into his body. Yet, it does not seem to be sword intent. What is actually happening? Li Xuan was amazed. Su Yan was constantly transforming. He continued to watch silently, waiting for Su Yan's breakthrough to be completed, waiting for the feedback from the Golden Finger. All of a sudden, a powerful aura emerged from Su Yan's body, as if a golden dragon was coiling around in his body. Oh, could it be that Su Yan has already comprehended the true essence of the descending dragon palm? Li Xuan was overwhelmed with joy. Once the true essence of the descending dragon palm is comprehended, it means that the level of the descending dragon palm has been further upgraded. We are one step closer to the real power of the descending dragon. Meng Chang, standing on a large tree, was also observing Su Yan's breakthrough. Although he couldn't perceive Su Yan's changes as clearly as Li Xuan could, he could still sense that Su Yan was getting stronger, giving him a feeling of transcendence from the mundane world. So this is the innate realm. Meng Chang was incredibly shocked. What would it be like when I, who practice physical martial arts, break through to the innate realm? He still didn't know how to cultivate physical martial arts after the blood chi realm. His master had not yet taught him the cultivation technique after the blood chi realm. I need to achieve the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield as soon as possible, Meng Chang thought to himself. Once the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield is perfected, the master will teach him the method of cultivation for the next stage. Su Yan, who is sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly begins to slowly rise into the air. A golden dragon is coiling under him, as if holding him up in mid-air. He's finally going to break through. Li Xuan was overjoyed. Su Yan's breakthrough means that the feedback from the Golden Finger is about to arrive. Su Yan, suspended in mid-air, suddenly stood up with an excited look on his face. He had finally made a breakthrough. At this moment, he could continuously draw in nature's spiritual energy every second. His true qi was inexhaustible, and he no longer felt hunger. He had truly transcended the mundane world. Overwhelmed with excitement, he raised his hand and struck out a palm. The golden giant dragon roared, its might terrifying, especially its eyes, which were chilling to look at. With his middle and index fingers together, he pointed out a sword. The mountain river sword intent swept out. It seemed capable of burying all living beings. His strength was far beyond what it used to be. The moment Su Yan made his breakthrough, the feedback from the golden finger arrived. Li Xuan only then understood what kind of transformation Su Yan had undergone during his breakthrough. Your disciple Su Yan, who has cultivated the cultivation technique you created, has broken through to the innate realm. Your mastery of the innate realm is 100 times stronger than others at the same level. Your disciple has elevated his descending dragon palm to the 3rd level, comprehending the true essence of the dragon's might within it. Your mastery of the 3rd level of the descending dragon palm and the true essence of the dragon's might is complete. Your disciple's jade bones illustrate the mountains and rivers, with dragons soaring within, transforming into the dragon-soaring mountains and rivers' spiritual bones. You've attained the dragon-soaring mountains and rivers' spiritual body. The dragon-soaring mountains and rivers' spiritual body. Li Xuan was extremely excited. Su Yan's breakthrough had brought him enormous gains. Strength instantly skyrocketed. Having obtained the innate spiritual bones not long ago, he now had also acquired the dragon-soaring mountains and rivers' spiritual body. At this moment, Li Xuan perceived the mysteries of the spiritual body. Without the need to circulate cultivation techniques, nature's spiritual energy proactively entered his body, constantly refining into true qi. He had a natural affinity with nature's spiritual energy and all spiritual beings. The dragon soaring mountains and rivers' spiritual body made it feel as if there was a dragon soaring within him, with mountains and rivers hidden away, containing immense power. With my current strength, I should be able to travel unhindered in the inner domain, right? I can even thrash great grandmasters, can't I? Li Xuan thought excitedly. However, the details of the inner domain should not be taken lightly. Zhu Wuxin and Zai Lingfeng might not fully comprehend the secrets of the inner domain. A grandmaster in cultivation might not be at the pinnacle. Moreover, even among great grandmasters, there can be vast differences in strength. Zhu Wuxin practices demonic cultivation techniques which seem powerful but are actually flawed. Zai Lingfeng, after all, is young, so one should not get carried away and must never assume that there are no strong people in this world. Li Xuan glanced at Meng Chang below, hoping his second disciple would also show some impressive progress. Since Su Yan had already made his breakthrough, Li Xuan stopped paying close attention and left directly to return to the small courtyard. Feeling in high spirits today, he gave some pointers to Sheer and incidentally taught him the technique for viscera refinement. And a wisp of the mountains and rivers sword intent emerged, enabling Sheer to refine his bones even faster. Sheer was overjoyed. With this rate of bone refinement, it wouldn't be long before he completed the tempering of his copper bones. He no longer hoped for golden bones. Once copper bones were refined, he would start the viscera refinement and strive to enter the gate of martial arts as soon as possible. After his breakthrough, Su Yan did not immediately return but continued to consolidate his realm. Meng Chang stood under the blazing sun, practicing the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, and at this moment he entered a mysterious state. His mind's great sun connected with the great sun in the sky, and waves of fiery breath filled his body, the lustrous golden light shining brilliantly. His blood and qi forged a bell increasingly stronger, and his flesh was rapidly becoming more powerful. The great sun in my heart resonates with the great sun above. I've finally done it. My cultivation speed has increased. I feel as though I'm growing stronger inside a furnace. Meng Chang was extremely excited. He felt he wasn't far away from mastering the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield. Su Yan returned on the 3rd day after his breakthrough. Master, I've broken through to the innate realm, Su Yan said excitedly. Very good, my disciple. You've truly stepped onto the path of martial arts. Do not slack off. Strive for early mastery of the innate realm. Li Xuan said with a pleased look. Yes, master, Su Yan replied respectfully. After glancing at Sheer, who was in the midst of true cultivation, Su Yan sensed a faint trace of sword intent seemingly lingering around Sheer, which seemed to accelerate his bone refinement process. Master, what's happening with Sheer? Sheer's aptitude is average. His cultivation is too slow. A bit of sword intent makes him cultivate a little faster. Li Xuan said with a smile, copper bones are basically his limit, but by achieving that, it means he has left the ranks of the lower-level martial artists. Upon hearing this, Su Yan seemed thoughtful and said, Master, can I also use the sword intent to help my father and the others to complete bone refinement swiftly? Li Xuan said with a smile, martial arts foundation depends on oneself, step by step, solid cultivation, and comprehension of the insights gained from practice. Forcing growth will ultimately lead to an unstable foundation. However, if there's no hope for golden bones, it's indeed not a problem. You may use your sword intent to assist in bone refinement. It's just copper bones after all, and can hardly be considered as forcing growth. You must gauge this carefully and ensure that your sword intent does not harm anyone, Li Xuan cautioned. Su Yan had a moment of realization, thinking to himself, as long as one does not possess the prodigious talent of ancient prodigies, one can sharpen oneself with sword intent without worrying about rushing the process and compromising one's foundation. With this thought, Su Yan had an epiphany, so that's it. My master had already seen through my potential as a prodigy of ancient times, which is why he did not use sword intent to assist me in bone refinement. Instead, he made me lay down a solid foundation in martial arts, step by step, imprint by imprint. Yes, master, I understand, he said. Su Yan nodded in excitement. Since sword intent could assist his parents and accelerate their bone refinement, this was a good thing. He did not believe that his parents had the innate capacity of ancient prodigies. Besides, they had started cultivating martial arts at a later age, which was inevitably a bit late. Managing to cultivate copper bones was already quite an achievement. Why are Shear's copper bones a bit weak? Su Yan asked with curiosity. Shear was in the phase of cultivating copper bones, yet seemed to be weaker than when Su Yan underwent the same phase. Even within the same level of copper bones, there are differences, Li Xuan explained. I see. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Master, in terms of jade bones, am I strong or weak compared to others? Li Xuan chuckled to himself, thinking, strong or weak. Aside from myself, your jade bones are certainly the strongest, especially now that they've further transformed into the Dragon Ascension spiritual bones. However, what he said was, disciple, as long as your martial heart is clear, and you carry the conviction of never losing to others throughout your life, then you will never lose to anyone. Su Yan became thoughtful. What master is saying implies that there are stronger jade bones than mine. But as long as I remain resolute in my martial journey, I can catch up with and even surpass them. With a determined gaze and high fighting spirit, he declared, Master, rest assured, my martial heart will not falter. I will always cultivate with the belief of never losing to anyone and won't be knocked down by any setback. Good. With such conviction, I believe you will not lose to anyone, Li Xuan affirmed warmly. Yet, he mentally added, except to me. Master Xiling Feng and another person want to visit you. Would you like to meet them? Su Yan brought up the matter concerning Xiling Feng. Li Xuan pondered. Xiling Feng comes from the inner realm sword Venerate Cliff, which is an incredibly strong force within the inner domain, and he has an impressive background, surely possessing numerous martial arts techniques. If I can refer to the techniques of the inner domain, creating new techniques will be much easier and ensure they are not weak in comparison. Both of them have been thoroughly convinced by Su Yan that they have been practicing pseudo-martial arts, and they must be thinking about how to switch to the true martial arts. A grandmaster's martial artist's inner chi is in fact similar to true chi. To convert it into true chi, one simply needs to purify it, which will enhance it, turning it into true chi, though it certainly won't be innate true chi. Xiling Feng's wish to see him was definitely for martial arts matters. A grandmaster martial artist's inner chi is also true chi, just referred to differently in the inner domain. However, it is much inferior to innate true chi. To convert it into true chi, one essentially needs to purify it to enhance its quality. And the method, Li Xuan, albeit a great grandmaster of the innate realm and possessing innate spiritual bones and a Dragon Ascension spiritual body, was far superior in harnessing nature's spiritual energy compared to other martial artists. Purifying martial inner chi and transforming it into true chi wasn't a challenge for him. It was just a matter of slightly tweaking the method of condensing and refining chi and blood into innate true chi to achieve it. Of course, the true chi derived from martial inner chi would definitely be weaker than the pure innate true chi, but that is relative to martial artists with golden or jade bones. For those with copper bones or less, it might not be much weaker, and after all, inner realm martial arts inner chi also ranges in strength. Xiling Feng's martial arts inner chi was stronger than that of Zhu Wuxin. If he were to refine it into true chi, although it wouldn't match Su Yan's innate true chi, it would certainly not be weaker than the innate true chi of copper-boned warriors like Shear. After all, Xiling Feng was also a prodigy from the inner domain. That's fine, let him come over when he has time, Li Xuan nodded. Xiling Feng had a background in the inner domain, and Su Yan would sooner or later venture there. Moreover, Xiling Feng was a decent person, so adding connections in the inner domain for his disciple was a good thing. Besides, should a conflict ever arise between true and pseudo-martial arts, having an extra source of strength wouldn't hurt. Most importantly, they could potentially acquire inner realm martial arts techniques from Xiling Feng and his companion. With those as a reference, creating subsequent techniques would also become easier. Master, I'll have someone notify him to come over another day. Su Yan felt relieved when his master agreed. Master, the disciple is contemplating the profound mysteries of the 8 diagrams, and I've found that his insights differ from mine, so I'd like to verify them with the disciple and perhaps gain new understanding. Su Yan sought his master's opinion. Li Xuan was taken aback as he suddenly thought of an issue. The 8 diagrams were meant to be passed on to each disciple, and surely each disciple's insights would be different. If they were to verify and exchange ideas with one another, could it trigger more insights? Not just the 8 diagrams, but also martial arts in general. Admittedly, Su Yan practiced orthodox martial arts while Meng Chong practiced the physical body martial path. However, since both were martial arts, they naturally could cross-verify with each other. Perhaps the disciples would gain insights from this and add color to the great cause of martial arts, and he too would reap greater benefits. With this thought, Li Xuan nodded and said, "The 8 diagrams encompass the profound mysteries of Tian Dai, and everyone's insights will differ at each stage." Verifying and exchanging ideas with each other is also a way to promote understanding. Your wish to do so with Meng Chong is good. As my disciples, the understanding of martial arts should be mutually verified and enhanced. Be it orthodox martial arts or the physical body martial path, the insights you each gain in martial arts perhaps can bring new enlightenment to the other, allowing you both to grasp more of martial arts meaning. At these words, Su Yan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Yes, master." "Go on then." Li Xuan nodded. Su Yan left excitedly. Meng Chong should also be nearing an insight into the movement technique, right? Li Xuan mused. Suddenly, Golden Finger sent feedback. "Your disciple Meng Chong has achieved minor completion of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, has broken through to minor completion of the Qi Blood Realm, and your physical strength has improved accordingly." Physical strength improved. Li Xuan only felt that his body had instantly become stronger. Meng Chong's minor breakthrough wasn't a significant feedback. The physical strength had improved by about double or so. Having taken 2 disciples so far, the gains were sizable. Li Xuan couldn't help but ponder whether it was time to take a 3rd disciple. What kind of cultivation technique should he create for the 3rd disciple? Quality of disciples is what matters, not the quantity. After all, creating new cultivation techniques was not an easy task, especially powerful ones. Should I be out and about more? How can I recruit new disciples if I'm always holed up in Yunqian County? Li Xuan fell into deep thought. He wondered if it was because he had traveled through time and ended up stuck in a small village that made him become homebound, especially since he didn't need to run around and tirelessly cultivate to improve his strength or gather various resources. Relying solely on his disciples was enough, which made him even more reluctant to move. At this moment, he remembered the contemporary Tian Mu of the Tian Mu sect, that young girl. This young girl's medical skills are not bad, and she can even persuade evil people to become good, never to commit evil again. I wonder how talented she is. If she does not come to Yunqian County, I, as an esteemed hermit, have no reason to go out of my way to take her as a disciple. Martial arts cultivation ultimately requires some assistance, such as pills. I wonder if I can create a pill-related cultivation technique. Li Xuan delved into thought again. He already had an idea for the 3rd branch of martial arts. It was just a matter of how to create it, and it required a suitable disciple to comprehend it. That needed a certain foundation. Martial arts cultivation, how can it lack pills? Geniuses like Su Yan and Meng Chong didn't need pills to assist their martial arts cultivation, but that might not be the case for other ordinary martial artists. Moreover, when tempering golden bones, if there were suitable pills, they would also help with the forging process. Even though the golden bones tempered through pills wouldn't be as pure and powerful as those forged by one's own talents, they would nonetheless be golden bones. The foundation of martial arts is far superior to that of copper bones. Inner domain should have substances that assist martial arts cultivation, right? When Zai Lingfeng arrives, let's see if I can coax some methods out of him from the inner domain. With a reference, it'll be much easier to create, Li Xuan planned in his heart. Outside Yunqian County, in the woods, Su Yan and Meng Chong stood on the 8 diagrams diagram. This is Kayan, meaning heaven, this is Kun, meaning earth. With his feet on the diagram of the 8 diagrams, Su Yan shared his understanding and insights one by one. Meng Chong listened silently, deep in thought. "Little brother, this is the light goose movement technique that your brother has comprehended." After presenting his explanation, Su Yan demonstrated the light goose movement technique, his figure flickering swiftly and silently. He then shared in detail how he had come to understand the technique during his fight with Zhu Wuxin. Next, as he interchanged his footsteps, his position shifted instantaneously. "This is moving shadows, something I grasped in a flash of inspiration during my battle with Zhu Wuxin." Su Yan then explained moving shadows. Meng Chong, looking up with admiration, said, "Big brother, I'm not as naturally gifted as you. Not at all, it's just that our talents focus on different things." Su Yan shook his head and replied, "Big brother, here are my insights." Meng Chong also shared his recent insights into the 8 diagrams. Su Yan fell into contemplation. Some of Meng Chong's insights were ones Su Yan had never considered. The 2 brothers then cross-verified and presented their insights to each other, starting with the movement technique. Su Yan was explaining the method of shifting shapes and positions to provide a direction for Meng Chang's enlightenment. However, Meng Chang felt this method didn't suit him very well, so he needed to gain an understanding of a movement technique that would suit him. Over the next few days, Su Yan and Meng Chang would spend each day on the 8 diagrams, discussing and sharing their insights. Most of the time, it was Su Yan explaining his understanding of the movement technique. Li Xuan watched in silence, astonished. I never knew the 8 diagrams could be understood this way. I, as a master, didn't realize this. My disciple is remarkable, his insights are growing. He felt that Meng Chang was close to understanding a movement technique. Through their mutual exchanges, Su Yan also gained new insights, although he was uncertain about what kind of advanced movement technique they would help him understand. After observing them a few times, Li Xuan stopped watching and started instructing Xir in body refining instead. That day was just like any other. Li Xuan was leisurely lying in a chair, contemplating the potential of various branches of martial arts and contemplating how to make them more profound and powerful. A golden light emerged. Your disciple, Meng Chang, has understood the technique of sidestepping. Your sidestepping technique has greatly succeeded. Sidestepping. This was similar to shifting shapes and positions, yet different. Sidestepping is a flash across, either to the left or right, forward or backward, or even upwards and downwards. The direction of sidestepping is relatively fixed, but as it can be performed continuously, it means that the position can change continuously. This is a real combat movement technique. In a flash, one can get close to the enemy or pull away from them. It's similar to shifting shapes and positions, yet it distinctively. Sidestepping is more in line with Meng Chang's style. With his ferocious physical martial arts, if he fights hand-to-hand, he has more advantages. What fits is always the best. Shifting shapes and positions plus sidestepping, you have achieved mastery in heaven and earth change. The golden finger continued to provide feedback. Heaven and earth change. It's a combination of shifting shapes and positions and sidestepping, and it's even more profound and elusive. If one's power is strong enough, they can turn heaven and earth upside down in a flash. Li Xuan was ecstatic, good disciple. You have added bricks and tiles to your master's martial arts career. His strength has become stronger again. Having genius disciples gathered together, exchanging martial arts insights, can promote mutual progress and aid in the understanding of martial arts. A light dawned in Li Xuan's eyes. Moreover, the cultivation techniques that I have created for my disciples are all different. With such mutual verification and exchange, even more new martial arts methods can be understood. Su Yan's exchange with Meng Chang is the exchange of orthodox martial arts with physical martial arts. They should gain new insights and gains from each other. If they succeed, the feedback from the golden finger will greatly promote the development of my martial arts career. Li Xuan was looking forward to his 2 disciples, continuing to comprehend powerful martial arts methods for him. The more martial arts methods he gains, the more cultivation techniques he will master, making it easier for him to create more in the future and ensuring he doesn't lose direction. Meng Chang had come to understand the sidestepping method and was incredibly excited. He had finally realized a combat movement technique that was suitable for himself. Master, I finally have understood a movement technique. Upon returning, an excited Meng Chang relayed his news. It's decent, but your technique is somewhat limited. It's fine for combat, but when it comes to long-distance travel or chasing after an enemy, it's not quite up to snuff. Li Xuan nodded his head, pointing out the limitations of the sidestepping method. Meng Chang paused, deep in thought. The battlefield is confined to a certain range. His sidestepping technique allows him to reach his destination in an instant. The speed is extremely fast and can catch the enemy off guard. He can avoid the enemy's onslaught in an instant. If he were to pursue an enemy, requiring long-distance running, it would seem insufficient. The advantage of the sidestepping technique lies in the instant arrival over a short distance and instant evasion. Master, I understand. I will continue to work hard. Meng Chang's gaze was firm. Just then Xir returned from outside. He was carrying a chicken in his hand, and when he saw Meng Chang, he seemed to be hesitating to speak. Do you have something to say to me? Meng Chang asked with a frown. I heard some news. It came from the Wu country and it's about you. Xir gave a coy smile. What news? Meng Chang was full of curiosity. He had fled from the Wu country to Yunshan County and taken Li Xuan as his master ever since then. He had paid no attention to anything else, immersing himself entirely in martial arts cultivation. Didn't the Emperor of Wu put a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold on your head? After such a long period of time, without him capturing you, the reward has increased. Whoever captures you can obtain a 3,000-year-old ginseng, plus 10 divine pills and a noble title. Xir was tempted as he spoke. Meng Chang widened his eyes in surprise and said, That guy, the Emperor of Wu, is that generous. Am I that important to him? Xir smiled wryly. Because of you, Meng Chang, he can no longer leave his palace and is confined where he can't breathe. Can't he hate you to death? Regarding this matter, the martial artists of Wu country are preparing to hold a martial conference to elect an alliance hierarch to collectively capture you and win the Emperor of Wu's reward. It said that the emperor promised that whoever captures you shall be made the martial lord of the territories and be given an entire county as a territory. Sheer sighed. The emperor of Wu was determined to capture Meng Chang. He was willing to invest heavily. As for the martial artists of Wu country, this was a great opportunity, a chance to start a new era for the martial arts world. Now the martial experts of the Wu country were already gathering, preparing to elect the alliance hierarch and plan to capture Meng Chang. Li Xuan also sighed deeply. Just how much does the Emperor of Wu hate his second disciple? If Meng Chang had not taken him as a master and practiced powerful martial arts, he would have inevitably been captured, and his end would have been miserable. Meng Chang, hearing this, suddenly became intrigued and excitedly asked, "Where will the martial conference in Wu country be held? When will it be held?" "In 3 days in the Tianping Mountain of Wu country," Shir replied. "Tianping Mountain." Meng Chang was ecstatic. Rubbing his bald head, he said, "That guy, the Emperor of Wu, owes me 100,000 taels of gold, 1 3,000-year-old ginseng, 10 divine medicines, a title, and a territory. I must ask him for them." Shir looked at him weirdly, as he functionally held a moment of silence for the Emperor of Wu. "I don't want the title and territory. I'll just choose some items from his imperial treasury as compensation." Meng Chang continued clearly. The eldest brother had emptied Emperor Qi's treasury, which he was envious of. It was now finally his turn to raid the treasury of the Emperor of Wu. Upon hearing this, Shir thought of Su Yan, who had emptied the treasury of Emperor Qi. "Master, I want to go to the Wu country." Meng Chang rubbed his head and smirked. "If you want to go, then go." Li Xuan did not stop him. With Meng Chang's current strength, he could, as Su Yan had done in the past, sweep across Wu country with no problems. The Emperor of Wu was doomed to be miserable. "Yes, master, I will be back very soon," Meng Chang exclaimed excitedly. "By the way, master, is there anything you like? I'll ask the Emperor of Wu for it." He thought about it and asked. Li Xuan's mind started to race then, see if there are any books, such as medical books, pharmacology books, historical records, and so on. It would pass the time. "I understand, master. I will definitely ask the Emperor of Wu for some rare books." Meng Chang got it. When your master wants to read books, they are naturally not the ones sold in the streets. Li Xuan nodded his head. "Just mind your manners." Meng Chang chuckled. "Master, don't worry. The Emperor of Wu did help me take my revenge after all. I won't treat him too harshly." Taking his treasured sword, Meng Chang immediately prepared to go to Tianping Mountain. He would meet the martial arts experts of Wu country, get the alliance hierarch in his hands, and then go find the Emperor of Wu for the reward. At this point, Su Yan spoke. "Little brother, Tianping Mountain is quite a long way off. It would be better to ride a horse. Although it will be a bit slower, it's always more comfortable than running on your own 2 legs." Having fetched a horse from the stables, Meng Chang eagerly rushed off towards Tianping Mountain. "Master, should I send some books over?" Su Yan looked at his master sitting in his chair, playing with the jade ruyi, and asked. He almost forgot. His master was a man of great talent and almost a hermit in the world. His only remaining pleasure was likely teaching his disciples and reading some books. He thought of his master's arrival in Yunxian County. His first activity was looking for books to read. Inside, he felt a pang of guilt. "I was only thinking about my own cultivation and forgot about master's particular interests." "Yes, you can," Li Xuan nodded, and then said, "Books, miscellaneous notes, books on medical wonders, and so on can all be found to pass the boring time." "Yes, master," Su Yan nodded. "Master, my junior fellow apprentice has gone to Wu country, and I also want to go back to the Dong County." Meng Chang went to Wu country to trouble the Emperor of Wu. He temporarily couldn't continue to corroborate his perception of the 8 diagrams. Su Yan planned to go back home to help his parents speed up their bone refining with his sword intent. "Go ahead." Li Xuan nodded. The next day, Shir brought some books. These were all treasures of the Tianmu school, containing various Jianghu strategies, among which were some medical books. In the afternoon, Su Yan also sent some books. Li Xuan first read medical books to understand what the medical system of the barren land and even the inner domain were like. No acupuncture, no principle of using drugs for the monarch, minister, and assistant. After reading several medical books, Li Xuan felt more and more feasible about the hypothetical new branch of martial arts. Once successful, it would be another overthrow of the world's martial arts. Now all that's left is to continue to improve the theory, and I lack a disciple to understand it. Li Xuan thought silently. Tianping Mountain, named for its broad and flat mountaintop. The martial arts experts of Wu country gathered for a Jianghu conference, aiming to capture Meng Chang and to get rewards granted by the Emperor of Wu. Famous Jianghu experts appeared one after another, all for the position of alliance hierarch. They led martial arts experts from Wu country to Qi country to capture Meng Chang and win the title of Jianghu Marquis. Since then, these Jianghu figures also have a respectable status. Moreover, they also have a county as their fiefdom, equivalent to having a foundation in Jianghu. Those who can come to Tianping Mountain to participate in the Jianghu conference are all top martial arts experts in Jianghu. Many figures of the Jianghu continuously appeared under Tianping Mountain that day. Is that Senior Tai? He's here too. Senior Tai, our great expert from Wu country 20 years ago, who has long since retired, didn't expect he would come too. Nonsense, this is the Jianghu Marquis, who wouldn't be moved by it. Exactly, whoever wins the position of alliance hierarch will become the leader of this generation's Jianghu. Many people in Jianghu sighed inwardly. Their faces were full of envy. They regretted their insufficient strength and were not eligible to participate in the competition for the alliance hierarch. Those who were eligible to participate in the competition for the alliance hierarch were all top experts in Jianghu. On Tianping Mountain, heroes of the Jianghu gathered. Hundreds of famous experts from Wu country all gathered here. Among them were people who had personal grudges. However, this time they came for the position of alliance hierarch. They didn't fight to death on sight. They were all contemplating that once they won the alliance hierarch's position, they would immediately command the heroes of Jianghu to kill their enemies. Please welcome the revered elder of our Wu country's Jianghu, Senior Wu, to preside over the Jianghu conference. A Jianghu expert opened his mouth as if a huge bell rang out. Above the high platform, an old man with a hunched back, almost 100 years old, was helped to be seated on a chair. It's Senior Wu. The people beneath the high platform whispered to each other. Senior Wu is already nearly 100 years old, right? That's right, only Senior Wu is eligible to be the judge. People from Jianghu sighed one after another. They did not expect this Jianghu conference to be presided over by Senior Wu. This is a real legend of Jianghu. Even though he is old and his strength has declined to 10 of his peak, his reputation in Wu country's Jianghu is unmatched by anyone. Moreover, Senior Wu has 5 personal disciples, each of whom is a top expert. One of his disciples is even a top expert of Wu country's royal family. Other than his disciples, his grand disciples also included 3 top experts. This indicated Senior Wu's status in Wu country's Jianghu. The competition for the alliance hierarch is based on strength and moral integrity. Neither can be lacking. Those with poor moral integrity will harm Jianghu. Those with insufficient strength will disgrace the face of Wu country's Jianghu. Senior Wu stated in a serious voice, setting the conditions for the competition for alliance hierarch. Under these conditions, I presume none of you present here object, right? The competition for alliance hierarch is based on ability. Don't harm the atmosphere. Otherwise, it will weaken our Wu country's Jianghu strength. Senior Wu continued. Then, with a twinkle in his eye and a hint of ridicule, he said, I heard recently that our fellow Jianghu people in Qi country were all busy looking for some great person to learn the true martial arts. It's truly a joke. Stories from the books, biographies written by pedantic scholars, some people even believe them. All people from Jianghu burst out laughing. That's right, I also heard about this. The brains of the Qi people are not very good. It must have been spread by some phonies. Ha ha ha, wait until the conference is over. Let's go capture Meng Chang and disparage those comrades of Qi's Jianghu. On Tianping Mountain, the people of Jianghu were all very happy. Senior Wu knocked the ground with his cane and said, now, the competition for alliance hierarch begins. Who will come out first? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through Tianping Mountain. I'll do it. A figure, as if descending from the sky, landed on the high platform. Meng Chang set off from Yunqian County and finally reached the foot of Tianping Mountain. He looked up at Tianping Mountain, and he could no longer see the figures of the Jianghu people at the foot of the mountain. The conference had probably started already. He dismounted and was about to climb up the mountain when he suddenly paused. He looked around and then at the horse next to him. What if someone rides off with my horse that I tethered at the foot of the mountain? It may not be worth much, but it is a gift from my senior brother. In the martial arts world, there is no lack of petty thieves. If someone turned up while he was up the mountain and stole his horse, wouldn't that cause him, Meng Chang, embarrassment? He looked up at the path to the mountaintop, noticing its steepness would make horse riding a bit challenging. Meng Chang scratched his head, suddenly having an idea. He turned to his horse and hoisted it onto his shoulders, beginning to ascend the mountain. The horse thought, how thrilling, I get to ride a human again. Atop the plateau of the mountain, Meng Chang appeared, carrying his horse before the crowd on the stage. The martial arts experts of Wu country opened their eyes wide in shock. They saw a robust youth carrying a horse, as if descending from the sky, landing on the stage. Senior Wu, who was seated on the stage, jumped in surprise, almost out of breath with his face growing red and his hand holding his cane trembling. Where did this horse-carrying lad come from? It almost scared him to death. After catching his breath, Senior Wu demanded angrily, Hey lad, where are you from? Don't you know the rules? State your name. Meng Chang glanced around, coldly retorting, I am Meng Chang, the one you all want to capture. Here I am, anyone who wants to capture me, step forward. Once I have defeated all you fools, I still need to claim my reward from the Emperor of Wu, Meng Chang. All the martial arts experts present were shocked and many were thinking of fleeing. This robust and horse-carrying youth evidently had extraordinary skills. So it's Meng Chang. Senior Wu was overjoyed and announced, whoever captures Meng Chang will become the alliance hierarch. Attack him. With a wave of his hand, Senior Wu swiftly moved aside with his cane to avoid being involved. Attack. The experts shared a glance and moved forward eagerly. I have him. One expert held Meng Chong, trying to subdue him, but it was as if he was trying to shake a mountain, impossible to move. Watch this. Whoosh. A shooting star dart was sent straight to Meng Chong's shoulder blade, intending to penetrate it and incapacitate him. Bang, the dart hit Meng Chong but fell straight down without causing any injury. Attacked together, the martial arts experts swarmed towards him. Meng Chong stood still with the horse on his shoulders, indifferent to their assault. They launched all sorts of moves. Those who could grab his legs did so. Those who could pull his arms did so. They were flushed in effort, using every ounce of their strength. They stacked up like a human wall, surrounding Meng Chong in the middle. Even the horse that he was carrying had people jumping onto it, almost completely engulfed by the human wall. Senior Wu, the old fox observing from a distance, was surprised by this. This horse-carrying youth was incredibly strong and robust. This was not a place to stay for too long. As a man of the martial arts world who had lived to such an age, he was not ordinary. Disciple, let's leave quickly. He immediately called out to his disciple standing by his side. Yes, master. His disciple too, sensing a bad turn, quickly picked up Senior Wu and they made their escape. Boom! Suddenly the stage collapsed. A golden, radiant light burst forth accompanied by an aura of terror sweeping in all directions. One by one, shadows of people were flung outwards from the stage as if the sky was raining down on them. Impossible, how can he be so strong? I'm done for, I think my ribs are broken. What, your ribs are broken? Great, finally a chance for revenge. Old rascal, your life ends here. Many martial arts experts lay scattered on the mountain top. Some even saw it as an opportunity for revenge when they noticed their enemies were badly injured. They launched themselves at their enemies. However, most of the martial artists were horrified, looking at the horse-carrying lad with a terrifying aura, like a god descending from the heavens. The radiant golden light made even the horse he was carrying seem extraordinary. Gulp, what kind of martial arts is he using? How can there be such a powerful martial artist in the world? Chi country. Is the rumored expert from Chi country real? Why don't we have anyone like this in Wu country? The martial arts experts were horrified. Meng Chong looked down at the martial arts experts who lay scattered around him. He ignored the ones taking advantage of the situation to retaliate against their mortal enemies. With his gaze cold and intimidating, he asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to capture me? Meng Chong, feel free to make your move." Silence. No one dared to make a sound. Where is the Alliance Hierarch's command? Meng Chong continued to ask. Once he received the Alliance Hierarch's command, he could logically ask the Emperor of Wu for the title of Marquis of the Martial World. Meng Chong always acted rationally and justifiably, ensuring that the Emperor of Wu had to acquiesce. It's with Senior Wu. Finally, someone responded in a hushed voice. Meng Chong looked around. The old man had run away. Old fox, he grunted, leaped up carrying his horse and darted down the mountain. Halfway down, he saw a bronze token embedded in a large tree. With a twitch of his lips, he thought about how the old fox, Senior Wu, had been able to survive this long for a reason. During his time in Wu country learning martial arts, he had already known about this famous figure in Wu country's martial arts world. Truly an old fox, seeing strengths beyond most people's comprehension. This old man, Meng Chong, reached out to remove the Alliance Hierarch's command, set the horse free after descending the mountain. Afterwards, he headed straight to the capital of Wu country. On Tianping Mountain, the martial arts masters were picking themselves up, all of them still in shock. They had almost died. Ha ha ha, I've finally taken my revenge. Meng Chong, good man, bastard, dare to kill my master, I'll never let you go. The martial artists on Tianping Mountain were in chaos, many of them greatly impacted. Is there really a master in this world? Is the Chi's unparalleled martial arts real? Wasn't it just made up by fraudsters? The capital of Wu country. The Emperor of Wu was in a bad mood. Being cooped up in the palace was making him sick. However, every time he tried to go out, his ministers would block him. The ministers were not having a good time either. They carefully selected their house servants, for fear that people like Meng Chong might infiltrate their residences. For those relatives and clan members with whom they had a bad relationship, they simply wrote to the emperor asking him to be a witness of them severing all relations. Not only that, when they go out, their bodyguards are carefully chosen. Carriages or palanquins needed to be sturdier to prevent arrows from being shot in and getting killed. Even in the capital, they were always apprehensive each time they attended court, fearing a sudden appearance of an assassin intent on sacrificing his life for revenge. When did life start becoming so difficult? It all started when that bastard, Meng Chong, attempted to assassinate the Emperor of Wu. And the worst of all, what the hell were the Emperor of Wu's guards doing? They actually let Meng Chong escape. There were recent rumors that a big event had happened in Qi country. The new Grand Tutor, the Crown Prince's master, the Emperor Qi's sworn brother, the former Minister of Personnel Gu Rongshan's grandson, was a martial arts master, a strong presence that could suppress Qi country's army on his own. Of course, the ministers of Wu country did not believe it. It's just that Emperor Qi is incompetent. Guo Rongshan has seized control of the government, and this is just an excuse. I heard that Guo Rongshan's grandson, what's his name again, has been obsessed with storytelling since childhood. He treats stories and biographies as real, seeks masters everywhere. There's even a rumor that he's mentally ill. This Guo Rongshan is really something. Silently and suddenly took control of Qi's politics. Even the Emperor Qi has to listen to him. Be careful what you say. If our emperor gets suspicious because of this, our lives will become more difficult. The Wu country's ministers were quietly discussing before the court session began. The Emperor of Wu attended court with a black face. Has Meng Chong been caught? The first sentence at court was about Meng Chong. The Secretary of Justice gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, the martial arts people have gathered on Tianping Mountain for the reward. I believe Meng Chong will be captured soon." You're all incompetent. The face of my Wu country has been utterly lost. A reward of 100,000 pieces of gold, a 3,000-year-old ginseng, 10 precious medicines, such a generous reward, and yet Meng Chong has not been captured. What use are you to me? The Emperor of Wu was furious. The ministers looked at their feet in silence. Every court session was like this. They would wait for the emperor to finish venting his anger, then they could start discussing affairs. They were used to it. Speak. Why are you all silent? Have you all gone mute? The Emperor of Wu roared angrily. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Yes, Your Majesty, your health is important. The ministers began to try and calm him down, their attitudes somewhat perfunctory. It felt like a routine. After all, it wasn't the first time. Besides those words, what else can you incompetent fools say? What I want is Meng Chong captured. The Emperor of Wu slammed the table and roared, "Emperor Wu, I am here. Is my reward ready?" At this moment, a voice echoed from outside the main hall. With the voice emerged a burly figure. The most eye-catching part of him was his shiny bald head. The Emperor of Wu was instantly shocked. Meng Chong. The officials were taken aback too. Meng Chong. They were all familiar with Meng Chong since they often gritted their teeth in hatred of him. Why has he come, and how did he manage to storm into the court meeting? The Emperor of Wu abruptly stood up, his face full of astonishment. Guards, seize him. This is the palace. A key spot for the royal court, and it was broken into by Meng Chong. Are the imperial guards and the palace guards all useless? Meng Chong, surrender now. In the main hall, the military officials were immediately invigorated. An opportunity to serve had come. With a roar, they all rushed up. With a stretch of his hand, like picking up chicks, Meng Chong threw all these military officials out. Seeing Meng Chong throwing a large number of military officials out of the hall as if they were chicks, the officials were almost scared out of their wits. Among these military officials, there are exceptional masters. They didn't even have a chance to resist. The Emperor of Wu went even paler out of fright, trying to hide, but he couldn't escape. Meng Chong grabbed him and smirked. Emperor of Wu, remember the 100,000 taels of gold, a 3,000-year-old mountain ginseng, and 10 precious herbs you owe me. Not forgotten. The Emperor of Wu was almost scared unconscious and stammered in response. Meng Chong sat on the imperial throne, took out the Alliance Hierarch's badge, and slammed it on the table, saying, "This is the order of the Alliance Hierarch, according to which you should make me a marquis, but I don't like it. So I won't accept it. Instead, how about fetching something from your palace treasury? That seems fair, right?" The Emperor of Wu nodded his head. Fair. His only wish was to keep away from this villain Meng Chong and then order the palace's top fighters to surround and kill him. At this moment, the courtiers in the hall saw that Meng Chong did not pay attention to them. They exchanged glances, and then in a very coordinated manner, they shakily retreated, preparing to run away. As for the life and death of the Emperor of Wu, they were powerless to help. After this event, just crown another emperor. Such a simple matter, it's not worth risking lives over. Moreover, they can't even fight the tide. Meng Chong looked at the courtiers who were shrinking back and sneaking away. He chuckled and said, "Emperor of Wu, these courtiers of yours do not seem very loyal." The courtiers were startled and hurriedly stopped their steps. The Emperor of Wu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. "Your Majesty, we are loyal. We are going to get reinforcements to save you." Yes, Your Majesty, we are going to get reinforcements," the courtiers righteously claimed. Meng Chong grabbed the Emperor of Wu and sternly said, "Emperor of Wu, you helped me get my revenge, so I won't make things hard for you. I know you're not satisfied. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Mystery Guard of the Wu country is the guardians of the country. I will give you a chance to deploy the Heavenly Mystery Guard. If they can kill me, it counts as your ability. Since my brother crushed the might of Qi country single-handedly, then I will crush the Heavenly Mystery Guard of the Wu country." This was what Meng Chong was thinking. Really, the Emperor of Wu was overjoyed. No matter how strong Meng Chong is, can he really fight the Heavenly Mystery Guard alone? Absolutely. Fine, then let's fight in the drill ground. The courtiers heard this and were shocked to look at Meng Chong. Has his brain gone bad? He wants to fight against the Heavenly Mystery Guard alone. Then they rejoiced. This kid is doomed. The drill ground of Heavenly Mystery Guard, filled with a stern, murderous aura. Meng Chong stood alone, surrounded by heavily armored Heavenly Mystery Guards. The Emperor of Wu clenched his teeth and ferociously ordered the leader of the Heavenly Mystery Guard, "Kill him." Yes, the leader of the Heavenly Mystery Guard nodded solemnly. Boom! The Heavenly Mystery Guard launched an attack, charging from all directions, directly blocking all of Meng Chang's escape routes and dodging spaces. They all stabbed forward with their spears. Using the force of their galloping horses, they ruthlessly thrust at Meng Chang. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The spears all broke from the middle, leaving Meng Chang unharmed. Is that all? Meng Chang laughed, his body radiating golden light like a Vajra Arhat, resisting the Heavenly Mystery Guard single-handedly. The courtiers were shocked beyond words. The Emperor of Wu had a stunned look on his face, murmuring, "How is this possible?" That voice tricked me and dared to say that this place cannot generate warriors. How dare it fool me? As if he thought of something, the Emperor of Wu's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Meng Chang arrived in front of the Emperor of Wu, patted his bald head, smirked and said, "Emperor of Wu, what do you think?" The Emperor of Wu took a deep breath and said, "Meng Chang, whatever you want, I'll give it to you, even if it's offering a marquis title or a king title. There's no need for a title, just prepare the things from the reward for me. As for the marquis position, we can exchange it for the treasures in your palace." Meng Chang had made his decision. Agreed. The Emperor of Wu nodded his head resolutely. In the palace of the Wu country, boxes of gold ingots were placed in front of Meng Chang. Looking at the gold ingots, Meng Chang paused for a moment and said, "Keep the gold here for now. It's not convenient for me to carry." "All right." The Emperor of Wu also was straightforward. Meng Chang collected the 3,000-year-old mountain ginseng and 10 precious herbs, and he signaled the Emperor of Wu to lead the way to the treasury. Upon reaching the treasury, the emperor did not go in. "You can take everything. I can give it all to you." The Emperor of Wu took a deep breath and said resolutely. Meng Chang entered the treasury and started selecting treasures. "The books and other things my master needs are easy to find, but these gemstones, they're not very useful. The treasury of the Emperor of Wu is not good at all. Why are most of it gemstones? With only a few precious herbs, I'll just take all of them." Meng Chang took a tour of the treasury, a little disappointed. After becoming a martial artist, precious gemstones no longer attracted him. Besides some books to take back to his master, there wasn't much else that he found suitable. "Let's keep looking." Meng Chang scrutinized carefully this time and suddenly spotted an ancient book on a shelf. "What's this?" It was an ancient parchment book, so old that one couldn't determine what kind of skin it was made of. Two vigorous characters were written on the cover of the ancient book. "Taking." Meng Chang opened the cover. Instead of text, he saw lines, twirling and twisting, seemingly drawn according to some specific pattern on the parchment. "I don't understand. I will take it back for master to look at." Meng Chang took the parchment book. Upon leaving the treasury, Meng Chang casually said, "Emperor of Wu, I have chosen my treasure. Considering you helped me in my vendetta, I won't empty your treasury." The Emperor of Wu remained silent, his face dark. "I'm leaving." Meng Chang had come in a rush and left in a rush as well. Now that his mission was accomplished, and matters between him and the Wu country were settled, it was time to return and diligently cultivate his martial arts. As word spread about Meng Chang single-handedly defeating the martial arts experts in Tianping Mountain and the Tiangshuan Guard in the capital of the Wu country, he once again shocked the entire Wu country. Many citizens of Wu country, upon hearing the rumors of the Qi country searching for a high-level expert, were astounded. Were there really such high-level experts in this world, and was there indeed such a powerful form of martial arts? In some corner of the Wu country, Senior Wu, a reputable martial artist, was shocked by the news that Meng Chang single-handedly defeated the Tiangshuan Guard. It was as if he remembered something. "Apprentice, come quickly." Two apprentices rushed over. "Master, what's the matter? Quick, pack your things, prepare for a journey to the mountains. We're going to the Endless Mountains." Senior Wu ordered his apprentices. In his mind, he recalled the time when he was young and had to hide from his enemies in the Endless Mountains, where there was a rather peculiar place. He had never ventured deep inside for fear of not being able to come out. Now thinking about it, could it be that place held some kind of opportunity? If only I had been 20 or 30 years younger, I would have gone by myself. Regret was apparent in Senior Wu's heart. Meng Chang, on horseback and carrying the spoils of his journey, was on his way back to Yunshan County. He was unaware that his incredible strength had not only shocked the Emperor of Wu, who was surprised beyond his expectations, but also those officials whose worldviews had collapsed due to the shock. In a secluded corner of the Wu country's royal palace, there was a lonely courtyard bereft of eunuchs or maids, with some weeds that had just begun to sprout. The Emperor of Wu walked in with an unpredictable expression. The head eunuch stopped outside the courtyard, allowing only the emperor to proceed. The Emperor of Wu entered the courtyard and headed towards the main hall in the middle. Pushing open the doors of the main hall, to his surprise, he found a stone house. The stone house was not large, being only about 30 feet in dimensions, as if it were carved out of a single massive piece of rock. The ancient stone house, with a weather-beaten surface, was a testament to the passage of time and the changes it witnessed. The Emperor of Wu stood in front of the stone house, his eyes shadowed and expression solemn. He walked into the stone house. The light inside was dim, making the interior of the gloomy stone house seem a bit desolate. Today, a man came to my palace. Single-handedly, he crushed my Tiangshuan guard. Didn't you say that martial artists don't exist? That it's impossible to become a real martial artist? How will you explain this to me? The Emperor of Wu suppressed his dissatisfaction and anger, speaking in a low voice. His voice echoed in the stone house for quite some time before a sudden voice resonated in the stone house. The mysterious voice seemed to appear out of thin air, unable to trace its origin, as if the stone house was speaking. The mysterious voice expressed doubt. A martial artist. Impossible. The heavenly earth Lingji at the frontier of Taking has been extinguished, making it impossible to cultivate into a martial artist. Bullshit. If Meng Chang is not a martial artist, then what is he? Each time I ask you for cultivation methods, you always fob me off with this so-called narrative of the extinguished heavenly earth Lingji. The Emperor of Wu angrily retorted. Is he really a martial artist? The mysterious voice still carried doubts. Would I lie to you? The mysterious voice was silent for a long while before saying, that must be a martial artist from the inner domain. But what is an inner domain martial artist doing here? The Emperor of Wu scoffed coldly. You talk about martial artists from the inner domain, yet since the founding of my Wu country, we have never encountered one. Your Wu country's founding is too recent. How could you possibly have seen it? Besides, even if a martial artist had come, you wouldn't have known. The mysterious voice seemed to be recalling something. The last time a martial artist came from the inner domain to the borderlands, that was 3,000 years ago. I knew it. You would use the inner domain martial artist to fob me off again. But this time I need to tell you, he is not from the inner domain. His name is Meng Chang. He is one of my people from Wu country. He once tried to assassinate me. His power was then barely on par with the peak of the martial world, but within less than a year, he has already become so powerful, and you still try to fool me that one can't cultivate martial arts. The Emperor of Wu suppressed his anger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way a martial artist could appear in Taking Borderlands. The mysterious voice sounded somewhat excited. I saw it with my own eyes. Are you still trying to deceive me? Besides, I am hearing rumors that the Qi country has gotten a peerless expert, and even a powerful martial artist is single-handedly suppressing the Qi country. The Emperor of Wu growled lowly. His face turned red with fury. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The mysterious voice didn't believe it. If you don't show me the way of cultivation, I'll smash this stone house. The Emperor of Wu threatened. Ha ha ha, if you want to smash it, then go ahead. Do you think you can break it? Do you think that if the stone house is smashed, I'll be gone? The mysterious voice started laughing, but the laughter was somewhat crazy. All liars, I won't be fooled again, ha ha ha. Liars, all of you are liars. You want to lie to me again, it's impossible, I'll never be fooled. The mysterious voice laughed madly as if he was deranged. Regardless of how the Emperor of Wu tried to communicate, he kept on repeating, liars, all are liars, I will never be fooled again. The voice in the stone house gradually silenced. The Emperor of Wu's face darkened, showing a mixture of anger, helplessness, and unwillingness. He glanced around the stone house, and with a somber face, he left. He left the stone house, walked out of the main hall, closed the door, stepped out of the courtyard, locked the courtyard's gate, and looked at the newly grown weeds in the courtyard. He instructed, as always, pick someone from the death cell to clean all the weeds here. Once it's done, dispose of them properly. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch complied obsequiously. Meng Chang returned to Yunshan County. Master, what is this? After putting all the books in place, he took an ancient book to Li Xuan. Li Xuan took the ancient book and paused. This book seemed unusual. The material itself was extraordinary, and it was not made from ordinary animal hide. Moreover, it had a very old feel to it. On the cover of the book, 2 words, Taking. Taking. What is it? Li Xuan flipped the book open, and instead of seeing lines of text, he saw lines drawn painstakingly. These lines seemed somewhat messy at first, but upon closer examination, they formed a consistent pattern. Rune. The first thought that came to Li Xuan after seeing the lines on the book was rune, but he realized that it wasn't a rune after careful consideration. It's not like runes, and it doesn't exactly resemble a map either. Li Xuan was unable to comprehend what the lines represented. His intuition told him that these patterns were not simple. Master, what does this mean? Meng Chang looked curious. It's normal for you not to understand. One's strength and realm determine their perspective. As your strength is still weak, it's natural that you don't sense its meaning. Li Xuan remained expressionless. Once you've improved your strength and realm, you will naturally understand. Don't be overly ambitious. Be diligent in your practice, and don't let your curiosity about the unknown get the better of you. I can't understand either, but as a peerless master, I definitely can't show my confusion. Li Xuan thought to himself, but outwardly he continued to counsel his disciple. Yes, master. Meng Chang nodded respectfully. Since his master did not explain, it must not be necessary for him to know at this time. Furthermore, since the ancient book came from the Emperor of Wu's treasury, it was likely just a mundane object, despite its antiquity. Meng Chang didn't dwell on it. He hastily left for the outskirts of the city to cultivate. Li Xuan, on the other hand, turned to the second page of the ancient book. The second page had even more lines drawn, and the pattern appeared to be continuous mountains or chains. Upon closer inspection, it once again seemed like random doodles. Li Xuan flipped through the ancient leather book, page by page, for a total of 18 pages, each page depicting a pattern. But each page seemed to be a type of terrain or other pattern at a first glance. Upon a second look, it looked as if it was drawn randomly. When he looked at it a third time, it seemed to transform into yet another pattern. The more he looked, the more confusing it became, the more unclear it got. He even wasn't sure what exactly was depicted. This book has something special, but I can't understand it. Li Xuan sank into deep thought. He closed the ancient leather book, staring at the two words taking. He couldn't help but wonder, what does taking mean? Li Xuan couldn't resist. He opened the ancient leather book to look again. This time he felt that the patterns drawn in the book seemed a bit different. The drawings clearly hadn't changed. Could it be some kind of martial arts technique? But it's too esoteric. My realm of understanding can't comprehend the hidden depth. Li Xuan was puzzled. If it really is a martial arts technique, wouldn't it be even stronger than the martial arts I've created? He flipped through the ancient leather book again. It doesn't look like a martial arts technique. How come it feels more like a map? He closed the ancient leather book and put it away. Playing with the jade rui in his hand, squinting slightly, he recalled the content of the ancient leather book, pondering carefully. As a result, Li Xuan was surprised to discover that whenever he remembered, the patterns outlined in the ancient leather book seemed to be different, as if they were constantly changing. Strange, what on earth is this? Li Xuan frowned and couldn't help but take out the ancient leather book to read it again. Just as before, the first time he looked at it and the second time he looked at it, it seemed a bit different, yet he couldn't explain why it gave him a different feeling. There's something odd about this old leather book. It doesn't look like a technique, it doesn't feel like a map, and it's not like a talisman either. It's so strange. Maybe when my power increases, I'll be able to see something. Li Xuan muttered. Meng Chong couldn't understand. In his view, they were just some drawings without any meaning. I wonder if my eldest disciple, Su Yan, can figure something out. Li Xuan fell into deep thought. If Su Yan could perceive something, would the golden finger give him some feedback? It's hard to say. After all, he didn't draw the patterns on the ancient leather book. Let Su Yan take a look. Li Xuan had made up his mind. Su Yan is such a freak, he might be able to see something. The day after Meng Chong returned, Su Yan also came back from Dong County. With his aid of sword intent, Su Jun had already begun refining impurities. The strength of Su family was increasing, and the speed was not slow. Li Xuan was sitting in a chair with a pile of books on the table next to him. At the moment, he was reading a book about elixirs. The frontier areas have no concept of elixirs, only some simple potions, and they don't have the theory of the sovereign, minister, assistant, and guide. The more Li Xuan read, the more he felt that his new conception of martial arts system was feasible. The ancient leather book was on the table. Su Yan came to greet him. Master. Li Xuan nodded. Su Yan's gaze was drawn to the ancient leather book. Master, what is this book? As a fan of storybooks, he had read too many storybooks. If we were to talk about familiarity with storybooks, probably no one could beat him. This ancient leather book looked like it had a unique version at first glance. He immediately became interested. You take a look, Li Xuan said casually. Su Yan excitedly picked up the ancient leather book. Taking. He saw the two big characters on the cover of the ancient leather book and curiously asked, Master, what is taking? When your strength and realm have reached, you naturally know when it's time to know, Li Xuan said perfunctorily. Su Yan opened the ancient leather book and looked at the lines on it. They were twisted and distorted, but seemed to have definite patterns, and numerous lines drew an unknown shape. It looked a bit like a map, or was it some type of terrain? He couldn't understand, so he turned to the second page, the third page. After reading the entire ancient leather book, Su Yan was all puzzled and asked, Master, what are these lines? Are they drawings of a treasure map? His eyes lit up as he finished. Seeing Su Yan's expression, Li Xuan knew that he couldn't figure anything out either, and he didn't even notice that the patterns in the ancient leather book were a bit special. He only saw the simple lines. Even my disciple can't understand this. Is it because his realm is too low? Never mind, I'll just keep it. That was what Li Xuan thought. Taking the ancient leather book in hand, he said, When your strength and realm have reached, you may understand. Don't think too much. Working intensively on cultivation is the right way. Consolidate your innate realm, and in a few days, your master will teach you the techniques beyond the innate. Li Xuan knew his disciple had a wild imagination to prevent him from wasting time in blind speculation and getting distracted from his cultivation, so he added, Yes, master. Su Yan didn't think too much either. After his greeting, he went outside the city to practice, exchanging insights about the 8 diagrams with Meng Chong, the capital city of Qi country. Zai Lingfeng had always been meditating on the theory that Su Yan had mentioned. To achieve a clear understanding of the sword spirit, the first step is to have a clear state of mind, untroubled by external things. What kind of mentality is it to have no women in mind? It seems to have no women in mind, but it doesn't mean to really abandon women, but rather not to be disturbed by external things. What kind of artistic conception is this exactly? Xiling Feng was wearing a face of confusion. He vaguely felt that he seemed to understand somewhat, yet he also seemed not to. My comprehension is too poor. Brother Su has already explained it so clearly and intelligibly, but I still can't comprehend. He was sighing inside. Suddenly, he had a thought. Brother Su once said that he borrowed from Emperor Qi's palace to temper his mind and improve himself. Can I too, to enhance my mental state, to clear myself? Only then do I have a chance to understand the heart of my sword. Only by understanding the heart of the sword could I step into the true sword Tao. With this thought, Xiling Feng became restless. Immediately, he sought out Emperor Qi to borrow his palace beauties to refine his mindset. Perhaps there would be rewards. Exalted One, do you have any instructions? Upon hearing that Xiling Feng intended to meet him, Emperor Qi was overjoyed. The opportunity had come. Could he acquire the martial arts method? Xiling Feng gave Emperor Qi a glance and for a while found it difficult to speak. After all, borrowing someone else's palace to temper one's mind seemed somewhat difficult and awkward. He was shy and honestly didn't know how to bring it up. Seeing his difficulty, Emperor Qi was even more delighted, eagerly asking, Exalted One, if you have a request, just ask. I will do my utmost to fulfill it. In that case, I will say it outright. Hearing this, Xiling Feng thought, since Su Yan had borrowed his harem to temper his mind, it wouldn't be much to Emperor Qi, right? So he said, indeed, I have recently intended to temper my mind. I once heard Brother Su mention that he borrowed the beauties of Emperor Qi's harem for this purpose. It was very effective, hence my visit. Damn. In his heart, Emperor Qi cursed, what kind of crappy exalted master is this? Is he going to learn from that little Su Yan? That's my harem, they're my concubines. How dare he use them to cultivate his mind? What does he take me for? This is too much, I can't take it anymore. Yet on the outside, his smile remained unchanged. He gave a big wave of his hand and said boldly, oh, is that all? Just training your mind. A small matter, call the servants. Announce my decree, let my consorts dance, help the Exalted One to refine his mind. Emperor Qi directly gave the order. Xiling Feng was instantly moved. Emperor Qi was magnanimous and righteous. No wonder Su Yan didn't rebel. Such a generous and righteous emperor is rare. Not at all, it's my honor to assist a nobleman. Emperor Qi retorted, feigning nonchalance. Internally, he had long cursed Xiling Feng 1,000 times over. The harem was bustling. Emperor Qi's concubines were dancing their hearts out, hoping to catch the eye of the Exalted One and rise to the top. Rather than waiting in the palace for Emperor Qi's favor, it's better to seize the opportunity to become the close companion of a martial arts nobleman, vastly superior to being Emperor's side consort. Xiling Feng sat on the wall, staring at Emperor Qi's concubines and sighing, indeed, these are the beauties of a monarch's harem, all with their unique grace and charm. But how am I going to temper my mind? Right, having no woman in my heart would mean I can't be moved by beauty. After watching for a while, Xiling Feng found it unbearable. After all, he was young and vigorous. He ran off. Slow down, I must slow down. In his study, Emperor Qi wore a black face, feeling as if his hair was turning green. What happened? He asked in a deep voice. The chief steward responded. The Exalted One watched for a while, then left, but after less than half an hour he returned and continued watching, then left again. Did he do anything? Nothing. He watched for a shorter time than Su Yan did. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qi felt somewhat relieved, but for some reason he also felt regretful, not being able to send off a consort. If a consort was sent out and the Exalted One accepted, he couldn't just enjoy the benefits without giving anything in return, right? Damn it. Emperor Qi cursed in his heart, I'm the emperor, how can I be so disgraced? Holding it in was so frustrating. The affair at the harem couldn't be kept secret, and when the ministers learned of it, they looked at Emperor Qi strangely. Emperor Qi was furious inside. What kind of Exalted One is this? Su Yan brought all of this. Thinking of this, Emperor Qi was furious and ordered, arrest my rebellious son. I will personally administer 30 hard slaps. The chief steward carefully said, Your Majesty, the crown prince left the capital yesterday. Emperor Qi fell silent. The crown prince, who had originally been muddling through things, was scared pale when he heard the news of the Exalted One visiting the harem. This Exalted One was brought by him. Estimating that he was going to be spanked again, he fled the capital in a hurry. He couldn't stay in the capital any longer. Xiling Feng felt that his mindset had improved a little. He was no longer so moved by beauty, and that day, Gyut Rongshan brought him news. Su Yan's master, the mysterious Exalted One, was willing to meet him. Overjoyed, he immediately set off with Hu Shan, heading for East River County to meet the Exalted One. Young master, have you been sleeping around with the concubines of Emperor Qi in these past few days? Hu Shan asked curiously. Xiling Feng's face darkened, saying, Don't talk nonsense. Am I someone who would do such a thing? I went there to temper my mindset. Hu Shan wore a skeptical look on his face. Young master, how did you temper your mindset? Xiling Feng perked up, saying, In the past few days, I've made some progress. I am not far from reaching a mindset devoid of thoughts of women. Hu Shan, you wouldn't understand. This state of mind can only be understood, not described. Once you comprehend it, the path of the sword Dao will lay right before your eyes. Xiling Feng yearned in his heart. Without stopping, the two journeyed from the capital to Yunshan County in Dong Prefecture. Outside Yunshan County, Su Yan and Meng Chong were waiting. Brother Xiling Feng and his companion arrived. Xiling Feng said earnestly, "It's nothing." Su Yan patted Meng Chong's shoulder, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my junior brother, Meng Chong. So you are brother Meng, pleased to meet you." Xiling Feng and his companion greeted with a clenched fist. "We should spar when we have the chance." Meng Chong said, eager to try. "Sure." Xiling Feng nodded. Inwardly, he was astounded. Meng Chong gave off the impression of a fierce beast, extremely ferocious. Even without fighting, he could sense that Meng Chong's physique was stronger than steel. He feared that even a first-class martial artist from the inner realm would have difficulty breaking through his physical defense. This is the essence of martial arts. With just his physical body, he could probably take on a first-class martial artist, right? Xiling Feng was secretly shocked. In the courtyard, Li Xuan lounged on a chair, playing with Jade Rui. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan were about to arrive. He was on the verge of obtaining the inner realm cultivation technique. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan, both grandmaster martial artists, hail from the great power of Jianzhenya. Their cultivation techniques are by no means ordinary in the inner realm. They are at the pinnacle. Finally, he could get a glimpse of the inner realm martial arts technique and refer to it for his own martial arts. The blood demon skill was after all a demonic skill and not complete. Although it had its advantages, it was ultimately limited. They're here. Li Xuan made himself even more comfortable. A mysterious aura emerged. The jade rui in his hand also seemed to become mysterious. "Brother Zai, please," urged Su Yan as he opened the door. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan were tense, finally about to meet this mysterious expert. Taking a deep breath, they stepped through the door. As soon as they stepped in, Xiling Feng and Hu Shan were stunned, their faces full of shock. In the yard, a young man lounged in a chair, playing with jade rui with tranquility. At his sight, they felt as if beholding a sacred light, enveloping the young man. The light was mysterious, inscrutable, and lofty, unreachable. He seemed to transcend the world, as if sitting outside time. In that instant, Xiling Feng and Hu Shan were all stunned. An expert, a peerless expert. They could not help but kneel down. Xiling Feng Hu Shan pays respect to the senior. Bang, 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 they knocked their heads hard 3 times. Su Yan and Meng Chong were stunned. Such grand gestures when they arrived. The force of their kowtow was even greater than when they were initiated. They even left 2 small pits on the ground. Looking at their master, he was as inscrutable as ever. Li Xuan was pleased. This mysterious aura was really powerful. It actually had such an effect. "Rise," he said flatly, without any hint of emotion. "Yes, senior." Xiling Feng and Hu Shan stood up reverently, daring not to even breathe heavily, but they were extremely excited in their hearts. What a great opportunity. With guidance from such an expert, they were sure to benefit greatly. Li Xuan calmly looked at Xiling Feng and his companion and said, "I understand what your intentions are. I beg you, sir, to guide us through confusion." Xiling Feng respectfully replied, "To find a solution to the confusion, one must first understand its root. What cultivation technique are the 2 of you practicing?" Li Xuan twisted the jade rui around his hand, revealing a faint smile on his face. "Humbly be it known, we're practicing the legacy cultivation technique of Sword Cliff." Xiling Feng responded, "How much have you comprehended from the cultivation technique?" Li Xuan continued to ask. Xiling Feng was startled. How much had he comprehended? "I have fully comprehended it in my heart." Li Xuan's smile was filled with mystery and profundity. "Have you truly comprehended it in your heart?" Confronted with his question, Xiling Feng's self-confidence faltered. "Could it be that I have missed something and failed to fully understand it?" Hu Shan was deep in thought. Had he truly comprehended it? "Bring the cultivation technique to me. I'll peruse it, ascertain your capability, and determine if you have truly understood its essence." Li Xuan seemed confident that they had not understood the essence of the cultivation technique. "Yes, senior." Xiling Feng and his companion didn't think any further. They were convinced that they had been practicing fake martial arts and no longer cared about its exclusivity. Moreover, would such a high personage even care for such crude and counterfeit martial art technique? "Senior, please wait a moment while I write down the cultivation technique." Xiling Feng respectfully said. "No problem." Li Xuan nodded. Sheer brought pen and paper for them. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan started writing silently. Li Xuan spoke again. "Write down all the cultivation techniques you know. Perhaps you just bit off more than you could chew and failed to grasp its true essence." "Yes, senior." Xiling Feng and his companion felt revitalized. "What I've practiced, could it be genuine martial arts? It's just that I have failed to understand its true essence and thus haven't cultivated true martial arts." With this thought in mind, their eyes gleamed with excitement. An hour later, Xiling Feng and Hu Shan had written down everything they knew. Li Xuan received their writings and glanced over them. Just one glance, he didn't even look at the specific contents of cultivation technique. A high personage indeed, taking a mere glance, how like a high personage. Furthermore, he didn't even intend to give a true critique of their cultivation techniques. True or false, as long as the martial arts heart is firm, there will be achievements. Li Xuan placed down the cultivation technique, speaking placidly. Xiling Feng and his companion looked despondent. It indeed is a false martial arts cultivation technique. Sir carefully softens the blow with comfort. Hu Shan's eyes dimmed, his heart sank, seemingly the ignited hope had been extinguished again. I earnestly entreat Senior to guide us, where lies the path of my martial arts. Xiling Feng knelt down and pleaded. I earnestly plead Senior to guide us. Hu Shan followed suit and knelt down. Weighing his words, Li Xuan slowly said, the two of you have made your foundation and it is late to start fresh. However, you have nonetheless, let's call it true chi. Your true chi is chaotic, hence, your martial path wavers and foundation is unstable. The primary issue at hand is to refine the true chi and put martial arts back on track. This was all long ago contemplated by Li Xuan. Senior, how can I refine the true chi? Xiling Feng asked respectfully. During his exchange with Su Yan in Qi Country's capital, he thought about this issue, but Su Yan had not yet broken through to innate realm and couldn't give a method. As long as the martial arts inner chi could be condensed to true chi, it would mean returning to the track of martial arts. This was the first critical step. If they were unable to refine true chi, everything would be in vain. In that case, they would have to continue practicing false martial arts until they break through to the stage of great grandmaster. Xiling Feng did not want this. Even as a great grandmaster, so what? He would still not be able to enter Sword Dao and become a true martial artist. Refining true chi, it is challenging yet not challenging. Li Xuan did not offer any assurances. After all, the method he proposed to condense martial inner chi into true chi was adapted from the basis of refining blood and energy into innate true chi. Whether it would be a success, he could not guarantee. Hu Shan was somewhat confused. Sir, what do you mean? Meng Chong, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but explain. What my master means, whether you can refine true chi or not, depends on your talent and comprehension of the cultivation technique. You must know that people vary while learning a cultivation technique. Some might succeed, yet some others might not find the entryway. This is the meaning of, it is challenging yet not challenging. Upon hearing this, Hu Shan's face turned flush with embarrassment. He lowered his head in shame and said, I'm slow-witted. He panicked. Will I be unable to understand and refine true chi? Xiling Feng did not panic. He firmly believed that he could refine true chi. Sir, please teach us the method to refine true chi. He respectfully knelt down and said, Our encounter is destiny, so be it. Li Xuan nodded in agreement. Xiling Feng and his companion were ecstatic. You both listened carefully. Li Xuan shared the method for refining true chi with them. After hearing the method, Su Yan suddenly realized it is so. The method was not much different from refining blood and energy into innate true chi. Have you memorized it? Li Xuan finished his explanation and asked. We have memorized it. Xiling Feng respectfully replied. Hu Shan opened his mouth, but finally also nodded. I have memorized it too. Li Xuan glanced at Hu Shan, knowing that the latter had not memorized it, but he couldn't be bothered to mind anymore. Anything he didn't understand, Hu Shan would ask Xiling Feng. This showed the difference in their talents. Xiling Feng respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Hu Shan hurriedly followed suit, bowing deeply 3 times. Get up. Li Xuan said, These two are truly respectful. Such kowtows even more earnest than my own disciples during their apprenticeship ritual. I will not disturb elders' tranquility anymore. Xiling Feng bowed and said, Li Xuan nodded. Brother Xi, let's go and spar. Su Yan was full of excitement. After reaching the innate realm, he hadn't had a chance to spar with Xiling Feng. Now they would have an opportunity to do so. All right, Xiling Feng agreed, nodding. Every match would offer him some gain. Meng Chong, with an eager look on his face, turned to Hu Shan and said, Let's have a match. Hu Shan still had a knot in his mind. He didn't manage to fully remember the cultivation technique for refining true chi. It was too embarrassing to say that he didn't remember. All right, seeing Meng Chong's invitation, he absent-mindedly agreed. The 4 of them left the courtyard and went to the forest outside the county. Young master, I didn't manage to memorize the entire chi refining cultivation technique. Can you tell me about it? Hu Shan approached Xiling Feng and awkwardly asked. Xiling Feng looked at him speechlessly. I didn't dare to mention it in front of the elder. Hu Shan stuttered. Meng Chong patted his shoulder and said, Come on, let me see the martial arts of the grandmaster of the inner domain. Anything you didn't remember, I can tell you. Hu Shan felt more embarrassed. Out of the 4 of them, he was the only one who did not remember. All right. Hu Shan nodded and followed Meng Chong to another area. Brother Xi, please. Su Yan grasped a tree branch and smiled. Just as Xiling Feng was about to grab a branch, Su Yan said, Brother Xi, use your sword. All right. Xiling Feng's mouth twitched. Has Su Yan become so confident that he dares to spar with me using a mere branch? Is it possible that after reaching the innate realm, his strength has increased this much? Considering Su Yan's sword intent, Xiling Feng couldn't be careless. He drew his sword. Brother Su, be careful. He attacked with his strongest move, the flying rainbow sword. The sword light flashed for an instant, moving with exceptional speed. Su Yan struck out with the tree branch, releasing a wave of sword chi that shattered the sword light, followed by an immense sword chi, like a vast, relentless river. Zai Lingfeng was taken aback. This seemed like the Thousand Rivers swordsmanship, yet it was even more ferocious, more powerful. Is this the power of innate true chi? The sword chi was immense and unceasing. Although it was just a tree branch that produced it, and Su Yan did not use his sword intent, Zai Lingfeng still felt a significant pressure. The spirit of a grandmaster martial artist had exploded to its full strength. The martial arts inner chi was running, and the sword was shining with a dazzling sword glow. He was exerting his full power. Su Yan's strength after breaking through was exorbitantly strong. He was definitely not his match. The purity and power of the innate true chi were much stronger than his martial arts inner chi. The spar between Su Yan and Zai Lingfeng was purely a swordsmanship contest, with intense sword chi intertwining. The match between Meng Chong and Hu Shan, however, was much more dramatic. Meng Chong held a large knife, his whole body glowing like golden glaze. With one swift movement, he instantly reached Hu Shan's left side and the knife chopped down fiercely. Hu Shan felt a chill in his heart. With a clang, he parried with his sword. He just felt an enormous force from the knife, startling him. What tremendous physical strength. Instantly taking the situation seriously, he exercised his Gale swordsmanship. Meng Chong propped up his big knife, slashing one blade after another. His chi and vitality were like a golden bell, as if his sturdy body was swelling up. His style was madly fierce, with all his strength concentrating on the big knife. However, he was just at the initial mastery level of chi and blood realm, not as strong as Hu Shan. Although he was fighting fiercely, Hu Shan was still able to deal with it comfortably. Suddenly, Meng Chong rushed forward, ignoring the sweeping sword chi. His machete fiercely chopped towards Hu Shan. Be careful. Hu Shan's face changed, and he hurriedly tried to retract his move, but it was already too late. He could only watch as several waves of sword chi swept towards Meng Chong, his heart sinking. This attack, whether Meng Chong would die or be seriously injured, was uncertain. What can be done about this? However, an even more shocking scene appeared. The sword chi bombarded Meng Chong's body. The golden light on his body swayed and cracked open gaps. Remaining sword chi hit Meng Chong's flesh, leaving only shallow white marks. Not even a single wound appeared. Caught off guard by this surprise, he suddenly felt a violent blade light slashing down and hurriedly raised his treasured sword to block it. With a crash, the swords heavily collided with each other. Hu Shan only felt a huge force pressing down from the sword, his arm bending down instantly. His treasured sword almost slipped from his hand, and his feet sunk half a foot into the ground with a bang. How could this be possible? He almost couldn't handle this blade. Although he was caught off guard, he is after all a martial artist in the realm of grandmasters. Even with the augmentation of his martial arts inner chi, he was barely able to withstand Meng Chong's Bladian initiate in martial arts. Is this the gap between true martial arts and pseudo-martial arts? He vibrated his treasured sword, shaking off the big knife, and quickly retreated with his figure. Looking at Meng Chong with a surprised face, he asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" Meng Chong patted his chest and said, "Of course not. Your sword chi is indeed strong. If it were 5 or 6% stronger, you would have been able to hurt me." Hu Shan was at a loss for words upon hearing this. What a terrifying body. Even steel would be effortlessly cut under his sword chi. However, Meng Chong was unharmed, just leaving a shallow white mark on his skin, which has already disappeared. This body is indeed horrifying. Is this the strength of pure physical martial arts? Hu Shan wasn't sure how to express his feelings at the moment. If Meng Chong breaks through the innate realm, even if he tries his best, he may not be able to penetrate Meng Chong's physical defenses, right? Meng Chong looked at the treasured sword in his hand. He had attacked fiercely just now, but he always felt that it lacked something and couldn't perform to his full strength. The river and lake swordsmanship, I learned, is ultimately too poor. It can't unleash my strength and doesn't exhibit the strength martial arts should have. I need to find master to teach me swordsmanship. Thinking this, Meng Chong stabbed the treasured sword into the ground, clenched his fist, and looked at Hu Shan, saying, "Come, let's go again. You're not using the sword." Hu Shan's eyebrows furrowed. "I haven't learned the sword yet. I don't know how to use it." "I'll use the wind and thunder Vajra fist to discuss with you." Meng Chong spoke bluntly. Hu Shan was speechless. Such wildness, and he says he hasn't learned swordsmanship. Doesn't know swordsmanship. This strength, even among martial artists in the inner domain, a first-grade martial artist would not be able to take his sword. In the inner domain, probably only a handful of first-grade martial artists could withstand such a ferocious attack from Meng Chong. And these first-grade martial artists are truly among the best of the first-grade martial artists. Meng Chong is just a beginner in martial arts. According to his terminology, he has only achieved a small success in the Qi and Blood realm. If he masters the Qi and Blood realm, defeating first-grade martial artists in the inner domain, and even some weaker grandmasters, would not be a problem. With his pulse surging, Hu Shan yearned. This is the might of the true martial arts. I must condense my true Qi. Once my martial arts is corrected and I become a true martial artist, will I have the opportunity to fight back against some weak great grandmasters? Thinking about it made his blood boil. He sheathed his sword and said, "Then I'll also use fist techniques to spar with you." Meng Chong raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you want to spar with me using fist techniques?" Hu Shan's swordsmanship was indeed strong, and he was not his opponent. However, if they sparred with fist techniques, the outcome would be unpredictable, especially if it turned into a close-quarter melee. Don't look down on me. Although Sword Monarch Cliff is known for swordsmanship, our fist techniques, palm techniques, and movement techniques are all top-notch. Hu Shan clenched his fists, initiating the attack. Watch carefully. Boom. His fist was fiercely powerful, reaching Meng Chong's face in an instant. Good. Meng Chong's eyes sparkled. He roared lowly. His fist moved like a thunderbolt, overpowering and swift. One punch out, followed by another like a violent wind. The figure hopped and kept getting closer. The sound of wind and thunder echoed. The whole person transformed into a Vajra Liu Han. In just an instant, he suppressed Hu Shan's fist technique. In a flash, he was already near Hu Shan, whose thunderous fist force seemed to penetrate everywhere, constantly punching through Hu Shan's defensive gap. For a while, Hu Shan seemed a bit flustered. All he could see was thunder and lightning roaring with terrifying power, attacking unpredictably and defensively. He suddenly regretted, should not have abandoned the sword. Meng Chong's fist technique was too terrifying. Outside Yunqian County, Su Yan and Zai Lingfeng, Meng Chong and Hu Shan were sparring, while Li Xuan sat on a chair, looking at the cultivation techniques written by Zai Lingfeng and Hu Shan. Martial arts from the inner domain are powerful too. Grandmasters should not be underestimated. Li Xuan felt a sigh of appreciation as he looked at the cultivation techniques. In his eyes, both Zhu Wuxin and Zai Lingfeng with Hu Shan seemed weak. They paled in comparison to Su Yan. However, Su Yan, after all, had a jade bone foundation, and when he broke through to the innate realm, he transformed into a dragon ascending rivers and mountains spirit bone, and also comprehended sword intent. He had enlightened himself with the true might of the descending dragon palm. His strength was naturally unparalleled compared to an inner realm grandmaster like Zai Lingfeng, but to think that the martial arts of the inner domain were weak would be biased. Of course now, without a doubt, the martial arts he created and the martial arts system he founded were stronger than those of the inner domain. But this does not mean that the martial arts of the inner domain are weak or without value. Someone like Sheer with a copper bone foundation may not necessarily be able to defeat Zai Lingfeng after breaking through to the innate realm. Su Yan silently made an assessment. Having a reference to the cultivation technique and knowing Zai Lingfeng's specific strength, he could easily make an evaluation. The talent of Zai Lingfeng is indeed very high, and among the young generation in the inner domain, he is also at the top. It's not surprising that Sheer is inferior, but he would not lose to Hu Shan and might even be superior. Li Xuan contemplated the gap between the two in his mind. Overall, the martial arts he created were stronger and had more potential, especially in terms of the fundamental martial arts foundation, far exceeding those of the inner domain. It also sounded more profound. No wonder Zai Lingfeng himself believed that what he practiced was a pseudo-martial art. After this comparison, my martial arts win completely. I wonder if great grandmasters are indeed the peak in the inner domain. Li Xuan looked at the cultivation technique in his hand. Great grandmasters were already at the pinnacle. Of course, it was possible that Zai Lingfeng and others had not yet come into contact with techniques above the level of a great grandmaster. I feel that great grandmasters are not the ultimate peak, and it's likely that Zai Lingfeng and the others simply have not encountered the secrets beyond the level of great grandmasters. Li Xuan took out an ancient leather book. Although he could not understand it, Li Xuan was certain that this ancient leather book was extraordinary and that it covered a very high level. With his current power, he was not yet able to understand it. Every time he looked at the ancient leather book, it seemed as though he had a different understanding, and the symbols he saw seemed to change. The only conclusion was that his cultivation realm was too low to see through its secrets. The ancient leather book came from the treasure vault of the Wu Country Royal Palace, a relic of the past, indicating that the wasteland once had powerful beings. The inability to cultivate in the wasteland stemmed from the extinction of the heavenly earth Lingji, but when the Lingji had disappeared was now impossible to trace. Even Zai Lingfeng and others did not know. Located within the same world, why are the Lingji active in the inner domain but extinct in the wasteland? Could it be that Lingji is shrinking and over time, areas of the inner domain close to the wasteland will also experience the extinction of Lingji? Li Xuan's face showed his perplexity. To cultivate martial arts in the inner domain, the existence of Lingji was necessary. Only with Lingji one could sense spiritual energy, which was mild enough to refine into the body. What exactly is the heavenly earth Lingji? Li Xuan had never left the wasteland, and although he could sense the existence of spiritual energy after breaking through to the innate realm, he had never sensed what heavenly earth Lingji was. My martial arts can be cultivated regardless of the existence of Lingji, showing that Lingji is not essential to cultivation. Li Xuan continued to flip through the ancient leather book. When Su Yan and the others returned from their sparring, Xiling Feng and others once again sought martial arts guidance from Li Xuan. They wanted to seize this rare opportunity to receive advice from an expert. Li Xuan had already finished reviewing their cultivation techniques, and with his innate realm power, it was not difficult for him to give guidance. The focus of his guidance was on refining true qi. Without the ability to refine into true qi, all would be in vain. Do you know of Taikang? Li Xuan looked at Xiling Feng and asked. Xiling Feng was taken aback. Taikang. He shook his head. I have never heard of it. Li Xuan nodded quietly, understanding that Xiling Feng had also not heard of Taikang, and the ancient book had not appeared in circulation. With the jade rui spinning in his hand, Xiling Feng bowed and said, "Then I won't disturb your peace any longer." Li Xuan nodded. Su Yan was entertaining Xiling Feng and his companion, naturally inquiring about the inner domain, to which Xiling Feng and his companion began to introduce the inner domain and the cultivation of martial arts there. Li Xuan listened quietly. As Xiling Feng explained, he learned more about the cultivation of martial arts in the inner domain. In the inner domain, martial arts cultivation starts from the 9th grade, which can be assisted with pills and medicinal soups. If one can afford to buy spiritual medicine, the effects of cultivation will be much better. According to Xiling Feng, one should not take these medicinal soups and pills too frequently after each dose. At least a 7-day interval is necessary to completely refine the residual effects. Otherwise, it piles up in the body, which is detrimental to martial arts cultivation. Spiritual medicines don't have these drawbacks as they contain pure spiritual medicine power, are easy to refine, and leave no residue, but spiritual medicines are rare and usually beyond the means of ordinary martial artists. Li Xuan found that the inner domain did not have pills. They had pharmacists, but they did not know how to refine pills. Spiritual medicines were simply boiled and consumed directly, with different types of medicines exhibiting different medicinal properties, and there were no methods to combine and refine them into pills. If there are no pills in the inner domain, then I'll create a pill refining method. If successful, it will definitely be a delicacy for martial artists. Li Xuan was incredibly intrigued. Grandmasters and above martial artists also cultivate by directly consuming spiritual medicines, but ordinary spiritual medicines have limited effects on grandmaster-level martial artists. They mainly rely on their own bodies for cultivation. Alternatively, they cultivate with spirit crystals to increase the speed of condensing and refining inner qi, but spirit crystals are rare and can only temporarily boost the condensing of martial inner qi. They're usually not extravagantly used for cultivation. In most cases, spirit crystals are used after battles, when the consumption is great, to enhance the recovery speed of inner qi. Xiling Feng spoke about the cultivation of grandmaster martial artists, spirit crystals. Su Yan was full of curiosity. This is what a spirit crystal looks like. Xiling Feng took out 5 spirit crystals and explained. Su Yan picked up a spirit crystal, and he could sense that the spiritual energy contained within was much gentler compared to the nature's spiritual energy he was accustomed to sensing. The amount of spiritual energy contained within a single spirit crystal was not very significant. Spirit crystals are naturally formed by nature and are relatively scarce in the inner domain. They are the currency of martial arts, used to trade for spiritual medicines, treasures, and other items. Only spirit crystals can be used in these transactions. Xiling Feng knew Su Yan was unfamiliar with the origin of spirit crystals, so he explained, the formation of spirit crystals is similar to the jade mines in the border wilderness. However, the difference is that the spirit crystal mines in the inner domain evolve from jade mines. The jade mines nurture the spiritual energy of Tian Dai, and over time, they transform into spirit crystals. Big spirit crystal mines are composed entirely of spirit crystals, but most spirit crystals are mixed within jade mines because only part of the jade has transformed into spirit crystals. Jade mines in the inner domain are very valuable because most jade mines contain at least some spirit crystals. Su Yan and Meng Chang looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. At that moment, they had an epiphany. They couldn't help but yearn for the inner domain. The inner domain was bustling with martial arts activity, much more interesting than the border wilderness. I'll give these spirit crystals to Brother Su as a gift, Xiling Feng said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Su Yan gleefully accepted them. Hu Shan, seeing this, also took out 5 spirit crystals and handed them to Meng Chang. Meng Chang was overjoyed. 1 spirit crystal is worth 10,000 taels of gold in the inner domain, but while spirit crystals can be exchanged for gold, gold is not readily exchanged for spirit crystals. Normally, no one would really use spirit crystals to exchange for gold. There are things that can be bought with spirit crystals that gold cannot necessarily purchase. Xiling Feng continued to introduce the uses of spirit crystals. Li Xuan watched with a sigh, realizing that his disciple had suddenly become wealthier than himself. Not true. His disciple had always been wealthier than him. The inner domain is interesting. The border wilderness is like a backward, desolate town, while the inner domain is like a bustling big city. Once you go to the inner domain, you probably won't want to return to the border wilderness, right? Li Xuan thought to himself. He was definitely going to the inner domain, but there was no rush as to when. Xiling Feng and his companions settled down in Yunqian County. Every day, they sparred with Su Yan and Meng Chang, while also contemplating the true qi cultivation technique. Su Yan also provided guidance for them. After all, he was an innate realm martial artist who was already extremely familiar with condensing blood and qi into true qi. The cultivation technique of condensing true qi given to Xiling Feng and his companion by Li Xuan was naturally something they were intimately familiar with, allowing them to fully comprehend the true essence of the technique. However, Xiling Feng and his companion were still unable to condense true qi. For a moment, they were quite dispirited. Let's ask the master, Su Yan suggested thoughtfully. Xiling Feng and his companion nodded. Their only option was to seek advice from a more experienced senior. After listening to their story, Li Xuan instantly understood where the problem lay. Heavenly Earth Lingji, Xiling Feng and Hu Shan were inner realm martial artists. To practice, they needed the Heavenly Earth Lingji, and to refine their martial inner qi into true qi, they naturally needed nature's spiritual energy. They practiced inner realm martial arts and lacked the spiritual mechanism of Tian Dai. Unable to sense nature's spiritual energy in the border wilderness, which lacks the Heavenly Earth Lingji, they naturally could not cultivate. Without the capability to refine their martial inner qi into true qi, the technique given to Xiling Feng and his companion had no issues at all. Understanding the reason, Li Xuan spoke, inner realm martial arts require the Heavenly Earth Lingji, and the refining of true qi requires spiritual energy. It's natural that you two can't condense true qi. With this realization, Xiling Feng and his companion finally had peace of mind. Since they couldn't cultivate in the border wilderness, it was time for them to return to the inner domain. Their purpose for coming to the border wilderness was to kill Zhu Wuxin. Brother Zai, when are you going back? Su Yan naturally understood this principle. Xiling Feng's eyes were firm as he said, in the cultivation of martial arts, one must not slacken for a single day. Brother Su, I will return to the inner domain tomorrow. Good, one day I will go to the inner domain to find Brother Zai. Su Yan nodded. Brother Su, if you come to the inner domain and encounter any troubles, just use my name and it will serve some purpose. My name, Xiling Feng, still carries weight in the inner domain. Xiling Feng earnestly said. Su Yan's eyes lit up with joy as he asked, really? Of course. Xiling Feng, patting his chest, proudly said, I, Xiling Feng of Sword Venerate Cliff, indeed have a certain renown in the inner domain. Great. Su Yan, delighted, then asked, can I use your name for anything? Xiling Feng nodded and said, of course, anything at all. Whenever you encounter difficulties or find yourself in a troublesome situation, Brother Su, you can just mention my name. Understood, I got it. Su Yan nodded solemnly. What about me? Meng Chang leaned in to ask. Brother Meng, it's the same for you as well, you can use my name. Xiling Feng said, patting his chest. Is your name really that influential in the inner domain? Meng Chang asked in surprise. Naturally. Xiling Feng finally regained a bit of the pride that was uniquely his own. I, Xiling Feng, am a renowned prodigy in the inner domain, possessing a certain prestige, he asserted. Meng Chang nodded and said, if I run into any trouble, I won't hesitate to use your name. Hu Shan thought for a moment and then spoke up. Ahem, actually, you could mention my name as well. My fame in the inner domain isn't inferior to the young masters. Hu Shan, a grandmaster of Sword Venerate Cliff, also had a lofty reputation as a martial artist in the inner domain. No problem, Meng Chang nodded. Li Xuan looked at Xiling Feng, then at Hu Shan, and felt a strange sensation in his heart. Once they reached the inner domain, could they really use the names of these two when facing issues? He had an intuition that these two would be put in a bind. His own disciples' thought processes were sometimes quite different from those of ordinary people. Xiling Feng and Hu Shan bid their farewells and left. Before returning to the inner domain, the two planned to visit the capital city of Qi country one more time. Su Yan expressed his agreement, stating that Emperor Qi was indeed a rather good person. It was because he had tempered his mind in the emperor's harem in the past that he laid the foundation for a clear sword heart. After seeing off Xiling Feng and the other, Su Yan and Meng Chang continued to contemplate the 8 diagrams. Life returned to its previous routine. Every day, Li Xuan would review the ancient leather-bound book, and using the cultivation technique of the inner domain martial arts as a reference, he further perfected the techniques for the realms above the innate realm. Meng Chang had already made his entry into blood qi and belonged to the physical body martial path of the innate realm, so it was time to perfect that method as well. Su Yan had already broken through to the innate realm, albeit just getting started, but he could also be taught the techniques of higher realms. If Su Yan could gain understanding ahead of time, then the feedback from the golden finger would arrive sooner, enabling him to break through to the next level. Sheer had reached the late stage of visceral refinement and was not far from the threshold of entering the path of martial arts. Sheer is now a servant. What kind of feedback will I get when he enters the path of martial arts? Li Xuan pondered in his heart. Sheer was a servant, not a disciple, and the cultivation technique he practiced was already perfected, not newly created. Whether it would generate feedback was an unknown. Even if there was feedback, it was likely to be minimal at best. Outside the Cloud Mountain county town, Su Yan was practicing the 8 diagrams when his footsteps paused, coming to a stop on the Zhen trigram. Zhen trigram represents thunder. In his mind, the technique of changing position, along with the light crane movement technique and the profound principles of the 8 diagrams he had comprehended, suddenly surfaced. In that instant, he seemed to have an epiphany. As swift as thunder, the body without shadow. Thunderclap, merely a flicker, then leaving no trace. A flash of inspiration struck Su Yan's mind, and in that moment he understood. A brand new movement technique emerged in his mind. Whoosh. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, leaving no trace. Meng Chang's eyes widened as he looked around, unable to see his senior brother anywhere, as though in the blink of an eye he had vanished from sight. Su Yan had another epiphany, integrating displacement and the light crane movement technique, and comprehended a new movement method. Meng Chang was observing when suddenly a figure appeared beside him. This figure was Su Yan. "Brother, what movement technique is this?" Meng Chang was astounded. Too fast, silent, and without trace, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. With a smile, Su Yan said, "Junior brother, I call this movement technique the Heavenly Lightning Flash, as fleeting as heavenly lightning, leaving no trace, impossible to capture." Heavenly Lightning Flash, Meng Chang muttered. Yes, Heavenly Lightning Flash. With Su Yan standing still, he disappeared in an instant, losing all trace. Even though they were so close to each other, Meng Chang didn't notice any indications of Su Yan using the Heavenly Lightning Flash in advance. As if in a blink of an eye, he had vanished into the distance. Such a powerful movement technique, Meng Chang could not hide his admiration. The profundity of their senior fellow apprentice's insight truly frightening. Su Yan's figure reappeared. He said, "Junior brother, how about I teach you the Heavenly Lightning Flash?" Meng Chang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Brother, my cultivation is physical martial arts. Although Heavenly Lightning Flash is rapid, I don't think it suits me." He scratched his bald head and laughed. "I like domineering movement techniques that are both quick and fierce. Additionally, even if I cultivated Heavenly Lightning Flash, I couldn't achieve the level you have." Su Yan thought for a moment and agreed. Their master said that everyone's understanding was different and only what suited oneself was best. "Well, junior brother, you can also reflect on it in your own way and comprehend your own movement technique." "All right," Meng Chang nodded. Su Yan, standing on the array of the 8 diagrams, said, "Junior brother, if you desire a domineering, quick and fierce movement technique, you should focus on this thunderbolt and study it carefully." Meng Chang thought it made sense. Li Xuan habitually took out the ancient hide book and looked at it daily, hoping one day it would suddenly make sense. Just like Su Yan, who always seemed to suddenly comprehend things on his own, golden light suddenly appeared. He was delighted. Feedback from the golden finger had come. Was it Meng Chang reaching the pinnacle of innate realm, or Su Yan breaking through to the small achievement of the innate realm? Your disciple, Su Yan, from your compilation of the 8 diagrams, has comprehended the movement technique of Heavenly Lightning Flash. You have achieved a great completion of the Heavenly Lightning Flash. Su Yan has comprehended a new movement technique, Heavenly Lightning Flash. In an instant, he had mastered the Heavenly Lightning Flash movement technique and had immediately reached a high level of mastery. It was as if he was born with this movement technique. What a powerful movement technique. Li Xuan was amazed. With this movement technique, even if he can't win, it is more than enough to escape. His figure suddenly disappeared from his chair. Sheer, who was practicing hard on the side, did not notice anything. Outside of Yunqian County, Li Xuan's figure emerged, looking at his 2 disciples below who were discussing the understanding of the 8 diagrams, with Su Yan guiding Meng Chang on how to comprehend his own movement technique. Meng Chang seemed to have gained some insight. In an instant, he was back on his chair. From leaving to returning, Sheer was oblivious to everything. "My second disciple will also soon comprehend. I wonder what powerful movement technique he will comprehend." Li Xuan looked forward with joy. Su Yan really is the eldest brother, indeed my pioneer in the martial arts. My future disciples can learn from him and may increase their understanding. Li Xuan sighed in his heart. When it came to comprehension and imagination, Su Yan was undoubtedly the strongest. 3 days later, outside Yunqian County, a figure radiating golden light with a domineering aura flew past the forest like a golden lightning bolt and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Meng Chang has not broken through to the innate realm, and even though he has comprehended a movement technique, he can't facility move through the sky and disappear immediately like Su Yan. However, when he flew past, his speed was astonishing. He He was like a thunderbolt sweeping the ground, domineering and unparalleled, truly quick and fierce. I comprehend it. Meng Chang had an image of a movement technique in his mind, just waiting for him to break through to the innate realm, and he could truly move through the sky like a thunderbolt, domineering and unparalleled, disappearing in an instant. Although its speed is slightly inferior to heavenly lightning flash, this movement technique perfectly fits his style, wild and domineering. A moment later, Meng Chang came back to the place where he started. Brother, I have decided on the name for the movement technique. It's called Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky, like a thunderbolt crossing the sky. Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky. Our realm is still low and the comprehension of the 8 diagrams has almost reached its limit. We can't go any further. So next, work hard on cultivation and improve your realms. Su Yan nodded and agreed. I want to break through to the innate realm as soon as possible. Meng Chang nodded earnestly. Only by breaking through to the innate realm can such a domineering movement technique be utilized. He was full of anticipation. Li Xuan was reading the ancient hide book when a golden light emerged. He was ecstatic. This must be Meng Chang comprehending the movement technique. Your disciple Meng Chang, from your compilation of the 8 diagrams, has comprehended the movement technique. Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky. You have achieved a great completion of Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky. Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky movement technique. This movement technique truly suits Meng Chang. On his bald head, he looks like a strong and fearless warrior. This kind of movement technique has a sort of domineering air which suits him perfectly. Li Xuan sighed in his heart. Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky, like its name, although not as quick and traceless as Heavenly Lightning Flash, is also extremely fast, like an angry thunderbolt crossing the sky, disappearing in an instant. Heavenly Lightning Flash plus Angry Thunder Crossing the Sky, you receive Divine Thunder Crossing the Void. Suddenly, the golden light appeared again. Li Xuan was overjoyed. Finally, I have my own unique martial arts technique. It wasn't easy. Divine Thunder Crossing the Void is a powerful martial arts technique. Like a divine thunderbolt that could traverse virtual space, crossing through vacuum and space. In an instant, it spans the void. Of course, this requires a high realm to accomplish. Li Xuan, with his current strength, naturally couldn't cross the void in space. Nevertheless, when used, it was more swiftly and domineering than Su Yan's heavenly lightning flash, and exuded more of the divinity of thunder than Meng Chang's furious thunder. Such a good disciple. I, your teacher, am invincible mainly because of you all. Li Xuan was immensely excited. In his high spirits, he conjured a true chi resembling a tiny lightning bolt and tossed it into Shir's body, aiding Shir to hurry his internal cultivation. As for the possibility of causing undesired rapid growth in Shir, that was not an issue given Shir's innate talent. There was no risk of undermining his foundation. Shir instantly felt like his organs were entwined with threads of lightning. Although it was painful, the speed of his internal cultivation unexpectedly increased. He was immediately overjoyed. I am about to complete my internal cultivation and hope to enter martial arts within a month. The chi and blood realm seems not far away. Li Xuan vanished from his chair in a flash and reappeared like a thunderbolt before Su Yan and Meng Chang. Su Yan and Meng Chang were shocked. When did their master come? A moment ago, they seemed to have sensed an overwhelming divine might. Considering your 2 realms and understanding about the 8 diagrams, you are almost there. Don't be overly obsessed and just go with the flow. As your realm elevates and your vision widens, you will naturally gain new insights. Li Xuan glanced around and noticed that the 8 diagrams had been erased. He realized that the study of the 8 diagrams by Su Yan and Meng Chang had come to an end. He then solemnly instructed in an authoritative tone. Yes, Master. Su Yan and Meng Chang replied respectfully. Master, while rehearsing with Hushan, I found that my knife skill seems like blatant force and can't bring out my full strength. Hence, I would like to learn knife-based martial arts. Meng Chang humbly requested. Li Xuan had prepared for this and intended to impart Meng Chang the knife Dao he organized at an appropriate moment. Then he asked, what do you think is the Dao of the knife? Meng Chang was taken aback and began to ponder. What my master imparts is the Dao, not the technique. What he gives me is naturally the Dao of the knife. What is the Dao of the knife? Meng Chang drew out the large knife he carried and said, Master, is the Dao of the knife about killing the enemy, about ferocity, about brutality? With hands behind his back, Li Xuan took on the air of a stern and lofty master and said, Pupil, what you are referring to is the brutality of the knife, not the Dao of the knife. The Dao of the knife is not limited to ferocity, to brutality. The knife, it opens the world with one stroke, cuts the universe with another, making me invincible. Stand between heaven and earth, dominate the world, even with numerous enemies in front, I march fearlessly onward. Meng Chang was thrilled by Li Xuan's words, his face flushing with excitement. Open the world with one stroke, cut the universe with another, making me invincible. Repeating the words to himself, the more he muttered, the more he felt their domineering spirit. This, he thought, was the true power of the Dao of the knife. Master, please instruct me, Meng Chang requested excitedly. The Dao can only be comprehended. As your master, I can only open this door for you. Whether you can comprehend it and step through the door relies solely on you. Li Xuan looked at him with deep-set eyes. Meng Chong took a deep breath and said respectfully, "Disciple understands, I will not let master down." "Good, very good." Li Xuan nodded approvingly. Entering the Tao of the knife has its basics, the same as the Tao of sword. Only those with a clear sword heart can truly master it. For the Tao of the knife to set foot into the door, you must awaken your knife soul. Speaking the last line, Li Xuan's voice was deep and resonant. Awaken a knife soul. Meng Chong was stumped. He thought entering the Tao of the knife required a clear knife heart, similar to the sword heart, but in fact it required awakening a knife soul. Su Yan by the side was also perplexed. Seeing their expressions, Li Xuan knew his disciples believed the Tao of the knife required a clear knife heart, similar to the sword heart. He chuckled inside. "The cultivation technique I made up is not so easy to guess." "Master, what is a knife soul?" Meng Chong was a little puzzled. If entering the Tao of the knife required a clear knife heart, he might follow Su Yan's approach and probably succeed. However, awakening a knife soul was something he was completely at a loss about. What is a knife soul? A knife soul, in simple words, is to endow the knife with a soul. Li Xuan's voice was faint. This is a state of mind where the knife in hand feels like part of your body. Though sharp, the knife does not harm itself. All blades under the heavens sing for me, serve me. They resonate with my sword heart, revealing mysteries similar yet different. Meng Chong fell deep into thought. This all sounded too mysterious. He looked at the blade in his hand. Although it was a precious sword, it didn't evoke the feeling of being a part of me. Li Xuan continued, "The awakening of the blade spirit is the basis of the Tao of blades. Regardless of whether the blade is big, small, long, or short, you can utilize it as you please. You can be dominant under the heavens." Meng Chong was shocked into silence. He liked the big broadsword. It felt dominant and fierce when he used it, but a short blade, how could it exhibit a dominating presence under the heavens? Is this the difference between blade techniques and the Tao of blades? In his mind, he seemed to see the vision of a dominating presence under the heavens. With one slash, the sky collapses and the earth cracks, creating chaos in the cosmos. His heart was excited. His eyes were full of longing. "I must awaken the blade spirit. I must step onto the Tao of blades." His breaths had become rapid. "Master, how can I awaken the blade spirit?" Awakening the blade spirit, in addition to self-enlightenment and searching for the profound mysteries, there is another method. Li Xuan had already prepared the method to awaken the blade spirit. Whether it can be successful, whether it can be done, is all up to Meng Chong. "Master, what method?" Meng Chong eagerly asked. Compared to being clueless and searching for mysteries, naturally it is easier to grasp if you have the method. The method is to raise the blade. Li Xuan solemnly answered. Meng Chong was taken aback. Raise the blade. How to raise it? In the pugilistic world, there were also talks of raising blades, but that was just about maintaining precious swords. What the master meant by raising blades was evidently not this. Raise the blade with your body, raise the blade with your heart, raise the blade with your mind, raise the blade with yourself. Li Xuan's expression was serious as he slowly proclaimed, "Never leave your blade behind. Raise it with your body, your heart, and your mind. The blade is me, I am the blade. Raise your energy and blood in the blade, raise your emotions in the blade, raise your comprehension in the blade." Until one day you feel something in your heart. The blade resonates with the man. The heart and the blade are united. My heart is the blade's heart. My spirit is the blade's spirit. That will be the moment when you pull out your blade, the blade spirit awakens. Meng Chong was startled. Raising the blade was so profound. The blade resonates with the man. The heart and the blade are united. My heart is the blade's heart. My spirit is the blade's spirit. Meng Chong repeated softly. The more he recited, the more his heart was shocked, feeling the power and mystery of Tao of blades. Just the awakening of the blade spirit was so profound and unpredictable. The more he recited, the more his heart was stirred, as if the blood in his body was boiling. "Master, I will definitely raise the blade to awaken the blade spirit," he said with determination in his eyes. "Then start raising the blade from today." Li Xuan nodded. "Yes, master." Meng Chong took a deep breath, sheathed his broadsword, hung it tightly on his waist, and held the hilt with one hand. But how to raise the blade? He felt a bit lost and could only look to his master. "First, raise the blade with your energy and blood. Nourish the precious blade with your energy and blood. Raise the blade with your body, your heart, and your intentions. This is all up to you. Nourishing with energy and blood is easy, but as for the heart and intentions, it all depends on you." Li Xuan guided him. "Master, I understand." Meng Chong took a deep breath. Energy and blood in his palm flowed into the precious blade, carefully nurturing it, and sensing the changes of the blade, he started searching for how to raise the blade with his heart. Li Xuan spoke again. "Don't forget to cultivate, to truly raise the blade without neglecting your cultivation. It is not wholeheartedly raising the blade at the expense of cultivation. Otherwise, even if you manage to raise the blade, you will be wasted. The blade raised in such a way will only be temporary." He must prevent Meng Chong from focusing on one thing and neglecting cultivation. This would be putting the cart before the horse. Raising the blade and awakening the blade spirit are secondary. Cultivation is the right path. Raising the blade is a long process. All depends on the heart. If you don't succeed in the realm of energy and blood, then raise it to the innate realm, persist, and there will always be gains. If you squander cultivation, it will all be in vain in the end. Li Xuan's voice sounded like a large bell, making Meng Chang's heart tremble. He suddenly snapped back to his senses, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Fortunately, the master has reminded me, otherwise I would have been obsessed with it and neglected my own cultivation. Diligently cultivate and elevate your realm of power, that is the most important. Li Xuan nodded his head. After saying what he needed to say, his figure disappeared in an instant. Su Yan, who was in the same innate realm, couldn't detect any trace of him at all. After instructing Meng Chang on the method of nurturing swords, Meng Chang made sure never to part with his sword, often nurturing it using his blood and qi, while also pondering how to nurture the sword with his heart. Whether Meng Chang can develop the sword and wake the sword's soul, Li Xuan can only wait for time to provide the answer. Fortunately, Meng Chang's cultivation never showed a sign of slackening. On the contrary, he was getting more diligent. He was not far off from mastering the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield. Su Yan had become more adept and profound in the Heavenly Lightning Flash technique while shuttling back and forth between Yunxian County, Dong Province, and Qi Country's capital. His personal training was also not slack, and he was not too far away from reaching the minor achievement stage of the innate realm. Li Xuan figured it was about time to teach Su Yan a cultivation technique beyond the innate realm. He understood Su Yan's intentions behind his constant traveling, which were nothing more than trying to swiftly enhance the strength of his parents and the others, so that he could let go of his worries and venture into the inner domain once they had sufficient power. Su Yan had longed to be in the inner domain for a long time. The border wastelands seemed too boring for Su Yan, as they lacked any martial artists. From Xiling Feng, Su Yan learned the inner domain was vast, filled with countless sects and innumerable martial artists, making the martial arts world of the inner domain extremely prosperous. In comparison, the border wastelands were rather barren. A martial artist should explore the martial arts world. With Su Yan's assistance, the other members of the Su family were progressing faster in their cultivation, but it would still take a substantial amount of time to start learning martial arts. As for cultivating to the innate realm, based on their current progress, there is probably no hope within 10 years. Meng Chang, now in the stage of nurturing the sword, spent most of his time in the mountains outside the city, or sitting on a hillside. He was in search of the enlightenment of nurturing the sword, hoping to reach the realm of nurturing his sword with his heart and will. Li Xuan was unsure if Meng Chang had made any progress. Even though the method of nurturing the sword was consistently practiced by Meng Chang and Li Xuan himself, had a much higher level of power, he still could not decipher the specific progress of this profound method. He didn't pay much attention to it, as long as Meng Chang didn't neglect his cultivation, even if he didn't cultivate the sword or awaken the soul of the sword. As long as his realm continued to improve, he would continue to receive feedback from the Golden Finger. One day, he was studying an ancient parchment. He decided to change his approach and study only the first page, the first pattern of the ancient parchment each day, focusing on one page. Perhaps there would be some gain. A golden light appeared. Your disciple Meng Chang has mastered the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield. Your physical body has improved, the defense of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield has improved, and the true qi has slightly increased. Meng Chang mastered the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, breaking through to the full qi blood realm. The next step is to reach the perfection stage. He also received feedback from the Golden Finger. Although Meng Chang's realm was a step lower than his, the feedback was comparatively less, but his flesh and the defense of his Great Sun Golden Bell Shield both improved more than twofold. His true qi increased a little less, probably by about 80%. Li Xuan nodded. He was quite satisfied with the benefits received from the Golden Finger. I should pass on the innate realm physical martial arts cultivation technique to Meng Chang now. If he can realize it before reaching perfection, then I would be able to attain the innate realm in physical martial arts. If the orthodox martial arts and physical martial arts were both integrated, could he receive a greater benefit? Just like diamond Liuoli bones combined with jade bones, transformed into the innate spirit bones, Li Xuan was full of anticipation. If both orthodox and physical martial arts were elevated to the innate realm, his power would greatly increase. Then, even if he was besieged by 5 or 6 great grandmasters, he could easily beat them, right? They would not even be able to break his physical defenses. Outside Yunxian County, on a small hill, Meng Chang was sitting cross-legged, holding the sword by the hilt. At this moment, he seemed to have felt a mysterious sensation. The sword in his hand seemed to be responding to his heartbeat, as if he was already nurturing the sword with his heart. During this period of nurturing the sword, he faintly sensed a change in the sword in his hand, but couldn't really figure out what the change was. There were even times when he couldn't resist the curiosity and wanted to pull out the sword. But he ultimately held back. Pulling out the sword halfway would lead to failure. I shouldn't pull it out. While Meng Chang was cultivating, he was also trying to resonate with his sword. The Great Sun Golden Bell Shield has finally been mastered, and it is not too far from perfection. I hope to succeed in nurturing the sword and awaken the sword's soul before breaking through to the innate realm. The sooner he could awaken the soul of the sword, the stronger his potential would be. Awakening the soul of the sword during the Qi blood realm, compared to awakening the soul of the sword in the innate realm, does make a difference. A martial artist who awakens the soul of the sword in the Qi blood realm would naturally be stronger once they reach the innate realm. When facing off against a martial artist who only awakens the sword soul in the innate realm, victory undoubtedly tails the former. Meng Chang hoped to awaken the soul of his sword during his Qi blood realm, so his foundation and potential would be stronger. At this moment, he was cultivating while nurturing his sword. Suddenly, he seemed to have a flash of insight. In cultivating the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, my heart is like a great sun. The meaning is self-evident. Every time my heart is a great sun, resonating with the sun in the sky, my cultivation speed quickens, and the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield possesses a strong mood. Should I do the same when nurturing the sword? The sword in my heart resonates with the sword in my hand. That is what nurturing is. This is true nurturing. Only by nurturing the sword like this can the soul of the sword be awakened. But how can I resonate with the sword in my hand? Meng Chang fell into deep thought. He didn't even know what the sword in his heart looked like. No rush, as long as I keep at it. Eventually, I'll be able to resonate with the sword in my hand. Meng Chang was contemplating. While he was practicing, his mind became like a big sun, gradually seeming to resonate with the sun in the sky. He felt as though he was being tempered in a furnace, with the sound of a golden bell ringing inside him. As he cultivated, Meng Chang had a sensation. The sun in his heart gradually revealed the silhouette of a knife. The knife was hidden in the sun, as if it was being tempered, undergoing transformation. With his cultivation, the knife's silhouette gradually became clearer. This is the knife in my heart. I temper the knife in my heart with the big sun. When I resonate with the knife in my hand, this is to nourish the knife with intention, with the heart, with the body. Meng Chang had a sudden awakening at this moment. As long as I steadfastly cultivate, taking one step at a time without hurry or impatience, I will eventually resonate with the knife in my hand and enter the state of nourishing the knife with intention and heart. Meng Chang was overjoyed. He knew that he had finally awakened and found the correct method of knife cultivation. Given time, he would certainly be able to cultivate his knife and awaken the knife spirit. He just needed to proceed step by step and cultivate solidly. Having awakened to the path of nurturing the knife with intention, Meng Chang practiced even more assiduously. He wished he could be practicing all day long. Each day he cultivated, the sun in his heart resonated with the sun in the sky, and the knife in his heart gradually became clearer. Its silhouette became more distinct, and he became one step closer to resonating with the knife in his hand and entering the state of nurturing the knife with intention. Cultivation requires a balance between exertion and rest. Resonating with the sun in the sky ultimately consumes mental energy and can't be sustained for long. If I blindly persist, I would harm my mental energy and in turn damage myself. Meng Chang collected his mental energy, no longer resonating with the sun in the sky. Once mental energy is damaged, recovery would demand considerable time, which would, in turn, delay cultivation. One day, while Meng Chang was cultivating, a sudden impulse arose in his heart. The knife in his hand seemed to enter his heart, seemed to resonate with his mental energy, and seemed to merge with his understanding. At this moment, the silhouette of the knife in his heart became clear. Gradually, it became identical to the knife in his hand. The knife in his heart resonated with the knife in his hand. This is to nourish the knife with my heart and intention. I have finally started to truly nurture the knife. I only need to keep going. When the day comes that the knife resonates with me, my heart is the heart of the knife, and my spirit is the spirit of the knife. This will be the day I draw the knife, and the moment the knife is drawn will be the time to awaken the knife spirit. I am just beginning to nurture the knife, just starting to nurture it with my heart and intention. Meng Chang thought to himself. He wasn't sure how long it would take to complete the nurturing of a knife and to awaken the spirit of the knife. But he firmly believed that as long as he persisted, there would come a day when he could awaken the spirit of the knife. A figure landed next to him. Meng Chang quickly rose to his feet and gave a reverential bow, "Master." Li Xuan took a look at his disciple. His aura seemed somewhat different. Could it be that his knife cultivation had made progress? Although he couldn't discern anything, his eyes seemed to see through everything. Today I am going to teach you the technique of the innate realm for physical body cultivation. Li Xuan spoke slowly. You should fully comprehend this. When you understand it, and when your qi and blood realm is complete, you can break through to the innate realm. Li Xuan hoped that Meng Chang could awaken to the cultivation technique sooner. Yes, master. Meng Chang nodded excitedly. With one hand behind his back, Li Xuan glanced at the horizon, his figure shrouded in a mysterious aura, exuding the demeanor of a master. The physical martial arts focus on the mystique of the physical body. It is about strengthening the physical body, strengthening the self, opening up the hidden potential of the physical body, and enhancing the physical body's divine strength. Li Xuan spoke word by word. He began explaining the cultivation technique of the physical martial arts in the innate realm that he had prepared in advance. The foundational technique for physical martial arts is the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, but of course, the foundation of physical martial arts is not just this technique. What I am teaching you is the strongest and most fundamental method in physical martial arts. Li Xuan patted his own back. He muttered inwardly, I didn't say anything wrong. After all, besides the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, I can also create the Dragon Chant Iron Cloth Shirt. Surely there isn't just one basic technique. Meng Chang listened attentively, terrified of missing a single word. Physical martial arts also require a breakthrough into the innate realm by comprehending the link between heaven and earth. This is fundamental and unchanging. However, the difference from orthodox martial arts is that after establishing the Danshan Qi Si, the cultivation of physical martial arts specializes in opening orifices. Li Xuan continued explaining. For the Great Sun Golden Body technique I'm teaching you, you have to open up 36 golden body points, stimulate the physical strength, nurture the mysteries of the physical body within these orifices. Each of the 36 golden body points hides a unique mystery. Absorbing nature's spiritual energy, nurturing the 36 orifices, uniting as one, the golden body is immortal with infinite divine power. For the cultivation of physical martial arts, after reaching the blood qi realm and stepping into the innate realm, Li Xuan has been pondering for a while and has finally perfected it. In orthodox martial arts, the Danshan Qi Si is opened, the true qi circulates throughout the body, and the qi si is vast and endless. This is the cultivation of orthodox martial arts. Physical martial arts, focusing on the physical body, naturally has to differ from the cultivation of orthodox martial arts. However, if it is not the circulation of true qi throughout the body, how can the physical body grow strong and possess immense power? The answer lies in opening the golden body points, using nature's spiritual energy to nurture the points, infuse one's body, and once the 36 points are fully opened, it will be akin to the upper realm of the orthodox martial arts innate realm. Each point has its own mystery, and every time a point is opened, the physical body is strengthened. Therefore, he came up with the Great Sun Golden Body. Although physical martial arts also establish the Qi Si, the emphasis is not on the Qi Si. Instead, it uses the Qi Si as the foundation to open the golden body points. Each of the 36 golden body points possesses unique properties. After opening and nurturing them to perfection, if the physical body suffers an injury, the mystery of the points can be triggered, and the wound can heal instantly. Once a point is activated and nurtured to its full potential, it can even expel toxins. Li Xuan explained in detail how to open and cultivate each golden body point. Naturally, this is just theoretical knowledge. The specifics of how to cultivate and perform lie entirely on Meng Chang's personal comprehension and practice. Only when he successfully comprehends and practices will there be a true Great Sun Golden Body technique. Meng Chang listened attentively, his face flushed with excitement. This Great Sun Golden Body was incredibly formidable and profound. Opening the 36 golden body points, each one held its own mystery. When the 36 points unite as one, the golden body is immortal. As Li Xuan explained, he also pointed out the rough positions of the 36 points to Meng Chang. He had put a lot of thought into these 36 points. These points weren't randomly derived, but carefully selected based on his knowledge from his past life. The 36 points form a cycle. The reason for choosing 36 points is that he doesn't remember many more points. To form a cycle and to increase the success rate of cultivation, after much contemplation and pruning, he decided on these 36 points. These are conveniently also the number of heavenly stems. My disciple, once you have successfully opened and fully cultivated the 36 golden body points, and they blend perfectly as one, you will attain the transformation of the golden body. This is the profoundness of the heavenly stems. Thinking can bring about the infinite body, turning into a 3 zhang tall golden body, quite formidable, Li Xuan said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Meng Chang was boiling with enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body right away and fully open and nurture all 36 golden body points. A 3 zhang golden body. This would essentially turn him into a miniature giant. Imagine how many martial artists could withstand his punch. Just thinking about the future, where he could transform into a golden mini-giant, valiant and robust, taking on his opponents as if they were mere mice, excited him to no end. Seeing his disciple flush with excitement, Li Xuan felt extremely satisfied. His newly composed Great Sun Golden Body was indeed formidable and profound. The 3 zhang golden body did indeed sound impressive. As for how to progress in the cultivation of physical martial arts after reaching the Great Sun Golden Body, which spans the range of the innate realm and above, Li Xuan has a direction and clues, but has not yet fully developed it. This requires the orthodox martial arts to be fully developed first as a reference. After all, the cultivation of physical martial arts is an extension of the system of orthodox martial arts. This is also why, after Li Xuan has thought through the realm above the innate realm, he fully perfected the Great Sun Golden Body. The final opening of the 36 points, embodying the profoundness of the heavenly stems and turning into a mini-giant, is based on this foundation. Dari Golden Body opens 36 golden orifices, and having a small cycle with 18 orifices is the cultivation of the innate realm. After the 18 orifices are opened and cultivated, forming a cycle, even though the transformation into a 3-zhang golden body is not possible, once the cycle is set in motion, it can still strengthen one's physical body. Having a cycle in the 36 orifices, unlocking heavenly mysteries, can transform one into a 3-zhang golden body. This strength can only be achieved above the innate realm. After finishing explaining the Dari Golden Body, Li Xuan carried on lecturing, intensifying the disciples' awareness, saying, "What I impart is Tao, even though it is martial arts cultivation technique, it is founded on Tao. So comprehend deeply, do not focus on the physical form, comprehend the real meaning of the cultivation technique. Only in this way can you succeed in your cultivation." The cultivation techniques he crafted are like a basket with very little content in them. It is up to his disciple to comprehend and fill this basket until it becomes full and solid. Only then is the basket complete. He merely crafted a basket for his disciple. When the disciple succeeds in filling the basket, he will reap all the benefits. Therefore, after passing on the techniques to his disciple, he must make his disciple understand that the basket needs to be filled. The secret of the Dari Golden Body lies in opening the orifices and cultivating them. The orifices that each cultivator nurtures carry unique traits. For instance, one's nurtured orifices could potentially harness the ability to heal wounds. Someone else's nurtured orifices could have a completely different capability. Li Xuan began to compensate for potential shortcomings in the golden body techniques he had created. For example, he mentioned that once an orifice is opened and cultivated, it could enable swift recovery from physical injuries. If Meng Chang cultivates and fails to achieve this, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of Li Xuan as an eminent master? Li Xuan won't leave loopholes like these in his teaching, so he tells his disciple that the capabilities derived from each person's nurtured orifices vary, and some sensations may even be impossible to cultivate. In this way, regardless of what unique capabilities Meng Chang has cultivated, or if he fails to produce any, it won't be deemed that his master is wrong in what he says. After all, it was already explained that the capabilities derived from each nurtured orifice vary with each individual. In some cases, it may not even be possible to cultivate any unique capabilities. Not every orifice can nurture unique capabilities. The human body isn't limited to just 36 orifices. During your practice, if you discover other orifices, do not be taken aback. If you can activate them, if you can complete the cycle, you can proceed to unlock them. However, the 36 orifices form the primary foundation of the Dari Golden Body. Li Xuan added in a grave voice. After all, there are far more than just 36 acupuncture points. If Meng Chang finds orifices beyond the 36 during his cultivation, and Li Xuan, his master, didn't mention them, this could tarnish the image of a knowledgeable master. Yes, master. At this moment, Meng Chang was filled with fervor. The Dari Golden Body truly is formidable. Meditate on this carefully, do not slacken your own cultivation, be patient in nurturing your blade. Stay calm, be patient, and you will naturally gain insight. Li Xuan said in a strict tone after finishing the explanation of Dari Golden Body. Yes, master, I understand. Meng Chang nodded. The martial path is endless, take each step with determination. Cultivate seriously, the Dari Golden Body is merely a starting point on the martial way. Seeing his disciple, still in an excited state, agitated as if he had been injected with chicken blood, Li Xuan spoke with a grave tone. Meng Chang was startled. He quickly calmed his excited emotions and said deferentially, "Yes, master, I will certainly cultivate seriously and decisively, and will never be impulsive or arrogant. Work hard on your cultivation." Li Xuan nodded. He moved and was gone in an instant. Meng Chang took deep breaths to calm himself down. The Dari Golden Body in my eyes is already very powerful. However, my master said that it is merely the starting point in the martial arts path. I can't be complacent or arrogant. The martial path is endless. There are stronger powers waiting for me after the Dari Golden Body. Meng Chang, with a determined gaze, sat down again to continue his cultivation. While cultivating, he was nurturing his blade and meditating on the Dari Golden Body. The cultivation of the Dari Golden Body requires unlocking the orifices. How to unlock orifices, I need to contemplate deeply. Just like the Dari Golden Bell cover that he meditated on previously, Meng Chang began to meditate on the Dari Golden Body. He is currently at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, still some distance from the innate realm. This is why he did not rush. He was cultivating the Dari golden bell cover, nurturing his blade, and also taking the time to meditate on the Dari golden body. First, he needed to familiarize himself with the 36 orifices. The cultivation of the Dari golden body also began with bridging the bridge between heaven and earth and opening up the Danshin Qi Si, just like traditional martial arts. The subsequent cultivation was different though. The cultivation emphasizes the golden body orifices, and deciding which orifice to open first also needs to be determined. Meng Chang was meditating on the Dari golden body. Meanwhile, Li Xuan returned to his courtyard and heaved a sigh of relief. Having handed over the basket of the Dari golden body to Meng Chang, he was waiting for him to comprehend it and fill the basket. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Meng Chang's comprehension is pretty good. If he can understand it, there shouldn't be a big problem. It will just take a bit of time, right? Li Xuan pondered. He believed Meng Chang should be able to meditate on the Dari golden body. Next, I will be giving Su Yan the technique for cultivation at the level above innate. Li Xuan felt a little helpless. Fortunately now, he is a real martial artist, and he has referenced techniques from the inner realm martial arts, so he has more confidence in the techniques he has created. Rather than be confident in his own crafted cultivation technique, he was more confident in Su Yan. Su Yan should be able to comprehend the cultivation technique. There's no issue in mastering the technique beyond the innate realm. The realization of my grand martial arts ambition completely depends on him. Li Xuan expressed his admiration. Initially, it was a technique he had casually made up, but Su Yan was able to comprehend and practice it successfully. The cultivation technique he formulated now is more comprehensive than before. The theory is more solid, the levels are more distinct, and it's based on reasonable data. Considering Su Yan's exceptional talent, there should be no issues practicing it. Nevertheless, the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to practice. After all, the cultivation technique is more comprehensive now. When Su Yan comes back from this trip, I'll transmit the cultivation technique beyond the innate realm to him. Su Yan went to the capital of Qi country to instruct his grandfather's people in cultivation. It should be roughly in these few days that he can break through the initial stage of the innate realm, right? Li Xuan estimated that Su Yan would break through the initial stage of the innate realm within these few days. He glanced at Sheer, who was in the midst of strenuous cultivation. He was about to complete his body refinement. The gap in talent is truly tremendous. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. Even after Sheer fully completes his body refinement, it would still take some time to reach the thunderous bone stage, with his Qi and blood soaring and successfully stepping into martial arts, breaking through the Qi and blood realm. He will be stuck at the body refinement completion stage. It would be a bottleneck for him. This is like the bottleneck of inner realm martial arts when trying to break through from 4th grade to 3rd grade, Li Xuan thought to himself. As he had nothing else to do, he took out his ancient book and began to study it in detail as he does, opening it at the first page. I have a feeling, if I can deduce some of its mysteries, I will definitely make progress. Is this taking a kind of cultivation technique? But at the looks of it, it doesn't seem like a cultivation technique. Sometimes it seems like a map, some kind of terrain, and seems like some sort of a charm. The ancient book was clearly not simple, but its mysteries were not yet understood. Li Xuan wasn't in a hurry, he was free anyway. Studying it daily, surely he'd understand something one day. Wu Country, Nan County. Nan County was a border county, neighboring Qi Country, a place too far from the imperial capital. Honorary member Zheng was the bully of Nan County. He was notorious for his many evil deeds, such as forcibly taking girls and seizing fertile lands. Half a month ago, he even had the audacity to force himself on a widow in the middle of the night. When met with resistance, he even killed the son of the widow. This incident stirred up great public outrage, but even the county magistrate had to tread carefully around honorary member Zheng. The angry public not only failed to get justice, but were also brutally beaten up by his house servants. Then, honorary member Zheng's mansion had trouble this day. A young girl clad in a white skirt, exceptionally ethereal and beautiful, approached him to persuade him to repent for his evil deeds and apologize to the people, pleading for their forgiveness. Would honorary member Zheng listen? However, upon hearing that the girl was the current Heavenly Mother from the Heavenly Mother sect, he was a little unsettled. The Heavenly Mother sect had numerous experts. If they wanted to kill him, how could he evade it? Therefore, he agreed perfunctorily. Moreover, he even asked his steward on the spot to distribute money and compensate the people who had been harmed by him to apologize. He instructed preparation for a grand banquet to entertain the Heavenly Mother. While claiming to listen to the Heavenly Mother's teachings, he was actually harboring malicious intentions. The Heavenly Mother's extraordinarily beautiful face was something he had never seen in his life. Furthermore, in his view, she was just a young girl. If she fell into his hands, he knew many ways to make her submit. Once she submits, not only will the crisis be resolved, but he could also control part of the power of the Heavenly Mother sect. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His face, however, maintained a sincere expression, proclaiming his heartfelt repentance and willingness to give away his entire fortune to atone for his lifetime of sins. You are merciful, Heavenly Mother. Please forgive my sins. This is my atonement. Heavenly Mother, since I am sincere, please have this cup of tea and forgive my sins. With sincerity and devotion, honorary member Zhang knelt on the ground and offered her the fragrant tea with both hands. The young girl in white, with clear eyes and a face that seemed to radiate mercy, took the tea from him. With a melodious and touching voice, she said, "If you sincerely repent, you will certainly be forgiven. Do more good deeds in the future to atone for your sins. Yes, Heavenly Mother." Honorary member Zhang prostrated himself on the ground. The white-clad young girl lifted her hand, took a sip from the teacup. Honorary member Zhang was overjoyed immediately and sprung to his feet, instructing his maid by his side, "Quick, assist Heavenly Mother to my bedroom to rest. Task accomplished. That Heavenly Mother is too naive." "You," the white-clad young girl was furious. As she rose her hand to point at him, she suddenly felt dizzy and leaned onto the table. Two maids stepped forward and helped the young girl to leave. Honorary member Zhang looked thrilled, walked out of the hall, and instructed the steward, "Tell Coach Wang to keep close guard. We definitely cannot let any experts from the Heavenly Mother sect discover this. I want to treat this little beauty well. Fetch my medicine and also those toys, make everything ready." The steward nodded and replied, "Master, enjoy yourself. I have fetched the medicine for you, and those toys are kept in the secret room." A flask of medicine was handed to honorary member Zhang. Overjoyed, honorary member Zhang directly poured out a pill and swallowed it. This pill was made using tiger, leopard, and deer whips blended with precious medicinal ingredients. "Little beauty, I am coming. Let you, Heavenly Mother, experience my prowess. Ha ha ha, I'm so excited. This kind of beauty, only I am worthy of her." Honorary member Zhang was excitedly heading towards his bedroom. The girl in white, supported by two maids, made her way to outside honorary member Zhang's bedroom. Seeing no one around, she instantly perked up. The maids were no longer assisting her. "Mother Goddess, everything is ready." The girl in white clapped her hands and nodded, "Excellent." With that, she pushed open the door and entered. Right then, the huge room was filled with mounds of dirt, and a significant pit, almost 3 yards deep, had been dug in the center. "Miss, the pit is ready." A woman robust and towering climbed out of the said pit to speak. At first glance, she might have been mistaken for a man. "Aunt Joe, you are getting better at digging pits. This one was so big, and yet you finished in no time," remarked the girl in white playfully. Aunt Joe looked distressed yet somewhat indulgent. "Miss, practice makes perfect indeed," she replied. Outside the room, honorary member Zhang's excited voice could be heard. "My beauty, I'm here." Honorary member Zhang was positively ecstatic. He felt a rush of adrenaline surging through his veins, seemingly ready to explode if not released soon. "My little beauty, accompany me for 3 days and nights." He pushed open the door and casually closed it behind him. However, upon turning around, he was startled to notice the large pit in the center of the room. Before he could react, he was pushed into the pit with a swift kick. Looking up, he recognized the Mother Goddess herself. His heart sank. He realized he was in deep trouble. "Help, cough, cough." Just as he opened his mouth to yell for help, a scoop of dirt covered his face, filling his mouth with soil. Above the large pit, the girl in white was filled with glee. The moment honorary member Zhang opened his mouth, she sent down a shovelful of dirt. He was terrified. "Help, cough, cough, help." His face was all muddy. What scared him even more was that, due to the drug, he felt as if his body was literally burning. In a hurry, he turned over face down, spit out the dirt, and started calling for help, help. "Somebody help Coach Wang." Keep shouting. "You can burst your lungs for all I care, but I assure you, no one is coming to save you." Above the pit, the girl continued to shovel the earth into it, chuckling all the while. Honorary member Zhang's heart sank. Didn't he once tell the same thing to those beauties? Was it now his turn? "Mercy, Mother Goddess, have mercy on me. I'm willing to repent. I will repent. I will give away my wealth as atonement. Mercy, Mother Goddess, I swear, I truly repent. I won't be evil again." Kneeling in the pit, honorary member Zhang cried his heart out, promising sincerely that he wouldn't be evil again. "Are you truly not going to be evil again?" The girl seemed to soften as she asked. "Yes, I humbly beg for the Mother Goddess mercy. I won't be evil again." "All right then, I believe you." However, he soon realized something was off. Why was the dirt still falling? "Mother Goddess, I won't be evil again. Pull me up." Honorary member Zhang looked up at the girl with hopeful eyes. The girl was busily shoveling dirt into the pit. Excitedly, she replied, "Understood, just stay there quietly. Soon you won't be evil anymore. Yes, anyone I bury has never been evil again." As soon as they're buried, they stop being evil forever. Atop the large pit, the girl was excitedly burying dirt into it. Below the large pit, honorary member Zhang was stunned. Could burying people stop them from doing evil deeds? They were going to bury him alive. He had heard about how the Madonna of the Madonna sect persuaded evildoers, who later refrained from committing misdeeds. Was this her method of persuasion? "Mercy, Madonna, I genuinely won't commit any evil deeds, I swear. Believe me, I'm willing to." I am willing to become pure as a pledge, never to commit evil again. Honorary member Zhang steeled his resolve. Nothing mattered more than his life. Even becoming a eunuch was better than dying. The girl was shocked of all the people she'd buried. Honorary member Zhang was the first willing to take such a harsh step to prove his sincerity. Really, she stopped burying the dirt. Really, honorary member Zhang gritted his teeth. Fine, the Madonna will believe you this once. The girl thought for a while, gritting her silver teeth, and said in a soft-hearted manner. She then turned her back and said, "Quick." Honorary member Zhang's lips trembled, his face turned pale, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, but in order to save his life, he had to resort to this measure. He regretted it deeply. If he would have known, he should have offered his fingers as a pledge. I didn't bring a knife. Aunt Joe, give him one, the girl ordered. The stout woman threw a dagger down. Quick, remember not to let the blood splash. Cover it with your pants. If too much blood is lost, you can't be saved. The girl reminded him from behind with her back to the pit. Honorary member Zhang almost burst into tears, muttering under his breath, "You're truly compassionate." He held the dagger in his trembling hand. He discovered that due to the medication he'd taken, his blood was already building up, the moment he put the dagger down. He was too afraid to imagine. "Hurry up," Aunt Joe urged in a resonant voice. "I'm almost done, almost." Honorary member Zhang was trembling, his hand was in his pants. The cold dagger was against him, but he couldn't muster the courage to act. He was about to beg to offer his hand instead. However, Aunt Joe kicked a stone which hit his elbow. Suddenly, there was a sound akin to the burst of a bubble. Honorary member Zhang started yelling. Hand appeared from his pants, clutching an object. Hearing the cry, the girl excitedly said, "Aunt Joe, throw his thing out to feed the dogs. I've heard those without roots die and become incomplete ghosts." He wanted to be incomplete himself. Aunt Joe waved her hand. A silk thread flew out and wrapped around the object in honorary member Zhang's hand. With a swing of her hand, it was thrown out of the window. Unexpectedly, an incident had occurred that stunned honorary member Zhang into silence. "No. No, you tricked me." A moment later, honorary member Zhang started yelling and cursing. The girl was energetically shoveling dirt into the pit, her efficient movements showing her ample experience. The soil was falling on honorary member Zhang's face and mouth, blocking his speech. However, it was still visible that blood was turning the falling soil red. As the soil on top of the pit was diminishing, in the end, only faint cries could be heard from honorary member Zhang. Most of his body was covered by the soil, with only his head exposed. You won't die naturally." Honorary member Zhang now barely had any strength. Today the Madonna has persuaded another evildoer to refrain from committing evil. The girl was giggling and merrily filling the pit with soil. The large pit was filled in, and honorary member Zhang was buried alive beneath it. The girl held the shovel, jumping up on the soil and stomping it firmly with her feet. The evildoers persuaded by the Madonna won't commit any more evil. How could you be an exception? After burying honorary member Zhang alive, the girl left carrying her shovel. Aunt Joe followed with a helpless expression. Honorary member Zhang's butler asked humbly, "Madonna, I did everything as you ordered. Can you spare me now?" "Yes, I can." The girl nodded her head. Aunt Joe skillfully took out a thin mask and put it on the butler. He instantly turned into the spitting image of honorary member Zhang. She ordered, "You know what to do next, right? I don't need to spell it out, do I?" Yes, I will do as you command." The housekeeper nodded and bowed, then put on honorary member Zhang's clothes to impersonate him. In front of the South River County office, he knelt down and cried out for Madonna's mercy. He stated loudly that he would no longer dare to commit evil. He was willing to distribute all his wealth and retreat to the mountains to repent for his sins. The citizens of South River County were shocked. Even the county magistrate was bewildered. That mysterious Madonna from the Madonna sect had targeted honorary member Zhang. Moreover, honorary member Zhang had genuinely stopped committing evil. Under the incredulous gaze of the South River County public, honorary member Zhang actually distributed all his wealth, provided for the less fortunate, sincerely repented for his sins, and even prostrated himself religiously. He then left South River County. He said he would go to the mountains to repent for his sins. The housekeeper climbed halfway up the hill and didn't see anyone behind him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had saved his life. However, when he raised his head, he saw a large pit had been dug halfway up the hill. The stout Aunt Joe picked him up by one hand and threw him into the large pit. The housekeeper was dumbstruck. The girl was swinging a shovel, panting as she started burying dirt in the pit. "Spare me, Madonna, didn't you promise to spare me?" The girl nodded. "Yes, the Madonna promised to spare you." "What does that have to do with me?" "Sue links you. But you are the Madonna." "I was, but now I'm not." The girl continued burying dirt as the housekeeper started cursing. "So you're the steward of honorary member Zhang. You've done countless evil deeds. If I don't bury you now, what will stop you from doing evil next time?" Sue Linksue chuckled softly. She quickly and skillfully buried the steward, jumping and stamping on the soil to make sure it was tightly packed. "Miss, where shall we go next?" Aunt Joe had a look of helplessness on her face. "We will go to Yunchen County. Didn't they say there's a wise man there?" I want to see what kind of wise man can compare to me, Su Lingxiu, and to Aunt Zhou. Su Lingxiu suggested after giving it some thought. Miss, why did you choose to become the heavenly mother of the Tianmu sect? Aunt Zhou could never quite understand. Laughing, Su Lingxiu explained, the members of the Tianmu sect have good information networks and can gather many medicinal materials. It's just a title and I can utilize their power. What's wrong with that? Ku Ruaji has some skills, surprisingly leading the Tianmu sect effectively. On this trip to Qi country, I will see if he has committed any heinously immoral crimes. If he has, I, the Heavenly Mother, will bury him. Aunt Zhou advised, Miss, you've punished many evil people. Evil exists everywhere and can never be completely eliminated. Don't be too kind-hearted or you may end up suffering. Don't worry, Aunt Zhou, I know what I'm doing. This place is not conducive to cultivation and it's boring. I need something to keep myself entertained. Su Lingxiu carried a shovel and started walking downhill. Aunt Zhou sighed inwardly and quietly followed her. If the miss wanted to be unconventional, then so be it. With her around, she assured there would be no danger. News of the Heavenly Mother convincing honorary member Zhang to abandon wrongdoing in Nan County quickly spread. Have you heard? The Heavenly Mother persuaded honorary member Zhang to stop doing evil yesterday. Today he has given away all his wealth and gone to the mountains to atone for his sins. The Heavenly Mother is so compassionate. Yes, she is indeed. The followers of the Tianmu sect were invigorated, enthusiastically spreading the compassionate and holy deeds of the Heavenly Mother. This was an excellent opportunity to expand their follower base. As to how the Heavenly Mother convinced honorary member Zhang to abandon wrongdoing, they didn't know. All they knew was that the people counseled by the Heavenly Mother stopped doing evil deeds. Yunqian County. Li Xuan heard about what happened in Nan County from Xi'er. The Heavenly Mother is truly compassionate. She convinced honorary member Zhang of Nan County to give up his evil ways. He dispersed all his wealth and went up the mountain to repent his sins. Could this be true? Li Xuan found this interesting. What special capability could this little girl possess, that even wicked people gave up their evil ways under her guidance? Furthermore, honorary member Zhang not only gave up his evil ways, but also dispersed all his wealth to help the people of the county. This was simply unimaginable. How did she persuade him? Xi'er thought for a while and said, they say the Heavenly Mother, with her great compassion and sacred beauty, spoke in detail about the sufferings of the world, urging people to be charitable and abandon evil. On hearing this, Li Xuan looked skeptical. The story was more mysterious than any cultivation technique he could concoct. Are you sure this is how it happened? Scratching his head, Xi'er said, that's how it's told in the sect. It should be true because the Heavenly Mother's counseling has affected not just one or two wicked people. On second thought, Li Xuan found it plausible. Could this young girl possess some ability to manipulate people's hearts? Where is this young girl? Li Xuan was intrigued and wanted to meet her. It seems she is on her way to Qi country, Xi'er said unsurely. Even the upper echelons of the Tianmu sect often couldn't keep track of the Heavenly Mother's whereabouts. Li Xuan nodded. This young girl was most likely heading to Yunqian County. When Su Lingxiu arrived in Yunqian County, she went straight to the county government office. The county magistrate and the gray-robed old man hastily bowed in greeting. Greetings to the Heavenly Mother. Su Lingxiu sat down with a solemn expression and using her shovel tapped the head of the Yunqian County magistrate. She asked, have you been corrupt? Have you oppressed the people? Have you exploited the populace? The Heavenly Mother, no. Under my governance, the people live peacefully and happily. The county magistrate of Yunqian County was sweating profusely. Despite the Heavenly Mother being a young maiden, the person accompanying her was quite formidable. If you dare deceive me, I will bury you. Su Lingxiu's face was stern. Absolutely not, absolutely not. The county magistrate of Yunqian let out a sigh of relief. I heard that a highly esteemed person has come here and wishes to meet the Heavenly Mother, Su Lingxiu asked. Yes, he resides in Yunqian County. He is truly an esteemed person. The county magistrate of Yunqian hurriedly replied. Humph, the Heavenly Mother will go and see for herself. If he's a fraud, I will bury him. Su Lingxiu, carrying a spade and accompanied by Aunt Zhou, headed towards Li Xuan's home. County magistrate of Yunqian and others exchanged glances. It seems like the Heavenly Mother will have a dispute with the esteemed person. They didn't dare to witness the ensuing chaos, for they feared getting involved and offending the esteemed person. Su Yan was still in the capital city of Qi country and hadn't returned yet. However, Li Xuan had met the Heavenly Mother, a young girl who possessed the power to make wicked people cease their wickedness. Beholding the exquisitely beautiful girl in a white dress, carrying a spade, and the robust woman beside her, a silence enveloped him. Image of the girl didn't quite match his expectations. Shouldn't she exhibit a solemn and majestic demeanor that mirrors the merciful and noble aura of the Heavenly Mother? Why was she carrying a spade? What's more, the large woman beside her was not simple at all. She was a martial artist. There were no martial artists in the borderlands. The only explanation would be that these two came from the inner domain. Is this a fourth-rank martial artist? In the borderlands, she would be undoubtedly unbeatable. And the young girl, she is also a martial artist, although she seems to only be at the 7th rank that already surpasses the pinnacle masters of the borderlands. Li Xuan examined the two while being deep in thought. Sheer, who was nearby, was carefully observing the situation. The Heavenly Mother seemed to be ill-intentioned. Su Lingxiu gazed at Li Xuan, astonished. Is he a highly esteemed man? The young man before her felt inscrutably profound and unattainable, causing her hesitation and preventing her from making any rash actions. Meanwhile, Aunt Jo beside her was even more tense, her muscles taut and beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Is he a great grandmaster? No, absolutely not. Even a great grandmaster cannot be this inscrutable. She was in utter shock. The renowned man of Yunqian County, is he a martial artist? Moreover, she had a dreadful speculation. Could it be? Those people have chased us into the borderlands. No, it's impossible. How could they come to the borderlands? Li Xuan held the jade ruyi in his hand, chuckling as he said, Little girl, are you the current Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Mother's teaching? Su Lingxiu nodded. Yes, I am. And you are? Li Xuan asked with interest. I've heard that those who have been admonished by you never do evil deeds again. Is this true? How did you advise them? This was the reason he was taking the young girl seriously. Now that he had met her, he couldn't help but feel curious. Su Lingxiu smiled saucily, flourishing her spade. It's really easy. I bury them, then they will never be able to do evil again. Li Xuan was stupefied, that simple. Of course, dead people wouldn't commit evil deeds anymore. Sheer, who was standing nearby, was taken aback. So it was so simple. Li Xuan glanced at Sheer, fully aware that this guy didn't know the truth either. Just that simple. Su Lingxiu looked at him oddly. Just that simple. Dig a hole, bury them in it, then they won't be able to do evil deeds anymore. Can a dead person still do evil deeds? Li Xuan was left speechless. Damn, this is what they called word of mouth. It was simply outrageous. A very simple thing was exaggerated, and he was even intrigued by it. The rumors about the young girl's exceptional medical skills weren't exaggerated, were they? What about your medical skills? Is that also word of mouth? This girl appeared to be lively and full of spirit, unlike someone who could sit down and meticulously study medical techniques. He must start scouting for his third apprentice. The medical skills are real. I started studying medical techniques when I was 4 years old. Now I am 17, and I have achieved the pinnacle in my medical skills. There is undoubtedly no one in the Qi or Wu country who could surpass me. Unexpectedly, the medical skills were not exaggerated. Li Xuan instantly perked up, saying, Little girl, what is your name? Su Lingxiu. Su Lingxiu answered honestly. Aunt Jo's behavior seemed to be odd. Something like this had never happened before. This person in front of them must be an extraordinarily powerful being. With a wave of Li Xuan's hand, several books flew out of the room, landing in his hand. These were all medical books from the borderlands. Shall I test your knowledge? Su Lingxiu nodded. Li Xuan found it hard to believe this lively and dynamic girl could be so skilled in medicine. If it was really the case, her talent was impressive. Perhaps he should consider taking her on as an apprentice. He opened one of the medical books and started asking Su Lingxiu questions about different case studies. He discovered that Su Lingxiu answered smoothly, capable of providing solutions for all sorts of diseases. Her outstanding medical skills were not a result of erroneous knowledge. Enlivened, Li Xuan was not concerned about Su Lingxiu's inner-realm martial arts skills. They were merely at the 7th level, and changing her training to his martial arts would be easy. Moreover, because she already had a foundation in martial arts, her training wouldn't be slow. Li Xuan waved for Sheer to leave. He stood up from the chair, playing with the jade ruyi in his hand, and circled around Su Lingxiu with a grin. Su Lingxiu became a bit flustered. Oh no, I've kicked a hornet's nest. There's no way to hide now. Aunt Jo's breathing became heavy, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to overcome the mountain in her heart and protect her mistress. Her eyes turned red. Li Xuan retracted his aura and said with a light laugh, Martial arts of the 4th rank. From the inner domain. Aunt Jo took a few deep breaths and with a deep voice replied, Yes, from the inner domain. I'm Zhou Ying, assigned to protect. Miss Li Xuan raised an eyebrow. This girl seemed to have a complicated background, but he didn't care about whether his apprentices' backgrounds were intricate or not. As long as they were suitable to become apprentices, the more outstanding their backgrounds, the more willing he was to take them on. Martial artists of the inner domain usually do not come to the borderlands. Are you escaping trouble? A suspicion arose in Li Xuan's mind. Zhou Ying became silent, but she felt some relief. This man was not one of those chasing her mistress. Su Lingxiu snorted twice and said, We're not escaping trouble, we just moved to a new place to live. Li Xuan paused. After pondering for a while, he realized Su Lingxiu had been in the borderlands for quite some years now. After all, she had been the Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Mother sect for several years. For such a long time, nobody had come to the borderlands to chase them. Perhaps no one would predict that the two of them would flee to the borderlands. In his mind, Li Xuan evaluated whether it would be worth it to involve himself with the forces behind Su Lingxiu if he were to accept her as an apprentice. Given my strength, I can handle a great grandmaster with ease. And if Su Yan comprehends the cultivation technique above the innate realm, I will break through yet another realm. Therefore, the trouble behind Su Lingxiu is only minor. Naturally, this all depended on whether Su Lingxiu could comprehend his newly compiled martial arts system. As long as she could grasp it, the troubles behind her would be trivial. This girl looks quite clever, and having learnt medicine since she was 4 years old means she has extraordinary talent. It's unlikely I'd find a more suitable person in the borderlands. Li Xuan began forming a plan in his mind. He opened his mouth and asked, "Little girl, do you know about elixirs?" Su Lingxiu shook her head. "What's an elixir? Is it a pill?" As she spoke, she reached into her bag and pulled out a pill bottle. She tipped out a few pills. "Elixirs are not something these pills of yours can compare to." Li Xuan took a glance at the round little pills in her small and delicate hand. This girl did have talent. Perhaps she could grasp the new martial arts system he had compiled. Hence, he said, "I see you have decent aptitude and are quite clever. I have a Dan medical martial arts method here. Would you like to become my apprentice?" Li Xuan sat down on the chair. "Master, I pay my respects to you." Su Lingxiu immediately knelt down and kowtowed, as if she was afraid that Li Xuan would change his mind. "Miss you," Zhou Ying was dazed. Why did the miss suddenly agree to become a disciple? Li Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. Su Lingxiu was indeed shrewd. She had agreed to become his disciple without any hesitation. He was very powerful. From Su Lingxiu's perspective, security greatly increased after having him as a master. "Let me be frank, you only have 1 year. If you don't make any progress in that time, our master-disciple relationship will be terminated. I don't keep useless disciples." Li Xuan said solemnly, a stern look on his face. There was no need to get involved in such troubles. If she did comprehend the Dan medical martial arts, well, that would be different. She would be a treasured disciple. With regard to his martial arts career, anyone who dared to cause trouble would be crushed. "Yes, master," Su Lingxiu said respectfully. 1 year was plenty. With her own talent, she believed that she would easily get the basics within the year. Zhou Ying was agitated and said, "Miss, this is the borderland. The heavenly earth Lingji is gone and training is impossible." Su Lingxiu was taken aback. She had forgotten about that. "Master, what do you think?" "My martial arts can hardly be compared to those of the inner domain. As for the heavenly earth Lingji being gone and training being impossible, all that is nonsense." Li Xuan scoffed. "You just need to remember the cultivation technique I passed to you. Comprehend it well. If you can't grasp the basics within a year, we will terminate the master-disciple relationship." Su Lingxiu's eyes sparkled, and she asked, "Master, are you really sure it won't affect my training?" "Definitely," Li Xuan nodded. "Then, Master, rest assured, I will definitely understand it within a year," Su Lingxiu promised. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Li Xuan said, chuckling. Alchemy and martial arts indeed were a system he had pondered over, a different martial arts system beyond physical cultivation. "Master, I started learning medicine when I was 4, and I was already treating people by the time I was 6, Su Lingxiu said earnestly. Li Xuan, looking at Su Lingxiu, he fell into deep thought. What was he doing when he was 6 years old? Playing in the mud. Shit, that's quite a gap. 6 years old, not so young. I vaguely remember when I was 3, I had already killed a ferocious beast with my bare hands. As a superior figure, a mysterious and formidable master, how could he lose to his disciple? He lied without blinking an eye or missing a heartbeat. Su Lingxiu's mouth gaped open slightly as she fell silent, staring at her master. She suspected her master of bragging, but she had no evidence. "Master, you're amazing." She swiftly put on an admiring smile and flattered him. Li Xuan nodded, quite pleased. "You can stay. Tomorrow I will teach you martial arts." "Yes, master." Su Lingxiu nodded. She picked up a spade and cheerfully went off to tidy up her quarters. Sheer returned. Great heavens, she's actually become the master's disciple. Considering Su Lingxiu's extraordinary potential, he thought it made sense. "Miss, why did you choose him as your master? How can one cultivate in this borderland?" In the room, Zhou Ying was tidying up while expressing her worry. "Aunt Zhou, what if it's true? The borderland, do you think we should remain here for a lifetime? Master is a superior person. If I succeed in cultivation, I won't be afraid of those people," Su Lingxiu said earnestly. Zhou Ying sighed. "Aunt Zhou, you're a 4th-rank practitioner. If it wasn't for protecting me in this borderland with no chance to cultivate, you would have already broken through to the 3rd rank." An excited Su Lingxiu said, "If I truly can cultivate, then Aunt Zhou, you also have a chance. Sooner or later, I will bury all those people." With that, she waved her spade. Zhou Ying nodded. The next day, outside Yunshan town, on a hill, Meng Chang was cultivating, conditioning his sword and contemplating the golden body of the great sun. 2 figures appeared. "Master," Meng Chang quickly stood up and bowed. Li Xuan nodded. Meng Chang curiously glanced at the beautiful young girl next to his master. "This is your junior sister apprentice, Su Lingxiu," Li Xuan introduced. "Junior sister apprentice." Meng Chang's eyes lit up, temporarily. After a pause, Li Xuan added. Meng Chang was instantly confused, looking at his master, unsure of what he meant. "I see her intelligence. Perhaps she has potential to be cultivated. I intend to pass on the alchemy martial arts to her." If within a year she fails to cultivate the basics, I will kick her out of the school. Then she will no longer be your sister apprentice. I don't take incompetents as disciples. Li Xuan stressed the last sentence. Upon hearing this, Meng Chong finally understood. It turned out to be this way. He had heard from his senior brother that their master had initially given him a one-year deadline. Although the master didn't explicitly mention it to him, it was clear there was a one-year deadline for him. The master, being a superior figure, couldn't be careless about accepting disciples. Anyone less than the proud sons of heaven would not be suitable to be master's disciples. This is your senior brother, Meng Chong. Li Xuan continued. Nice to meet you, senior brother. Su Lingxiu bowed and greeted. Junior sister, please, no need for formalities. Meng Chong replied with a bow. Su Lingxiu looked at Meng Chong. His tall, muscular body and bald head manifested incredible strength. His powerful energy was stern and seemed to harbor terrifying power. Second brother, his power is very strong, much stronger than Aunt Jo. She was startled in awe, realizing that their master hadn't lied about cultivation being possible in the borderlands. After introducing the siblings, Li Xuan took Su Lingxiu aside to teach her the alchemical medical martial arts. Your talent lies in the area of medicine and alchemy, so I'll teach you the alchemical medical martial arts. Be it standard martial arts or bodily martial arts, the foundation lies in skin refining, bone refining, and organ refining, though the methods vary slightly. Li Xuan explained slowly. Skin refining, bone refining, organ refining. Su Lingxiu was curious. It was significantly different from the martial arts she was practicing. You are now at the 7th stage, giving you a solid foundation in martial arts, making your training relatively easy. Next, I will transfer to you the cultivation techniques, but remember, the martial arts I teach rely on comprehension and understanding. Only by fully understanding the true meaning of the cultivation techniques can you master the basics. Don't be confined by the literal methods, but seek understanding. This wasn't the first or second time he was teaching a disciple. Li Xuan smoothly repeated the words he had taught Su Yan and Meng Chong, emphasizing comprehension and understanding, asserting that only through understanding the true intent of the cultivation technique could one successfully cultivate. Bone refining involves processes such as iron bone, copper bone, and golden bone. The initial stage of standard martial arts involves jade bone refining, while physical martial arts involve diamond-glazed bone, and alchemical medical martial arts involve evergreen bones. Li Xuan explained solemnly. Evergreen bone. This was a term he made up for the basic stage of alchemical medical martial arts. The evergreen bone exudes endless vitality. It's immortal, indestructible. Buried in the ground, it will absorb spiritual energy and gradually transmute into a spiritual object teeming with vitality, making it eternally vibrant. Those who refine their bones into evergreen bone will live longer than other martial artists, but they may be slightly less resilient than those with jade bones and diamond-glazed bones. Alchemical medical warriors can save lives or take lives, resurrect the dead, or kill invisibly. Li Xuan introduced the basic system of alchemical medical martial arts. Su Lingxiu was stunned, her mouth agape in astonishment. She could hardly believe that such martial arts exist in the world. Could it really be attained? Evergreen bone, teeming with life if one dies, the bones buried in the ground may absorb spiritual energy and transform into a spiritual object bursting with life. This was far too fantastic. As Su Lingxiu's heart pounded, she felt that she'd stumbled upon a great opportunity. If such a powerful and mysterious martial art could be cultivated successfully, how mighty it would be. Master, quickly teach me, and once I succeed, I will bury them all, Su Lingxiu excitedly said while waving her shovel. A twitch tugged at Li Xuan's mouth. This girl, was she addicted to burying people? With a grave expression, he said, what I'm passing on is a way, not just a technique. You must strive to comprehend, to understand its true meaning. Only then can you cultivate. Regarding medicinal treasures, I won't introduce them since you've been studying medicine since childhood and naturally recognize them and understand their effects and differences. Now I'll transfer to you the way of alchemy. Li Xuan naturally didn't know how many types of medicinal treasures there were and their effects, so he directly skipped them, nor did he pass on any alchemical recipes. It was up to Su Lingxiu to comprehend these aspects on her own. What he wanted to teach was the way of alchemy. Yes, master, Su Lingxiu respectfully replied. A pill is the essence of refining, removing the impurities, melding it into a round shape. Its effects vary. Li Xuan spoke calmly, transferring the art of alchemy he had created word by word to Su Lingxiu. How to concoct pills. Simply, it's about extracting the essence, bringing out its spirit, and drawing out its original forces. A pill recipe is a combination of various medicines and spiritual medicines. During the alchemical process, essences merge, causing a qualitative change, equipping the pill with magical effectiveness. Su Lingxiu's bright eyes widened, her immaculate face flushed with excitement. The more she heard her master explain, the more excited she became. A Apparently, medicinal treasures and spiritual medicines can be utilized this way. Have them refined into pills. Even if regular medical decoctions, or even if prepared into pills, they still retain their medicinal nature, and to some extent they contain some toxicity. If one constantly takes it over the long term without a break, giving the body no time to expel the toxins, over time it will harm the body. But it's different with alchemical pills. Alchemy, it seems, is about extracting all the essences, eliminating all impurities and rendering the body clean, leaving no residual impurities. What a miraculous technique this is. I must study alchemy, Su Lingxiu determinedly thought. I will definitely succeed in cultivation. I will definitely become an alchemical medical warrior. She knew very clearly that once she had understood the art of alchemy and could concoct alchemical pills, she would hold a terrifying position in the world of martial arts. Otherwise, she could be captured by a powerful force to be used as a laborer, forced to disclose her alchemical techniques, and so on. However, with her master being so powerful, this situation would surely not arise. Su Lingxiu listened attentively, and as her master expanded on his explanations, an image of a pill recipe began to form in her mind. Combining ginseng mountain, 9-leaf primordial plant and tiger's blood, such a recipe greatly replenishes qi and blood if turned into a pill. It would be highly beneficial for cultivation. Having been studying medicine from a young age, she naturally recognized various kinds of medicinal and spiritual medicines. Li Xuan finished explaining the basic theory of alchemy he had written, and then looked at Su Lingxiu. He asked, "Have you remembered it all?" If she didn't remember it, her talent would be somewhat lacking. Both Su Yan and Meng Chong remembered after only hearing it once. "Master, I've memorized it all, and I've even thought of a pill formula. Can you see if it can work?" Su Lingxiu said excitedly. Li Xuan was surprised. She had come up with a pill formula so quickly. Her talent was not bad. He had not chosen the wrong person or accepted the wrong disciple. With a calm expression on his face, he nodded and said, "Oh, what is the pill formula?" "Master, you mentioned that practice begins with the sensing of qi and blood, refining the skin, bones, and organs. Therefore, I thought of combining ginseng, 9-leaf ginseng, tiger blood. When used together and refined into a pill, they can greatly replenish the body and can be quickly digested for the purpose of cultivation." Su Lingxiu explained the pill formula she had come up with. "Your ability to think of such a pill formula shows that you are familiar with various herbs." Li Xuan calmly said. Su Lingxiu was slightly jubilant, had her master approved of her pill recipe. However, Li Xuan continued, "You certainly have talent, or I would not have accepted you as a disciple. But how did you conceive your pill formula? Do you understand the principle of using the monarch, minister, assistant, and courier in medication?" Su Lingxiu, squeezing the corner of her clothes, said, "I don't. Could you please clarify, master?" Being the main herb for a particular disease is the monarch. Supporting the monarch is the minister. Assisting the minister is the courier. 1 monarch and 2 ministers are the minor recipes, 2 monarchs, 3 ministers, and 5 couriers are the medium recipes. Li Xuan explained the principles of using monarch, minister, assistant, and courier in medicine, and then said you should grasp which herbs should be the monarch, which should be the minister. The doctrine of the elixir is changeless. Remember, diseases have various forms. Medical treatments do not have constant methods. Medicines do not have constant characteristics, and the timing of the situation dictates divine craftsmanship lies with the person, while the roles of monarch, minister, assistant, and courier depend on their use. Su Lingxiu was greatly shocked as she listened. It seemed as if a skylight had suddenly been opened in her world and she had caught a glimpse of a whole new terrain. She had a faint sense of understanding. Various precious and spiritual medicines flashed through her mind, what characteristics each medicine had, which were their main functions, and all things reappeared in her mind one by one. Monarch, minister, assistant, and courier, the changeless doctrine of the elixir. Su Lingxiu vaguely felt that she seemed to have understood something. As long as she spent time sorting it out, she was sure she could create a valid pill formula. Li Xuan watched her. This girl was not lacking in comprehension. The theory of elixir he'd told her, along with the principle of using monarch, minister, assistant, and courier in medicine, seemed to have given her great inspiration. She may have had some insights. So he stopped explaining further, allowing Su Lingxiu time to process it all. "Master, I think I understand a bit. I will ponder this carefully." Su Lingxiu respectfully replied. "Next, I will teach you how to refine the elixir." Li Xuan nodded and then said, "When refining a pill, use qi and blood as the furnace, qi and blood as the pill fire. Use the mind to sense, understand the changes of the pill, comprehend the success or failure of the pill. Use true qi as the pill fire, refine and remove impurities, and take its essence." How to refine a pill? Li Xuan directly created the refining of pills with qi and blood, and refines pills with true qi. Anyway, when in the qi and blood realm, qi and blood are used as the pill fire, and pills are refined. During the innate realm, true qi is used as the pill fire and pills are refined, and so on. As for the pill furnace, he wasn't sure if he'd be able to make one, so Li Xuan didn't mention it specifically. Since you have not entered the qi and blood realm, you naturally cannot use qi and blood as the pill fire to refine pills. You can attempt it with a pill furnace. Of course, if you have a good pill furnace, refining pills can naturally be made easier. This all depends on you and how to comprehend the way of refining medicine. If you want to use the pill furnace to assist in refining pills, you need to figure out a way to make the pill furnace on your own. The pill furnace is particular, and the usual steel furnace is not conducive to alchemy. Li Xuan reminded Su Lingxiu that besides refining pills with bare hands, a pill furnace can also be used for assistance. As for how to get a pill furnace, that would depend entirely on Su Lingxiu's own capabilities. After all, he didn't have a pill furnace and didn't know how to refine a pill. The whole thing was made up. Yes, master, Su Lingxiu nodded, indicating that she understood. The next part was the core of the alchemy martial arts cultivation method. The cultivation of alchemy martial arts, although it also involves refining the skin, bones, and organs, the cultivation is actually closer to living qi of all things, using the spiritual energy of all things to nurture oneself and stimulate the qi and blood. The qi and blood of alchemist martial artist is full of life, representing the way of medicine, curing diseases, and saving people regardless. It can also be as strong as fire, representing the way of elixir, extracting the essence and used for refining elixir. Medicine is like wood, the elixir is like fire. Wood can produce fire, fire can forge metal, metal can produce water, and water can produce wood. Subsequently, Li Xuan imparted the cultivation method of alchemist martial artist to Su Lingxiu, and along the way, he also taught her about yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 8 extraordinary channels, the human body's acupoints, etc. The qi and blood and true qi cultivated by alchemist martial arts naturally has its own characteristics. If not, there wouldn't be much difference compared to the orthodox martial arts. Lastly, he explained some additional themes such as acupuncture. For example, using the golden needle to reach the acupoint, expel toxins with the golden needle, restore life with the golden needle, and so on. These methods were mysterious beyond measure. Li Xuan went on to explain all the compiled alchemist martial arts, whether Su Lingxiu could comprehend anything from such a huge, complicated, and even somewhat self-conflicting theory. Li Xuan couldn't guarantee it. It all depended on Su Lingxiu's own talent. If she succeeded, he would have opened up a new system of martial arts, and he would have another treasured disciple. This girl was pretty, lively, and kind, liked to bury evil people. If she could successfully comprehend it all, Li Xuan felt the troubles behind her would be nothing at all. If comprehension does not come, then it signifies that the master-disciple relationship is not meant to be. Remember, what I am teaching you is the Tao, not ordinary cultivation techniques. The Tao is something that needs to be comprehended to be truly understood. Li Xuan emphasized again that he was teaching the Tao, which must be comprehended, not merely practiced as a martial arts technique. If you do not comprehend it, if you do not perfect it, you will not be able to cultivate it. Master, I understand. Su Lingxiu nodded her petite head. Her heart was greatly shaken by the profound strength of the martial arts in this world. How powerful would she become if she truly comprehended it? The miraculous and mystical power of medicinal pills, if she could concoct them, would she still worry about slow progress in cultivation? Just one pill could save 10 or 8 grueling days, or even a month or a year of harsh cultivation. I need to figure out this prescription first. Su Lingxiu thought to herself with excitement. Li Xuan nodded. He believed in Su Lingxiu's talent. After teaching her these theories, figuring out the formulas and concocting the medicinal pills would not be difficult for her. However, the art of medicinal martial arts is not simply about prescriptions, usage of medicinal herbs, and medical skills. It's about martial arts cultivation. The hardest part for Su Lingxiu would be to understand the cultivation method of medicinal martial arts, how to cultivate a unique inner energy specific to this art. The initial step is the hardest. Once she successfully starts and gains comprehension of the cultivation method, the later stages, even reaching the innate realm or higher, will relatively be easier because she would have established a foundation. After all, she would already have a foundation and theoretical knowledge. Li Xuan thought of his cherished disciple Su Yan, who was cultivating pure martial arts. Because of its purity, his understanding and comprehension of martial arts was incredibly deep. Moreover, Su Yan was the pioneer of martial arts. The foundation and basis of this great martial arts enterprise was built on Su Yan. Although the cultivation method of medicinal martial arts is different from pure martial arts, it is closer to pure martial arts. So could Su Yan assist Su Lingxiu in understanding the cultivation technique? Li Xuan thought to himself. In terms of comprehension and brainstorming ability, no one could probably surpass Su Yan. Thinking of this, Li Xuan said again, as for how to cultivate the martial arts, how to refine the skin, bones, and internal organs, and how to cultivate the internal energy of medicinal martial arts, You can seek advice from your eldest senior brother when he returns. Su Lingxiu's eyes lit up and she asked, "How strong is my eldest senior brother?" Li Xuan calmly answered, "He's in the innate realm, able to kill ordinary grandmasters in the inner domain with ease." Su Lingxiu was extremely excited. Her master was mysterious and powerful, and her eldest senior brother was equally mighty. As long as she successfully understood the cultivation technique and took the first step with such a strong backing, what would she have to fear? No need at all. Master, when will my eldest senior brother come back?" Su Lingxiu asked impatiently. She wanted to understand the cultivation technique and start cultivation as soon as possible. The technique taught by her master was so profound that she couldn't find a way to comprehend it in a short time. As for medicinal pills, she already had some insights. She just needed to organize her thoughts, then she could devise some pill prescriptions. She could then find an alchemy furnace and try to figure out how to concoct the pills. But she had to become proficient in martial arts and cultivate inner energy before she could truly concoct pills. Therefore, even if she understood the medicinal pills and could devise pill prescriptions, without comprehending the cultivation technique, she would just be a common female medicinal practitioner. She wouldn't be a true medicinal martial artist. Your eldest senior brother will return in a few days. You should focus on understanding it. Finished speaking, Li Xuan started to leave. Su Lingxiu, holding the iron shovel, excitedly followed him. "Master, I already have some insights about the pill prescriptions. When I return and organize them, I should be able to devise some prescriptions. But I don't have an alchemy furnace. How can I concoct pills?" With his hands behind his back and walking leisurely, Li Xuan said, "I can lead you to the door. The cultivation is on you." "All right, I will find a way myself." Su Lingxiu seemed a little despondent. When they passed by the place where Meng Chang was cultivating, Su Lingxiu asked curiously, "Master, what is my second senior brother doing?" "Cultivating, maintaining the blade, understanding the cultivation technique," Li Xuan answered indifferently. "Maintaining the blade," Su Lingxiu blinked. "Nourishing the blade with the heart, with the will. You wouldn't understand. This is not where your talent lies." Li Xuan looked at the girl. His gaze fell on the iron shovel in her hand. "What a nice girl, yet she likes playing with an iron shovel. What are you doing with that shovel?" "I'm burying people." "How many people have you buried?" "Not 100, but definitely a few dozens." Su Lingxiu thought for a moment and spoke. She continued, "Master, I used to have a small hoe for digging up medicinal herbs, but unfortunately I lost it. Now I only have this iron shovel." After returning to the small courtyard, Li Xuan sat down on a chair while Su Lingxiu went straight into her boudoir. "Aunt Zhou, go buy some paper and pens for me. I need a lot." "All right, miss." Aunt Zhou nodded, came out of Su Lingxiu's boudoir, found Sheer, and asked him to buy paper and pens. Sheer was reluctant to agree, as he was a servant to his master. Why should he listen to you? However, considering that Su Lingxiu is now the master's disciple, and she needs paper and pens, he had no choice but to agree. "Miss, how is it?" Zhou Ying returned to the room, asking anxiously. "Aunt Zhou, master is so amazing. Alchemy and martial arts, too powerful, too magical. I want to practice alchemy," Su Lingxiu said excitedly. Zhou Ying was bewildered. "Alchemy? What is that?" "Aunt Zhou, go find me an alchemy furnace. Let me think about what an alchemy furnace should look like." Su Lingxiu pondered. Master said, "The alchemy furnace cannot be a common iron furnace, so it must be made of the material for forging treasure. In the inner domain, those who can truly use the treasure are almost all grandmasters. Not many first-class martial artists possess treasures, but where can I find a treasure in this wilderness?" Su Lingxiu was a bit troubled. "Miss, what is an alchemy furnace?" "I can go to the imperial palaces of Wu country or Qi country to see if I can find one for you." Zhou Ying pondered. Sheer returned with the paper and pens. After handing them to Zhou Ying, he continued to ponder how to break through his bottleneck and enter the realm of qi and blood. Su Lingxiu picked up the pen and started drawing on the paper, sketching the vague outline of the alchemy furnace that appeared in her mind, and drew the alchemy furnace on the paper. The alchemy furnace isn't large, it has air holes to expel impurities, and it has sealable lids. "Aunt Zhou, the alchemy furnace should look like this, but it needs to be made of treasure material." She handed the alchemy furnace blueprint to Zhou Ying and said with frustration. Zhou Ying took the blueprint. Although she didn't understand what an alchemy furnace was, she knew it was important to the young lady. She solemnly said, "Miss, don't worry. Although people in the borderland can't cultivate, there are still some materials available. We should be able to find them. I hope so." Su Lingxiu nodded. "Aunt Zhou, try your best to find it. Let Tianmu sect know and tell Ku Ruaji to find it for me." "I understand. But miss, if I leave," Zhou Ying hesitated. "Aunt Zhou, it's okay. Master is so strong, and there are also my senior brothers." Su Lingxiu was not worried. "Then I'll leave now." "Okay," Su Lingxiu nodded. After Aunt Zhou left, Su Lingxiu began to write down her understandings of the alchemical medicine. At the same time, she listed various precious and spiritual medicines, annotating each medicine's characteristics and effects. Arranging these took up most of the day. Usually Aunt Zhou would take care of her, calling her for meals on time. After Zhou Ying left, Su Lingxiu kept arranging things until she felt hungry. She looked up at the window. It was already evening. She came out of the room and saw that her master was sitting in a chair reading a book, looking leisure and like a reclusive expert. "Master, I'm hungry." Su Lingxiu grabbed Li Xuan's arm, blinking at him. Li Xuan put down the ancient book and said, "Sheer, from today on, you are responsible for cooking for Lingxiu." "Yes, master," Sheer respectfully replied. Su Lingxiu was ecstatic. After dinner, Su Lingxiu continued to arrange various precious medicines in her room, preparing the basics for the creation of the alchemy formula. Li Xuan quietly appeared outside the window, looking at her. He couldn't help but nod. Su Lingxiu's talent in alchemy was quite extraordinary. She had achieved some enlightenment and was sorting out her thoughts. He believed that the alchemy formula would appear before long. "I hope she can successfully comprehend the method of cultivation." Li Xuan thought to himself. Su Lingxiu was fully committed to her understanding of medicinal pills. Most of her time was spent in her room, organizing her comprehension of these pills, and attempting to combine valuable medicines into pill formulas based on the theory of sovereigns, ministers, assistants, and envoys. Li Xuan occasionally paid attention and praised in his heart. This lass was indeed a monster, starting to learn medicine at 4 years old and treating people at 6. Within such a short time, she had already written out the characteristics and effects of various valuable medicines. She even started combining these medicines, creating her own pill formulas. The theory of pills is not a difficult issue for her, however. The challenge lies with her understanding of the cultivation system and beginning the practice of martial arts. Otherwise, despite her deep understanding of medicinal pills, without the foundation of martial arts to back it up, she could only go so far and won't be able to make any real pills. She can only further her medical skills and her understanding of alchemy, nothing more. The core of alchemedicine, contrary to what one might think, lies not in alchemy or medicine, but in martial arts. It is through martial arts that the arts of alchemedicine are driven. Only this is the core, the essence. Apart from organizing her understanding of medicinal pills, Su Lingxiu also instructed Sheer to find someone to carve a life-sized mannequin. She meticulously labeled each acupoint on the mannequin for reference. The more Li Xuan saw, the more satisfied he was. As long as Su Lingxiu succeeded in beginning her cultivation journey, as she continued to research, she would surely be able to mark all 720 acupoints throughout the body. When Su Yan returns, I'll have him teach his junior sister. With Su Yan's comprehension and creativity, he can definitely assist Su Lingxiu in deciphering the cultivation method. Li Xuan made up his mind. Su Lingxiu, this disciple, had an uncanny talent for the way of medicinal pills. It would be such a shame if she couldn't enter the world of martial arts. While Su Lingxiu was organizing her insights and the theory of making pills and making formulas by combining rare medicines, she also tried to understand cultivation methods. However, compared to her comprehension of medicinal pills, her understanding of cultivation techniques did not enlighten her much. She was not in a hurry, and once she had organized her thoughts on medicinal pills, she would fully dedicate herself to understanding the practice of martial arts. She didn't believe her innate talent would keep her from understanding it. Sheer was a bit frustrated as he found himself stuck at the peak of internal organ cultivation, unable to break through to the realm of blood and qi cultivation. He could only continue to train hard, exploring how he could make the breakthrough. Li Xuan left him to his devices, as Sheer had decent talent. Breaking through to the qi and blood realm was only a matter of time. A golden light appeared. "Your disciple Su Yan has broken through to the early stages of the innate realm. You have reached the peak of the innate realm." Su Yan had broken through to the early stages of the innate realm. His cultivation speed was extremely fast, worthy of being the initiator of his martial arts undertaking. Li Xuan was extremely pleased in his heart. His power had increased once more. The next day, Su Yan finally returned. The return of his oldest disciple made Li Xuan very happy. As for teaching Su Yan the cultivation techniques beyond the innate realm, he decided to hold off for now. The more pressing matter was to have him assist Su Lingxiu in understanding the cultivation method of alchemedicine. If he taught Su Yan advanced techniques right now, Su's focus would solely be on those techniques, leaving little mental capacity to assist Su Lingxiu in her cultivation. Given Su Yan's monstrous talent, coupled with the fact that he is an innate realm martial artist, it shouldn't take too long for him to assist Su Lingxiu in understanding cultivation techniques. Although Su Lingxiu isn't fully comprehending it by herself, and Su Yan is assisting her, the ultimate comprehension of cultivation techniques is something she herself must achieve. Shouldn't she be able to receive feedback from the golden finger then? Su Yan is the initiator of martial arts. He is the oldest disciple. The golden finger should recognize him. Li Xuan contemplated within his heart. With Su Yan's help in comprehending the cultivation method, even if it was not solely Su Lingxiu's own comprehension, the final enlightenment was still dependent on her. She was the one practicing it after all. She should be able to gain the approval of the golden finger and receive feedback. Meng Chang's Thunderbolt horizontal sky movement technique also received inspiration from Su Yan, and it was still able to receive feedback. Su Lingxiu should be no exception, thought Li Xuan. As long as they were eligible for feedback from the Golden Finger, he could have Su Yan help his future disciples understand the cultivation techniques he devised. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about his newly minted martial arts techniques being impossible for new disciples to comprehend. He had complete confidence in Su Yan. This is your junior sister, Su Lingxiu, Li Xuan introduced, and this is your elder brother, Su Yan. As Su Yan looked at his junior sister, he was left in awe. His junior sister was truly beautiful. Nice to meet you, junior sister. Looking at Su Yan, Su Lingxiu widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Her eldest brother was so young, hardly older than her, but he was already an innate realm martial artist. His talent was truly terrifying. Elder brother, I have some doubts about cultivation. Can I ask you for guidance? Su Lingxiu asked, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, looking hopeful. She remembered clearly what her master said, that she could always ask her senior brother if she didn't understand something. Of course, Su Yan nodded affirmatively. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Su Yan had the demeanor of a senior brother. He then spoke, Lingxiu cultivates in alchemedicine. The method of cultivating, even if it's slightly different from traditional martial arts, has commonalities. Her martial arts cultivation is secondary. What she is skilled at is producing pills and treating ailments. Su Yan asked with curiosity, Master, what is alchemy? Alchemy is the process of refining the essence of valuable and spiritual medicines by removing their impurities and thus transforming them to have extraordinary effects. In simpler terms, the same few strands of valuable medicine, prepared into a decoction or pills using traditional methods, would only have an effect strength of 1 or 2. However, if refined into a pill, the same ingredients would have an effect strength of 10. Moreover, the elixir has no impurities, making it easy to absorb and refine. Li Xuan explained briefly. Su Yan, surprised and excited, said, if we have this elixir, won't cultivating martial arts be like traveling 1,000 miles in a day? Li Xuan nodded and said, it can speed up the cultivation of martial arts and makes it easier to break through bottlenecks. However, even the best elixirs should not be overly relied upon, or else your foundation may be unstable, your realm will be illusory, and your strength will be greatly reduced. I see, Su Yan understood. Although he could not use this elixir, his parents and others could. With this in mind, he looked at his junior sister apprentice with different eyes. Junior sister, if there's anything you don't understand, your senior brother is here to help you. The sooner Su Lingxiu comprehends this, the sooner they will have the elixir, then their parents will be stronger, and he can venture to the inner domain earlier. Su Lingxiu was delighted. Let's go, we'll go to the city outskirts and meet up with our second junior brother. Su Yan nodded. The senior and junior siblings left the small courtyard to the city outskirts. At the outskirts, the three of them naturally mingled and got close. Then Su Lingxiu began to tell them the method of cultivating both alchemy and martial arts. Meng Chang listened, frowning, his eyes bewildered. He felt that he did not have a clue. This method of cultivating both alchemy and martial arts was not within his realm of talent. Touching his head, he gave an awkward smile and said, Junior sister, I might not be able to help. Second junior brother, everyone has their own talents. Su Lingxiu was not surprised by this. Her second senior brother, who practiced body cultivation, had robust muscles, and everyone could tell that his talent was physical, not mental. Su Yan, however, was deep in thought. Next, Su Lingxiu and Su Yan began to discuss cultivation techniques. Master said that combining alchemy and martial arts is closer to understanding the spiritual energy of all things, triggering vitality with this energy. Medicine is wood, and alchemy is fire. Junior sister, you haven't opened up your heavenly bridge and can't sense spiritual energy, but this spiritual energy of all things is clearly not just about sensing nature's spiritual energy, but Su Yan looked at a tree beside him and said, Junior sister, try to sense the life energy of this tree. The path of cultivation might lie in this. Su Lingxiu hesitated. Sense the life energy of a tree. How to sense that? Just lay your hand on the tree, with your heart, your intention, try to feel, to comprehend, Su Yan said thoughtfully. Su Lingxiu did as he instructed, placing her palm on the tree and trying to sense it silently, but she received nothing. Su Yan also pondered deeply. Junior sister, alchemy and medicine are inseparable elements in the path of alchemy martial arts. You should try to comprehend the spiritual energy of all things from the perspective of an alchemist, and try to understand yourself from that same point of view. The method of cultivating alchemy martial arts can't be comprehended overnight. Li Xuan wasn't surprised by this. Even with Su Yan's help, it would still be the case because this method wasn't something Su Yan himself cultivated. He could only play a supportive role. In the next few days, every morning, Su Lingxiu would go to the city outskirts with Su Yan to comprehend the method of alchemy martial arts cultivation. Then she would continue to organize the theories of alchemy and ponder the formulae at night. At the same time, she recorded all her ideas about alchemy. She hadn't comprehended the method of cultivation yet, and had no idea about it, but she had almost completed the arrangement of the art of alchemy. That evening, after returning from the outskirts of the city and having dinner, Su Lingxiu was checking the thick stack of drafts, page by page, to see if anything was missed, while adding new knowledge to them. Alchemy martial arts is naturally inseparable from alchemy and medicine. I was too obsessed with the method of cultivation, but I never thought that integrating the method of cultivation with medicine is the true essence of alchemy martial arts. Medicine represents wood and alchemy represents fire. With wood generating fire, how should I sense the energy of alchemy martial arts? Imagining the understanding and conjectures of senior brother on the method, Su Lingxiu felt a hint of enlightenment at this moment. She didn't rest for the whole night and told her senior brother about her insights when she arrived at the outskirts of the city the next morning, hoping he could help her evaluate her ideas. Junior sister, see this tree. It is wood, and you are fire. Use the spiritual energy of this tree to stimulate your vitality. Feel it delicately with the identity of an alchemist. Touch its aura just as you understand the effects of medicinal herbs understand it, Su Yan said thoughtfully. Su Lingxiu was taken aback. Some understanding dawned in her mind. She had a thorough knowledge of the properties of various herbs. She was familiar with the characteristics of each precious herb and its primary therapeutic focus. She had also collected herbs on the mountains and identified their distinctive properties. The effectiveness of these valuable herbs was summarized bit by her predecessors. The predecessors also pursued understanding and experimented to clarify the characteristics of the precious herbs. Senior martial brother, I got it. Su Lingxiu slightly closed her eyes, placing her hands on a tree, carefully perceiving, as if capturing the spiritual energy of the tree. The human body has acupoints which respond to qi and blood. It can start from these acupoints. The heart represents fire, and the nearest to it is the acupoint in the middle of the chest. Su Lingxiu's breath started to change subtly. Through her fine perception, she felt a surge of warm flow arising from the acupoint in her chest, warm and continuous. Is this qi and blood? Su Lingxiu was overjoyed. Having sensed the qi and blood, the most critical step of cultivating the method was accomplished. After sensing qi and blood, it is about how to perfect and fully comprehend the cultivation technique. Then follows refining the skin, bones, and organs. For Su Lingxiu, refining skin was relatively easy, since she inherently has martial arts foundation, and refining iron bones and copper bones would not be difficult. Junior martial sister, in the basic realm of medical martial arts, since it's everlasting bone, you must refine it. Meng junior martial brother and I are jade bone and diamond bone, Su Lingxiu seriously said after achieving comprehension in cultivation practices with the sensation of qi and blood. Senior martial brother, rest assured, I will certainly refine the everlasting bone. I know alchemy, there will definitely be no problem. At this time, Su Lingxiu thought of Zhou Ying. I wonder if Aunt Zhou can find a pill furnace. I have not entered the qi and blood realm, and cannot refine pills with qi and blood. I must rely on a pill furnace. Su Lingxiu was clear that only by refining elixirs could she cultivate faster and refine the everlasting bone. For other martial artists, the use of too many elixirs would make their realm seem illusory. However, she cultivated the medical martial arts, naturally could control the dosage well, and could also digest the elixirs more effectively, making it less likely to create an illusory realm. Back in her room, Su Lingxiu buried her head in the draft of the elixirs. I need to write the elixir formula, one for refining skin, one for refining bones, one for refining organs, and one for breaking through bottlenecks. The elixir for qi and blood realm should be called qi and blood elixir. Su Lingxiu was flipping through the medicinal herbs recorded and began to pick, combine, and match. This elixir formula should not have problems. It has the effect of refining skin. It can speed up refining of the skin should it be called skin refining elixir. Is the name too straightforward? This elixir formula should also not have problems. It's called bone refining elixir. This one is organ refining elixir. In martial arts cultivation, the first step is to sense the qi and blood, so this elixir formula of mine can help sense qi and blood. Let's call it little qi and blood elixir. After figuring out an elixir formula, Su Lingxiu felt a sudden burst of inspiration. The theory of elixir and the principles of medicine were clear to her at once. One after another, she combined elixir formulas. In her mind, it seemed as if a complete set of medical martial arts secrets had emerged. In the courtyard, Li Xuan squinted his eyes, looking at the light leaking from the window of Su Lingxiu's room. She was probably sorting and composing the theories of medical martial arts again. It was going to be another sleepless night. The comforting thing was Su Lingxiu had almost achieved comprehension of the practice method of medical martial arts. She has initially sensed the qi and blood. This indicated that the third disciple was already stable, and the system of medical martial arts was about to be established. Suddenly, golden light emerged. Li Xuan was taken aback. Had Meng Chong made a breakthrough? Or was there a new insight from Su Yan? Your disciple Su Lingxiu, from the medical martial arts theory you wrote, has achieved comprehensive understanding of medical martial arts and compiled the outline of medical martial arts secrets. You get the medical martial arts secrets. Unexpectedly, the feedback from the Golden Finger was actually as a result of Su Lingxiu. Li Xuan abruptly stood up from the chair. His heart was filled with joy. This girl, my third disciple, I was not wrong to care for her. She indeed has an extraordinary talent in the way of the elixir. She didn't even have a footing in martial arts, yet she opened up access to elixir formulas and came up with an outline of medical martial arts secret series using her innate talent. At this moment, Li Xuan had completely mastered the medical martial arts secrets. This was not just an outline, this was the complete series, with all aspects of refining elixirs, treating diseases, elixir formulas, etc., being perfected. The entire medicinal system within the medical martial arts was no longer a vague theory, but substantive results. Su Lingxiu has grasped the outline of the elixir physician classics and well comprehended her cultivation methods, only lacking the basics of cultivation training. Li Xuan was delighted in his heart, as he felt steady about alchemy martial arts. Indeed, I didn't misjudge her. This little girl has a good talent. Happy in heart, he was preparing to give some guidance to Sheer, but he discovered Sheer was not in the courtyard. He glanced at the small courtyard. It was the Su family's estate in Yun Mountain County, not a very big area. My disciples are all cultivating outside the city. Any big events are likely to disturb our neighbors. Su Lingxiu, this girl, when she starts alchemy, could there be a risk of the furnace exploding, or cause other major disturbances? Therefore, we should move and live outside the city. Li Xuan pondered in his heart. Living in the county town, it was easy to buy and sell items, however. He only used it to occasionally satisfy his needs. His needs were not many. Su Yan and Meng Chong mostly cultivated outside the city. Even if something was needed to be bought, Sheer was responsible, though it did make Sheer a bit more weary. Sheer is almost a martial artist. He wouldn't take long to travel back and forth, so let's just move and live outside the city. Li Xuan decided in his heart. As it happened, Sheer returned, so he instructed him to find Su Yan. Master, what is your command for me? Su Yan respectfully said. This estate is too small, all of you are cultivating, and it isn't suitable to be in the county. In the future, your junior sister is going to perform alchemy, which is likely to cause some disturbances. Go find a place outside the city and build a manor. Li Xuan opened his mouth and spoke. Yes, master. Su Yan thought that it seemed reasonable. Meng Chong, his junior brother, for the sake of cultivation to feed his blade, has been gone for several days. Sheer, go find some people to assist in building the manor. Su Yan turned his head and called Sheer. Yes, young Master Su. Sheer nodded. The manor only needs to be simple. Li Xuan again spoke. Yes, master. Su Yan responded. The selection and construction of a new home would take time, but since it was a simple construction, it wouldn't take very long. In the following days, Su Lingxiu continued to perfect the elixir physician classics while she began to cultivate. The first step was skin refining. She is already a 7th grade martial artist. The process of skin refining was very smooth, and the progress of refining skin was quite fast. Li Xuan observed the changes in his third disciple. This girl's skin became more delicate as the skin refining progressed, as if jade-like, giving an unbreakable impression. How strange, why is this girl refining her skin so quickly? Li Xuan was puzzled in his heart. Could it be because she is a 7th grade martial artist? Inner realm martial arts compared to his own martial arts has differences. For someone like Su Lingxiu with a low level, shifting to martial arts cultivation is comparatively easy, as long as she can sense her qi and blood. For someone like Zhou Ying, who already has 4th grade abilities, the martial arts foundation is basically set. Trying to shift would be highly difficult. Even sensing qi and blood is a problem. Su Lingxiu's speed of skin refining was quite fast, somewhat beyond Li Xuan's expectations. Of course, the faster his disciple cultivated, the happier he was. 3 days later, the manor outside the city was built. Li Xuan moved directly to the manor outside the city. As for books and other things, naturally, Sheer moved them to the new residence. After Su Lingxiu came to the new manor, she was overjoyed. Looking at the simple and empty courtyard, she began to plant flowers. After a few days, more flowers appeared in the courtyard. Su Lingxiu was cultivating in the courtyard. It's not far from the completion of her skin refining. Meng Chong also returned, sitting on the roof, keeping up with feeding his blade. What's going on with this girl, my third disciple? Her cultivation is so fast, she has already started refining bones. Li Xuan was extremely surprised. Su Lingxiu has actually begun refining her bones, and the speed of bone refining was also very fast. Could it be that the alchemy martial arts cultivation method is perfect for her talent, so her cultivation is so fast? Li Xuan mused. Sheer, tell Ku Ruaji to command the Heavenly Mother sect to find and get me these medicinal herbs. One day, Su Lingxiu handed a list of medicinal herbs to Sheer. All right. When Sheer took the list and glanced at it, he noticed that it was procuring treasured drugs, as well as tonics such as tiger bone and deer antler. The foundation of the Heavenly Mother sect was still very substantial, and with their reach across Chi country and Wu country, Su Lingxiu got the first batch of treasured drugs she needed very quickly. However, when the herbs arrived, Su Lingxiu was upset. She had not yet entered martial arts. She could not use her qi and blood to perform alchemy, and she didn't have an alchemy furnace yet. Where did Aunt Zhou go? It's been so long, even if she hasn't found an alchemy furnace, she should return. Su Lingxiu furrowed her brows. She was not worried about Zhou Ying's safety. After all, she did have the power of a fourth-grade martial artist. Except for her own master, senior brother, and second brother, no one in this wilderness was Zhou Ying's opponent. Without using qi and blood as the pill fire, I will have to rely on external things. Su Lingxiu pondered. Things such as charcoal would probably not work. I remember the Heavenly Mother sect has a kind of divine fire stone. When ignited, the flames are intense and almost without smoke, making it easy to control the temperature of the flame. It should be suitable for alchemy. So Su Lingxiu instructed Sheer to bring a bag of divine fire stones. Sheer was a bit conflicted and said, Heavenly Mother, there is not much of the divine fire stone. It's not easily mined and all of it is stored in the Heavenly Mother sect's ancestral altar. It's difficult to take. Su Lingxiu raised an eyebrow, picked up an iron shovel next to her and said angrily, I am the Heavenly Mother. The divine fire stone is used to worship the Heavenly Mother. If I want to use it, it should be delivered to me. Anyone who dares to refuse, I will bury them. Sheer helplessly said, Celestial Mother, acquiring this requires both the protector and the think tank. I don't have the authority and moreover, few know the location of the ancestral altar. Then send a message to Ku Ruaji demanding the mystic fire stone. Otherwise I'll bury him. Su Lingxiu said furiously. I will relay the message to the think tank, but Sheer nodded. He hadn't finished speaking when Su Lingxiu laughed coldly and interrupted him, Ku Ruaji and his men. If they don't want to be buried by the Celestial Mother, they better deliver the mystic fire stone. What nonsense was that? When I agreed to be the Celestial Mother, it was agreed that everything would be mine. Dare to renege and see. Upon thinking it over, Sheer realized that Ku Ruaji and the others, unless they had a death wish, wouldn't dare offend the Celestial Mother for the sake of the mystic fire stone. Despite the Celestial Mother's youth, she is pitiless when burying someone. Mystic Firestone was delivered a few days later. Li Xuan was curious about what this Mystic Firestone was. The name sounded quite impressive. He picked up a stone to inspect it. It was pitch black and resembled coal. However, it was different from coal. It seemed to be made up of some kind of sedimentary material. Li Xuan ignited a Mystic Firestone. A soft red flame burnt without smoke or smell, and it burned for a long time. Master, do you think this is suitable for alchemy? Su Lingxiu looked excitedly at him. Not bad, Li Xuan nodded. This mystic fire stone, when used in alchemy, was indeed a good fuel. Now all they were missing was an alchemy furnace. Sheer, tell Ku Ruaji to mine more mystic fire stone. The Celestial Mother has great use for it. If he does well, there will be a reward. Su Lingxiu ordered. I've already informed the think tank. He said he would try to mine more. Sheer replied. The mystic fire stone was controlled by the Church of the Celestial Mother. It could only be mined in a specific place. Neither Chi country nor Wu country had it. Why has Aunt Zhou not returned? Su Lingxiu was on pins and needles, eager to try alchemy. However, without a pill furnace, she could only wait. Something strange. This girl's cultivation speed, how can it be this fast? Her iron bone has already been refined, and now she's starting to refine copper bone. Looking at Su Lingxiu in cultivation, Li Xuan was secretly puzzled. Her cultivation speed was a bit too quick. Does this girl have such monstrous talent? Oh yes, she escaped to the frontier at the age of 11 or 12, didn't she? She was a 7th-grade martial artist at that time. Her talent is indeed extraordinary, and the path of the alchemical martial artist fits her even better, so it's reasonable that her cultivation speed is fast. That's how Li Xuan thought about it. With this cultivation speed, in less than half a year, she could enter the martial door, and the evergreen bone should also be successfully tempered. What kind of spiritual bones will my jade bone plus diamond lucid bone plus evergreen bone transform into? He is currently in the innate spiritual bone stage, coupled with the mountain river spiritual body. What kind of spiritual bones would he possess once he acquires an evergreen bone? Li Xuan was full of anticipation. Zhou Ying finally returned. She brought back a pill furnace for Su Lingxiu, which was made from the materials used in forging treasure weapons. Su Lingxiu was overjoyed. Aunt Zhou, where did you find someone to forge this pill furnace? Zhou Ying looked at Su Lingxiu fondly and said, Miss, I went to the inner domain and had a guy from the demon sect forge it. After it was forged, I made sure he was taken care of. He won't be discovered. Su Lingxiu started up at Zhou Ying, her eyes turning red. Aunt Zhou, you didn't have to take the risk. If you were discovered, Zhou Ying shook her head, Miss. I know how important this pill furnace is to you. I disguised myself and went to the inner domain, specifically seeking out someone from the demon sect. I watched over him throughout the forging and ensured it was cleaned up properly. It won't be discovered. she wasn't heartless enough to kill the other martial artists who could forge treasure weapons after they had finished forging the pill furnace. She couldn't expose her whereabouts, so her only option was to find someone from the demon sect. That demon sect martial artist, even if killed, was more than guilty enough. It could be cleaned up without revealing any trace. Su Lingxiu sighed in relief at these words. She said excitedly to Zhou Ying, "Aunt Zhou, when I refine the elixir, you can also start cultivation. We will return together then and bury all of those people. All right, I'll prepare the pits in advance." Zhou Ying ruffled Su Lingxiu's hair. At this point, Li Xuan sighed, sensing trouble had arrived. He looked up at the sky. A figure arrived above the manor in an instant, looking down at Su Lingxiu and Zhou Ying with cold eyes. The newcomer, clad in a black robe, revealed only a pair of eyes, a great grandmaster. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. My third disciple, that girl, the trouble behind her, not simple at all. The great grandmaster personally came for her. Although Zhou Ying had changed her appearance, her robust figure was still recognizable to those who really tried. However, Su Lingxiu is now his disciple, who has comprehended the alchemical martial arts, and he has even obtained the alchemy scripture. Whoever dares to harm his third disciple is hindering his martial arts career. Anyone who hinders my martial arts road is my enemy. Must kill them. How about the great grandmaster? With her alchemy furnace in hand, Su Lingxiu was excitedly preparing to start alchemy. Suddenly, the roof of Su Yan's house exploded with a loud bang. Who is that? Su Yan leapt into the air, staring at the man in black. His face was extremely tense, sensing a strong crisis coming from the man in black. Meng Chang also stood up on the roof. Su Lingxiu looked up and her pretty face turned pale instantly. How could this be? Zhou Ying was astonished and paler. A grandmaster martial artist. The man in black looking at Su Yan, his voice was hoarse with a hint of confusion. Are you protecting this girl? If not, step aside. I am here only for her. Boom! The great grandmaster's momentum instantly erupted. The powerful oppression, like the might of heaven and earth, covered the whole mansion. Sheer almost knelt down. This is terrifying. Zhou Ying stood in front of Su Lingxiu, her body tottering, threatening to fall, teeth clenched. She regretted and said, "Miss, I was too careless. I shouldn't have ventured to the inner domain. Aunt Zhou, it's not your fault." Su Lingxiu gritted her teeth and glanced at her master sitting leisurely in the chair. She felt slightly secure in her heart. Master won't ignore this, right? She was a bit uncertain because she hadn't been officially accepted as a disciple yet. Great Grandmaster. Su Yan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was not afraid at all. He coldly smiled and said, "I don't care who you are today, you won't take anyone away." Boom! The golden giant dragon coiled around him, the dragon's might spread. With a clang, the sword was drawn out. The sword intent of mountains and rivers, like a gentle breeze, pervaded the mansion's sky. The man in black's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, "What cultivation technique is this? Why is it so unique?" He felt a special power that he had never heard of, very powerful, very strange. Furthermore, this young man in front of him was already a grandmaster martial artist, a monstrous talent. If this youth happens to be the great grandmaster, I am afraid I am no match for him. That was what the man in black thought. This boy must not be spared. He must be killed. If not, even if he captures Su Lingxiu, the young man's monstrous talent will certainly grow in time to become a great grandmaster. How could he compete with him then? Boom! At this moment, the might of the great grandmaster erupted. This place is an outland, unable to sense nature's spiritual energy. It's a bit of a struggle to fully exert my strength, but to deal with a mere grandmaster, it's as easy as breathing. The man in black raised his hand. A wind-like power emerged from his palm. Boy, even if you are monstrously talented, you are just a mere grandmaster. Early-stage great grandmaster is 10 times stronger than the grandmaster. You're seeking death, I will grant your wish. Boom! With a palm strike, a terrifying palm print fell from the sky, covering Su Yan. Li Xuan raised his brows. The strength of a great grandmaster is 10 times that of a grandmaster martial artist. Looking at it this way, there is almost no chance for a grandmaster martial artist to battle a great grandmaster. However, although I am at the complete innate realm, I am 100 times stronger than those on the same level. Beating a great grandmaster is not a problem at all. Thinking this way, he sat with an indifferent demeanor in the chair. Su Yan's strength is not something an average grandmaster can compare with. This man in black, even though his palm strike can crush an average grandmaster martial artist, trying to kill Su Yan is nothing more than wishful thinking. He didn't make a move now. It's a good occasion to let Su Yan know that the martial arts of inner realm are not useless. His strength is still too weak. He shouldn't be arrogant and conceited, so that he won't be careless and suffer losses once he arrives at the inner domain. Lingxiu watched as the robed figure struck with a terrifying power, as if intending to obliterate Su Yan. Her face turned pale, her eyes filled with panic as she looked toward her master. However, her master remained seated with an unperturbed expression, showing no intention of stepping in. Su Yan's expression was grim. He thrust his sword forward. Its sword chi roared like thousands of rivers surging fiercely, clashing against the incoming palm strike. However, even with the aid of the majestic sword intent, his attack seemed insignificant compared to that horrifying palm strike. The gap in their levels was too great. The power of the man in the black robe was clearly beyond that of an ordinary great grandmaster. Boom! Suyen then unleashed a palm strike of his own. A golden giant dragon with open eyes and immense aura charged forward, descending dragon palm. Boom! The golden giant dragon exploded forth with unrivaled force, charging straight at the descending palm imprint. Rumble, the man in the black robe's gaze hardened. His palm strike failed to eliminate the young man as he had intended. Midair, the terrifying palm imprint shattered. The golden giant dragon also vanished, and the surging sword chi collapsed and disappeared. The residual force from that palm strike hit Su Yan from midair and sent him crashing down. Into the courtyard, senior brother. Startled, Lingxiu quickly rushed over to help him. Su Yan quickly got up, slightly embarrassed but uninjured. Looking at the robed figure in midair, he said solemnly, "I am not his match. If I had fully mastered the innate realm, maybe I could have had a chance at defeating him." At this moment, he discarded his contempt for the inner realm martial arts. The inner realm martial arts are not entirely useless. The power of a great grandmaster is so formidable that even his descending dragon palm's third level and his comprehension of dragon aura and sword Dao were not enough to defeat the opponent. A prodigy like you coming from nowhere is beyond my expectation. It's hard to find a second grandmaster in the inner domain who could withstand my palm strike and survive. Moreover, a young grandmaster like you, I fear such a one may not be found again. The man in the black robe spoke with an icy tone, his killing intent palpable and his aura surging with an even more formidable oppression, as if a divine wrath was pouring down from the sky. "No matter how prodigious you are, you will die today. You leave me no choice, for you should not have gotten involved with certain individuals." Rumble, midair, a dreadful force burgeoned. A gigantic palm seal, far more frightening than before, was revealed. Su Yan showed no fear. He was not the man's match, but his master was there with him. "A reclusive coward like you, what are you strutting around for?" Su Yan responded contemptuously. Lixuan rose from his chair and said, "My apprentice, I've always taught you to humble yourself and be patient. Do you understand now? Just because the inner realm martial arts are weak, you cannot despise everything else. You should know that you are merely a beginner on the path of martial arts, and there are countless warriors far stronger than you." As a martial artist, the biggest taboo is pride and complacency. The biggest error is underestimating one's opponent. No matter what kind of enemy you face, always proceed with caution. When killing an enemy, even beheading them may not guarantee their death. Remember this: when killing an enemy, obliterate their bones, scatter their ashes, erase their spirit, leave no chance for survival, and never give the enemy even a sliver of a chance to escape. Ignoring the black-robed man's intimidating presence and formidable momentum, Li Xuan started to instruct his disciple earnestly. Su Yan, Meng Chang, or even Lingxiu, all were young and hot-blooded. Their strength increased and they felt that the inner realm martial arts were too weak, leading them to look down upon others, becoming careless and complacent. Many powerful individuals met their end due to underestimating their enemies and being careless. Thus, he needed to make his disciples understand the importance of being cautious. To kill your enemy, you must turn them to ashes. Only thus can you truly ensure that your enemy is dead. Never give the enemy, not even a shred of an opportunity to survive. Even if the enemy appears weak and is less powerful than yourself, one must still be cautious and never underestimate them to prevent oneself from capsizing in a ditch. Su Yan and Meng Chang listened respectfully. Lingxiu let out a sigh of relief. Was their master finally going to step in? Should she finally feel safe now? From ancient times, the strong have fallen to the weak due to underestimation and carelessness. The strong, overconfident, were often assassinated by the weak. My apprentices, remember this: never hesitate to completely annihilate any enemy, no matter how weak they may be. Never give them even the slightest chance of survival. The pride of a martial artist isn't in looking down on the weak, but in taking every enemy seriously. Only a martial artist who knows how to turn his enemies to ashes is a true martial artist. Su Yan and Meng Chang listened attentively, their expressions respectful and serious. Besides, their master is imparting his experience in martial arts. This is a rare opportunity. Building upon such invaluable experiences, only then can they establish themselves in the realm of martial arts and make a name for themselves. "Yes, master, I will bear this in mind," Su Yan respectfully replied. "I will bear this in mind." Meng Chang followed suit. I'll remember," Lingxiu said timidly. The enemy above was targeting her. She felt uneasy because she had troubled her master and senior brother. The man in the black robe mid-air, his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Was that young man standing down there the master of the fellow who was fighting just now? How could that be possible? He seemed only a few years older than them. Moreover, he didn't resemble a great grandmaster at all. Since Li Xuan wasn't using any mysterious aura, but rather restraining his power, the black-robed man couldn't sense any signs of a powerful individual from him. Ignoring a great grandmaster, what punishment does that deserve? Today, I will scatter your bones in ashes." The man in the black robe spoke indifferently. Li Xuan looked up at the figure in the black robe and spoke again. "Apprentice, watch closely. I will demonstrate how to defeat enemies of a higher realm. I will use my strength at the innate realm to show you how to retaliate against higher realms." Finally, it was his turn to act. He availed this chance to show his apprentices how powerful he was, how he managed to defeat a higher realm with a lower realm. Perhaps it could enlighten his apprentices, enhance their abilities, and make them understand the power of retaliating against the higher realm. It would also make him stronger. Su Yan and Meng Chong suddenly perked up, their entire beings filled with excitement. How did their master retaliate against the higher realm? Our master is truly remarkable. He is already in existence above all realms in martial arts, yet he chooses not to dominate others with his realm. Instead, he intentionally drops his realm to defeat enemies of a higher realm. Is this the pride of a peerless master? When will I attain the realm of master? Su Yan thought with admiration. Su Lingxiu widened her eyes in surprise. Her master was lowering his realm to demonstrate to her apprentice brothers how to retaliate against the higher realm. How powerful was her master, who had such confidence? That was a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster was 10 times stronger than a grandmaster martial artist. Su Lingxiu had never heard of any grandmaster martial artist who could retaliate against a great grandmaster. Even though her master's martial arts were superior to those of the inner realm martial arts, it was impossible for him to cross this chasm, right? Li Xuan looked at the man in the black robe floating in midair, his eyes indifferent. One arm rested behind his back, emblematic of his contempt. "I'm going full out my power, which is 100 times that of the innate realm. Obliterating that guy above should be a piece of cake, right? To exhibit his unfathomable power to his apprentices. How he retaliate against the higher realm." Li Xuan wouldn't hold back. Just like the saying goes, a lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. He was ready to hit with full strength, and with an unmatched intensity, he would obliterate the great grandmaster above him. "The strength of the inner realm grandmaster is 10 times that of a grandmaster. My power, even if it's discounted, must be 5 or 6 times that of the great grandmaster, right? With 5 or 6 times the strength, my descending dragon palm, coupled with my understanding of the power of the dragon, should easily crush him. As a superior being, he must display a superior demeanor." Thus, Li Xuan said, "Young man, are you ready? Can you withstand my palm strike?" Anger burned in the eyes of the man in the black robe. A young man, was he posing as an old monster? Ha, he was a great grandmaster, viewed as an old monster by ordinary martial artists. "You arrogant fool, let's see how you defeat me." The man in the black robe raised his palms. Palms moving, a terrible force emerged around him. Like a protective shield, it enveloped him. "Come on," he fiercely roared, and with a sweep of his palms, defense and attack were pushed to the extreme. Although he was angry, he still went all in with his attack. At this moment, his real strength as a great grandmaster was revealed. Su Yan and Meng Chong both wore serious expressions. They had underestimated inner realm martial arts. The strength of a great grandmaster should not be underestimated. They could not be careless once they entered the inner realm. Watch carefully, see how your master retaliate against a higher realm. Li Xuan swung one hand in the air while his other hand stayed behind his back. Roar, a golden giant dragon rose into the sky. Its might spread all around as if it was about to tear the sky. The moment the golden giant dragon appeared, the suppression from the great grandmaster disappeared. Only the dreadful might of the golden dragon ripped through the space. At this moment, even the heavens and earth seemed to pale. Gulp, Su Yan gulped down his saliva. The impact of the master's descending dragon palm, performed at the same innate realm, was far more superior than his own. "He's truly our master." Meng Chong was filled with passion, such was the strength of the master's innate realm. It was incredibly strong. Su Lingxiu was amazed. This was her master's strength at the innate realm. Was this the might of retaliating against the higher realm? Why did it feel like it was even more powerful than the great grandmaster? Zhou Ying was dumbfounded. Her young lady's master was indeed formidable. The man in the black robe could only feel numbness. The crisis of death had arrived. The dreadful pressure made it hard for him to breathe. "I have to escape. I must escape." The only thought in his head was to escape. The golden giant dragon demolished his palm's strength effortlessly, like a real dragon had arrived. The dreadful suppression had already enveloped him. At this moment, it was too late for him to escape. Ah. The man in the black robe roared. His aura exploded. At this moment, all his strength poured out. He tried to counter the golden giant dragon. All attempts were in vain. All his attacks and defenses were like paper in front of the dragon. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in the air. A terrifying shock wave swept out, and the man in the black robe exploded under the impact of the golden giant dragon. Boom! The golden giant dragon roared, ignoring any remains, crushed everything into ashes instantly. Just a few traces of ash fluttered in the wind. A great grandmaster, after uttering his last words in life, turned into scattered ashes. Li Xuan withdrew the hand he used to strike, placing it behind his back as if he had just killed a mosquito. The reputation of a great grandmaster is indeed well deserved. My attack just managed to turn him into ashes. If I had used a bit less strength, I might not have been able to reduce him to ashes. He sighed internally. The power of a great grandmaster was indeed strong. Only by using almost all his strength was he able to completely dissolve the enemy into dust. Su Yan had disbelief written all over his face. Was this what his master referred to when he spoke about retaliating against the higher realm? Ended with a single palm strike. Is it really that simple? He would not doubt that his master could suppress others with a higher realm. After all, the master had just revealed the aura of the innate realm. He had thought that his master, going against a higher realm, would at least have exchanged a few blows with the black-robed man before killing him. But instead, it ended with one strike. Moreover, the black-robed man turned into ashes with a single palm strike. Is my master's strength at the innate realm actually this powerful? I'm far behind. Su Yan was filled with shame. Meng Chang was so shocked that he touched his head in disbelief. Is this what the master meant by going against a higher realm? Just one palm strike turned the enemy into ashes. If he didn't know better, he'd think it was a mosquito that got swatted. Su Lingxiu was completely flabbergasted. Is an innate realm martial artist so powerful? This is only the second stage of martial arts, yet a single strike turned the great grandmaster into ashes. How strong is our master really? Li Xuan was quite satisfied with his disciple's expressions, but remained calm, stating, "When I first reached the innate realm, my strength was probably at this level. My students, I don't expect you to reach the same level of strength as I did at the same stage. If you can achieve 50 or 60% of it, I will be content." Boasting without thinking, just releasing the talk. Su Yan was moved, so the reason why my master didn't want to take me as his student is that he thought no matter how hard I practiced, I would never reach his level of strength. Master must have felt that if he couldn't train a student to match or exceed him, it would be better not to have one at all. In the end, he accepted me as his student because he was moved by my sincerity and felt it was a predestined relationship between master and student. It's precisely because he took me in that he came out into the world and decided to take on more students to pass on his martial arts. The more Su Yan thought, the more ashamed he felt. I am too weak. I haven't even reached 50 or 60% of the master's strength at our stage. I must work hard to improve and strive to reach 50 or 60% of the master's strength at the same stage. Su Yan thought firmly. Master, I will definitely work hard to increase my strength, Su Yan declared firmly. Li Xuan didn't know that his disciple had come up with this whole story of his bringing him on as a student. He casually sat down in his chair and said, "Do your best, don't be blindly persistent." His own strength was 100 times that of his peers. No matter how hard his disciple tried, he would never be able to reach 50 or 60% of his strength. Regardless, as his disciple's strength increased, his own strength would also improve, always maintaining a strength 100 times greater than that of his peers. Su Yan was stimulated. He also wants to go against a higher realm and beat great grandmasters to pulp. Even if he can't blow them away with one palm, he would accept being able to do so with a dozen or so strikes. Meng Chang felt the same way, his blood rushing. He was eager to break through the qi and blood realm and train in the great sun golden body. Shocked, Su Lingxiu behaved somewhat coyly as she massaged Li Xuan's shoulders, saying in an adorable voice, "Master, I'm sorry for putting you through trouble. As long as you practice well, there's no such thing as trouble for me." Li Xuan fiddled with the jade rui in his hand and said indifferently, "Master, I want to say." "No need for explanations, just focus on your practice." Li Xuan interrupted. He didn't want to know what kind of trouble Su Lingxiu had gotten herself into. If she asked him for help, should he go or should he not? What if there was a large group of people, dozens of great grandmasters ganging up on him and he couldn't beat them? Wouldn't that hurt his reputation as a mysterious expert? Even if he could, he'd have to put up a fight. Would it ruin his image as a high-ranking person? So he decided to play it safe. Su Lingxiu was deeply moved. The security that came from having such a powerful master as a backing filled her heart. There would no longer be any need to worry about being snatched away one day. "Yes, master, I will definitely work hard in my cultivation, and I will not let you down." Li Xuan nodded his head. "Junior sister, come, tell me who has been bothering you. When I get to the inner domain, I will kill them," Su Yan said with a face full of anger. Yes, when we go to the inner domain, I will help you deal with them." Meng Chang also nodded in agreement. As Su Lingxiu spoke, she clenched her fist and said indignantly, "Good, if you need help, just say it. We can't let anyone bully you." Su Yan nodded in agreement. Warmth enveloped Su Lingxiu's heart. Since she fled from her troubles, other than Aunt Zhou, no one else cared about her. Now she finally felt the warmth of a family. Zhou Ying's eyes turned red. Her mistress was finally safe. With a caring master and elder brother, one day, she could return to the inner domain and kill those people. Zhou Ying knelt before Li Xuan. Li Xuan casually said, "Lingxiu is my disciple. You don't have to do this." Su Lingxiu had monstrous talent. She was able to quickly understand the medical Dan manual, and her cultivation speed was extraordinarily fast. Forget outskirts, even in the inner domain, it would be difficult to find a disciple who was so well suited to practicing alchemy and martial arts. As long as she could contribute to his great martial path, regardless of the trouble that followed her, Li Xuan did not care about it. After all, suitable disciples were hard to find. Whoever troubled his disciple was troubling him, and whoever obstructed his great martial path was his enemy. Li Xuan would never be lenient towards his enemies. As he always said to his disciple, grind them into dust and erase their soul. Zhou Ying still knocked her head 3 times on the ground before getting up. Su Lingxiu held the pill furnace in her hand and said, Master, I'm going to refine pills now. Li Xuan nodded. Go ahead, gain your own understanding, seize the opportunity. Yes, Master. Su Lingxiu was filled with excitement. Su Yan and Meng Chong were also curious. Just how does one refine pills? Junior sister, do you need help? Meng Chong asked. Not for now, I think. Su Lingxiu was unsure. After all, she had never made pills, she had only practiced it in her mind. How she might do it in practice was still an unknown. Sheer also approached them. After cleaning the pill furnace and placing it on the prepared stove, Su Lingxiu contemplated which pill she should refine first. A skin-nourishing pill. She didn't need that. The bone-tampering pill was necessary, but it might not be possible to make it successfully the first time. The materials for pill refining were valuable medicines, and it would be a pity to waste them. After glancing at Sheer, Su Lingxiu had an idea. Sheer seemed to be in the phase of refining his internal organs, but was unable to generate thunderous resonances in his muscles and bones to break through to the blood chi realm. She could refine a blood chi pill, which could help break through to the blood chi realm. It could also strengthen blood chi, aid in cultivation, and restore spent blood chi. For the first pill refining, better to be cautious and not waste the medicine materials. I'll use about a third. As Su Lingxiu thought this, she prepared the necessary materials for the blood chi pill. She ignited the divine fire stone and threw it into the pill stove to preheat the pill furnace. Soon, Su Lingxiu looked at the medicine materials in her hand and hesitated to put in the materials. Should water be added during pill refining? She glanced back at her master, wanting to ask, but she was scared of appearing dull and leaving a bad impression on him. Pill refinement is about extracting the essence and removing the impurities. Will adding water increase impurities? That's not right. If water isn't added and I can't use blood chi since I haven't begun my martial path, won't the materials just dry out? Su Lingxiu was in deep thought, and she felt that the pill refining method she had simulated before seemed to have some issues. Su Yan and Meng Chong had been staring at the pill furnace. They glanced at their junior sister, who hadn't added any materials even though the furnace was heated. Was pill refinement so complicated? The two of them knew nothing about pill refining and could only wait for their junior sister's next move. Since it is about extracting the essence of the materials and removing impurities, naturally the materials should be melted. Moreover, the pill furnace is not a common furnace made of steel. It is a treasure with unique properties. Furthermore, I custom-made this pill furnace specifically for pill refining. Su Lingxiu suddenly understood. She was refining pills, not boiling medicine balls. How could she have overlooked the fact that the pill furnace was a treasure, not a steel furnace? Getting her bearings, she saw that the pill furnace was heated, and the furnace had a hot air current flowing around it. She guessed it was almost ready. The first step for the blood chi pill, add a leaf of 9 leaves yuan zhai and melt it. Following the pill refining method she had comprehended, Su Lingxiu threw a leaf of 9 leaves yuan zhai into the pill furnace and covered it. She lifted her tender white hand to strike the pill furnace to vibrate it and refine the medicine. Second elder brother, use your blood chi to vibrate the pill furnace, slowly but carefully, not forcefully. Seeing Meng Chong squatted beside, she asked him to assist. The eldest brother was in the innate realm. His innate true chi was too strong and she didn't have control over it, hence she asked for Meng Chong's help. All right. Meng Chong was excited. He lifted his hand that was covered in shining golden light and surrounded by blood chi and gently tapped it on the pill furnace. Bang! The pill furnace vibrated slightly after a dull sound. Su Lingxiu could feel the vibrations of the pill furnace and meticulously perceived the changes in it. Second senior brother of the true chi is slightly increasing. Good. Bang! Meng Chong slapped it once again. Su Lingxiu narrowed her eyes slightly, extending her tender white hand to massage the pill furnace, feeling its vibrations, as if she could sense the changes in the herbs within the furnace. The true chi is slightly lighter, Su Lingxiu continued. Once again, Meng Chong slapped the pill furnace with his palm. Following this, Su Lingxiu would occasionally touch the pill furnace and adjust the force based on her feelings, making the slaps on the pill furnace gradually regular. It's ready. After tapping 9 times, Su Lingxiu sensed that the 9-leaf ginseng within the pill furnace seemed to have melted. Senior brother, when I open the lid later, make sure to seal the mouth of the pill furnace. Don't let the medicinal strength evaporate within. No problem, Su Yan nodded enthusiastically. Su Lingxiu lifted the lid of the pill furnace. A strand of true qi sealed the mouth of the pill furnace. She then threw the second herb into the pill furnace. It was a red herb congealed from tiger blood. It's too much trouble to open the lid each time. Let's put the remaining herbs in at once. This being the first time at alchemy, it can be taken as gathering experience. As such, Su Lingxiu thought. She added all the remaining herbs from the prescription into the pill furnace and covered it. She added 3 godfire stones into the furnace to enhance the flames. This time, Su Lingxiu did not ask Meng Chong to strike the pill furnace. She closed her eyes slightly, carefully sensing the furnace. Her pair of tender white hands were constantly tapping it and causing vibrations in the furnace, her force constantly changing. Despite being a magical artifact, the outer surface of the furnace had been scorched by the flames and was hot to touch. Su Lingxiu kept striking at it, and her tender white hands were starting to turn slightly red. Fortunately, she had already completed the skin refining step and could withstand it. Zhou Ying watched with a worried expression, yet she also knew that this was something the young miss had to go through. Only by mastering the skill of alchemy could she truly become a disciple of her senior. Junior sister, let me do it, all right. Meng Chong couldn't help but speak up. Su Lingxiu shook her head. Alchemy cannot be assisted by another. If senior brother is not around, then wouldn't I not be able to perform alchemy? This bit of heat can't hurt me. Meng Chong nodded. Su Lingxiu's words were reasonable. In the courtyard, except for Li Xuan, everyone else had gathered to watch Su Lingxiu's alchemy. Li Xuan was also itching on the inside. He wanted to join in on the excitement too. But he was the master. How could he also go and join in the excitement? Where would his dignity as a strict and highly respected teacher go then? How's the pill refinement coming along? As Li Xuan sensed Su Lingxiu's movements in her alchemy, he felt like a cat clawing at his heart. This third disciple of mine, this girl, should be able to refine the pill right. If not successful this time, then refine a few more times, summarize some experience, and it should be about right. Starting something is the hardest part. Once the refinement is successful, once the art of alchemy is understood, it would be like pushing open a door, and the door to alchemy would truly be opened. The core of a medical martial artist, the art of alchemy, would also come forth. Su Lingxiu lightly tapped the pill furnace, suddenly said, "Lower the flame a little, no problem." Meng Chong took 2 of the burning godfire stones from the furnace and extinguished them in the mud. The flames in the furnace were suddenly reduced. Reduce the flame more. Su Lingxiu spoke again. He took out another godfire stone again. This is the advantage of using godfire stones for refining pills. To increase the flames, add more godfire stones. To reduce the flames, just take out the godfire stones directly. Put out the fire. Su Lingxiu's face was flushed. Alchemy was reaching its final stage. The fire in the furnace was extinguished. All the people were holding their breath, staring at the pill furnace. Su Lingxiu continued to tap the pill furnace. At this moment, the vibrations of the pill furnace became stronger and stronger. Amidst the shaking, faint sounds of something rolling could be heard from inside the pill furnace. The pill, did she succeed in refining? Sweat was oozing from Su Lingxiu's forehead. At this moment, the alchemy was reaching its critical stage. Condensing the pill, because she is not yet a martial artist capable of using true qi, she couldn't use the true qi refining method, so the condensation of the pill completely relied on the pill furnace vibration and her own perception. Plop! Suddenly, the air hole of the pill furnace, under a strike from Su Lingxiu, opened up, and a hot air rushed out. The impurities of the pill were expelled. Su Lingxiu was overjoyed, thinking that the pill furnace she had constructed herself was perfect. She quickly tapped on the pill furnace multiple times. Thud! The pill furnace returned to the alchemy stove. Alchemy is complete, Su Lingxiu announced, clapping her somewhat reddened hands. Quick, open it, let's see. Su Yan rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. If the alchemy was successful, it would mean an auxiliary aid for a martial artist's cultivation, making practice even easier. With the help of the medicinal pills, the strength of his parents and loved ones would also rapidly increase. All right, Su Lingxiu gave the lid of the pill furnace a slap. It popped off with a clang. She tipped the furnace over and 3 medicinal pills fell out. Meng Chong caught them reactively. All eyes were on Meng Chong's hand. The 3 rather dark, uneven pills, rough and not fully round like tiny lumps, lay silently in the palm of his hand. It failed, Su Lingxiu said with frustration. Junior sister, it's already quite good to have formed pills on the first try. Practice a few more times, learn from these experiences, and I believe you'll succeed quickly. Su Yan comforted her. That's right, failure is normal for the first attempt at alchemy. Meng Chong also nodded in agreement. Su Lingxiu picked up one of the pills. Even though it was a failure, it wasn't a complete failure. The pill was still effective. The materials for creating medicinal pills were not cheap. They shouldn't be wasted. She handed the 3 irregular pills to Sheer and said, "Sheer, you've hit a cultivation bottleneck. These 3 pills are for you to consume. They may help you break through. This is precisely why they had to cultivate qi blood pills. Even if the cultivation failed, as long as they didn't spoil completely, they could still be given to Sheer to consume, thus avoiding total waste." Sheer was dumbfounded, looking at the pills in his hand, black and uneven. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He wasn't sure if he should eat them. These failed pills. We can still consume them, right? Yes, they are still pills. They will not be toxic. They are just less potent. Don't waste them. Consume them quickly and let me see the effects. Su Lingxiu urged. This. Sheer made a mournful face. Will this really not be poisonous? Stop dithering. These are pills. Even if they failed, they won't be toxic. They're far better than some random tablets. Don't you trust your sister's words? Meng Chang grabbed Sheer's hand and shoved the pill into his mouth. Sheer was helpless. So it doesn't matter because you're not the one who has to swallow these pills, huh? Su Lingxiu stared at him with wide eyes. Su Yan, Meng Chang, and Zhou Ying were all watching without blinking an eye. How do you feel? Any changes? Su Lingxiu asked. It feels kind of warm. All Sheer could feel was that a sense of warmth spreading as soon as the pill entered his stomach. Quickly, start practicing. You might be able to break through the bottleneck. Su Lingxiu urged. Sheer's spirits lifted at her words. He said, all right, and started practicing without delay. As he started cultivating, he felt as if a surge of chi blood emerged, his body feeling warm and the initially impenetrable bottleneck felt porous suddenly. Sheer was jubilant. Although the pill was a failure, it was still effective. Was he about to break through the chi blood realm? Li Xuan, who had been paying attention all this while, thought Sheer is about to break through. This pill, though unsuccessful, still has some efficacy to help Sheer break through his bottleneck. As expected, thunderous sounds began to emanate from Sheer's muscles and bones, layers of chi blood manifesting from his body. The sounds grew louder and chi blood denser, governed by each passing moment. Su Lingxiu and the others moved away slightly. Zhou Ying looked on with shock. So this is the chi blood realm. It's so strong. Sheer was already much stronger than her just by stepping into the realm. That's chi blood, huh? He's at the 3rd level of martial arts. No, he's even stronger than a common 3rd level martial artist. At this moment, Zhou Ying was shocked. She wanted to switch to practicing martial arts. In the borderlands, she couldn't advance her cultivation any further. And clearly, their senior's martial arts teachings were more superior than those in the inner domain. However, she was already at the 4th level in martial arts and her foundation had almost set. Switching practices wouldn't be easy. Boom! Sheer's body sounded thunderous. His chi blood were like the heavenly abyss. A wave of chi blood burst forth surrounding him. At this moment, he couldn't contain his excitement. He had finally made his breakthrough in martial arts. Medicinal pills really were magical. Even if it was an unsuccessful medicinal pill, it still had such powerful effects. Upon Sheer's entry into the world of martial arts and his breakthrough into the chi blood realm, Su Yan's face was painted with shock. Why so weak? The thunderous rumble of his muscles and bones was much less impressive than when Su Yan was at that stage. His chi and blood resembled the weak force of a Milky Way. Meng Chang held the same opinion. However, Su Lingxiu was awe-stricken. This was true power, the resonating roar of muscles and bones, the chi and blood like a Milky Way, truly extraordinary. It looked as if it packed a punch. Compared to the inner realm martial arts, it felt much more powerful. After Sheer's breakthrough, Li Xuan saw a golden light emerge. Your servant, Sheer, has started practicing the martial arts you invented, and your true chi has had a slight enhancement. The information provided by Golden Finger referred to the martial arts as ones that he had created. As expected, the feedback gained from someone practicing an established cultivation technique was very minimal, and yet Sheer was his servant. If it were a stranger, unrelated to him, not a single feedback would have come from them. True chi really only increased by a little. Li Xuan felt helpless as his Golden Finger feedback truly only inflated his true chi slightly, not even nearly by 10%. So only when my disciples practice the cultivation technique I created would I get substantial feedback. Though the feedback received from others practicing established techniques is minimal, if the quantity is large enough, I should reap some gains. However, Li Xuan knew his core focus should still be on his disciples. Only through their continuous cultivation and advancement could his true power source be established. Sheer has reached the beginning stages of copper bone. This strength seems about right. Li Xuan took a quick glance. Sheer's initial strength was not much different from his initial assessment. Su Lingxiu nodded. Junior sister, are you the heavenly mother? Su Yan looked surprised. The peerless beauty, whom Ku Ruaji had described as a heavenly fairy, was his junior sister. However, Ku Ruaji certainly didn't lie. Junior sister truly boasted incomparable beauty amongst mortals. Yes, why? Su Lingxiu shot her confused gaze at her senior brother. Su Yan's eyes held a peculiar look. When Ku Ruaji first told me. Su Yan didn't hide anything, revealing all that Ku Ruaji had initially said. On hearing this, Su Lingxiu was furious. To think Ku Ruaji wanted to use her to curry favor with Su Yan, apparently without the slightest regard for her status as heavenly mother. How outrageous. Ku Ruaji has grown too audacious. I want to bury him. Su Yan nodded, saying, I always suspected him of being a sly person. Su Lingxiu turned towards Sheer and said, Sheer, you go and capture Ku Ruaji. Yes, heavenly mother. Sheer immediately nodded in agreement. Stop calling me Heavenly Mother. Su Lingxiu glared at him. Yes, Sheer nodded. Having just broken through the Qi blood realm and becoming a real martial artist stirred great excitement in him. He quickly set off immediately to Dong River County in pursuit of Ku Ruaji. After instructing Sheer, Su Lingxiu recommenced her alchemy. The second pot of medicine still hadn't succeeded, but there was progress. After 2 alchemy attempts, Su Lingxiu was directly tired and needed to rest to digest her alchemy experience and perfect her alchemy method. Returning to her boudoir, she flopped onto the bed. Miss Zhou Ying carried a basin of water in, ready to wash Su Lingxiu's face. Aunt Zhou, once I successfully refine the pill and you have entered into martial arts, you could change your cultivation to martial arts. With my pill, you will surely be successful. Su Lingxiu said, okay, I will listen to you. Zhou Ying nodded. Then she looked upset, saying, Miss, this rash return to the inner domain has attracted a great grandmaster. Our whereabouts may have been exposed. Su Lingxiu shook her head, saying, it may not be necessarily exposed. Great grandmasters are prideful and they could capture you and me easily. He probably discovered your whereabouts and followed you here, but others might not know. He has been crushed to death by my master, and even his ashes weren't left behind. Nobody should know that we are in the border wastelands. Zhou Ying was still a little worried and said, I hope you're right. Su Lingxiu said with a smile, what are you afraid of? We have master. Zhou Ying thought about it again. Of course, that senior had an unfathomable aura. Outside of their manor on a small hill, Meng Chang sat cross-legged, holding onto his knife, continuing to nurse it and intermittently practicing the great sun golden body. Li Xuan leisurely walked along the small hill path, with Su Yan respectfully tailing behind. Because of Su Lingxiu, a great grandmaster had attacked, and even though he had been instantly crushed to death, Li Xuan wasn't negligent. It's true that the great grandmasters are prideful and would not hesitate to strike as soon as they discovered their prey. As soon as he found Zhou Ying, he came straight for her, likely not communicating with other people, and thus the likelihood of Su Lingxiu's whereabouts being compromised is low. But he still needed to be prepared for any eventuality. He wasn't afraid of great grandmasters. His real fear was if someone stronger than a great grandmaster showed up. Of course, based on the current information, the inner domain doesn't have any martial artists stronger than a great grandmaster. If there are, they must be old veterans hiding themselves. Su Yan had already reached the minor achievement stage of the innate realm. It's time to teach him the martial art techniques beyond the innate realm. Li Xuan stopped. Disciple, master, Su Yan declared sincerely. He was a little excited inside. His master was about to lecture him on the martial art techniques beyond the innate realm. Yesterday, when you fought against the great grandmaster, what did you learn? Li Xuan asked. Upon pondering, Su Yan replied, Great Grandmaster Virtuoso was really strong. His inner chi was much more robust than a grandmaster. It felt like comparing a stream to a river. And what's more, I felt like the great grandmaster issued a kind of omnipotent aura, like the majesty from heaven. Only after battling the great grandmaster did I realize that inner realm martial arts hold some merit. Today, I will teach you a martial arts cultivation technique that transcends the innate realm. Absorb and understand it well. Once you comprehend the technique and transcend the innate realm, there will be no more bottlenecks for you. Li Xuan turned to face Su Yan and said, Yes, master, Su Yan respectfully replied. Theoretically, the innate realm corresponds to the inner realm's grandmaster realm, and above the innate realm is equivalent to the great grandmaster realm. But remember, never underestimate the inner realm's martial arts. The path of martial arts requires assimilating the strengths of others to remedy your weaknesses, understanding oneself, deciphering the mysteries of heaven and earth, and fathoming the infinite Tao. Only then can you be invincible on the path of martial arts, Li Xuan said solemnly. Su Yan bowed and acknowledged, disciple will follow master's teachings. Li Xuan nodded. He held the jade rui in one hand and his other hand was held behind his back. He stood on the hillside, looking out at the horizon, and slowly said, The innate realm is true detachment from the mundane world and the true entry into the path of martial arts. And transcending the innate realm brings us closer to deciphering the mysteries between heaven and earth. Su Yan was shocked in his heart. Did transcending the innate realm already involve unraveling the mysteries between heaven and earth? Considering the might of the great grandmaster, that formidable aura akin to divine might, is it related to this? He pressed his ears closely to listen. Li Xuan continued, the realm above the innate realm is called the Tongxuan realm. Tongxuan realm. Li Xuan had developed this as the third stage, which he determined after repeated deliberations and taking inner realm cultivation techniques into account. What is Tongxuan? It means understanding the mysteries, and also understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. How to possess the power of Tongxuan? First and foremost is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the foundation of martial arts and the basis for the changes in the mysteries of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy that a human body can absorb is limited, while the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is infinite. To comprehend Tongxuan, we must merge with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, utilizing the spiritual energy around us. All the changes in Tongxuan encapsulate this. Li Xuan elucidated the theory behind Tongxuan realm, word by word. Su Yan was filled with excitement, his mind already picturing the impressive scene of being in the Tongxuan realm. With every move he made, it was like a force of divine power, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be transformed into his power in an instant. If I can break through to the Tongxuan realm, how many great grandmasters in the world would be my match? Demolishing a great grandmaster with one palm is not a just dream. As Su Yan thought about this, he couldn't help but feel invigorated. Li Xuan continued, the innate realm is about refining innate true qi, whereas the Tongxuan realm involves the refinement of true yuan. The evolution and sublimation of true qi will produce true yuan. True yuan gushes like a spring and flows like a river. Su Yan listened silently to his master explain about Tongxuan true yuan. He was already contemplating how to refine true qi into true yuan. Tongxuan true yuan is evolved from innate true qi. To turn true qi into true yuan requires the refinement and sublimation of true qi. Just like the fog that condenses and settles to form droplets of water, the process to refine true qi into true yuan is similar. Li Xuan explained how to metamorphose true qi into true yuan. When true qi is condensed into liquid form, it becomes true yuan. However, refining true qi into true yuan and breaking through to the Tongxuan realm is not a simple task. True yuan gushes like a spring, flows like a river, continuously without end. This is the foundation of the Tongxuan realm. Tongxuan true yuan can merge with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The range at which you can control the spiritual energy depends on the strength of your true yuan. If powerful enough, it is not impossible to control the spiritual energy within a radius of 1 mile. Li Xuan glanced at Su Yan, whose mind seemed to have grasped some understanding of the direction for cultivation. Master, how can true yuan merge with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Su Yan raised his head and asked. Li Xuan smiled slightly and said, assuming that spiritual energy is like fog and true yuan is akin to water, how do you think water can merge with fog? Su Yan was startled. A spark of insight flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have vaguely understood something. Disciple, remember this, Tongxuan, or understanding the mysteries, means understanding the enigma of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy is the basis for this enigma. Only by merging with the spiritual energy and applying it can you understand the origin of the mysteries of heaven and earth. True yuan merging with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can lead to the power of Tongxuan, laying the groundwork for gaining some control over the great power of heaven and earth. Li Xuan further explained the Tongxuan realm. After fully explaining the Tongxuan realm martial arts theory he had compiled to Su Yan, Li Xuan strolled back to his estate. Su Yan was left alone, immersed in understanding. Now he had absolute confidence in Su Yan. The martial arts cultivation techniques of the Tongxuan realm were even more comprehensive than the Qi blood and innate realms, with a more internally consistent theory. Even the Qi blood and innate realms, which only had a vague theory, could be comprehended, let alone the Tongxuan realm, which at least held some substantial content. After all, it was based on martial arts cultivation techniques from the inner domain. With Su Yan's freakish talent, fully comprehending the Tongxuan realm techniques was no issue at all. Now that I've passed the Tongxuan realm onto Su Yan, it's time to prepare for the realm above Tongxuan. How should one practice after Tongxuan? How should I design it to best link up with reasonable progression in theory? Back at the estate, Li Xuan sat in a chair and started pondering. He picked up the inner domain martial arts cultivation techniques written by Xiling Feng and his partner again, reading once more in search of inspiration for the next realm. However, the techniques written by these two only went up to the Grandmaster realm, and nothing more. Qi blood realm cultivates Qi blood, innate realm cultivates true Qi, Tongxuan realm cultivates true Yuan, so what should the next realm cultivate? Li Xuan fell into deep thought. On the hillside, after Su Yan had memorized the cultivation method of the Tongxuan realm, he sat cross-legged, sucking in and expelling nature's spiritual energy for cultivation. At the same time, he began to attempt intuiting the mysteries of nature's spiritual energy. He hoped to achieve a keen understanding of the cultivation methods of the Tongxuan realm. No, suddenly Su Yan had a realization. Tongxuan realm, where true Yuan merges with the universe, but how does one merge? Just like the master's metaphor, how does water merge with fog? Although I have cultivated innate true Qi, do I truly understand true Qi? Do I truly understand the mysteries contained within true Qi? True Yuan is the transformation of true Qi, so if I don't even understand true Qi, how can I transform it into true Yuan? Upon this thought, Su Yan withdrew his consciousness and began wholeheartedly feeling his true Qi. In the Qi blood realm, I used the method of roasting meat to enhance my control over Qi blood, so how should I enhance my control over true Qi? Suddenly, Su Yan realized that he should indeed improve his control over true Qi. Only then can he understand the mysteries of true Qi better. I used the method of roasting meat to master chi blood, enhancing my control over it and understanding its essence. Is it feasible to roast meat with true chi? No, true chi is too powerful. Roasting meat is too easy, and it certainly won't help improve my control over true chi, much less understand its mysteries. Su Yan fell into deep thought. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the small village in the mountains, reminiscent of his initial attempts to comprehend cultivation techniques. He lifted his hand, and the true chi transformed into a golden dragon about a meter long in the palm of his hand. Looking at the golden dragon in his hand, Su Yan intended to split the dragon into two. However, he suddenly found that he couldn't even split a small amount of true chi. Before the golden dragon had split into two, the true chi lost its shape. The golden dragon disintegrated. At that moment, his eyes lit up as if he had found a way to improve his control over true chi. Boom, powerful true chi burst out, and a gigantic golden dragon soared into the air. With one thought, the dragon split into two, then three, then four, until there were 18 dragons. I can easily split my vast true chi, but I couldn't control a small amount of true chi, nor could I split it at will. Su Yan became excited. I need to split my true chi into smaller and smaller parts, splitting them until I can divide a strand of true chi into 8 or 10. Having grasped the method, Su Yan became even more enthusiastic. From each of the 10 fingers on both his hands, a stream of true chi emanated. He began researching how to split, and after splitting, how to split again, even learning how to interweave the true chi together while keeping them separate without fusing into one. When I fully comprehend the mystery of true chi, that will be when I understand the method of Tongshuan. When I reach the perfect innate stage and break through to the Tongshuan realm, it will naturally come to fruition. Su Yan was extremely excited, throwing his body and soul into splitting the true chi. Through this process, he sought to grasp and understand the essence of true chi. When Su Lingxiu finished her rest, she was ready to start alchemy again. At this time, Sheer came carrying Ku Ruaji with him. Outside the manor within the forest, Su Lingxiu was digging a hole to bury Ku Ruaji. Ku Ruaji, you've really crossed the line. When I agreed to be the Heavenly Mother, we made a deal. You would provide the resources I needed and I would use my medical skills to treat the poor. You promised me. You spread this information to win over the people. You even dared to use me for such manipulation. How audacious of you. At this point, Ku Ruaji was completely panicked. Seeing the hole getting deeper, he hurriedly defended himself. Heavenly Mother, it was a necessity. In order to assist our cause, I had to lie. I did not really mean to use you. And moreover, Heavenly Mother, you are so powerful, how could I possibly exploit you? Su Lingxiu laughed coldly. Do you think I would believe that? Ever since I first met you, I knew you were a crafty one. If it weren't for the desire to get more treasures and to stay well informed regarding the Heavenly Mother sect, why should I agree to be the Heavenly Mother? When she initially agreed to be the Heavenly Mother, apart from securing her footing, it was also related to the sect's extensive network that allowed her to get a grasp on the information about Qi country and Wu country. The Heavenly Mother sect provided her with all kinds of medicinal herbs which fulfilled her needs, and she used her medical skills to treat the poor, allowing the sect to propagate their doctrines and win over the people. As for the rebellion, Su Lingxiu wasn't really bothered. She just wanted to seek refuge in this wasteland. Considering the capacity of the Heavenly Mother sect, neither Qi nor Wu countries were facing any significant turbulences, making it impossible to achieve anything or stir up any troubles. Heavenly Mother, Su Yan is truly a genius. In this world apart from him, no one else deserves you. I did this for your own good. Ku Ruaji was becoming increasingly panicked. Su Lingxiu let out a cold laugh. Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? The hole had been dug. Sheer, throw him in. Without a word, Sheer picked up Ku Ruaji and tossed him into the hole. Ku Ruaji glared at Sheer. That damned bastard not only didn't plead for him, but also acted ruthlessly. Su Lingxiu began to bury him at a fast pace. Ku Ruaji was pale with fright. She was actually going to bury him alive. Heavenly Mother, spare my life. I won't dare do it again. I was only deceiving Su Yan, not you. You have to believe me. Su Lingxiu filled up the hole quickly. Her skillful movements made Sheer shudder. How many people had she buried to display such proficiency? He recalled the rumors about Su Lingxiu admonishing evil people to cease their evil-doing. At least several dozens of them were buried by her. Sheer, plead for me. Ku Ruaji implored in a panic. Seeing Su Lingxiu's determined eyes, Sheer closed his mouth tightly and didn't even dare to utter a word. If he pleaded for Ku Ruaji and upset Su Lingxiu, he might not get any more pills in the future. The soil was now up to Ku Ruaji's neck. He started to panic and racked his brain for a way to survive. The Divine Fire Stone. Who will mine it if I die? The existing Divine Fire Stone mine is nearly exhausted, and only I know about the new one. He cried out in a hurry. Su Lingxiu paused, looking at him. You know, a new Divine Fire Stone mine. Yes, I discovered it by chance. It has a much larger deposit. Ku Ruaji hurriedly nodded. Su Lingxiu hit his head with the shovel and said, from now on, your life is mine. You're responsible for the divine fire stone, understand? Understood. Kuriwaji nodded hastily. Su Lingxiu took out a dark red pill and gave it to Sheer. Feed him. All right, Sheer nodded. Under Kuriwaji's furious glare, he forced his mouth open, stuffed the pill in, and made Kuriwaji swallow it. This is a heart-melting pill. It acts once every half a year. Without the antidote, it will gradually dissolve your heart until you die after a fortnight. The agony, well, I need not say more. Su Lingxiu smirked. Kuriwaji's face turned pale. I'm a martial artist and a medical one at that. I have my ways. So it's better if you don't lie to me and make sure to carry out the tasks I've given you or else. Humph. Su Lingxiu picked up her shovel and walked back towards the manor. Heavenly Mother, please let me out. Kuriwaji cried out desperately. Sheer, remember to dig Kuriwaji out after 24 hours, Su Lingxiu instructed. After returning to the manor, an excited Su Lingxiu resumed her alchemy practice. The supply of divine fire stones was finally settled. Deciphering the problem of fuel for alchemy was the main issue, apart from the herbal ingredients. It's a pity there's no spiritual medicine in this wilderness, Su Lingxiu sighed. Pills concocted out of spiritual medicine had impressive effects and were potent even in the innate realm. Before starting alchemy, Su Lingxiu picked up a draft book to review the conclusion of previous alchemical practices and some new ideas. Then she started the fire and began the alchemy. Zhou Ying was waiting by her side. Sheer was also excitedly waiting for the pill to be developed. A few days later, after Su Lingxiu finished her cultivation, she immersed herself in alchemy. Though she had not yet succeeded in creating the Qi blood pill, her knowledge of alchemy was greatly refined. The failed pills were all given to Sheer to ingest. No waste was allowed. Sheer was brimming with excitement, feeling his vitality increasing at a much quicker pace. Occasionally, Su Yan and Meng Chang would return from the hillside to watch Su Lingxiu practicing alchemy. Several days passed without another attack from a great grandmaster. Zhou Ying finally sighed in relief. His whereabouts had not been exposed. One day, Li Xuan watched Su Lingxiu, who was cultivating, and fell deep into thought again. Something seems off. She's almost tempering her bones into gold. Su Lingxiu's pace of cultivation was beyond expectation. Now the courtyard in the mansion no longer felt barren, rather. It was planted with various flowers and trees, and blossoms were blooming, releasing gentle floral fragrances. All of these were planted by Su Lingxiu. Could this girl possess some sort of unique physique? Li Xuan had a sudden thought as he saw Su Lingxiu practicing among the flowers. Moreover, this unique physique might perfectly match the cultivation of alchemy and martial arts, which is why her cultivation speed is so fast. Li Xuan felt this possibility was rather high, studying medicine at 4, healing people at 6. Thinking about Su Lingxiu's freakish talent in medicine made him marvel. After finishing her cultivation, Su Lingxiu continued her alchemy. The success of alchemy should be imminent. The alchemy should be realized soon. Li Xuan was hopeful. 3 days later, Su Lingxiu started a new round of alchemy confidently, still aiming to refine qi and blood pills. Su Yan and Meng Chang had both returned to watch their junior sister's alchemy. According to her, she would definitely succeed this time. The fire made from divine stones was ignited, the furnace heated. After repeated summaries and practice, Su Lingxiu's alchemical process had become incredibly proficient. She put the medicinal materials into the pill furnace, sensing its temperature, and rhythmically clapped her hands. The energy shook the furnace, her motions following a consistent rhythm and pattern. It was an alchemic technique that she had formulated through repeated iterations. Finally, the alchemy process reached its last stage, the pill condensation phase. This time, it'll definitely be a success. Su Lingxiu clenched her petite fists in anticipation. Pop. The cover of the pill furnace was opened, and 3 pills poured out upon tilting the furnace. Su Yan and Meng Chang excitedly gathered to see the fruits of Su Lingxiu's labor. Laying on Su Lingxiu's delicate hand was a lumpy black pill, while the other 2 were smooth, chestnut-colored pills emitting a faint fragrance. She did it. Congratulations, junior sister, on the successful refining of runes. Su Yan and Meng Chang excitedly exclaimed. Hee, finally I did it. Su Lingxiu jumped up, her face filled with excitement, her cheeks rosy. After carelessly tossing the failed pill to Sheer, she carried the 2 successful pills and ran cheerfully to her master. The moment Su Lingxiu successfully refined the pill, Li Xuan, who was sitting in the chair, saw a golden light appearing. He immediately got excited. Your disciple Su Lingxiu realized alchemy. You created and mastered the pill refining process, culminating in the base level of the enhancement process. In his mind, the concept of alchemy surfaced. However, this was simply the basic alchemy. The basic alchemy represents that there is still room for improvement. A thought suddenly occurred to Li Xuan, the 3rd disciple of mine. Her understanding of alchemy contained only the basics and was in its primary phase. What I acquired, however, is a complete set. If I pass on the full alchemy tome and my basic understanding of alchemy to her, would she be able to utilize it to comprehend a higher level of alchemy in medicine? If that's possible, wouldn't I be able to repeatedly benefit from this knowledge using Golden Finger? Upon conceiving this idea, Li Xuan grew increasingly convinced that it was worth a try. The alchemical tome and alchemy, after all, were different from the laws of martial arts. Once the disciples grasped their respective techniques after realizing them, there was no need for further teaching. However, the alchemical tome and alchemy were different. Su Lingxiu had only a rudimentary understanding of these, while he possessed a complete and flawless comprehension of alchemy. If imparted to the disciple, it could save her time in solidifying her grasp over alchemy, enabling her to quickly study and achieve superior alchemical and medical integration abilities. Perhaps this could work. Li Xuan felt a wave of excitement. If this could work, he would be able to continually reap benefits from Golden Finger by increasing his grasp over the alchemical laws, aside from the standard cultivation methods. Su Lingxiu, brimming with excitement, came over to him. Her eyes sparkled, making it impossible to hide her joy and excitement. She opened her delicate little hand and said, "Master, I successfully refined the Qi blood pill." Looking at the two brownish-red pills in the delicate white palm, Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Good job. The fact that you managed to understand the basic alchemy in such a short period of time makes me proud. From today onwards, you are officially my disciple." On gaining Master's approval and truly stepping into the door of the Master, becoming the disciple of the Master without fear of being expelled, Su Lingxiu finally put her worried heart at ease. "Now that you have grasped the basics of alchemy, let the Master show you a trick today." Li Xuan revealed his smile. It's time to showcase his immense strength again. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxiu was instantly excited. The Master was going to perform alchemy. Su Yan and Meng Chang were also full of anticipation. The Master was actually going to perform alchemy personally. Li Xuan raised his hand and an alchemy furnace flew over. "Today, the Master will demonstrate to you how the basics of alchemy work." "Yes, Master." Su Lingxiu stared at the pill furnace with her bright eyes wide open. "Let's refine qi in blood pills." As Li Xuan spoke, he reached out and grabbed the exact quantity of ingredients needed to make a qi in blood pill. With his left hand holding the pill furnace, his true qi emerged, much like a flame. In no time, the furnace was red hot. With the ingredients tossed into the furnace, Li Xuan sat on his chair without standing up. The pill furnace hovered mid-air, surrounded by true qi, spinning as the alchemy process began. Shock was clearly visible on Su Lingxiu's face. Was this the basic alchemy? At that moment, she felt embarrassed. She hadn't even comprehended the basics of alchemy. Watching the Master perform alchemy, it was like watching the flow of clouds and water, casual yet elegant, as if it was done effortlessly. Moreover, the Master sat leisurely on his chair. Su Yan and Meng Chang were equally shocked. Was basic alchemy this magical? Then how would a more advanced alchemy be like? They couldn't even dare to imagine. Xir and Zhou Ying had their eyes wide open and they couldn't close them. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Seeing the expressions of his disciples, Li Xuan inwardly felt smug. This was his Master's strength. Bang! The lid of the pill furnace opened and 12 pills flew out. Li Xuan beckoned and the pills flew into his hand. His round and bright pills were filled with the rich fragrance of medicine, which far surpassed those refined by Su Lingxiu. He waved his hand and the pill furnace returned to the pill stove. "Did you understand?" He looked at Su Lingxiu and asked. "I remember the technique. However, since I am not yet proficient in martial arts, I cannot replicate your actions." Su Lingxiu said, blushing. "Don't just memorize the technique. What I demonstrated was not solely the method, but the mystery and philosophy within the alchemy. You must comprehend that. Grasp the meaning, not only the form." Li Xuan solemnly instructed. "Imitating blindly can't help one to improve their alchemy technique, can it?" "Yes, Master, I understand," Su Lingxiu said respectfully. Li Xuan casually handed the qi and blood pill to Su Yan. He needed these pills and could give them to his parents and relatives as a cultivation aid. As for Meng Chang, his qi and blood were almost perfected, and he didn't need help from the pills. "Now that I have demonstrated the technique to you, I will pass on the basics of alchemy and the treasure manual of Dan medicine for you to remember." Having shown his skills, Li Xuan began to instruct Su Lingxiu on the basics of alchemy and the treasure manual of Dan medicine. There are only a few godfire stones left for alchemy. Xir went to urge Ku Riwaji to replenish them. Zhou Ying was busy cleaning up the courtyard of the estate and watering the flowers planted by Su Lingxiu. Su Yan had taken the pill back home, while Meng Chang headed to the slope to continue his knife cultivation process. Li Xuan sat on his chair and began to pass on to Su Lingxiu the treasure manual of Dan medicine and the basics of alchemy. The treasure manual of Dan medicine had many formulas for Dan medicine. It also had clearly labeled theories on how to combine formulas. This could provide inspiration for Su Lingxiu to comprehend the way of Dan medicine. After passing on the medical Tao scripture and the basic alchemy technique to Su Lingxiu, she began concocting other pills, each with a slightly different process. After all, alchemy is based on experience, and not every attempt is successful. This inevitably leads to substantial consumption of medicinal herbs. Ordinary people really can't afford to cultivate the medical Dao martial arts. Li Xuan sighed deeply. Cultivation of medical Dao martial arts is destined to be difficult for the poor. Even the consumption of herbs and concocting pills is unaffordable. Su Lingxiu started making bone refining pills, which is a pill she could use. She also started to store qi and blood pills for Zhou Ying who wanted to switch to martial arts cultivation. First, one must induce qi and blood, which can only be done with the help of qi and blood pills, to enhance qi and blood and induce skin and bone refinement. Sheer sulked at the fact that nearly all the successfully concocted qi and blood pills didn't belong to him. Only the half-wasted qi and blood pills were available to him. The cultivation speed at the qi blood stage began to slow down. To obtain qi and blood pills, he had to find the herbs required for concocting qi and blood pills. Su Lingxiu clearly told him that she would give him a discount. 3 portions of herbs were needed to refine a batch of qi and blood pills. Li Xuan exclaimed, "Alchemists really do get rich easily. If Su Lingxiu were in the inner domain, she would not have to worry about herbs. People would come to the door and ask her to concoct pills. It's difficult to get started in the medical Dao martial arts without substantial wealth. However, once you have mastered alchemy, it becomes easier. It is enough to obtain the herbs you need through alchemy. Let's see how effective the bone refining pill is." Su Lingxiu held a recently concocted bone refining pill in her hand and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved in her mouth and a warm current flowed into her body, covering her bones, a slightly numb sensation came. She operated the bone refining technique and began to refine her bones. The bone refining pill's effect is good. The speed of bone refining has increased by about 50. If we use spiritual herbs, the effect might be even more astonishing. Su Lingxiu was excited. Golden bones. After one pill, she broke through the bottleneck and entered the golden bone refining stage. She's progressing so fast. Li Xuan sighed in wonder, increasingly suspecting that Su Lingxiu might have a special constitution. On the hillside, Meng Chang's eyes were partially closed, one hand around his sword hilt, his qi and blood circulating, continually enhancing the Dari golden bell shield. He was not far from reaching perfection in the qi blood stage. Thump, thump. His mind was focused, sensing his inner self as well as the divine sword. At one point, he seemed to notice the sword vibrating slightly. An illusion, Meng Chang continued to nourish his sword, and suddenly he once again felt the vibration of the sword. However, the hand gripping the hilt did not sense any vibration from the sword. Thump, thump. Sensing his heartbeat, he once again sensed the vibration of the divine sword, as if it originated from his heartbeat. The heart nurtures the sword resonates with the heart. Meng Chang was overjoyed. Could it be that he was about to succeed in nurturing his sword? Can't be distracted, can't be arrogant, can't be lax, calm and composed. His mind gradually calmed down, concentrating his thoughts, understanding himself, feeling his own pulse beating, feeling his heart thumping and the circulation of qi and blood. Gradually, the sensation of the sword vibrating continued to emerge in his mind, becoming clearer and slowly aligning with his heartbeat, as if it wanted to resonate with it. "I feel like it's almost there." Meng Chang quietly muttered to himself. Wu country, endless mountains. After Meng Chang's display of power, a wave of people in Wu country started to seek the help of experts. The number of martial artists entering the endless mountains started to increase, including members of the Wu royal family and various ministers' descendants. The first ones to enter the endless mountains were undoubtedly the famous seniors of Wu country's martial arts world, Senior Wu and his 2 disciples. In a secluded valley in the endless mountains, where the dense woods let in no sunlight, the strangest thing was that not a single bird or insect could be heard. Inside this eerily quiet valley, on the dangerous mountainside, there was a crack as though it had been slashed by a sword, going deep into the mountain and out of sight. Deep, dark, cold. It seemed as if there was a cold wind blowing out from the crevasse. Senior Wu and his disciples were making their way through the crevasse. One disciple in front, one disciple behind, and he walked in the middle, his eyes filled with excitement and regret. It was a matter of over 80 years ago. He was being hunted down by his enemies and took refuge in the endless mountains. Accidentally, he came to this valley and hid in this crevasse and sneak attacked the enemies who came after him. He was also gravely injured. After he climbed into the crevasse, he found a strange vine. The blood that flowed from his body dripped onto the vine. The vine absorbed the blood, and the fruit hanging from the vine gradually turned rosy and emitted a tempting fragrance. He was losing too much blood and was dizzy. He snatched the fruit and ate it in desperation. After eating, he fell into a coma. When he woke up, he found the vine had withered, but he was full of strength. His mind was clear even without sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. He knew he encountered a great opportunity and ventured further into the crevasse. However, after going about 100 meters, a cold wind blew from the bottom of the deep, bottomless crevasse. It seemed like a demon was opening its mouth, waiting for him to step in willingly. In such an environment, he was scared and recoiled. More than 80 years had passed, and he was well over 100 years old. His vitality was still strong. Having become a respected veteran in Wu country's martial arts circles, he owed it all to that one fruit found so long ago. He had returned here again, but he never found another fruit. Each time, he dared not venture too deep into the mountain crevice. The emergence of Meng Chong made him realize that he might have missed a great opportunity in the past, and so he brought two of his disciples along with him this time. 100 feet into the crevice, a cold wind blew from within, causing one to shiver involuntarily. The darkness, depth, and complete silence within the mountain crevice was terrifying enough that one would shudder with fear if they were to traverse it alone. Master, should we keep moving forward? The disciple in the front took out a luminous pearl, lighting up the dark crevice. In the soft glow of light ahead, the mountain crevice seemed to be ready to swallow people up. When I was young, I missed this great opportunity out of fear. Do you also want to miss your chance? Think about the power of Meng Chong. Don't you want to be like him? Senior Wu spoke in a deep voice. Master is right. The disciple gritted his teeth and continued forwards. The crevice began to slope downwards, growing deeper and more frigid than before. The cold wind became more intense. The temperature kept dropping. Just when all three of them, poised on the edge of surrender and overwhelmed by fear, were about to retreat, suddenly a faint light appeared ahead. Quick, we're almost there. Our chance is coming, Senior Wu exclaimed joyfully. The three of them hurried forward and came to the source of the light, discovering it was a cave. In the center of the cave, there was a pool. The pool emitted a faint silver glow, illuminating the cave. What is this? Around the pool grew some silver-colored grass, an enchanting sight. The stone walls of the cave bore faint inscriptions as if something was carved onto them. Are those martial arts cultivation techniques? Could the water in this pool be some kind of treasure? Senior Wu excitedly walked into the cave. The two disciples were equally thrilled about the discovery. They arrived at the edge of the pool and observed several sprigs of silver grass. They were clearly extraordinary herbs. The water in the pool, radiating a silver light, was beautiful and hazy, a real treasure. Master, when I was young, I read in a novel about a certain spiritual water that can cleanse the body and rejuvenate someone. Could this be it? As the disciple spoke, he stripped off his clothes and walked naked into the pool. Seeing this, the other disciples quickly followed, immersing themselves in the water. Master, come and join us. We feel so energized in this water. It's amazing, one of the disciples called out. Senior Wu scolded them, you fools. The best way to use this spiritual water is to drink it. Isn't soaking in it just polluting the water? Both disciples stiffened instantly, their minds seemingly blank. Young people, Senior Wu sighed and shook his head. He was about to undress himself to take a soak, the idea of the water's rejuvenating properties enticing him. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Something was not right. The disciples were freeze in place, their eyes bewildered as if they were dazed. As an experienced veteran who had narrowly escaped death many times in the past, he did not hesitate at all and turned to the cave exit, sprinting towards it. He moved with agility and vigor, not betraying his age at all. However, with a thump, a large stone fell and blocked the exit of the cave. Fear gripped Senior Wu's heart. He turned back and was horrified at what he saw. In the pool, numerous white, almost transparent worms were burrowing into his disciples' bodies. The sound of them hissing was audible as they visibly drained the life out of the disciples, leaving their bodies withered. In the end, only their clothes remained, their hair had vanished as well. Gulp, his face turned deathly pale. The horrifying sight made his skin felt numb. The small, transparent worms crawled out from the pool and began to fuse together into one larger organism. What formed was a strange, blood-red worm visible through transparent skin. The worm, with neither visible eyes nor mouth, began to inch towards Senior Wu. Senior Wu's expression turned stern. He drew his sword and slashed at the worm, but in the blink of an eye, the worm vanished. He only felt a sharp pain in his brow, as if something had burrowed into his head, causing his consciousness to become chaotic, as though his being was being swallowed whole. He tried to utter a sound, but only gasps were coming out of his open mouth. It was you who ate my bait, left outside, but refused to come in, causing me to be trapped here, unable to leave. Senior Wu's pupils contracted as a cold voice surfaced in his mind. The last trace of his consciousness, trembling with fear, asked, "Who are you? Spare me, Senior. You deserve to die for eating my bait, but refusing to come in, causing me to be trapped here." Cold voice full of fury interrupted him. You're so old now, yet you still came. You are quite pathetic indeed, your body almost reduced to a carcass. The surviving consciousness of Senior Wu, my disciple is young, Senior. He felt a bit aggrieved. If they were particular about age, why target him? His disciple was young, wasn't he? Blood food has not eaten my bait and is not suitable. He. The chilling voice started to laugh. Senior Wu's last bit of consciousness disappeared completely. The collapsed Senior Wu twitched once before standing upright, his eyes now becoming cold and full of fury. How can such an old and feeble body be of use? How can I recover my strength? He moved his feeble body. On Senior Wu's face appeared an expression of helplessness. He looked at the pool of water and jumped in. It seemed as though he was mobilizing his cultivation technique. After a long while, he opened his eyes, full of unwillingness. Damn it, this place is a wilderness, devoid of heavenly earth Lingji, unable to sense the spiritual energy of nature to cultivate. The silver glow of the pool water gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. Rising from the pool, he contemplated for a moment, picked up a silver grass and swallowed it directly, then started operating his cultivation technique, finally recovered a bit of strength. Looking at the remaining silver grass, he plucked another one and swallowed it down. 2 plants nearly reaching the limit. Senior Wu, helpless, took out the remaining few silver grass plants. Only then did he close his eyes. Consciousness is in chaos, not much left. Wu country, a well-known figure in the martial arts world. What's this? Suddenly Senior Wu's eyes brightened. Ha, heavens haven't forsaken me, blood spirit child. In this barren land, there's actually such a physically powerful person. Blood spirit child burst out laughing. That young man has such a robust body. If I devour his flesh and blood, this old body of mine will turn young again, increasing hereditary aptitude. As long as I return to the inner domain, lay low for some time, I should be able to restore my old cultivation. Blood spirit child was extremely excited. In the corner of the cave, he dug out an old brown knife with saw teeth on its back. My precious knife has turned lackluster. How many years has it been? Blood spirit child sighed. Swinging his knife to open the entrance stone of the cave, he walked into the crevice between the mountains, his excited voice echoing inside. Young man, you're the cornerstone of my blood spirit child's comeback, as long as I devour you. Damn it, his consciousness is cluttered in his old age. I wasn't able to fully access his memory. What was the young man's name? Where does he live? Once I'm out, I'll go to Wu country. I'm a respected figure in the martial arts world. I can get the information by asking around. Ha, wait for me everyone. Blood spirit child will surely make you live in fear once again. Blood spirit child walked out of the deathly silence of the wilderness, making his way towards the endless mountains, where he encountered people from Wu country who were on their way to seek a skilled individual in the mountains, Senior Wu. On seeing him, the people of the martial world quickly paid their respects. The bastard is quite famous. Blood spirit child sneered contemptuously. The martial artists who were paying their respects paused for a moment, feeling something off about Senior Wu. Become my blood food. With a swift swung of his saw-toothed knife, blood spirit child instantly killed the martial artists, swallowing their blood and essence with a cold, chilling power. Bleh, too disgusting, not eating anymore. I'll eat the robust young man. Blood spirit child spat a few times. Continued walking outwards. After devouring the young man, I'll have to find a way to split off from the blood worm, otherwise I'm merely occupying this body in the state of a goo creature. Bumping into a few more martial artists, he caught them single-handedly, coldly asking, do you know where the robust young man is? What's his name? The faces of the martial artists turned pale, filled with fear. It seemed Senior Wu had changed. He's named Meng Chong. We don't know where he is. Meng Chong. Blood spirit child remembered the name, then raised his knife again. You don't know where he is, then you can die. In the capital city of Wu country, once again, excitement erupted in the wake of Meng Chong. The ministers were terrified, and the Emperor of Wu's face was deathly pale. Senior Wu, a martial artist with a powerful reputation, unexpectedly broke into the imperial palace alone, cutting a long trench within the palace with a single stroke of his sword, intimidating both the ministers and the Emperor of Wu. The imperial guards within were all trembling in fear, none daring to step forward. Even the disciple of Senior Wu was hiding in the distance at the moment, as he noticed something seemed off about his master. In the court, the blood spirit child crushed a hapless minister to death with a casual squeeze of his hand, then sat on the emperor's throne. His jagged-edged blade was leaned against the foot of the throne while the Emperor of Wu stood, white-faced, in front of a group of ministers. This Senior Wu seemed far more dangerous than Meng Chong, capable of killing at any moment. You are the Emperor of Wu country, the blood spirit child asked, looking down at the Emperor of Wu. Yes, what can I do for you, Senior Wu? The Emperor of Wu responded nervously. He felt pacified inside his heart, as a supreme ruler of a nation was waiting like a servant for his master's order. Find someone for me. His name is Meng Chong. I want you to bring him to me. His mouth spread into a smirk, the blood spirit child said. The Emperor of Wu sighed in relief and quickly said, no problem, I'll find him immediately. I've long been dissatisfied with Meng Chong's lack of respect. Senior Wu, please wait for a few days. He will soon come to the capital city of Wu country. Standing up, the blood spirit child said, very well, I'll wait for your news. If you fail to bring him, you will all become blood food. Although it tastes a bit off, it's better than nothing. With those words, the blood spirit child strolled past the Emperor of Wu, casually crushing another unlucky minister to death as he made his departure. The Emperor of Wu sat on the floor, completely drained, and all the other ministers did the same. Once almighty, ever since the matter with Meng Chong, everything seemed to have changed. Today was even worse. The life of the emperor was at great risk. All the ministers felt unutterably oppressed. In the face of absolute power, so-called authority seemed to be faintly vulnerable. Retire. The chief eunuch hastily dismissed the ministers. Helping the Emperor of Wu up, Your Majesty, what should we do? Find Meng Chong, inform Meng Chong, tell him I have a favor to ask him to visit the capital city, the Emperor of Wu said through clenched teeth. If Meng Chong didn't come, the consequences would be unimaginable. And he knew, given Meng Chong's character, if he heard that he needed help, he would definitely come. Tell Meng Chong there's a martial arts master in the capital city of Wu. The Emperor of Wu then said in a low voice after a pause, but we don't know where Meng Chong is. The chief eunuch said with a worried expression, let the Heavenly Mother's Church send the message. The martial arts world has its own way of transmitting information. The Emperor of Wu thought for a moment and then spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The chief eunuch complied and passed on the order. The imperial palace of Wu country, a secluded palace. The Emperor of Wu came again, entering the ancient stone house. You said it was impossible to cultivate here, but why are martial artists appearing one after another? After a while, a mysterious voice echoed within the stone house. Haha, you want to deceive me again. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I won't be fooled. The Emperor of Wu took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, I did not lie to you. A well-known martial artist from my Wu country came to the palace today to find another martial artist. His power is terrifying, and he even sucks blood. The stone house fell into silence. After a long while, the mysterious voice once again echoed, really, you're not lying, I can swear. There's no reason. In the remote area of Taking, the heavenly earth Lingji is dead. How could there be martial artists? If the heavenly earth Lingji was restored, I would have already come out. The mysterious voice muttered to itself, pass on the cultivation technique to me and I'll give it a try. Even if it's really impossible to cultivate, you won't lose anything. The Emperor of Wu took the opportunity to say, haha, I knew it, you want to deceive me, they're all liars, sobbed, they're all liars, a bunch of liars. How can there be so many liars in the world? The mysterious voice was again somewhat frantic. The Emperor of Wu frowned, leaving empty-handed once more. I didn't lie to you. I swear that a martial artist has appeared. Liar, sob liar, I won't be fooled, I definitely won't be fooled, I'm so smart, I won't be fooled. You can think about it. In fact, passing a bit of a lower-level technique, or even just a basic cultivation technique would also be fine. I really didn't deceive you, there really is a martial artist. The Emperor of Wu sounded a bit like he was begging. However, the mystery voice ignored him and continued saying, liar, they're all liars. Emperor Wu left the stone house reluctantly and helplessly. Meng Chong felt the tremor of his precious blade, almost in sync with his heartbeat. Whenever he held the hilt, it was as if he were connected by flesh and blood. It seemed as though the blade was a part of his body, and it seemed this blade had been forged by his own efforts, infusing it with consciousness, giving it a soul. It's almost time. Meng Chong had an intuition that the day of pulling out the sword was not far away. The day the sword reveals itself will be the day of the awakening of the sword spirit. I can feel that under my nurturing, this blade is imbued with an enormously powerful force. Once this blade is drawn out, I am afraid it could kill a grandmaster. Meng Chong thought to himself. The prolonged nurturing of the precious blade, the continuous influx of his vital energy and blood, had endowed it with a great and mighty power. When the blade will be drawn, it will undoubtedly make a big stir. I have made some progress with the Great Sun Golden Body Cultivation Technique too. I'm pretty close to understanding it. Meng Chong thought to himself. At a certain moment during cultivation, a golden lustrous light flicked around his body, as if the sound of a bell was ringing inside him. The Great Sun Golden Bell Shield has been perfected. I've perfected the Qi Blood Realm. If I can understand and comprehend the Great Sun Gold Body and successfully cultivate my blade, I can start breaking through to the innate realm. Meng Chong thought excitedly in his heart. The innate realm was now within his reach. In the courtyard, Li Xuan was studying the ancient book in his hands, while keeping a watch on Su Lingxiu's cultivation progress. This girl's bone refinement speed has finally slowed down. Su Lingxiu was currently refining her golden bones. The speed of refinement had slowed down, and getting a perfect refinement of golden bones would take some time. However, with the pills Su Lingxiu had concocted for herself assisting in her bone refinement, the progress of cultivation didn't seem too slow. At this rate, after achieving perfection in her golden bones, she will encounter a bottleneck. How to break through the bottleneck and cultivate everlasting bones poses a problem. Li Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Whether or not Su Lingxiu could refine everlasting bones was directly related to his own benefits, so he was racking his brain as to how Su Lingxiu could produce everlasting bones. The characteristics of the everlasting bone are their vitality and immortality. The conventional methods can't refine it, and as for the pills. After a while of contemplation, Li Xuan had no clues. He could only put it aside for now and let Su Lingxiu try to comprehend it herself. He had already passed on the treasured manual of pill medicine to her. Given her talent, she might be able to find a way. The perfection of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield your disciple Meng Chong has reached, has enhanced your physical body and promoted your true qi. A golden glow appeared. The golden finger fed back that Meng Chong had perfected his qi blood realm. My second disciple is also not far from reaching the innate realm. I suppose he's close to comprehending the great sun gold body, right? Li Xuan thought excitedly in his heart. He knew that Meng Chong planned to successfully cultivate his blade and awaken his blade spirit before breaking through to the innate realm. If he isn't successful in cultivating his blade for a long time, he can't always stay in the Qi blood realm. It would be better to break through to the innate realm as soon as possible. Maybe he'll succeed in cultivating his blade and awakening his blade spirit easier after reaching the innate realm. Thoughts churned in Li Xuan's mind. Meng Chong had not yet comprehended the great sun gold body, so breaking through to the innate realm was still a while away, unless he fully understood the great sun gold body. If he can't successfully cultivate his blade and awaken his blade spirit after a long time, Li Xuan would push him to break through to the innate realm first. Meng Chong felt an immense excitement in his heart after his breakthrough. He had a hunch that he was on the brink of successfully cultivating his blade. Once his blade spirit awakened and he comprehended the great sun gold body, he would be ready for the breakthrough. Sheer came over. "Sheer, what's the matter?" Meng Chong asked. Sheer had specifically come looking for him, so he must have something to discuss. "Here's the deal. A message has come from the Heavenly Mother sect. The Emperor of Wu Country wants to see you. Apparently, he needs your help. It seems he's met with a formidable opponent." Sheer relayed the Heavenly Mother sect's message to Meng Chong. Ordinarily, this would be a trivial matter. The Heavenly Mother sect had just passed on the message to Yunqian County, without the intention of helping the Emperor of Wu locate Meng Chong. As a result, the message about the martial arts expert from the Emperor of Wu was overlooked and twisted into the Emperor of Wu meeting a formidable opponent. After learning this message, Sheer pondered for a while and decided to inform Meng Chong, as after all, the Emperor of Wu had helped him take revenge in the past. "Oh, the Emperor of Wu has met a formidable opponent." Meng Chong raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, I'll pay a visit. The Emperor of Wu has helped me take revenge in the past. If I help him deal with this formidable opponent, we'll be even. Then you should hurry up. If you're late, the Emperor of Wu might get killed." Sheer reminded, "Don't worry. If I get there and find out that he's already dead, I'll avenge him. Go tell my master that I am going to the capital city of Wu Country." Meng Chong said nonchalantly, "All right." Sheer turned around and left. The so-called formidable opponent that the Emperor of Wu had encountered could easily be killed with a flick of Meng Chong's hand. Hence, Sheer didn't worry too much about the situation. After all, in the border wilderness, even he could walk around without fear, let alone Meng Chong. That was how Meng Chong saw it too. He immediately made his way to the capital city of Wu Country, deploying the thunderous sky-crossing technique without using a horse. Capital city of Wu Country. Officials and noblemen were in a state of panic, with some even hiding in cellars, fearing that they would be unlucky enough to be targeted by the cruel Senior Wu. In the past few days, several dozen people had already been killed. All of them had become blood food, their blood and flesh essence drained by Senior Wu. Among them, several pampered sons of rich families had turned into blood food, dying miserable deaths. However, the citizens of the capital city of Wu Country were clapping and cheering. These insignificant people, mere animals, finally got what they deserved. At least they were not being consumed as food. In the entire capital city of Wu Country, you could hardly see any officials or aristocrats, or any arrogant and domineering youngsters. They had all gone into hiding, which was a good thing for the common people of the capital. They could now enjoy their days, their faces beaming with smiles. They could set up stalls and engage in business without fear of being robbed or targeted. The blood spirit child was only feeding on officials and aristocrats, not because he was punishing the wicked or speaking up for the common people. The simple reason was that those wealthy and well-fed officials were plump, well-rested, and their flesh was nutritious and clean. As for the common people, they were poor and filthy. They simply did not whet his appetite. "The Emperor of Wu, my patience is limited. If I don't see Meng Chong in a few days, I've been on the lookout for tasteful food." The blood spirit child maliciously patted the Emperor's shoulder and said with a smirk. The Emperor of Wu was pale and his body was shaking. "Senior Wu, rest assured, Meng Chong will come. If Meng Chong does not come, he would have to hide in the stone house, hoping to save his life." Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to expose the existence of the stone house. "Heh, I hope so." The blood spirit child chuckled and swaggered away. At Wu Country's capital city, on the city walls, the blood spirit child was standing on the city walls, looking at the crowd coming and going at the city gate, selecting his tasteful food. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked towards the far distance outside the city. His eyes brightened, revealing a look of excitement. "He's here, the boy carrying the horse. You are the foundation of my blood spirit child's comeback. I've been waiting for you for a long time." With the serrated knife in his hand, he swooped down from the city wall. The Emperor of Wu and his officials received the news quickly, and they hurried to the city tower to watch. "Evacuate the nearby people, close the city gate." The Emperor of Wu issued a somber command. Tianxuan guards took action, driving the people away and closing the city gates. Meng Chong was on his way to the capital city of Wu country. As soon as he caught sight of the city, his face changed suddenly, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks, a sense of danger. He was already a martial artist who had reached the perfect stage of Qi and Blood Realm, and ordinary inter-domain grandmaster martial artists could not pose a threat to him. However, at this moment, his sharp martial artist intuition sensed danger. Did the Emperor of Wu find a strong man to kill me? Meng Chong frowned. Where did the Emperor of Wu find this martial artist? He couldn't possibly have reached the inner domain. A silhouette flew from the city wall, landed silently, and a strong sense of danger emerged. Meng Chong's gaze hardened as he looked at the figure. Senior Wu. He was shocked. It was actually Senior Wu, a respected veteran in the martial arts world of Wu country. No, how can Senior Wu have such strength? If he had this strength, he would have caught me when I participated in the martial arts conference last time. Looking at the blood spirit child approaching step by step, Meng Chong's face was solemn, and the golden light emerged. The great sun golden bell was running at its peak. This was an extremely strong opponent. However, he was not afraid. He did not retreat, but his fighting spirit was high. He is not Senior Wu. Something seems off. However, the person in front of him was clearly Senior Wu, a well-known veteran in the martial arts world. Meng Chong couldn't understand what was happening. The boy carrying the horse, truly impressive, this vitality and flesh tusk. The blood spirit child's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. At the same time, he was amazed. This boy carrying the horse, he had thought he was just a strong body, but surprisingly, he was a martial artist. And he was quite different from ordinary martial artists. From the inner domain, the blood spirit child was thinking, "Who are you? Did the Emperor of Wu send you to kill me?" Meng Chong asked in a low voice. "The Emperor of Wu, what a joke. Does he dare to command me? You will be the cornerstone of my rise. Just give in. I will make it quick for you." The blood spirit child laughed coldly, the serrated knife in his hand emanating a chilling light. Meng Chong clenched his fists. The great sun golden bell shield was unleashed to its extreme, and a golden glaze like great bell faintly appeared around his body, enveloping him within. No matter what your purpose is, if you think you can kill me, you're delusional. Even though he sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from blood spirit child, he was not afraid, nor did he plan to flee. Hopelessly stubborn, blood spirit child's expression turned cold. "Then I shall personally take your life." With a raise of his hand, a palm strike was thrust out, and a blast of chilly air roared forth, transforming into a gloomy beam of light that arrived in an instant. The light exploded with a bang, spreading out like a spiderweb of silk threads, attempting to envelop Meng Chong within. Meng Chong's expression grew tense, his eyes revealing shock. He immediately bellowed and punched out. The glaze like golden light seemed to transform into thunder, booming forth, as fierce as a howling tempest. In a mere moment, it utterly shattered the shadowy, web-like force that was enveloping him. Blood spirit child's face changed. Fierce as fire, supremely yang and rigid. "You cannot be allowed to live." His figure flickered like an apparition, his hands chillingly pale as if they were ghostly claws, and he instantly lunged towards Meng Chong's chest. Bang! The golden bell cracked. Meng Chong staggered, his fists striking like thunder and lightning, roaring forth. The tempest of thunder and lightning swirled, the punches heavy and numerous, covered with the gold glaze light. What cultivation technique is this? Blood spirit child failed to breach the golden bell's defense with his strike. His expression shifted, and like a spectral figure, he floated away, increasing the distance between him and Meng Chong. His expression also became more solemn. The strength of the young horseman was astonishingly powerful, surpassing even the top martial artists. Even grandmasters might find it difficult to handle him. Meng Chong glared furiously, the momentum of thunder and lightning surrounding him. The golden bell became more substantial, and a faint sound of bell ringing could be heard. A demon cult. As soon as blood spirit child made his move, Meng Chong felt a familiar sensation. Zhu Wuxin. The other's shadowy force was purer than Zhu Wuxin's, more ruthless and stronger. "Heh, you recognize our demon cult." Blood spirit child chuckled darkly, his figure growing elusive, turning into multiple ghostly shadows in the air as the cold aura engulfed the surroundings. It was as if the battlefield was turning into a place of ghastly haunts. Meng Chong's heart sank. Why would someone from the demon cult come to the border wilderness? The other seemed intent on targeting his blood essence. Thump, thump, thump. His heart thudded violently. Waves of chi and blood surged forth, coursing through his body. The great sun golden bell shield was utilized to its ultimate extent, his flesh emanating glaze like golden light. The image of the golden bell enveloped him. This was the first time Meng Chong used all his strength. The ghastly aura kept surging relentlessly, but it could not affect him. However, the figures in front of him were ghostly and elusive, difficult to capture. Is Senior Wu a demon cult powerhouse? Has he always hidden his true strength? Impossible. Could it be that he just looks exactly like Senior Wu? Meng Chong pondered gravely. The person in front of him looked exactly like Senior Wu, yet he could not fathom why suddenly he became a demon cult powerhouse, and an exceptionally strong one at that. Xiling Feng had introduced the demon cult to him. In the inner domain, it was an extremely powerful force with many powerhouses. Zhu Wuxin was not considered formidable among the demon cult's strong ones. Which grandmaster of the demon cult are you? Meng Chang asked in a deep voice. Heh heh, mere prey has no right to know my name. Blood Spirit Child laughed sinisterly, and suddenly his figure blurred, closing in on Meng Chang, a claw striking towards Meng Chang's chest. Boom, Meng Chang threw out a punch, the furious force of the thunder and lightning punch pouring out, but Blood Spirit Child's figure vanished in an instant, already appearing behind him. A claw ripped a crack in his golden bell, the 5 fingers like hooks, grasping onto his back. Hiss, Meng Chang's chi and blood trembled, the golden bell vibrated outwards. As he turned around to throw a punch, Blood Spirit Child's expression slightly shifted, his figure once more retreating elusively. Kid, what cultivation technique is this, and why is your body so strong? His heart was filled with amazement. Such a golden bell-like defense was incredibly strong, the likes of which he had never seen before. And that body, so formidable that it was shocking as if even steel couldn't compare to the toughness of his flesh. His claw, which could pierce steel when it grasped the other's body, only left behind 5 white marks without even breaking the skin. You have no need to know. Meng Chang stepped forward, chasing Blood Spirit Child, his fists constantly thundering out. The force of the thunderous gale swept across, intimidatingly powerful. Blood Spirit Child's figure weaved like a phantom, elusive and constantly dodging the thunderous punches. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, he aggressively closed in, circling and tearing open Meng Chang's golden bell defense at his back. As Meng Chang roared and turned to attack, Blood Spirit Child swiftly ducked close to Meng Chang's chest, viciously swiping his claw. The golden bell shattered, his claw grasping onto Meng Chang's chest. At this moment, Meng Chang felt a sharp pain in his chest. His chi and blood roared wildly, with the golden bell vibrating fiercely, turning into a powerful force, pressing down on Blood Spirit Child. Blood Spirit Child's claw failed to kill Meng Chang, and his figure once more retreated in a blur. His expression now solemn, yet he was more excited. The stronger Meng Chang's physique, the greater the benefits he would reap once he devoured him. Not only could he become younger, have a solid foundation, but his physical strength could also surpass most martial artists. The thought alone thrilled him. The heavens favor me, Blood Spirit Child, to have bestowed such blood prey upon me. Meng Chang looked down at the 5 blood marks on his chest. This was the first time his defense had been breached since he had practiced the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, the first time someone had injured his flesh. He's formidable, his movement technique is ghost-like, with battle-hardened experience, a clear superior to me. Meng Chang thought to himself. However, he also noticed some problems. The opponent seemed physically a little off-kilter. Seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow. Meng Chang thought to himself. The Sun Golden Bell Shield hardened once again. The wound on his chest no longer bled, extinguishing the residual cold air. Kid, hee, forfeit your life. This time Blood Spirit Child's figure flickered even faster, a phantom-like silhouette constantly shifting position, ghostly silk threads coiling up, ominous and foreboding. He seemed to be trying to encase Meng Chang within. No matter how much force Meng Chang summoned in his fists, he was unable to break through the opponent's encirclement. The eerie silk threads didn't diminish, but void-like they multiplied. They formed a giant web. And the bloodthirsty strands spiraled around each other, coalescing into the thickness of a finger. These finger-thick vampiric threads were sturdier, harder to break, their coldness piercing to the bone. Meng Chang charged repeatedly, striving to escape, only to be driven back again and again by Blood Spirit Child. His shield was torn apart time after time, leaving trail upon trail of bloody marks on his body. On the tower of Wu country's capital, the Emperor of Wu and his ministers watched the battle unfolding outside the city. At that moment, his heart sank. Even from such a distance, one could see that Meng Chang was losing ground, seemingly trapped and unable to launch a strike against the enemy. He was in a very passive position. Your Majesty, what should we do? Even Meng Chang is not his match. Yes, Your Majesty, let's flee to the Qi country. It is said that there are high-level experts there. Your Majesty, why not use the Heavenly Guard to go and surround and kill him, aiding Meng Chang? No way, once we make a move and we are not able to kill the opponent, can we bear the consequences. The Emperor of Wu and his ministers shared an unprecedented unison of goal, all hoping for Meng Chang's victory. Compared to that bloodthirsty senior Wu who fed on human blood, Meng Chang was practically a saint. We're not martial artists, what can we do? The Emperor of Wu grumbled through gritted teeth. One start-eyed minister quietly slipped away, preparing to flee. On the battlefield, Meng Chang appeared battered and trudging, seemingly near exhaustion, his body covered in bloody scratches caused by Blood Spirit Child. Now's the time. The cold light flashed in Blood Spirit Child's eyes, his form wavering once in front of Meng Chang, then reappearing behind him, and before another flicker, back to Meng Chang's front again. That moment, Meng Chang seemed to panic, launching a backhand attack to fend off Blood Spirit Child's assault, leaving a wide-open target on his chest. Blood Spirit Child's ashen, ghastly claw slashed out, aimed directly at Meng Chang's heart. This attack, for which he had saved his energy for so long, was certain to tear through flesh and bone and rip out Meng Chang's heart. An opportunity has arrived. Meng Chang's eyes flashed a fierce light, his figure abruptly shifting, thereby dodging Blood Spirit Child's. Die boom! At that moment, wind and thunder whirled, golden light shone. Thunder and wild winds burst forth from his fists. This force was nothing like the power he wielded before. Not good. The moment Blood Spirit Child missed his strike, he knew he was in for a disaster, sneaky brat. At this moment, he was filled with shock and anger. At the crucial juncture, Blood Spirit Child twisted his phantom-like form, narrowly evading Meng Chang's attack. But in the blink of an eye, Meng Chang had closed the gap, and his fists once again ensnared him with a horrifying momentum, seemingly leaving no room for escape. Moreover, Blood Spirit Child felt an explosive, thunderous force emanating from this terrifying onslaught. He dodged one more time with his ghost-like movements. Having survived numerous life and death battles, he was more than experienced in handling such crises. Nevertheless, unexpectedly, Meng Chang was beside him again in an instant, his onslaught ever so suffocating. There was nowhere left to evade. What kind of movement technique is this? With the crisis looming, an angry and shocked Blood Spirit Child had no choice but to tap into his origin power. Vroom. In that instant, Meng Chang felt an overwhelming aura, like a massive mountain that could crush him beneath it. With a roar of fury, his fist of wind thunder Vajra exploded to its maximum, blasting down, shattering the vast oppressiveness, breaking open the unknown defense that was like a quagmire. The punch fiercely hit the Blood Spirit Child. Splat! The Blood Spirit Child spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and was hurled backward. He was shocked and furious. For this old and frail body, he had applied some methods in the cave to rejuvenate and strengthen it. Yet with this punch, his body nearly burst. You will die for that. He must kill Meng Chang and use his flesh and blood essence to restore this body. As the Blood Spirit Child was thrown back, a looming pressure emerged from the center of his forehead, like a mountain descending onto the battlefield, with a chainsaw blade clenched in his hand. The blade sliced through. Boom! The fist of wind thunder Vajra was obliterated. At this moment, the Blood Spirit Child's eyes turned blood red, and a chilling aura made the surrounding temperature drop. A glimmer of light fluctuated from his forehead, and the terrifying pressure grew stronger, like a mountain overwhelming Meng Chang. Meng Chang's heart pounded rapidly. He felt as if he were stuck in a quagmire, suppressed everywhere, as if an invisible pressure was enveloping him. Even as he constantly stimulated his chi and blood, he couldn't increase his speed. Even his fist of wind thunder Vajra seemed to be suppressed. The consecutive attacks he had just made were because he suddenly felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, his body stagnated, and his speed slowed down, preventing him from seizing the chance to follow up his success. Looking at the Blood Spirit Child, Meng Chang's heart sank. The feeling of danger was becoming stronger and stronger. From the moment he saw the Blood Spirit Child, he felt an intense sense of danger. So he pretended to be weak to seize the opportunity to crush his opponent in one fell swoop. Although he injured the other party, he failed to kill him, instead provoking him to use some special power. Great Grandmaster. It's not quite right, it's a bit like. Meng Chang was shocked. This pressure was a bit like the pressure of a great Grandmaster, but it seemed even stronger, and there was a momentum similar to the sword intent of his elder martial brother, but it was different from sword intent. Although he didn't know what it was, he understood that he was in great danger at this moment. Looking at the glimmer of light in the forehead of the Blood Spirit Child, this pressure originated from there. In that glimmer of light seemed to be an insect. You should die, forcing me to use the little origin I have left. The Blood Spirit Child was extraordinarily furious. He was already very weak, but now he had no choice but to use this little remaining origin. Even if he devoured Meng Chang's essence of flesh and blood, it seemed that he could not replenish it. Die! The Blood Spirit Child thrust his blade aiming straight for Meng Chang's heart. Bang! Meng Chang punched out, but he could not resist at all. The tip of the blade pierced into his chest. At the critical moment, he grabbed the back of the serrated blade with both hands. With a roar of rage, golden light burst forth, and the mighty power of his physical body flung the Blood Spirit Child away. Phew, phew. Despite having blood flowing from his chest, Meng Chang did not care at all. The Blood Spirit Child, who was flung away, was even more furious. The light from his forehead glowed more strongly. Under the oppression, Meng Chang felt as though he was bearing a giant mountain on his back. His body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, with neither his speed nor strength able to display. His golden bell armor seemed to be shattering. I am going to devour you alive. The Blood Spirit Child was furious that Meng Chang could still explode with such great physical power under such conditions and fling him away. As the light in his forehead flickered, a terrifying, oppressing aura that was as grim as a prison descended. The breath of death approached, and Meng Chang, panting, felt his heart pounding violently. At this moment, he seemed to feel the tremble of the treasured sword. The treasured sword was pulsating. It was raging, merged with his heartbeat, merged with his will. Draw the sword, draw the sword, draw the sword. An unprecedentedly strong feeling surged in his heart. The anger was transmitted to the treasured sword. The treasured sword at his waist was also filled with rage, eager to unsheath to cut off all enemies. Die for me. The blood spirit child thrust his blade out. At that very moment, he saw Meng Chang gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist, and then a flash of sword light burst forth. An overbearing sword intent roared out, and it seemed as though the heavens and earth changed color. The pressure that was oppressing Meng Chang was, at this moment, instantly crushed. Meng Chang drew his sword. His eyes slightly closed, his heart and sword merged as one, sword and intent combined. At this moment, it was as though only this mighty sword existed between heaven and earth. The sword's soul awakens. Every day, Meng Chang used his blood and spirit to nurture his precious blade, the heart and sword resonating in unison. Finally, at the brink of life and death, the time to unsheath his blade had come. As the blade was drawn, its soul awakened, its will shaking the surroundings. The sword light seemed to tear through heaven and earth, utterly domineering, unstoppable in its forward motion. On the city tower of Wu country's capital, the Emperor of Wu and others who were watching the battle from afar could only see that sword light. Despite the distance, it still exuded an overwhelming aura. Their hearts felt as if they were being clenched by a hand, their breaths were held, eyes wide open and faces filled with shock. The unsurpassed sword light, dominating sword intent, shattered the oppressive aura of the blood spirit child, stabbing his consciousness. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? The blood spirit child was horrified and lost his color. He tried to parry Meng Chang's blow. He wanted to escape, to dodge. However, he already seemed powerless. With a single slash, it seemed as though the world lost its color, the unmatched sword intent instantly cutting into the blood spirit child. Plop, the jagged blade was sent flying. The body that belonged to Senior Wu was split in two. The blood spirit child was also divided into two halves under the slash. The two halves were in the two halves of the body. Impossible, this is not possible. What kind of power is this? How can it kill me? He is not even a grandmaster. I am a refining god, heavenly. The blood spirit child was horror-stricken. His consciousness was filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He thought that this martial arts youth was the cornerstone of his comeback, that fate will not eliminate him, the blood spirit child. As a result, he was about to die here. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Initially, when he was surrounded and attacked by many powerful beings, he managed to survive and waited for the chance to stage a comeback. In the end, he actually died in this desolate land. Thump, 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 Meng Chang's heart was pounding fiercely, a wound on his chest. The bleeding had slowly stopped, but it would take a few days of rest for it to fully heal. He almost died in this battle. In the last moment, the success of nurturing his blade and drawing it for a slash come to pass. The power of the single slash nurtured for such a long time was astonishing, capable of killing even a grandmaster in one blow. What made him even happier was that in this critical moment, not only did he unsheath his blade, awakening the blade spirit, he also comprehended the blade intent. A domineering and unparalleled blade intent. Hugh, 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 Meng Chang gasped for breath, looking at the precious blade in his hand. He felt different about the blade now, as if he could resonate with it. It seemed that he had given life to this blade. Additionally, he sensed the jagged blade of the blood spirit child, which seemed to resonate with him under his spirit's draw. Blade spirit. Is this the awakening of the blade spirit? Meng Chang felt that with the awakening of the blade spirit, there was no blade in the world that would not resonate with him. Moreover, he had realized the sword intent at one go. I've comprehended the sword intent before breaking through to the innate realm. Meng Chang was thrilled. Although the battle was dangerously close to costing him his life, the gain was also immense. Eldest senior brother was right. As a martial artist, we must understand combat. Only in combat can we comprehend the true meaning of martial arts more easily. Meng Chang stepped forward, walking towards the body that was split into two halves. His master taught him that one could never be too careful with enemies. Even beheading them was not surefire. He must smash their bones, scatter their ashes, obliterate their souls, and eliminate any trace of their existence. My blade, dominating across the world, I have entered the doorway of my sword path. My sword intent shall be called sword intent domination. This suits me well, Meng Chang was thinking to himself. He clutched his blade, step by step approached the corpse, a golden light illuminating his surroundings, enveloping him within a golden bell, his sword intent revolving around his body, not daring to be negligent in the least bit. There seemed to be something off about Senior Wu. Before he could reach the body, he had already slashed it into two segments. What is this? Suddenly, Meng Chang saw a few stalks of silver grass near the corpse, seemingly filled with a magical aura. Could this be a spiritual medicine? Meng Chang was delighted, as he had often heard his fellow apprentice talk about the spiritual medicine. If he had a spiritual medicine, the effects of the refined elixir would be astonishing. With a wave of his hand, he moved the silver grass to the side, cautiously avoiding touching the grass. Then he turned to look at the body. His eyes showed a ruthless look. He was so close to dying. Boom! he threw out a punch. Blazing vitality covered the body. The blade intent also enveloped it. Plop, the body was crushed, burned to ashes by the blazing aura. Under the cover of the sword intent, Meng Chong suddenly discovered that a faint oppressive force was assaulting his own sword intent. He saw the worm that was cut into two. It was this strange thing that was emitting an oppressive aura. However, the pressure was weak, and his own sword intent had completely suppressed it. Meng Chong was not careless and swiftly slashed down with his blade. This bug must be completely destroyed. Kid, I. The blood spirit child was shocked and angry. Although he was seriously injured and his consciousness was nearly gone, he was not completely dead yet. He could perhaps still have the chance to survive. For instance, the people who would come to collect the bodies from inside the Wu country's capital or to inspect the battlefield could help him continue to live if he selected one and again usurped their bodies. Though they haven't been baited and can't resonate with his consciousness as long as he's not completely dead, he still has a sliver of the possibility of staging a comeback. Even if he couldn't stage a comeback, he could continue to live for some time and find a successor for his cultivation technique. In this desolate land, he very likely couldn't cultivate to be very strong, but as long as he devoured the essence of flesh and blood to enhance his strength to the 5th or 6th grade, there's a certain possibility. Then to cross the mountainous region and move towards the inner domain. As a descendant of the blood spirit child, he also has the potential to seek vengeance for him. However, this kid is terribly hateful. After killing a person, he actually went as far as grinding the bones and scattering the ashes. He's even more vicious than before. Even after cleaving a person in half and ensuring they were thoroughly dead, he was still unsatisfied. Meng Chong, however, left no opportunity for him. His eyes shimmered with chilling light as his heart quaked tirelessly, once again realizing the preciousness of the martial arts experience passed on by his master. If it had been anyone else, they might have assumed their opponent was thoroughly dead and turned to leave. Fearing the opponent would use some strange tactic, Meng Chong's blade flashed and his dominating blade intent suppressed everything. With a puff sound, the bug was completely crushed. No. A weak and unwilling wail rang out, only to abruptly disappear. Meng Chong still dared not be careless. His blade glowed furiously, vigorously stirring emotions covered the entire battlefield, directly crushing everything in the field of battle. Not even a blade of grass was spared. The remains had completely turned to ash, so much so that none could be found. Naturally, the weird bug met the same fate. In the end, all that was left were a few stalks of silvery white grass. Meng Chong, panting heavily, cautiously approached, picked it up with the tip of his blade for careful examination. Only after confirming that there were no issues did he tear off his tattered clothes and wrap the silvery white grass with them. Despite that, he did not carry it with him, instead choosing to prop it with his blade. After the blood spirit child ordeal, Meng Chong had become even more cautious. He glanced at the capital of Wu country, choosing not to venture forth. What if there were still powerful enemies lurking within? He glanced at the jagged blade left behind by the blood spirit child, reaching out and grasping it in his hand. Now that he had the soul of the blade within him, no state of any blade could escape his perception. This blade did not have any problems. He had confidence in this. What a great blade. The jagged blade seemed extraordinary. Perhaps due to its long years without being nourished, it appeared somewhat dim. Otherwise, this blade would have been even stronger than the treasured blade in his hand. Should go back and consult master. Meng Chong didn't linger and quickly returned, not even having time to tend to his injuries. Victory. Meng Chong has killed the devil. Ha ha ha, you took us for prey, now are you dead? Atop the city gate of the Wu country capital, the Emperor of Wu and his ministers were ecstatic. Meng Chong had won. On the other hand, the Emperor of Wu instantly grew anxious. Meng Chong clearly suffered serious injuries in this fight and had left immediately. He might be suspicious that this affair had something to do with him. If after healing, Meng Chong were to come back once more for revenge, then what was to be done? My beloved officials, what do you think is the best way to explain this to Meng Chong? The Emperor of Wu fretfully asked. The court fell quiet. The ministers glanced at each other, silently distancing themselves from the Emperor of Wu and pondering how to wriggle out of the matter. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. Meng Chong isn't the type to kill indiscriminately. Yes, if need be, just give him a good explanation. The ministers awkwardly reassured. If the Emperor of Wu were to be killed by Meng Chong in a fit of rage, then Wu country could simply find a new emperor. Order to find Meng Chong was issued by the Emperor of Wu after all. They did not want to be implicated in it. The Emperor of Wu, maintaining a stern face, stormed off. Li Xuan learned from Shir that Meng Chong went to the Wu country capital to deal with the Emperor's strong enemy, but he wasn't concerned. With Meng Chong's strength, even if he were to meet a general grandmaster martial artist, he didn't have to worry. Sitting in his chair, Li Xuan continued studying the ancient scrolls. After a long period of studying the first page, he seemed to have a vague understanding. But he was still unable to fully comprehend the mystery within. Because of a low level, Li Xuan confirmed that the reason he couldn't comprehend the ancient scroll was owing to his low level. He had not yet reached the realm of martial arts needed to grasp the scroll's knowledge. Su Lingxiu was practicing alchemy again. This time, she was refining materials Sheer had sent for a qi and blood pill. With her proficient skills in refining qi and blood pills, Su Lingxiu's alchemical skills had seen great advancement. Her comprehension of the Dan Doctor's treasure book was getting deeper, allowing for new insights. Su Lingxiu felt that she might grasp the higher realms of alchemy mentioned in the Dan Doctor's treasure book soon. Once this girl Lingxiu enters the world of martial arts, she can use her qi and blood as alchemical fire, refining pills with her bare hands and further enhancing her alchemical skills. Li Xuan was filled with anticipation. According to his theory, refining alchemy with bare hands is real alchemy, which goes beyond basic alchemy skills. Although he is highly skilled and has mastered basic alchemy, he does not know how to perform alchemy with bare hands. Basic alchemy requires the use of an alchemy furnace. Li Xuan plays with the jade rui in one hand and studies an ancient book in the other when suddenly a golden light emerges. Your disciple, Meng Chang, drew his sword amidst a life and death crisis and woke up his weapon spirit. You have mastered your weapon spirit. Your disciple, Meng Chang, awakened the spirit of his sword amidst a life and death crisis and comprehended absolute dominance. You have reached completeness in your dominance. Li Xuan suddenly stood up. Was Meng Chang in a life or death situation? Where would a life and death crisis come from in Wu country? A normal martial artist of the inner domain is unable to pose a life and death threat to Meng Chang. How could a mere Wu country pose a threat to him? He could not sit still. If anything happened to his second disciple, who would practice his bodily martial arts? Where would he find a disciple who was on par with Meng Chang and had an exceptional talent for physical martial arts? Besides, isn't there a bond formed between the master and the disciple after spending so much time together? Fear and anger surged in Li Xuan's heart as he worried about Meng Chang's safety. He disappeared in an instant, using his divine lightning transcendence technique to its limit, heading straight to Wu country's capital. The capital of Wu country is far from Yunqian County. Even with his power, using divine lightning transcendence at full speed, it would still take him a significant amount of time to get there. I hope that after awakening his sword spirit, Meng Chang will be able to hold on. A cold glint flashed in Li Xuan's eyes. He could see a dot in the distance. It was Wu country's capital. Suddenly, Li Xuan froze in his tracks. He saw Meng Chang, who was covered in scars and wounds. One of them on his chest was particularly deep. Though the bleeding was stopped by his remarkable regenerative capacity, one could still see the fresh red flesh of the wound. It was evident that Meng Chang had gone through a fierce battle. Li Xuan was shocked. Meng Chang had practiced the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, and he had a strong defense and robust physique. Yet he had suffered such severe injuries. What relieved him was that although Meng Chang looked battered and full of scars, it did not seem to be a severe injury. He looked over to find that there were no enemies chasing after Meng Chang. Did he kill them all? Li Xuan hesitated, but instead of going down to meet Meng Chang, he continued on. Soon he arrived at the scene of the battle, outside the capital of Wu country. There was absolutely nothing left at the scene of the battle, but one could faintly detect the traces of intense energy and pressure left by the sword. A twitch came to the corner of Li Xuan's mouth. The enemy had been utterly destroyed by Meng Chang. Where did such a powerful martial artist come from? Meng Chang was heading back now, apparently on his way back to Yunqian County. It seems he returned directly after killing the enemy and finishing the battle, without entering the capital city of Wu country. Li Xuan moved, hanging in midair, and began to investigate all around. He entered Wu country's capital. He entered the Wu country's royal palace and thoroughly investigated everything. His eyebrows creased slightly. There was no trace of any martial artist. Could it just have been one martial artist, who was already killed by Meng Chang? He extended the search range, examining Wu country's capital, the palace, everything, still finding no trace of any martial artist. It appeared there had only been one powerful enemy. Li Xuan did not stay in Wu country's capital city. He went back to Yunqian County the same way he came. On his way back, he saw Meng Chang unharmed and running back. He let out a sigh of relief. Once back in his courtyard, he took a seat on a chair. He fell deep in thought, wondering where the enemy Meng Chang had faced could have come from. Could it have come from the inner domain? He would only know the answers once Meng Chang returned. It seems the outskirts are not safe either. Why did such a powerful martial artist suddenly appear? Their power has already surpassed the regular grandmaster martial artist. Otherwise, Meng Chang would not have been forced to this extent. Li Xuan pondered with a furrowed brow. Su Lingxiu looked curiously at her master, who had disappeared suddenly without a trace. He just came back. She did not ask any questions, though. Her master's matters were not things that a disciple could inquire about. What kind of abilities does the master have? He vanished all of a sudden, too fast for even a great grandmaster, right? Su Lingxiu sighed. She handed over a pill furnace filled with qi blood pills she had prepared to shear, then gleefully began to refine a new set of qi blood pills. this time for Zhou Ying. Xier swallowed a qi and blood pill and began his cultivation. Feeling the enhancement of his qi and blood, he became excited. Pills are truly treasures that aid in cultivation. One pill is equivalent to half a month of arduous cultivation for him. Although pills are easy to refine and leave no impurities behind, one must not consume them excessively, as they can easily lead to an inflated but unstable realm. After pondering for a while, Xier put away the remaining pills. I have already mastered the basics. It's time to learn some sword techniques. The master only imparts knowledge, which I cannot learn or comprehend. It's better to wait for Meng Chang to return and teach me, or perhaps I could learn some techniques from the inner domain. As Xier thought about this, he looked at the time it was time to cook. Several days had passed, and it was time to stew chicken soup. The master enjoys it. As he stepped out, he saw Meng Chang returning, bare-chested with a wound on his chest, his body covered in bloodstains, which took Xier by surprise. Meng Chang, what happened to you? This was clearly the aftermath of a brutal battle, especially the wound on the chest. Had it been any deeper, his life would have been in danger. He knew very well how strong Meng Chang's physical body was. Even he, a martial artist, could not break through Meng Chang's defenses, let alone an ordinary person. It's just a minor injury, not a big problem. Meng Chang walked into the courtyard, gasping for breath. Second senior brother, how did you get injured? Su Lingxiu was shocked and hurried over. Second senior brother, don't move, I'll treat your wounds. Zhou Ying brought over a chair for Meng Chang to sit on. Master, Li Xuan approached calmly and Meng Chang respectfully called out, we'll talk after treating the wound. Li Xuan nodded and sat back down. Watching Su Lingxiu apply medicine to Meng Chang, he spoke, stitch up the wound, it'll heal faster. Su Lingxiu was startled and looked at her master like sewing clothes, more or less. Li Xuan nodded. Su Lingxiu looked at the wound on Meng Chang's chest thoughtfully, wondering what to use for stitching. Needle and thread. Junior sister, do you think this is spiritual medicine? At that moment, Meng Chang lifted up a silver grass wrapped in cloth with his treasured saber. This is water spirit grass, it is spiritual medicine. Su Lingxiu was overjoyed. She thought of the material to stitch the wound, took a piece of water spirit grass, and after rubbing it with her fingers a few times, she pulled out several fine threads from it. Senior brother, I will help you stitch up the wound. Su Lingxiu took out a needle, threaded it with the water spirit grass threads, and tried to stitch Meng Chang's wound, but the needle could not penetrate at all. The needle bent upon trying. Senior brother, this. Meng Chang's muscles twitched a few times and he said, Junior sister, this is good enough. Su Lingxiu tried again, and although it was difficult, like sewing through leather, she managed to stitch it together at last. After carefully stitching up the wound, Meng Chang also controlled his muscles to prevent the wound from splitting open. Then Su Lingxiu applied more medicine to Meng Chang, using a liquid made from water spirit grass. After applying it to the wound, Meng Chang's bloodstains began to fade. In a day or two, not even a trace would be left. So the reason Master suddenly left was because he discovered second senior brother was in danger. Su Lingxiu thought to herself. This also explained why the Master suddenly left. Second senior brother, where did you get this water spirit grass from? There are no spiritual medicines in the border wilderness. Did you go to the inner domain? Su Lingxiu asked curiously. Only the inner domain harbored spiritual medicines. Were Meng Chang's wounds the result of a fierce battle in the inner domain? It was in the capital city of Wu Country. I encountered a person who was respected in Wu Country's martial world for his virtue and high standing, but for some reason, he suddenly became incredibly powerful. I felt he was no longer the same person. Meng Chang's expression was grave. Senior Wu's condition was very strange. He recalled the worm that had appeared on Senior Wu's forehead, perhaps related to this mysterious creature. Li Xuan looked over. Tell me, what exactly happened? Meng Chang recounted the entire incident and the combat process in great detail without leaving anything out. The biggest question was why Senior Wu had become so powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the opponent was a practitioner of demonic cultivation, whose techniques closely resembled those of Zhu Wuxin, but were more refined and sharper. Li Xuan looked calm but was secretly alarmed. All signs pointed to Senior Wu being possessed, but why would someone possess a centenarian old man? Where had Senior Wu been taken over? From the current situation in Wu Country's martial world, it was very likely that he was possessed while seeking guidance from a sage in the Endless Mountains, and that worm was probably the host of the possession. Great Grandmasters don't possess the ability to take over bodies. The opponent's strength exceeds that of a Great Grandmaster, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be a remnant soul that resides within that worm. That worm must be extraordinary, the foundation upon which the possession is based. There are stronger forces beyond the realm of Great Grandmaster after all. Why then, in the inner domain, is the Great Grandmaster considered the pinnacle? Could there be some limitation for martial artists beyond Great Grandmaster? The opponent's remnant soul is weak, with very little of its origin left, which is why Meng Chang's blade intent could suppress it, allowing it to be killed. Li Xuan pondered internally. Meng Chang continued recounting the perilous battle. especially towards the end when he could have pursued his advantage and killed the opponent in one fell swoop, but suddenly an overwhelming pressure emerged. As if enmeshed in a mud swamp, my actions were sluggish, barely allowing the opponent to escape with their life. Master, that pressure felt somewhat like a great grandmaster, yet different. It was somewhat similar to sword intent, but again not quite the same. It was incredibly peculiar and powerful. I feel the opponent was in a weakened state, otherwise I would not have been able to kill him, Meng Chong said, by a lucky fluke. Su Lingxiu was shocked deep within, exchanging glances with Zhou Ying, their minds extremely unsettled. Is there a stronger martial artist above the level of a great grandmaster? What realm might that be? Including Sheer, all four of them looked at Li Xuan, awaiting his explanation. Li Xuan did not know what kind of martial artist was above a great grandmaster, but he had a sudden insight, grasping an idea about the realm above the Tongxuan realm. His expression was still calm as he said, it was just a possession, merely a residual soul. Once it's extinguished, that's it. Possession. Meng Chong and the others whispered to themselves. Their master spoke lightly, without any concern. It was clear that he did not regard the strength of this mysterious, powerful person highly. Master, what was that worm? Curiously, Meng Chong asked. It was just a vessel for the residual soul. Li Xuan naturally wouldn't elaborate, but he had guessed the worm's purpose and was not mistaken. He got up, walked over to Meng Chong and said, this battle was perilous, but you also awakened the blade soul and comprehended the blade intent, which could be considered a good thing. He looked up to the sky and spoke in a deep voice above the great grandmaster. There's obviously something stronger. As I always told you, the martial path is endless. What you have seen and heard about the end of the martial path is just ignorance of the weak. You must guard against arrogance and pride, cultivate diligently. The journey of martial arts is long and you are just at the starting point. Meng Chong and Su Lingxiu respectfully saluted, saying, yes, master, we'll surely cultivate diligently and guard against arrogance and pride. Good. Li Xuan nodded, saying, take your time to heal. Now that you've grasped the basics of the blade technique, all blade techniques will come to you naturally. When you have time, teach Sheer. Reflect more upon the Mahayana golden body and breakthrough as soon as possible. Yes, master, Meng Chong replied respectfully. With a serious expression, Su Lingxiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Above the great grandmaster, there were still stronger people. It was highly possible that her hidden enemies had people stronger than a great grandmaster. I haven't even reached the threshold yet. Even if I break through to the innate realm, I won't be able to deal with those people. I can't even get rid of them. I need to cultivate hard. I need to comprehend the path of an alchemist. I want to understand more magic pill recipes and refine more magic pills. As long as I have magic pills, there will naturally be countless martial artists who will serve me. Su Lingxiu fully understood the value brought by the path of an alchemist. Second senior brother, I want to use these water spirit grass to refine magic pills. You're about to break through too. I'll think about refining a pill suitable for your cultivation breakthrough, Su Lingxiu said, looking at the water spirit grass. If you need it, sister, take it. I don't need the magic pill. I don't need a pill in order to break through, Meng Chong replied nonchalantly. Second senior brother, this is spiritual medicine. The magic pills that are refined from it are very effective, Su Lingxiu said, narrowing her eyes. Even if it is external assistance, occasional help is okay. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. An inflated realm hinders one's strength. After my breakthrough, I can try magic pills then. If sister needs it, feel free to use it. Meng Chong was not against magic pills. However, he knew that if you rely solely on magic pills to improve, the realm will be inflated and one's strength will not match the supposed realm. Looking at Sheer made it clear. In Meng Chong's opinion, Sheer's realm was inflated. With joy, Su Lingxiu took the water spirit grass and left. Once back in her room, she recalled the alchemical treasure trove while starting to arrange the pill formula. Just using this type of spiritual medicine, the water spirit grass, which is a monarch medicine, the remaining are minister medicines such as Ju Yuanji and mountain ginseng. This is a new bone refining pill. It should not be called the evergreen pill. It is what I used to temper the evergreen bone. Su Lingxiu quickly figured out a pill recipe. Evergreen pill used to assist her breakthrough to the evergreen bone to temper out the evergreen bone. If there was a spirit crystal to assist it, the effect would be even better. Su Lingxiu thought. This pill formula, let me call it the body nourishing pill. For my second senior brother's cultivation, this pill formula is called the Qi accumulating pill, used for my eldest senior brother's innate realm cultivation. It can replenish the lost true Qi. New pill formulae emerged in Su Lingxiu's mind. We also need to prepare the medicinal elixirs for healing wounds. If injured, one can take these elixirs. Su Lingxiu contemplated, continued to extract formulas from the alchemy manual, and then used the theories of alchemy to arrange her own new formulas. These elixir formulas should do for now. I need to spend time based on the alchemy manual to comprehend new formulas and compile even more advanced ones. Su Lingxiu's eyes sparkled, and she had already found her direction for understanding the alchemy manual, but there's no rush. The current alchemy manual is sufficient for use. I will delve into it once I get started on martial arts, integrate my gains, and I am sure to attain something. Su Lingxiu, brimming with excitement, held the water spirit grass in her hand and began preparing for alchemy. Shir asked Ku Ruaji to purchase more medicinal ingredients. All right, I will instruct him right away. Shir nodded. Su Lingxiu started alchemical preparation, while Meng Chang had already left the courtyard for the hillside. Sitting cross-legged, his treasured sword laid horizontally across his knees as he intently contemplated his own strengths and comprehended the power of the sun. From his fight with Blood Spirit Child, he had gained much. When the sword soul awakened, that dominative sword slash left a deep imprint in his mind. The sword slash had a dominating presence. I nurtured my sword for a long time so that at the time of its draw, it can unleash such domineering power. But now when I wield it, it no longer has such terrifying power. Therefore, the power of that sword slash is related to the nurturing of my sword, thought Meng Chang. To nurture a sword, one must consume vitality and concentration, which cannot be achieved overnight. But once achieved, its might is formidable. Meng Chang wondered whether the process of nurturing his sword might somewhat hinder his own cultivation progress. Is it worth consuming so much time just for the sheer might of a single sword slash? Meng Chang pondered. Let's focus on understanding the power of the sun for now. After making a breakthrough in it, it won't be too late to consider this question or ask my master. Meng Chang gathered his thoughts and continued silently pondering over the power of the sun. Whether or not it was necessary to nurture his sword now that his sword soul had awakened, he didn't know. If he nurtures his sword again, whether the first blow would bring forth a power surpassing his realm's limit remained an unknown variable. After all, the nurturing of his sword was initially for the awakening of his sword soul, and when the blow was delivered, it was indeed the time of his sword soul's awakening, so its enormous power was related to the awakening of the sword soul. Li Xuan sat in a chair, introspecting. The danger Meng Chang faced this time made him realize that although he doesn't fear a great grandmaster, the powerhouses above great grandmaster could pose a threat to him. Were there such powerhouses in the inner domain? How strong was the evil cultist who took Senior Wu's body, and how did he appear in the wilderness, being chased and only escaping with a fragment of his soul? But with the heavenly earth Lingji of the wilderness having already perished, how did his soul fragment survive? Could he have been relying on that worm? Li Xuan felt he should do some investigation in the wilderness. If another half-dead character were to emerge and threaten his disciple, what then? Even worse, what if it threatened his own life? He glanced at Su Lingxiu, who was engrossed in alchemy. The probable troubles looming over her seemed no small matter. If a powerhouse beyond a great grandmaster appears, it would be very troublesome. When can Su Yan comprehend the cultivation technique of the Tongxuan realm? As long as he comprehends it, I can break through to the Tongxuan realm. Even if I face martial artists above the great grandmaster, I won't be afraid. With 100 times the power of the same realm, and with his successful sword and saber intense, with the assistance of heavenly dragon spirit body, innate spirit bone. Overcoming opponents beyond his level shouldn't be difficult, right? It's about time for Su Yan to have a taste of the inner domain. Li Xuan let out a sigh. By going to the inner domain, Su Yan would broaden his horizons, which would help him understand martial arts. I should go take a look around the boundless mountains. Li Xuan disappeared from his place as soon as he thought of this. When Su Lingxiu turned around, her master was already gone. Master, did you go to take revenge for my second senior brother? She speculated. On the boundless mountains, Li Xuan was walking in the air, peering into all directions, exploring any place that might hide martial artists. In Su family's manor in Dong Prefecture, a round of thunderous crackling of bones echoed, followed by the joyous voice of pharmacist Pan. Haha, I succeeded. This is the blood vitality realm. Indeed, it is formidable. Standing next to him, Su Yan showed some disdain, thinking pharmacist Pan was too weak. However, he was inwardly astonished. These elixirs truly are treasured substances for a martial artist's cultivation. Their effects are astounding. Assisted by the elixirs, pharmacist Pan managed to quickly complete his organ refinement and even broke through to the blood vitality realm. Su Yan watched as pharmacist Pan broke through the blood chi realm and became a martial artist. Although he only had copper bone, making him weak in Su Yan's eyes, in the border wilderness he was incredibly powerful. The top experts in the Jianghu can be eliminated with a snap of the fingers. Su Jun was also on the verge of breaking through. With the help of elixirs, he had already completed organ refining, and it would only be another day or two before he would make his entry into martial arts. This blood chi pill was only refined from ordinary precious herbs, and yet it has such extraordinary effects. How much stronger would the effects be if it were refined from spiritual medicine? Grandpa is getting older, so his martial arts training is slower, and Uncle and the others aren't exactly gifted either. Plus my mom, even with the help of elixirs, it will take quite a while for her to break through, and she's already finished all the elixir. Su Yan marveled at the effects of the elixir and decided to take all the precious herbs from his house and give them to his junior female disciple for alchemy. He knew that alchemy required a lot of elixirs, especially new elixirs. They are not guarantees to be successful at the first attempt, and failing once is equivalent to a complete waste of a furnace of herbs. Spiritual medicine. I lack spiritual medicine. Once I make it into the inner domain, my first goal is to buy spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine is the real alchemy material, Su Yan thought to himself. His determination to go to the inner domain intensified once again. Today, Pharmacist Pan has already entered the martial arts, and his own father is about to break through. In addition, 2 of the family's household guardians who have good innate talent are also about to break through. After returning home, let his junior female disciple help refine a batch of elixirs. They can quickly assist them in breaking through. The safety of the house is now accounted for. Once Dad has broken through, I'll go home and ask my junior female disciple if she has any elixirs that could rejuvenating. I could make some for Mom to eat. It should have balanced effects and easier to break through. Su Yan thought of his mother. He did not expect his mother to fight others. A certain level of power is enough. The important thing is that practicing martial arts can extend one's life. Li Xuan surveyed the endless mountains and saw many people entering the mountains to seek masters, but he did not find any martial artists. Moving deeper into the endless mountains, near the inner domain area, he discovered ferocious beasts including the red-eyed tiger and the flame-maned wolf. Were the red-eyed tiger and flame-maned wolf in the evil forest originally from the endless mountains? That red-eyed tiger is rather weak, isn't it a purebred? Li Xuan contemplated. Since I'm already here, how could I return empty-handed? With that thought, Li Xuan landed. Next to a mountain stream, there was a gigantic tiger laying down. Its huge body was not much smaller than a bull's. Could this be the red-eyed tiger king from around here? Li Xuan mumbled to himself. This tiger was truly gigantic. The endless mountains near the inner domain contain remnants of the heavenly earth Lingji, which is why there are ferocious beasts there, and their strength is not weak. Roar. The red-eyed tiger felt a sudden weight on its back and realized that someone was sitting on it. It roared in anger and tried to turn over, but its neck tightened and the whole tiger was picked up and even flew into the air. Just like picking up a big cat, the red-eyed tiger was scared. It curled its tail and hind legs, whimpered, and didn't dare to struggle or move, fearing that it would fall. Hey, you're pretty smart for a big cat. Did I randomly pick one that happens to be quite intelligent? Li Xuan expressed his surprise with a smile. He took the red-eyed tiger back to Yunxian County. Having a big cat is quite good. He was not sure if it could be tamed. If it could be tamed, he would keep it as a pet. If it could not be tamed, he would stew it and eat it. Blood, flesh, bones, and even the tiger's penis could all be used for alchemy. Upon returning to the manor, Li Xuan put the red-eyed tiger down. He had expected the tiger to roar in anger. Instead, it rolled over with its belly facing up, surrendering. Hey, you're pretty sensible for a big cat. Li Xuan laughed. Master, are you going to use its blood, flesh, and bones for alchemy? As soon as she saw it, Su Lingxiu excitedly ran over and asked, let's keep it for now. If it's not getting tamed, then we can kill it and use it for alchemy. Li Xuan patted the tiger's head and said, all right then. Su Lingxiu looked somewhat disappointed. Sheer, you will be responsible for feeding it. If it doesn't behave, kill it. Li Xuan commanded. Yes, master. Sheer looked somewhat excited and said, master, I've learned some beast taming skills. I don't know if I can train it, but I can try. You can go ahead and try. Li Xuan was surprised for a moment. Sheer can actually tame beasts. But he also knew that Sheer's beast taming skill was just some means of the Jianghu and wasn't considered any big deal. From now on, when refining elixirs, if there are any that haven't been refined, just give them to it to eat. It's better than wasting them. Whether or not it can manifest potency, it's up to itself. Li Xuan thought for a moment and said, all right, master. Su Lingxiu nodded. Upon hearing this, Sheer was anxious. Master, I can eat them too. Li Xuan said angrily, not all failed elixirs are harmless to humans. If you eat the failed elixirs and something happens, don't complain. Upon hearing this, Sheer immediately shrank his neck and said with embarrassment, then forget it, just give it to it. Li Xuan sat down on the chair and watched the red-eyed tiger laying belly up, showing off its cuteness. He pondered for a moment and said, from now on, you'll be called Red Cat. Roar. Red Cat let out a deep roar. Li Xuan laughed. The IQ of this tiger was quite high. Sheer brought a large course chain, put it around Red Cat's neck, and found a whip to use for taming. Su Lingxiu used the water spirit grass to refine a batch of elixirs, but there were 2 failed elixirs which she gave to Red Cat to eat. After eating the discarded pill, Red Cat's eyes sparkled brightly as they fixated on Su Lingxiu, rolling over to reveal its belly continuously, its face full of appeasement. Clearly, after consuming the pill, the tiger discovered that the medicine was beneficial to it. Having concocted pills, Su Lingxiu began to assist Zhou Ying in transitioning her cultivation to martial arts. Zhou Ying's foundation in martial arts was nearly fixed, and transitioning required time. Without the aid of pills, it would be even more difficult to make the switch. Fortunately, her realm was not too high. After consuming the pills and accumulating chi blood, she finally succeeded in sensing chi blood and entered the skin refinement stage. With her original martial arts strength and the aid of pills, Zhou Ying swiftly completed the skin refinement process and successfully made her transition to martial arts. Su Lingxiu also breathed a sigh of relief and began to focus on cultivating and delving into the path of pill medicine martial path. That day, Su Yan returned. Li Xuan learned that Su Yan's father had broken through the Qi blood realm and had officially entered the threshold of martial arts. Is it because there are too few cultivators and their realms are too low, while my realm is too high, that I didn't receive any feedback? Li Xuan thought to himself. After paying respects to his master, Su Yan handed over the medicinal herbs he brought back to Su Lingxiu, as well as matters concerning pills. Junior sister, do you have any youth-retaining pills? I want to give them to my mother. Su Yan asked. Youth-retaining pills. Su Lingxiu pondered, various spiritual medicines surfacing in her mind. She picked out certain characteristics of some herbs and gradually pieced together an immature pill formula. There should be such pills, but the ingredients for youth-retaining pills must be spiritual medicines. Unfortunately, I only have one sort, the aquatic spirit grass, which isn't suitable for concocting youth-retaining pills, Su Lingxiu said, shaking her head. Su Yan was overjoyed. Junior sister, just give me the list of spiritual medicines. Once I go to the inner domain, I'll make sure to gather all these herbs. Junior sister, you have spiritual medicines. Immediately after, Su Yan asked in surprise. Second senior brother brought them back. With a grave expression, Su Lingxiu recounted everything about Meng Chang to Su Yan. The demonic sect again, this is outrageous. Su Yan was furious upon hearing the news. Last time it was Zhu Wuxin from the demonic sect and Meng Chang was nearly killed. Now it was the demonic sect again, and he made a secret resolve. Once he went to the inner domain, he would settle scores with the demonic sect. Junior brother has comprehended saber intent. That's great, I'll go find him, Su Yan said excitedly. Su Lingxiu's eyes lit up. Their eldest senior brother had comprehended sword intent, and the second had comprehended saber intent. It seemed a spar was in order. She hurriedly followed Su Yan up the slope. Seeing this, Sheer, leading Red Cat, also went to watch the excitement. Li Xuan raised an eyebrow but did not go to watch, knowing the likely outcome in his heart. Meng Chang's saber intent was domineering and unrivaled, possessing the aura of slicing through heaven and earth. Su Yan's mountains and rivers sword intent appeared continuous like mountains and rivers, seemingly not sharp, yet concealed a murderous and ruthless edge, even more fierce and unforgiving. When mountains and rivers collapse, all living beings perish. Junior brother, you've comprehended saber intent. Come, let's spar, Su Yan said, unable to contain his excitement. All right. Meng Chang also wore an excited look. Sparing to verify each other's understanding was beneficial for further insights. Su Lingxiu and Sheer stood at a distance, observing the two on the slope. Red Cat lay on the ground, its eyes spinning, seemingly looking for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a supremely domineering aura rose with saber intent surging, rendering the atmosphere solemn, as if it sought to annihilate everything. Red Cat immediately shivered in fear, eyes wide with terror. Too terrifying. What a terrifying saber intent. Is this what saber intent is? Sheer was astonished. He envied this power, a pity that his innate gifts limited him from comprehending the saber intent. Su Lingxiu clenched her fists and stared at the two senior brothers on the slope. This was the saber intent of the second senior brother, but what about the sword intent of the eldest senior brother? A gentle yet infinitely grand sword intent unfolded, as if encompassing mountains, rivers, and all living creatures. Even the domineering saber intent seemed enveloped by it. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the saber intent and sword intent clashed with each other. Meng Chang's expression turned solemn. His supreme saber intent surged repeatedly, as if to sever mountains and rivers. However, the vast expanse of mountains and rivers was unending, seemingly infinite and boundless. The unparalleled blade intent of Ren Baju ran rampant, yet the mountains and rivers remained unshaken. Su Yan was surprised inside. Junior brother's blade intent, how domineering. Senior brother, I am about to strike with my blade, Meng Chang said in a deep voice. Good, Su Yan nodded. A blade light blossomed, matchlessly tyrannical, as if it sought to tear apart heaven and earth. At this moment, a vast sword intent rose mightily, as if mountains and rivers were flowing. In the blink of an eye, the mountains and rivers overturned. All living beings fell into silence, fierce and merciless. The blade intent dissipated, leaving only the sword intent lingering endlessly. Big senior brother's mountains and rivers sword intent, I am inferior indeed, Meng Chang said with a sigh. His blade intent was already matchless under the heavens, yet he had not expected that his senior brother's mountains and rivers sword intent would conceal such fierce and merciless intent to kill. Junior brother, your blade intent, sharp and revealed, is unparalleled under the heavens. Even my mountains and rivers sword intent found it challenging to withstand. Today's sparring has given me some new insights, and I have gained some fresh understanding of sword intent, Su Yan said with a sigh. Meng Chong was thoughtful he too had gained some insights from the sparring just now. However, compared to his big senior brother, he was ultimately a step weaker. No wonder our master ventured into the world because he took in Big Senior Brother as a disciple, and only then did he continue to take disciples. Big Senior Brother's martial arts presence, surpassing the prodigies of ancient times. Meng Chong sighed endlessly. From a sparring session, the clash between sword intent and blade intent, Su Yan and Meng Chong each gained something, both of them digesting their gains. Su Lingxiu returned to the manor and began to comprehend the pill medicine martial path. Once again, she too had made some gains. Only Sheer looked puzzled, feeling only that it was very impressive and rather frightening. He was somewhat ashamed. No wonder he could only serve as a servant. His talent was far too inferior, as he had not gained even the slightest insight. Glancing at Zhou Ying, who was diligently cultivating, he sighed in relief, feeling much better knowing there was someone else in a similar position. Su Yan sat on the slope, immersed in his insights, with strands of sword intent swirling around him, constantly transforming. At one moment, the sword intent seemed ready to advance further, but then it abruptly came to a halt. My realm is not high enough. I cannot wield the second layer of sword intent. Su Yan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath. He had comprehended the second layer of sword intent. Meng Chong also had his gains. The tyrannical blade intent appeared more restrained, capable of exploding in an instant within a heartbeat. Li Xuan's figure appeared on the slope. With one hand, he was playing with the jade rui, advancing with a leisurely and carefree pace. When Su Yan comprehended the second layer of sword intent, he had already received feedback from the golden finger. Your disciple Su Yan has comprehended the second layer of sword intent, and your second layer of sword intent is complete. The second layer of sword intent. Li Xuan was inwardly filled with sighs. Having a disciple like Su Yan, my martial arts undertaking must flourish. Moving with unhurried steps, he arrived at the slope. It was also time to pass on to Meng Chong the second realm of the blade path, to let him comprehend and ponder it in advance. Master, Meng Chong greeted respectfully. Li Xuan nodded, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant horizon, all the while exhibiting the demeanor of a great master detached from worldly affairs. You have awakened the blade spirit and entered the threshold of the blade path. Do you have any questions? Meng Chong's spirits lifted as he said, Master, should I cultivate the blade? Just like initially, when nurturing the blade awakened the blade spirit. Li Xuan pondered in his heart, nurture the blade technique. It could indeed be a trump card, but nurturing the blade requires consumption and can be somewhat detrimental to cultivation. Besides Meng Chong's initial blade nurturing, the slash when he drew his blade, its immense power was due to the blade's spirit awakening, suddenly releasing the nurtured blade intent. He suddenly thought of the blade path levels he had devised. Even if one were to nurture the blade, it should not be any ordinary blade that was too common and nowhere near worthy of the profound blade path he had created. With this thought, Li Xuan spoke up, how to nurture the blade. You have already awakened the blade spirit. You should not be fixated on the blade in your hand. What you need to nurture is the blade in your heart. It's your blade spirit you should be nurturing. The nurturing must happen within, not on the outside. If the treasured blade you're nurturing were to be lost or stolen, wouldn't that be futile? Don't say things like, the blade won't be separated from the body, it won't be lost. Therefore, what you need to nurture is the blade in your heart, the blade within your blade spirit. Only such a nurtured blade will never be lost. Meng Chong's heart trembled, and a burst of enlightenment appeared in his mind, as if a skylight had opened, instantly gaining insight. Nurture the blade in my heart, the blade within the blade spirit, he murmured to himself, seemingly finding the direction to nurture his blade. Li Xuan looked at his second disciple, Meng Chong, with great anticipation, hoping that he would comprehend a powerful sword nurturing technique. A technique to nurture the sword with heart, to nourish the sword with its spirit, to cultivate a trump card, a powerful backing. Su Yan, who was at his side, also fell into contemplation. Although Master spoke of nurturing a sword, nurturing it with heart and soul, he himself practiced sword Dao. However, from one thing you can know another, he also developed some ideas. Creating a trump card for oneself, a hidden strength, one that will only be used in a dire situation. This trump card, this hidden strength once used, can go beyond one's ability. Li Xuan slowly said, can a martial artist afford to have no trump card? Only those which surpass one's own strength can be called a trump card, capable of turning danger into safety in times of crisis. You have nurtured the idea of nurturing a sword, wanting to leave yourself a deadly move. The thought is very good, Li Xuan said with approval. Su Yan and Meng Chong both felt a boost in their spirits. The master was imparting precious martial arts experiences, and they must remember them well. A martial artist must have a trump card. Meng Chong thought back to his battle with Blood Spirit Child. If he hadn't been successful in nurturing his sword, how could he have turned the tables and killed his opponent? And that sword could be considered his trump card. Having entered the Tao of Swords, today I will pass on to you the second realm of the Tao of Swords. Li Xuan solemnly said, "The second realm of Sword Dao is the Heart Sword Realm, using all things as swords, while the second realm of Dao of Swords is the Concealed Sword Realm." Concealed Sword Realm. Meng Chang listened respectfully, but the look on his face showed his confusion. The second realm of Sword Dao is the Heart Sword Realm, where the heart has a sword and all things can be used as swords. Why is the second realm of Dao of Swords the Concealed Sword Realm? Li Xuan said in a deep voice, "In the Concealed Sword Realm, the sword is hidden in heaven and earth. Everywhere in heaven and earth, there is a sword. Heaven and earth are hidden in the sword. Only my sword dominates the world." Meng Chang was shaken in his heart, muttering to himself, "The sword is hidden in heaven and earth. Where in heaven and earth is there no sword? Heaven and earth are hidden in the sword. Only my sword dominates the world." He felt a sense of domineering dominance from it. Where in the world is there no sword? Li Xuan said gravely, "You must understand its Tao. Concealment is not just concealment, it is also a form of concealment. It's about withholding one's edge, about concealing one's sword in one's heart, in heaven and earth, and concealing heaven and earth in one's sword. Once you understand, where in the vast universe can you not go? Where is there no sword to use?" Meng Chang's heart trembled, feeling it was too profound. When would he be able to understand the second realm of Tao of Swords? From his current realm it seems too far away. "Master, your disciple will keep it in mind," Meng Chang said respectfully. Su Yan also fell into deep thought. Hidden sword in heaven and earth. Is it somehow equally profound to the concept of Sword Dao, where everything can be used as a sword? Can I also hide my sword in heaven and earth? Su Yan muttered to himself. Li Xuan glanced at his first disciple. "Dao of the sword is a path, so is the Dao of the blade. The more you ponder, the more you will understand." His words were actually meant for Su Yan. With Su Yan's monstrous talent and strong imaginative ability, he might be able to comprehend something new. "Yes, master." Su Yan and Meng Chang both respectfully saluted. Li Xuan reached out and grabbed the sawtooth sword in his hand. "The second realm of Dao of Swords is too far away for you. Today I will impart to you a sword technique. Your sword intent is domineering. I will impart to you the domineering sword of heaven and earth." Meng Chang was immediately excited. The domineering sword of heaven and earth. Watch carefully. Li Xuan held the sawtooth sword. The true chi circulated. The fully realized domineering sword intent gathered. He raised his hand and slashed, the sword light crossing the sky as if tearing apart heaven and earth. One sword dominated heaven and earth. To give his disciples a chance to comprehend, Li Xuan slashed with all his strength, combining fully realized domineering sword intent with a bit of overwhelming and ruthless sword intent. With his strength far surpassing Meng Chang and Su Yan, the power of this sword was naturally unmatched, shocking both of them. After the demonstration, Li Xuan stuck his sword into the ground. "This sword, which I demonstrated using power similar to yours, is the domineering sword of heaven and earth. It's one sword that dominates the heaven and earth." Li Xuan emphasized again. That sword just now was performed with reference to Meng Chang's power. Meng Chang was tremendously shocked inside. Such a terrifying attack, was it really performed with power similar to his own? The domineering sword of heaven and earth was truly extraordinarily powerful. The domineering air that could dominate the world had been deeply imprinted in his mind. Under this sword, Meng Chang felt utterly insignificant. "Yes, master, your disciple will ponder carefully." With his hands behind his back, Li Xuan walked away in an easy and contented manner. Ponder well. Watching Master depart leisurely, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Master's realm is so high. Every move he makes contains the profound understanding of the Tao of nature. Looking at the way Master walks, so leisurely and carefree, has a great sense of freedom. When will I be able to reach this realm? After imparting the second realm of Tao of Swords to Meng Chang, Li Xuan began to ponder the realm above Tongshuan realm, how to create it, how to understand the cultivation theory. Moreover, it needs to connect with the Tongshuan realm. Meng Chang is practicing the domineering sword of heaven and earth, but for the time being, he didn't seem to comprehend much. Su Yan, on the other hand, took the blood and qi pills refined by Su Lingxiu and returned to Eastern River County and the capital of Qi Country. Li Xuan knew that with the security of his family's martial arts entrance, Su Yan could hardly wait to venture into the inner domain. While Su Lingxiu continued to practice and refine pills, she was refining her golden bones and was not too far from perfecting her golden bones. In addition to pill refining and cultivation, she continued to ponder the Tao of Dan medicine. She also started to understand the golden needle technique, extending it based on the foundation of Dan medicine canon. Finally, I succeeded in refining it. On this day, Su Lingxiu was filled with excitement. The evergreen elixir she had created was finally made. With this elixir, she felt her chances of refining her own evergreen bone greatly increased. Li Xuan was also in a good mood. If Su Lingxiu could refine the evergreen bone, his gains would be even greater. What transformation would occur with the combination of jade bone, diamond glazed bone, and evergreen bone? It would definitely be stronger than the current innate spiritual bone. On the hillside, Meng Chang held his treasured saber, slashing out again and again. In his mind, he saw the moment his master demonstrated the heavenly earth overlord saber, exuding dominant prowess. Between heaven and earth, there was only that one domineering figure who looked down upon the world, and that one slash, as if tearing apart the firmament. The heavenly earth overlord saber lies in the domineering attitude of me being the sole ruler of the world, looking down upon all. Still, I lack something. My saber intent may be unrivaled, but compared to master's slash, it's too far off. Meng Chong mused, eldest martial brother said, everything master does resonates with the great Tao and contains its profound principles. I should observe and comprehend more. The image of his master appeared in his mind. His strides were leisurely, his posture free and unfettered. Yet on that day, the moment the master took action, he was unmatched and dominant. It seemed like the entire world contained only that one slash. From being leisurely and carefree to becoming dominant in an instant, as if he ruled the world with absolute control, completely at his will. No wonder the eldest martial brother said that master was an existence almost akin to the great Tao. Meng Chong closed his eyes. At this moment, his saber soul became clear, and the image of that one slash in his mind gradually became clearer. The scene of ruling the world and slashing the heavens began to emerge on him gradually. Golden light flickered, the figure of a golden bell emerged, the treasured saber quivered, and a powerful saber intent surrounded him. The fallen leaves rustled and crumbled into dust before they could even touch the ground. Ding! Meng Chong opened his eyes, drew his saber, and slashed. A matchless saber light ripped across the sky as if tearing apart the heavens. Slash after slash, Meng Chong immersed himself in comprehension. At this moment, his saber light swept across all directions, the unrivaled saber intent gradually incorporating into the saber light. At one point, with a slash from Meng Chong, it seemed as if the world lost its color. The power of this slash was no weaker than that of the slash he made when his saber soul awakened. It was unrivaled and overbearing. The Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber. I've mastered the Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber. Meng Chong was thrilled. At this moment, his understanding of the saber had reached an extremely high level. Next, what I need to do is to control my moves freely, to be relaxed and carefree. Every move I make should be an overbearing slash. That is the status a martial artist should have. The foundation of the second realm of Saber Dao should also lie in this. Only when I can control my moves freely, keeping the saber hidden, can I further comprehend the sheathed saber realm. After comprehending the Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber, Meng Chong's strength had significantly increased. He continued to practice the Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber on the hillside. Li Xuan, who was pondering how to craft techniques above the Tongxun realm, suddenly noticed a golden light. Your apprentice Meng Chong has successfully practiced the Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber you created. Your Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber is fully accomplished. Li Xuan was overjoyed. Meng Chong had comprehended it so quickly. This Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber, it's truly magnificent. He demonstrated that unrivaled slash with strength far beyond Meng Chong's, without any Overlord Saber intent. What Meng Chong comprehended was the true Heavenly Earth Overlord Saber. If he were to execute this slash now, its power would be nearly 10 times greater than the slash he demonstrated. At the Su family mansion in Dong County, Su Yan and his parents were having a meal. Although after breaking through to the innate realm, he only needed to inhale and exhale nature's spiritual energy to maintain his peak state, and no longer needed food. However, this meal was different. It represented the warmth of home. Since entering the path of martial arts, he seldom had meals with his parents, and soon he was going to the inner domain. Yanner, you don't have to worry. With the elixirs you gave me, I will soon start practicing. Mother Su, seeing his distracted look and thinking that her son was worried about her practice, comforted him. Mom, I might be leaving for a while. Su Yan looked up and said to his mother. From childhood to adulthood, despite frequently going out to visit experts, he had never been away from home for too long, except for the time he spent practicing in the small mountain village. This trip to the inner domain might take more than half a year for me to return, right? Yanner, you're grown up now, already a strong martial artist. Just take care of yourself when you're out there, don't worry about things at home. Your father and I are also martial artists, and with Elder Pan and our house guards, nothing will go wrong. A father knows his child best. Sujun immediately realized that his son had grown up and was yearning to venture out into the world. Mother Su's eyes reddened. She got up and went back to her room to retrieve a parcel. These are the clothes I sewed for you. Be careful when you are out there and don't let your strength make you lose your vigilance. Mother Su rambled on and on. Su Yan was holding the parcel, listening to his mother's ramblings, and after she had finished rambling, he said, Mother, don't worry. My power is much stronger than that of an average grandmaster. There will be no danger. Moreover, Xiling Feng has a considerable reputation in the inner domain. If I run into any trouble, I'll just mention his name. Xiling Feng was the one who said that in the inner domain, no matter what happens, just mention his name. Su Yan kept this in mind. Mother, this time when I go to the inner domain, I will definitely buy spiritual medicine and let Sister Su Lingxiu refine the youth preservation pill and various other auxiliary cultivation pills. Mother, you can also break through the innate realm and maintain your youthful appearance. Mother Su showed a doting look. Mother believes in you and awaits your return. Mother, rest assured. Su Yan patted his chest and assured her. After dinner, Su Yan and Su Jun strolled in the garden of the Su family mansion, neither of them speaking for a while. Ever since you were a child, you were obsessed with martial arts stories and sought out masters everywhere. Everyone said that I, Su Jun, have a silly son. I originally planned to save some wealth for you, find you a good wife, so you could live a luxurious life. But who would have thought there are indeed masters in this world, and my son has also become a great martial artist, and I, your father, have also stepped onto the path of martial arts. Su Jun sighed sentimentally, breaking the silence. I realize that you're passionate about martial arts, and with you away, there's no need to worry about home. We will be safe here in the borderlands with no fear of turmoil in Qi country. The guards at home are all loyal and devoted. They are almost all martial artists now. You don't have to worry. Su Jun paused, looked seriously at Su Yan and continued, your grandfather is in the capital, and since he is a great martial artist, your cousins will naturally get carried away. You taught them the ways of martial arts, and in my view, it's only a matter of time before they leak it. Are you prepared for that? Will your master blame you? Su Yan was taken aback. The possibility of the martial arts techniques getting leaked was not small. His cousin Gyu Yunkai controls the divine army and would inevitably cultivate his own confidence. If the method of martial arts is taught to his trusted people, the more people practice, the more natural it is for the techniques to be leaked out. Father, don't worry. It's just the Qi and blood realm technique. Even if it leaks out, it's no big deal, Su Yan said dismissively. When his master agreed to teach him the cultivation technique to share with his family, he probably knew that the day it would leak was inevitable. Maybe my master also intended to spread the martial arts to the borderlands. Su Yan was thinking about this in his heart. Father, let me teach you the swordsmanship tomorrow. Although you can't grasp the sword Dao, practicing martial arts swordsmanship will greatly enhance your strength. Su Yan opened his mouth to say, before he leaves, he wants to elevate the strength of his family. Good, Su Jun nodded, turned away and said, Yanner, go to bed early. When Su Yan returned to his residence, he sat cross-legged on his bed. A stream of true qi appeared on his fingertip. Then another stream of true qi emerged. He began to separate the true qi, comprehending the mysterium of true qi. One finger true qi, I can now divide it into 3 paths. If I continue to divide it until each path of true qi is as small as a needle, my comprehension and control of true qi will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, my true qi has become more condensed, purer, and stronger with the division. Su Yan was dividing his true qi. One finger true qi was the true qi that emanated from his fingers, as thick as his fingers. With the division of true qi, it originally becomes diffused. But now, after the split, the true qi remains as solid as before, even stronger. He knows his thought process is correct. When the division of true qi is completed, and the mysterium is fully comprehended, the true qi in the Tongshuan realm is transformed into true yuan, which he can also comprehend. In the Eastern River Prefecture, Su Yan was teaching his father and pharmacist Pan's swordsmanship, which included the basic descending dragon palm techniques, and incidentally also imparting them to the sworn guards of his home. However, the swordsmanship practiced by the guards was a different set, nor did they learn the descending dragon palm technique, but another palm technique. For Su Yan, who had reached the innate realm and gained insight into the sword Dao and the essence of descending dragon palm, having also studied the inner realm cultivation techniques, general martial skills were easily grasped by him. Furthermore, all the guards had martial arts training, and they were well versed in martial arts. It was only a matter of how to apply their martial vitality to these martial skills, so that these martial skills could transcend the mundane realm. For Su Yan, this presented little difficulty. After spending half a month teaching these skills, particularly the light movement technique to his parents, Su Yan finally returned to Yunqian County. Everything was ready. It was time to set off for a new adventure in the inner domain. Su Yan was filled with excitement. The bustling martial world of the inner domain was the place for martial artists to be. Upon returning to Yunqian County, he found his master still sitting leisurely in the courtyard. Master, the cultivation techniques I taught might be leaked. Su Yan informed his master about the possible leak of their cultivation techniques. Li Xuan was not concerned. When Su Yan first taught his family members the cultivation techniques, he had already anticipated the possibility of them being leaked. Moreover, he also intended to spread those techniques in the frontier. With an increasing number of people cultivating, he would inevitably get feedback from the Golden Finger. For subsequent martial arts practitioners to catch up, it would not be an easy task. Especially with Su Yan, a big obstacle in their way, they naturally wouldn't dare to harm Su Yan's family. If there were practitioners who could catch up with Su Yan's family, their martial arts talent must be excellent, and that might bring him some feedback. Let it be if it gets leaked. The way of martial arts is not a big deal. There are countless martial artists in the world, many of whom have not progressed beyond the initial stage. Those who truly understand martial arts and continue to advance on the path are rare throughout the ages. Li Xuan said indifferently, I understand. So should the master actively disclose the cultivation techniques? Su Yan thought and asked, just let it be. If disclosed actively, those who cherish the techniques would shrink in numbers. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Great people all believe in fate and everything comes from fate, but I can't just do nothing. Martial arts were taught to me by master. The frontier had no martial arts until master spread it there. Shouldn't the martial artists in the frontier know who brought them martial arts? Isn't it appropriate to call our master the ancestor of martial arts? He had some ideas in mind. Su Lingxiu walked over and said, Master, Ku Ruaji is quite capable. May I take him to learn the way of martial arts? With him, I will have someone to use once I return to the inner domain. She couldn't stay in the frontier forever and would one day return to the inner domain. Facing those people, she needed someone to get things done for her. Ku Ruaji had managed to gather the fragments of the Sky Mother sect once again and had secretly taken control of Yunshan County and planned to infiltrate the Eastern River Prefecture. It was clear that he was a savvy organizer. Su Lingxiu believed that when she returned to the inner domain, she would need someone like Ku Ruaji. The more cunning and insidious he is, the better he could handle those people, as long as he was at her disposal. Although Ku Ruaji was cunning and insidious, he was not a person without principles and he had his own ambitions. Li Xuan didn't mind, since they were already teaching others, who to teach didn't make a difference. As the goddess of Sky Mother sect, you can decide for yourself. Li Xuan thought for a while and said, Yes, master, I know what to do. Su Lingxiu happily responded. When she returned to the inner domain in the future, she would take a group of people with her. The more people, the greater the power, and the more spiritual medicine and alchemical resources they could gather for her. Junior sister, our master, is the one who spread martial arts to the frontier. Martial arts emerged because of him. Practitioners should know about the existence of such a martial arts sage. Su Yan contemplated and spoke out. Su Lingxiu's eyes lit up and she said with narrowed eyes, No problem, I will let Ku Ruaji handle it. As the founder of Frontier Martial Arts, the sage of martial arts, Li Xuan's mouth twitched. His disciples did have big imaginations. He became the founder of Frontier Martial Arts, the sage of martial arts. This title, it sounded not bad. He was too lazy to manage it anyway. Maybe there would be unexpected gains when the title of the sage of martial arts, the founder of Frontier Martial Arts, resounded. This martial art was his creation. It was different from the inner domain martial arts. Master, I want to go to the inner domain. Su Yan spoke expectantly. Li Xuan was not surprised and nodded. Go on then, it's time to venture into the martial arts world. Meng Chang returned. His senior brother was about to go to the inner domain. He, too, was excited. As soon as he broke through to the innate realm, he would follow his senior brother's footsteps and head for the inner domain. All three disciples were there. Su Lingxiu was originally from the inner domain and naturally knew more about it than anyone else. It was time for his disciples to venture into the martial arts world. As their master, he naturally had to impart some experience to them. Even though Li Xuan had never ventured into the world of martial arts, that didn't prevent him from imparting experience to his disciples. The martial arts world is complex and people are treacherous. When you go to the inner domain, remember to always be on guard. Many strong people throughout history have fallen due to contempt, negligence, and arrogance. Never show off your full strength in public. Never underestimate any martial artist, even if he is far weaker than you. If he is an enemy, kill him without mercy. If the enemy has strong backing or powerful supporters behind them, stay low-key. Look for an opportunity to silently eliminate them, leaving no trace or evidence. Or you can wait until you become stronger, then strike like thunder and annihilate them along with their backers. Newcomers to the martial arts world are like fledgling birds entering the forest. You must maintain a low profile. Be cautious. If necessary, conceal your real identity. Li Xuan had a serious and instructive look on his face as he lectured his disciples. He shared all the experiences of heroes wandering the world from novels he had read in his previous life with his disciples. Su Lingxiu, a refugee from the inner domain, listened intently, intoxicated by her master's rich experiences in the martial arts world. Zhou Ying kept sighing in amazement. Li Xuan was indeed a wise man who had been through countless hardships and dangers. These were all precious experiences. Before this, she considered her own survival experiences in the martial arts world to be quite rich, but when compared to this wise man, she seemed lacking. After passing on his experiences, Li Xuan added, Experiences are static, but people are dynamic. Things in the world are always changing. You must learn to adapt and be flexible. This is the real experience of the martial arts world. Don't rigidly follow the teachings I've given you. They are only for reference. You must learn to adapt. Do you understand? Li Xuan was worried his disciples wouldn't understand flexibility and would follow his teachings without deviation. What if they clash with inner realm martial arts? Wouldn't they stick out like a sore thumb? Wouldn't that lead to unnecessary trouble? So he had to remind his disciples that his teachings were just a reference. The real experience of navigating the martial arts world revolves around adapting and being flexible. Yes, your disciples understand, Su Yan replied respectfully. Li Xuan nodded. He was relatively confident in Su Yan, already possessing the strength of a grandmaster. Even if he encountered a great grandmaster, even if he could not fight, he could still escape. The inner domain martial arts are varied. Don't be arrogant or look down on inner domain martial arts just because you have mastered the martial arts I taught. You should observe and learn more, draw inferences from one instance, extract their essence, and comprehend their true meanings. I hope you will incorporate all paths into your own and forge your own martial path, rather than following in my footsteps, walking the path I have walked. Li Xuan spoke again with a heavy voice. Su Yan respectfully bowed. In his heart, he thought that this was the mark of a true teacher. He doesn't want his disciples to rigidly follow the path he has taken, but rather to think independently, to forge their own path. As your teacher, I hope that one day you can form your own path and surpass me. I will be truly proud when you exceed me. Li Xuan was brimming with expectation for his disciples. My disciples, broaden your horizons, create more martial arts techniques for me. As for surpassing me, don't hold your breath. I'm only trying to spur you on. That's what Li Xuan was thinking. Yes, master, we will not let you down. There was a gleam in Su Yan's and the other two's eyes. Their master was great. His lifelong wish was to have his students surpass him and create a new path. From this, they could infer how high their master's realm was. It was beyond imagination. Had he already reached the end of martial arts? No, that's impossible. Their master had said it before. The martial path is endless. After finishing his instructive session, Li Xuan stopped speaking. He let the three disciples of Su Yan gather together. Su Lingxiu had some information about the inner domain to share with her senior brother. Junior sister, introduce me to the spiritual medicines. When I go to the inner domain, I will bring some back for you, Su Yan said excitedly. One of his goals for going to the inner domain was to obtain spiritual medicine. To refine an elixir to preserve their youth, as well as various pills for their parents to practice. Before going to the inner domain, he needed to be prepared. Meng Chang was also excited, as he would soon be going to the inner domain. One of his goals was naturally to find spiritual medicines for his junior sister. Moreover, the elixir refined from spiritual medicine was the real elixir. Sheer was squatting off to the side, with Red Cat lying next to him. Both listened carefully. Su Lingxiu was also very pleased. If Li Xuan could bring back spiritual medicine, she could refine more elixirs, and her alchemy techniques could improve even further. Senior brother, let me introduce you to spiritual medicines. According to ancient lore, spiritual medicines are divided into 9 grades. For example, this water ling herb is a 9th grade spiritual medicine, which is the lowest level. However, its survival environment requirements are not high, so it is quite common and also inexpensive. Spiritual medicines are divided into 9 grades, with the highest being grade 1. However, there are no grade 1 spiritual medicines in the inner domain. So far, the highest grade of spiritual medicine in the inner domain is grade 6. There has been no record of spiritual medicines above grade 6. Whether they exist or not, I do not know. Su Yan asked in confusion, since there are no grade 1 spiritual medicines in the inner domain, how do you know they exist? Meng Chang nodded in agreement. This classification has been in use since ancient times. It is most likely true and may not necessarily be non-existent. They are just exceedingly rare. If someone found one, they wouldn't advertise it for fear of bringing disaster, let alone sell it. Su Lingxiu postulated after some thought. I see. Su Yan had an epiphany. Currently in the inner domain, grade 6 spiritual medicine is nearly the highest grade available. It's almost impossible to find. Su Lingxiu continued her introduction. Senior brother, when you get to the inner domain, the most convenient way to get spiritual medicine, besides trading with people or searching for it yourself, is to buy from the Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion is a major power in the inner domain. There is a Tianbao Pavilion branch in every city. Su Lingxiu was introducing Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion is a merchant alliance in the inner domain. No one knows its exact depth or strength. There are rumors that the Tianbao Pavilion has a Lingshan in some mysterious place and masters the technique of planting spiritual medicines. Besides, Tianbao Pavilion has the ability to explore spirit crystal mines. It controls a vast amount of spirit crystal mines and is the first merchant force in the inner domain. Every city branch is presided over by a grandmaster martial artist. Tianbao Pavilion has an excellent reputation. There have never been reports of shady dealings. Also, the Tianbao Pavilion purchases numerous treasures such as spiritual medicines, martial arts cultivation techniques, spirit crystals, etc., and all of these can be obtained from the Tianbao Pavilion. If you have a lot of spirit crystals and are afraid of storing them at home, you can deposit them at Tianbao Pavilion. Despite the security fee charged by Tianbao Pavilion, it is considered safe. Spirit notes or spirit crystal vouchers are also circulated in the inner domain. They were introduced by the Tianbao Pavilion. Martial artists only need to carry these vouchers, avoiding the need to carry a large number of spirit crystals. Spirit notes can be redeemed for an equivalent amount of spirit crystals at any Tianbao Pavilion branch in any city in the inner domain. Su Lingxiu gave a detailed introduction of Tianbao Pavilion. Any inner domain martial artist inevitably has dealings with the Tianbao Pavilion. Su Yan and Meng Chang were fascinated. The inner domain is so prosperous, and there even exists a merchant force like the Tianbao Pavilion. The borderlands were indeed desolate in comparison, and it was not without reason. Li Xuan also listened quietly, marveling in his heart at how powerful the Tianbao Pavilion was, even minting their versions of banknotes, the spirit notes, and offering services similar to banks, storing spirit crystals for people. Of course, unlike banks that give account holders interest, the Tianbao Pavilion charges a storage fee. Senior brother, if you wish to conveniently obtain spiritual medicines and various treasures, you can go to the Tianbao Pavilion. They have everything a martial artist needs, but you must be able to pay their prices. Of course, there are also some other shops in the inner domain, but they are nowhere near comparable to the Tianbao Pavilion. These shops might indulge in underhand dealings, and although some treasures might be cheaper than those in the Tianbao Pavilion, you must be extra careful. Su Lingxiu continued her introduction. Senior brother, when you first go to the inner domain, it's best to avoid small shops. It is wise to choose the Tianbao Pavilion first because it has a good reputation. They don't cheat customers. Su Lingxiu felt that Li Xuan was penniless upon reaching the inner domain. Maybe he should take some elixirs to sell to the Tianbao Pavilion in exchange for spirit crystals, or directly exchange them for spiritual medicines. At this moment, Li Xuan interjected, every organization has its shady side. Regardless of how good their reputation is, it could simply be that there hasn't been a treasure worth their while. Even if they had taken part in shady dealings, as long as they clean up thoroughly and leave no traces, it would naturally not affect their reputation. Su Lingxiu was startled. Master is right. If senior brother brings the elixirs to sell in the inner domain, the value is immeasurable. What if they tempt Tianbao Pavilion? With this thought, she dropped the idea of giving Li Xuan elixirs to exchange for spiritual medicine. Master is right. Tianbao Pavilion has a stellar reputation, so it's possible that the item is ordinary and not worth them resorting to shady tactics. Even if they did try something underhanded, it has not been leaked out, said Su Lingxiu, nodding. Su Yan seemed to be deep in thought and said, this is rather similar to the uncivilized, remote regions we have to be careful. Junior sister, is there more to the story? Meng Chang asked eagerly. The inner domain is so much more interesting than the remote regions. There are 3 major kingdoms in the inner domain, the Great Yue Kingdom, Yan Kingdom, and Ziyun Kingdom. Among them, the Great Yue Kingdom is the most powerful. If you enter the inner domain from the remote regions, you will be within the boundaries of the Great Yue Kingdom. Su Lingxiu pondered a bit before beginning her introduction of the geographical landscape of the inner domain. In particular, she put emphasis on explaining the Great Yue Kingdom. Power struggles clutter the inner domain, even among the 3 major kingdoms themselves, as all of them are a complex mesh of significant and minor influences. What differentiates the Great Yue Kingdom from the other 2 kingdoms is that it has 5 vassal kings. Each of these vassal kings are regional overlords with a great grandmaster governing them. They are not to be underestimated. Su Lingxiu then gave a brief introduction of the 5 vassal kings of the Great Yue Kingdom. In the inner domain, there are numerous sects, influences, and aristocratic families. Only several of the strongest forces have long-standing and unshakable reputations. The 7-star study palace claims to be the premier academic institution in the world, independent of the royal governance. They admit talented individuals regardless of their background, producing numerous outstanding individuals, some of whom even founded their own sects. The 7-star study palace's influence is second only to Tianbao Pavilion. Sword Zun Cliff, the foremost sword Dao sect in the inner domain, has strong influence. Su Lingxiu started listing the prominent sects and powers in the inner domain. When she mentioned Sword Zun Cliff, Su Yan, Meng Chang, and Sheer were astonished. So Sword Zun Cliff is really that powerful? Su Yan was intrigued. Yes, the Sword Zun Cliff is incredibly powerful and its reputation is well known across the inner domain. Su Lingxiu confirmed with a nod. Su Yan exchanged a look with Meng Chang. The 2 fellow disciples realized why Xiling Feng and Hu Shan had said that they could drop their names in the inner domain, regardless of the encountered situation. It turns out Sword Zun Cliff had such a prestigious reputation in the inner domain. Su Lingxiu then moved on to speak about Demon Sect. The Demon Sect is a bit special. It consists of countless factions. The majority of them practice life-taking cultivation techniques and are despised by martial artists. but there are also some who join the demon sect because of their peculiar personalities or because they've been expelled by the martial artists. Ever since the demon lord vanished, demons lack the cohesion they once had. Now, there are 9 prominent demon lord factions. Apart from 3 whose identities are known, the identities of the remaining demon lords remain a mystery. The demon sect was once such a formidable power that it even threatened the 7-star study palace, Tianbao Pavilion, and Sword Zuncliffe. However, since the demon lord vanished, the demon sect has disintegrated. Lacking in cohesion like before, factions have multiplied, with the 9 demon lords now the dominant factions controlling the demon sect. But the 9 demon lords are each at odds with each other, which prevents the demon sect from becoming unified. All 9 demon lords are undoubtedly top-tier great grandmasters, but only 3 of them are currently known. The identities of the remaining 6 demon lords remain unknown. Su Lingxiu then gave a general introduction of the powers in the inner domain, and finally admitted, "I, your junior sister, don't know much either. These powers are famous in the inner domain, that's how I came by this information. There are many sects and influences in the inner domain, and your junior sister's knowledge is limited. Once Master Brother enters the inner domain, you will naturally come to know about them. With Master Brother's skills, average grandmasters are no match, and not every force can afford to offend Master Brother." Su Yan's blood was boiling, and he was so eager that he could fly to the inner domain immediately. He pounded his chest and said, "Junior sister, rest assured. I promise to bring back a large bag of spiritual medicine for you so you can focus on studying alchemy." Meng Chong nodded, "That's right. Once I go to the inner domain, I'll also bring back a load of spiritual medicine." Su Yan took out a big bag and said, "Junior sister, I've already prepared a bag for the spiritual medicine." Overwhelmed, Su Lingxiu said, "Master Brother, trying is enough. Safety comes first. I understand Master Brother knows his limits." Su Yan nodded. Then sighing, he said, "Carrying a bag of spiritual medicine like this might not be very convenient. It worries me that if I store it hastily, I might lose it. As for storing it in the Tianbao Pavilion, the securities might be too expensive. Besides, if he were to leave the Tianbao Pavilion and return to the inner domain, he'd still need to carry around a big bag." Zhou Ying twitched his lips and looked at Su Yan with a strange look. This guy is really confident. He hasn't even been to the inner domain, yet he's sure he can obtain such a large bag of spiritual medicine. Actually, there is an artifact in the inner domain called the storage bag. Although it's the size of a fist, it can contain a lot inside. Su Lingxiu explained by using her hands to demonstrate its approximate size. Li Xuan, who had been listening quietly till now, livened up. Was there really such a magical artifact in the inner domain? According to Su Lingxiu's estimate, the bag could contain over cubic meters worth of items. The inner domain has such items. I wonder how they're crafted. Perhaps I should study it and form a set of techniques for refining such artifacts. Li Xuan pondered. Of course, to develop a set of martial arts techniques in artifact refinement, he will first need to understand the advancement level of artifact refining in the inner domain. If the art of artifact refining has already reached a very high level, it will be much harder for him to establish an independent and unique form of martial arts in artifact refining. Plus, it wouldn't seem as necessary. Su Yan, Meng Chong, and even Sheer were immediately stunned. Could there really be such magical artifacts in the world?